As the fortunes of nations unfold, countries will randomly select 20,000 chosen ones to enter the realm of trials, standing alongside the myths of each nation. Ye Feng, a game developer, upon arriving in this parallel world, is astounded to discover that the illustrious Huaxia lacks the millennia of heritage and rich mythological narratives that he had anticipated. In fact, in the eyes of other nations, Huaxia is merely regarded as a nation with a scant century of history, making it the least favored among them. Then, a miraculous scene unfolds. While other countries grapple with the selection of mythological figures, Ye Feng boldly summons the Black Myth Wukong, as the stone monkey roars to establish order. Meanwhile, when the Sakura nation dispatches the Yamata no Orochi, believing themselves assured of victory, a child from Huaxia, riding on the wind and fire wheels, steps forward. Prince Nezha, would you be interested in these exquisite 8 snake tendons? Chapter 1. The National Fortune Game. Goodness, the update speed of this game developer is excruciatingly slow, isn't it? It's been half a month with no new dungeons released. What happened to the promised Journey to the West DLC elements? Even a donkey from a production team wouldn't rest this much. WTT, I just finished the Chang'e Ascending to the Moon storyline, and I feel so sorry for Brother Hoi. How wonderful it would be if we truly had such mythological tales in Huaxia. Hongming Bahuang is the best. Damn you, developer. If you don't update soon, they'll send you a razor-sharp blade. Observing the myriad of comments from players urging updates and expressing admiration, Ye Feng, the creator of this game, couldn't help but display a hint of helplessness. After all, he never anticipated that the low-cost online browser game he developed over the past 2 months, which intricately weaves ancient Huaxia mythological tales, would become the biggest dark horse in the gaming industry by the second day of its release. Even Ye Feng himself felt an immense sense of gratification. Ultimately, his initial intention for creating this game was to ensure that the people of Huaxia could grasp the significance of the 3 pure ones, the 5 emperors of Yao and Shun, the great catastrophe of the investiture of the gods, and the trials of the journey to the West. These are cultural treasures that every descendant of Huaxia should cherish, belonging entirely to their own mythology. Yet, he was disheartened to realize that in the eyes of the world, Huaxia not only lacked the so-called millennial heritage, but was also perceived to have been established a mere 3 centuries ago. It was as if the historical civilization had suffered some form of disjunction. The Sakura nation had even boasted on multiple occasions that Huaxia's ancestors were once their vassals, a notion that many abroad accepted, causing Ye Feng considerable anguish. If only one day, everyone globally could recognize the millennia of history of Huaxia, how splendid the mythological world would be. Alas, I am but one person, making it exceedingly difficult to prove anything to the world. Ye Feng sighed. Suddenly, warning, warning, this is the National Fortune game system. Currently, the population of Blue Star has reached the critical point of resource capacity, thus initiating the chosen game across all nations. Game rules. The 201 nations of Blue Star will randomly select the most suitable 20,000 participants to enter the realm of the chosen game. Participants selected by the system will be bound to their respective nations. In the world of divine selection, for every soul that perishes, 50,000 citizens of that nation will be erased. Should all participants from a nation fall, the civilization of that nation shall cease to exist. Important note. The challenges within the divine selection game will be based on the mythological figures that each nation can manifest. The manifestation of such figures will last for 24 hours. Once a mythological character is summoned, it cannot be summoned again within a short time frame. Caution. Once a mythological character emerges to represent a nation's faction, the character will evaluate both the summoner and the nation itself. It is imperative to remember that only those well-versed in the history of these mythological figures are deemed worthy of their trust and assistance. Reward rules. Only the nations that secure victory or place within the top 3 in the world will qualify for rewards within this system, which may include various resources, evolution points, longevity, and powerful secrets, among others. This divine selection game will be broadcast live worldwide, commencing in 1 hour. Attention! The last 5 nations in each round will be directly erased by this system. All nations should prepare accordingly. A mysterious voice suddenly resonated in the minds of all humanity, instantly shocking the global populace. Some among them may have thought they misheard due to fatigue, but soon, a cerulean interface appeared before all eyes, filled with a flurry of multilingual messages. Clearly, the global broadcast had officially begun. The divine selection game was indeed real. Fake. To hell with the divine selection game. How long has my beautiful nation been established? How can we compete in myth rather than military prowess? Haha, is this what they call the tide of the times? My nation, the great land of the three rivers, is one of the world's 10 ancient civilizations, and Buddhism itself developed from us. We shall undoubtedly emerge as a superpower in this divine selection game. What does Buddhism matter? Our Nordic realm remains silent. For in terms of mythological depth, is there any nation stronger than us? Long live Amaterasu. Long live Susanoo. Our cherry blossom nation shall rise during this divine selection game. No one can halt our progress. What Amaterasu? Shouldn't that be the deity of our cosmetic nation? Do you have any evidence to prove he belongs to you? Baka, what nonsense is this? Why don't you claim the universe is yours as well? Have you even stolen civilization from our cherry blossom nation? Our pyramid nation shall ultimately ascend. Our ancient emperor will bestow glory upon every inch of the world. Have you noticed? Our fellow permanent members, the Huaxia nation, seem unusually quiet today. As the live chat heatedly debated, a sudden mocking remark captured everyone's attention. The name Huaxia evokes a sense of injustice regarding the divine selection game, yet many find themselves smirking with a hint of schadenfreude. At this moment, Ye Feng stood transfixed before the striking azure interface that had materialized before him. Initially, he was overcome with astonishment, followed by skepticism, and ultimately, a surge of unprecedented excitement mingled with apprehension. His exhilaration stemmed from the fact that the rules of the divine selection game were grounded in the mythological figures of various nations. This meant that he could bring to life the mythological characters that resided in his mind, showcasing them once more to the public. The illustrious Huaxia boasts countless deities from Pangu, who opened the heavens and shaped the world, to Nuwa, who mended the sky and saved humanity. To speak grandly, each of the great beings Yuan, Zhuang, Sanxing, and the five elders commands resounding reverence. On a more modest scale, consider the Monkey King Sun Wukong's tumultuous escapades in the heavenly realm, or the third Prince Nezha's audacious feats in the Eastern Sea. When it comes to rivalry, how could the deities of other nations possibly contend? Yet, Ye Feng's heart was also laden with trepidation, for the system randomly selected 20,000 participants to enter the realm of the divine selection game. This implied that he might not be chosen. The nature of this divine selection world remained an enigma to Ye Feng. However, one truth resonated clearly within him. Given the populace of Huaxia and their understanding of mythology, they might struggle to even surpass the first round of the game. Should Huaxia falter and find itself among the last five, the system would erase it entirely from existence. The sole means to alter this fate rested upon one condition: Ye Feng must be selected by the system, becoming one of the 20,000 divine players. Chapter 2. The Concerns of Huaxia. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the Huaxia government convened an urgent assembly to address the impending divine selection game. The expansive meeting room was filled to capacity, attended by military leaders donned in uniforms and the nation's foremost scholars, particularly those specializing in history and mythology. Scholars unable to attend in person were required to participate via video link, underscoring the gravity of the meeting. The directives have been issued. I expect you to identify mythological figures related to Huaxia within the hour, by any means necessary, declared Ning Zhangwo, pounding the table as he spoke. As the highest authority in the meeting, he bore a heavy burden and was more anxious than anyone else. This matter pertained to the fate of Huaxia. Should they fail to prepare adequately before the divine selection commenced, Huaxia could find itself eliminated in the first round, as others had anticipated. The civilization and homeland crafted by countless generations could be obliterated, a result that the people of Huaxia would find utterly unacceptable. General Ning, it is not that we lack resolve, but rather that Huaxia possesses a limited number of mythological narratives. How are we to find them? Lamented a scholar in his 30s with a downcast expression. These scholars and experts understood Huaxia's culture and history better than anyone. If any mythological tales had endured, they would have unearthed them long ago, rather than being thrust into such a passive position. Cease your lamentations. If we do not devise a solution swiftly, Huaxia will meet its demise at our hands. Ning Zhangwo's tone grew more serious, yet his demeanor softened. He understood that Huaxia's history spanned only a few hundred years, and no matter how much pressure they exerted, they could not conjure mythological legends from thin AI. As the words fell, the atmosphere grew heavy, and the attendees furrowed their brows. An expert in mythological literature suddenly proposed, Mythical legends are merely figments of early human imagination. Shall we not fabricate a few on the spot? Moreover, stop your nonsense. Before the expert could finish, he was met with vehement opposition from the others. Mythical legends reside within a framework of mythology that demands a comprehensive world structure and cultural history. Furthermore, the rules are quite clear. Only those well-versed in the histories of these mythical figures may earn their trust and assistance. How could mere fabrications of deities ever qualify? Indeed, another scholar participating via video added, the system would never grant us such an opportunity. Otherwise, people from various nations might whimsically conjure powerful deities, and the divine selection game could not function properly. The collective lack of confidence among the attendees deepened upon hearing these remarks. With no viable options left, they felt utterly at a loss. Just then, they remembered that a prominent figure had yet to speak. In unison, their gazes turned to the elder seated beside Ning Zhangwo. The elder, Zhao Chongrun, though over 70 with hair as white as snow, was an esteemed academic in the study of Chinese history and mythology. If anyone in the world possessed unparalleled knowledge of Chinese history and mythological literature, it would undoubtedly be him. Noticing the collective attention, Zhao Chongren felt compelled to break his contemplation. He stroked his white beard and murmured, "The remaining mythological tales of China are scarce, predominantly inherited from the Qing dynasty, such as the legend of the three fairies and the loyal dog saving the king. The most complete among them is merely the legend of the white snake." The legend of the white snake? Someone questioned. I have watched both the novel and the film no fewer than 10 times. The most formidable character, Fa Hai, belongs to the Buddhist pantheon. Can he truly contend with Amaterasu, the sun goddess of Sakura country? Zhao Chongren shook his head, sighing. Amaterasu is one of the 3 noble children in the mythology of Sakura country and the highest deity in Shinto. Fa Hai pales in comparison to her by 1,000th. At this revelation, the faces of the attendees paled. If he was less than 1,000th of Amaterasu, one could only imagine how he fared against the figures of Western Norse mythology. In such an expansive territory, is there truly no deity native to China? A voice, barely above a whisper, lamented. Yet all present heard it, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew exponentially heavier. Deep down, they were acutely aware that this was the truth and the misfortune of China. 20,000 individuals would be randomly selected by the system as divine players. Yet regardless of who was chosen, none could alter the inevitable erasure of Chinese legacy. Bang! Ning Zhangwo struck the table forcefully. Everyone pull yourselves together. If we succumb to despair, what will become of the Chinese people? He continued, we must explore every avenue to upload all accessible mythological tales to the internet and disseminate them to the populace. This course of action was a desperate measure, for they found themselves powerless. The fate of China seemed nearly sealed, and all they could do was submit to the will of destiny. The information was swiftly disseminated to the mobile devices of the people of Huaxia, sparking an instant fervor. What nonsense is this? Loyal dog saves the king. Are they truly expecting us to summon a dog to battle against other nations? Damn, just moments ago, a few rascals from the Han Nation mocked us for venerating dogs, and now, this irony is so profound that I am at a loss for words. Isn't there also Fa Hai from the legend of the white snake? I recall that he is capable of subduing both the white snake and the green snake. Surely, he can help us survive the first round of divine selection. Fa Hai. In the legend of the white snake, he is merely a practitioner with some skills. How can he possibly contend with Shiva from the land of A3 or Amaterasu from the land of cherry blossoms? Everyone, let us not succumb to despair. Perhaps we shall not encounter them in the first round of divine selection. If we face mythological figures lesser than our beautiful nation, we may yet have a chance. Indeed, as long as we are not among the bottom 5, there remains hope. Hope? I see it more as disappointment. Fortunately, I emigrated to the land of cherry blossoms long ago, escaping the fate of waiting for death alongside you losers. With the protection of Amaterasu, my new homeland shall surely triumph with unstoppable momentum. How dare these traitorous dogs bark in our Huaxia? Go drink your nuclear waste. Born a Huaxia person, in death a Huaxia ghost, a scar the size of a bowl from losing my head. What is there to fear? Well said. As descendants of Huaxia, we, like our ancestors, shall fear neither life nor death, and guard our nation's gates. Chapter 3. Is Huaxia the only chosen player? The National Destiny game officially begins. The voice of the system resonated across humanity once more, prompting everyone to fervently absorb knowledge of mythology, lest they become the chosen one themselves. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had swiftly elapsed, as the crowd stood in stunned silence. The next moment, the same proclamation echoed in the minds of over 4 million individuals. Congratulations, you have been selected as a player in the National Destiny game. You will represent your respective country in the chosen world, and the transfer will commence shortly. Please hold on. In stark contrast to the fear and panic exhibited by others, Ye Feng appeared somewhat exhilarated. Who in this world possessed a deeper understanding of Huaxia mythology than he? In the following instant, countless beams of white light descended from the heavens, illuminating locations across the globe. Over 4 million individuals were enveloped in this radiant glow, Ye Feng included. They gently lifted off the ground, devoid of any control over their own bodies. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and they vanished alongside the white light. Shortly thereafter, the chosen players materialized in the chosen world of their respective nations, each space distinctly independent. Transfer complete. Initial reward. Each country receives a supply station to cater to the daily needs of the chosen players. The form of the supply station will vary according to the civilization of the nation, indirectly reflecting the cultural heritage of each country. The National Destiny game is about to commence. All chosen players should prepare accordingly. As the system's voice faded, a cerulean interface began to broadcast the gameplay from the chosen worlds of various nations. Haha, our supply station is the Chicken Country Shrine. Our ancestors bless our Cherry Blossom Nation for victory. Uff, a shrine for war criminals, and you dare to boast? Our supply station in the Bangzi Nation is the Blue House, with a history spanning nearly a millennium. Why does our beautiful nation's supply station have to be the Statue of Liberty? This is unjust. You younger brothers, our Asin Nation's supply station is the Taj Mahal, one of the new 7 wonders of the world. Internet users from around the globe rushed to send comments and barrage the screen, rallying for their own country while ridiculing others. Soon, netizens worldwide noticed Huaxia's barren chosen world. Uff, this is hilarious. How is it that Huaxia is only one person, and their supply station is a thatched cottage? Utterly ridiculous. It seems Huaxia aims to emerge first. Commendable courage. Oh yes, the thatched cottage fits Huaxia perfectly. As a vassal of the ancient Bangzi Nation, just like their suzerain, a bunch of fools. Ha ha ha. In comparison, our beautiful nation's Statue of Liberty seems vastly superior. At this moment, Huaxia's netizens were in an uproar. On the display screen, Ye Feng stood amidst an endless expanse of grass, with a humble thatched cottage behind him, as if it would crumble with the slightest breeze. This is unfair. Weren't there supposed to be 20,000 players? Why is there only one for Huaxia? We're doomed. Competing alone against 20,000 is practically impossible. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the unfolding situation left everyone present in despair. Immediately retrieve this person's information. General Ning Jiangwo nearly shouted, urgency burning in his voice, wishing to unleash a torrent of curses upon the system. One individual was troublesome enough. It was outrageous that it had to be a mere youth, barely out of adolescence. Surely, this was a mockery. His subordinates, knowing the gravity of the situation, dared not hesitate, for the nation's fate hung in the balance. Swiftly, they procured the details. General Ning, this individual is named Ye Feng, aged 23, hailing from Huaxia Prefecture. Currently a game developer. A collective sense of despair enveloped everyone. What could a 23-year-old possibly know about mythological tales? It felt as though destiny itself sought to extinguish Huaxia. Quick, attempt to establish a connection with him. Ning Jiangwo commanded without delay. In stark contrast to the others, Ye Feng, though somewhat bewildered by his solitude, felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. After all, the essence of Huaxia's mythology was not contingent upon numbers. He even contemplated igniting a celebratory fire in his thatched cottage, but ultimately decided against it, recognizing it as his supply station. Before long, a floating screen materialized before him, revealing Ning Jiangwo and his associates on the opposite end. Although Ye Feng did not recognize Ning Jiangwo, the general's attire unmistakably signified his rank. Ye Feng, I understand you may be frightened right now, but you must remain calm. Our Huaxia is rich with loyal canine myths and the tale of the white snake. You should give it a try. Ning Jiangwo endeavored to soften his tone, fearing that a harsh demeanor might frighten Ye Feng further, which could spell disaster for the nation. I'm not scared. Who told you I was afraid? I'm not only unafraid but positively thrilled, as if I've been invigorated. Ye Feng responded with enthusiasm. His eagerness, however, only deepening the despair of netizens nationwide. Goodness, is he truly insane? What kind of selection process is this? This is an absolute catastrophe. The defeat is utterly humiliating. Even sending a dog would yield better results. This kid's expressions are infuriating. Can someone please go through the internet cable and give him a good thrashing? Not only were the netizens disheartened, Ning Jiangwo and his team shared the sentiment. Just as he prepared to speak, the system's voice echoed once more. First round challenge. Beast invasion. Successfully repel 3 waves of beasts, defeat the creatures, and complete the task to receive corresponding rewards. Beast invasion? Quickly, search online for details on these creatures. Ning Jiangwo urgently instructed his subordinates. General Ning. There's a situation in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. A subordinate stammered in panic. What? So soon? Ning Jiangwo gasped, hastily following the direction indicated by his subordinate. The screen revealed the world of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, where mythological figures had already been summoned. A colossal figure clad in armor and wielding a bow appeared before them, towering over 10 meters, radiating fierce red flames, exuding an aura of formidable power. It was Hachiman, the deity of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The crowd was astounded. Hachiman, the divine warrior safeguarding the land of cherry blossoms, is revered by its people as Hachiman Daibosatsu. He possesses the ability to dispel calamities and bless the land with prosperity. His power profound and inscrutable. It was unexpected that such a deity would be summoned in the initial round. Evidently, they aspire to breach the top 5. Zhao Chongren offered an explanation. Look, the monstrous beasts have appeared. The first wave of these beasts consisted of a multitude of 2-meter-tall creatures, with the heads of pigs and the bodies of men, wielding cleavers. They surged forth from all directions, numbering in the thousands. Could there truly be so many? Ning Jiangwo and the others fell into despair once more. With Ye Feng alone, it seemed implausible to withstand even the first wave. The online community in Huaxia watched in panic as Ye Feng stood frozen in place, their anxiety palpable. Rather than wait for inevitable doom, they yearned to charge forth and engage these beasts in battle. Unaware of the turmoil outside, Ye Feng felt the ground beneath him tremble, a clear sign that the monsters were approaching. Monkey brother, it's your turn. Ye Feng grinned, his smile as unscrupulous as it was mischievous. Chapter 4, The Great Sage. Equal to heaven, Sun Wukong at this moment. He still bore a grin. Could it be that he had been rendered senseless by the demon beast? Goodness, that smile is infuriating. I can hardly contain myself. Step aside, I must charge in and confront him. Alas, it seems our first wave in Huaxia is destined for failure. Ye Feng's behavior and reactions left the Huaxia netizens fuming with indignation, with some overly zealous keyboard warriors even cursing his ancestors. In contrast to the outrage from Huaxia, netizens from other nations displayed a certain schadenfreude. Oh, isn't this Huaxia? They seem to have fallen behind after just a few days. It is hardly surprising that a nation with a mere few hundred years of history faces early elimination. However, one thing piqued my curiosity. Does Huaxia truly lack capable individuals? To have chosen such a fool, as a vassal state of ours, they have failed to withstand even the first wave, which is a disgrace to our great nation. Why does watching Huaxia's elimination bring me such joy? In the face of ridicule from netizens around the world, the people of Huaxia appeared somewhat powerless. They longed to retort, yet the criticisms were, regrettably, accurate. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, he remained oblivious to the online disputes. In this moment, he was lost in fervent murmurs, akin to a demon chanting an incantation. You were born of heaven and earth, a spiritual being, an elder ape from Flower and Fruit Mountain. Water Curtain Cave is your abode, seeking friends and mentors to comprehend the profound. You have cultivated countless methods for immortality, learning transformations that are boundless. Discontent with the confines of the mortal realm, you aspire to dwell in the celestial realm. The Xialing Shao Treasure Hall is not your eternal home. The kings of men have passed down their legacy through the ages. The worthy must be revered, as heroes dare to take the lead. I shall traverse the 4 seas and inquire. You are the foremost demon throughout history. Come forth. The great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Ye Feng nearly bellowed the final proclamation. As his voice echoed, a blinding golden light descended from the heavens. As the radiance dissipated, a stone monkey, over a meter tall, emerged upon the ground. With its back turned to Ye Feng, it appeared unremarkable, yet exuded an aura of unwavering strength, as if a mountain could collapse before it without causing a change in expression. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. He never anticipated that he would one day encounter the legendary Great Sage. In a daze, he could still hear the distant melody of the prelude to the Little Knife Society. This moment was broadcasted live, reaching audiences worldwide. A stone monkey standing at just over a meter? It is certainly an improvement over a mere dog. But when did Huaxia come to possess legends of a stone monkey? Surely, it is rather diminutive? I have observed that the mythological figures summoned by other nations are often dozens of meters tall. Even the least impressive stand at 7 or 8 meters. Yet here, We have a mere 1 meter and 3. I doubt he could even climb onto a bed. You all know well what sort of player our chosen champion is. The fact that he hasn't simply resigned himself to defeat is already a blessing. Despite Ye Feng's successful summoning of a mythological figure, the netizens of Huaxia remained unimpressed. Some individuals with ulterior motives even began to forecast Huaxia's decline. In the conference room of the imperial capital, as they gazed at the motionless silhouette of the stone monkey on the screen, Ning Zhangwo and his colleagues felt a mix of curiosity and despair. Curiosity stemmed from the identity of the stone monkey. The fact that he could be summoned by a chosen player indicated the authenticity of his mythological legacy. Yet, the scholars remained oblivious, including the venerable Zhao Chongren. Despair lingered as the stone monkey appeared feeble, devoid of weapons, and seemingly ill-equipped to confront the pig demon brandishing a cleaver. It was likely that the demon could dispatch him with a single blow. Despite his incredulity regarding the stone monkey's potential for victory, he steeled his emotions and commanded his subordinates to promptly gather all available information about the stone monkey. Ning Zhangwo still clung to a glimmer of hope. What if this stone monkey possessed extraordinary prowess? In the chosen world of Huaxia, Sun Wukong stretched his arms and loosened his muscles before turning to Ye Feng and inquiring, "Who are you? Why have I appeared here?" "Great sage, this is the chosen world, and I summoned you," answered Ye Feng with utmost respect. Sun Wukong, clad entirely in black fur and lacking even a modest covering, bore a simian visage that seemed little superior to the monkeys of Mount Amei. Yet, Ye Feng did not harbor a trace of disdain or disrespect. Sun Wukong was his childhood idol, particularly renowned for his exploits during the tumultuous events in heaven. Even the mere recollection sent shivers of excitement down his spine. Was he not superior to the heroes of Sakura country? "Did you summon me?" Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. Clearly skeptical. A mere commoner, devoid of any cultivation, summoned him from another realm? What a farce. "Indeed, great sage," Ye Feng nodded earnestly. At that moment, the pig-headed demon beasts began to emerge from all directions, entering their line of sight. "Chosen world? Why are there so many demons here?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "The pig-headed ones bear a resemblance to my inept second disciple." He displayed no fear, instead mocking Zhu Beiji with a wicked grin. If Zhu Beiji were to learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. "Great sage, these demon beasts intend to invade our sacred land of Huaxia. You have attained Buddhahood and care for the people. I implore you to assist us in vanquishing these demons and restoring peace to the realm." Ye Feng clasped his hands in prayer, his posture and demeanor reflecting utmost reverence. He understood that flattering Sun Wukong's ego would compel him to take action. "You speak of attaining Buddhahood. Huh, what a fine notion." Sun Wukong scoffed, his disdain for the term evident in his gaze. Ye Feng found himself perplexed by Sun Wukong's reaction, sensing a dissonance between this great sage and the one he had revered. "Great sage, you are a hero in the hearts of 14 billion Huaxia citizens. They await your rescue," Ye Feng proclaimed, his expression exaggerated. "Huh, hero? What concern is their life or death to me?" Sun Wukong remained indifferent, clearly stating his refusal. "Do not be disheartened, great sage. I grew up listening to your tales." This scene was broadcast live, captivating audiences across the globe. Initially, netizens from other countries believed that Ye Feng had summoned a magnificent deity, only to discover that it was, in fact, a mere wild monkey. The barrage of comments during the livestream was almost entirely filled with derision. How is it that a chosen player from Huaxia is conversing with a little monkey that was summoned? What else could they possibly do? A monkey the size of a child could barely withstand a single kick from me. Are they expecting it to combat the pig demon? What a far-fetched notion. Even the most underprivileged nations can conjure totemic beasts towering 5 to 6 meters, yet the mythological figures from Huaxia appear rather unimpressive. It seems the summoned mythological character from Huaxia is not inclined to offer assistance. We shall witness a dramatic spectacle soon. I will quietly observe how Huaxia is overwhelmed. 1. Chapter 5. Is this over already? In the conference room of the imperial capital, Zhao Chongren initially harbored hope. For the mythical character summoned by Ye Feng was one he had never encountered before. However, to his astonishment, the stone monkey he summoned showed no inclination to cooperate. While other summoned mythical figures would immediately engage in battle to protect their believers, Ye Feng's situation involved bargaining. Was this not trivializing the names of the entire nation? Ning Zhangwo's eyes were firmly fixed on the screen, his fists clenched so tightly that they drew blood, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Every action taken by Ye Feng now bore immense significance for the safety of all of Huaxia. He could not afford to lose focus. At that moment, the pig demon had charged forward, closing the distance to less than 10 meters from Ye Feng and Sun Wukong. The lack of assistance from Sun Wukong was utterly unexpected for Ye Feng. After a moment of Ye Feng's incessant chatter, Sun Wukong finally moved, performing a gesture as if to clean his ears, and the golden staff instantly flew from his ear into his hand. With a resounding command, the staff transformed from the size of a needle to an imposing length of nearly 6 feet, towering over Sun Wukong himself. Seeing this, Ye Feng let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Sun Wukong was willing to assist, the outcome of the first round of the game was assured. However, at that moment, the pig demon's cleaver came crashing down towards the back of Ye Feng's head. Being merely an ordinary human, Ye Feng stood no chance against such an attack. Should he be struck, certain death awaited him. In a critical moment, Sun Wukong's golden staff suddenly elongated, stretching several dozen miles in an instant, moving with such speed that it was nearly invisible. The staff barely brushed past Ye Feng's face. Had it been a fraction closer, it would have been fatal. The pig demon behind Ye Feng was impaled through the chest, blood splattering everywhere. With a decisive sweep of his hand, Sun Wukong wielded the staff like a lethal weapon, cleaving through the surrounding pig demons with ease. In that brief moment, the first wave of pig demons was entirely vanquished. Huaxia has successfully defeated the first wave of demon beasts, earning 900 points. Prepare for the second wave in 30 seconds. The system's voice resonated in the minds of all the people in Huaxia. Just a second prior, everyone had braced themselves for the impending punishment of failure. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they found themselves inexplicably victorious. Their minds went blank, and they were momentarily stunned. Within moments, the live stream erupted in chaos. No way. Am I dreaming? It's already over? That was nearly 1,000 pig demons. What weapon was he using? It can actually change size at will? This is utterly absurd. A monkey using a staff as a weapon. Wait a moment. Isn't this the Hongming Baha game that was about to update its journey to the West chapter? He seems to be the Sun Wukong. Yes, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Hongming Baha, journey to the West chapter? Sun Wukong? What the hell? Could that fool be the game producer of Hongming Baha? But wait, I ascend Hongming Baha a game? How can its characters be summoned, and so powerfully at that? Regardless of the reasons, I feel a profound sense of shame and remorse for having just insulted the esteemed figure. My sincerest apologies. Since I have summoned Sun Wukong from Hongming Baha, might I also have the chance to meet my sister Chang'e? What do you mean by your sister Chang'e? She is clearly my sister. My mother inquired why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. My entire family has already knelt. In contrast to the astonishment and excitement of netizens from Huaxia, those from other countries seem unable to accept the situation. This is impossible. How could such a formidable mythological figure emerge from Huaxia, a civilization with merely a few hundred years of history? This person must be cheating. It is utterly unfair. How could he defeat his enemies with a single strike? The grim reaper of my nation, Yama, does not possess such swift killing speed. Monkeys and staffs, these seem reminiscent of our own mythological figures. It is merely a stroke of luck that Huaxia can hold out for another round. I refuse to believe they have any further mythological figures to summon. Nonsense. How could a dead monkey be so powerful? Huaxia's victory is unmerited. Unlike the mockery and skepticism in the live stream, Ning Zhangwo and others are clearly unsettled. In the conference room of the imperial capital, he bellowed. Quickly ascertain the origins of Sun Wukong. And who is this young man named Ye Feng? How does he know all of this? What about the game he created, Hongming Baha? Ning Zhangwo, filled with excitement akin to a caffeine rush, issued his commands with fervor. Who could have imagined that a mere little monkey could be so formidable? With a single blow, he eliminated nearly 1,000 pig demons? Across 201 live streams, no one but Huaxia has achieved such a feat. Zhao Chongren's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on Ye Feng on the screen. Although the power of Sun Wukong exceeded all expectations and inspired reverence, he was acutely aware that Ye Feng was the true protagonist in this narrative. Without Ye Feng, how would they have known that Sun Wukong was a mythological figure in Huaxia's history? He must know something more. The fate of Huaxia in the Chosen One's game rests upon him. The more Zhao Chongren pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Since childhood, he had been captivated by mythology. Although he was an expert in Huaxia's myths, the majority of the legends he was most familiar with originated from abroad. Huaxia's mythology was limited, and he had thoroughly studied every tale. This was a shortcoming for Huaxia, a significant flaw. In the past, perhaps no one would have cared about such matters. After all, they were merely mythological tales. But the current situation is different. Without a mythological system and legendary tales, one faces peril. In the world of Huaxia's chosen ones, Ye Feng wiped the blood of pig demons from his face, feeling no joy in victory, but rather a sense of doubt. The Sun Wukong he remembered, while bloodthirsty, was nothing like this one. This incarnation of Sun Wukong seemed to possess a hint of darkness. As he observed Sun Wukong in the distance, cleaning the blood from his golden staff, Ye Feng suddenly contemplated an alternative possibility. Could it be that I have summoned the Wukong from the dark myth? Blimey. Ye Feng couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. It is not to say that Black Myth Wukong is lacking. On the contrary, it surpasses the traditional Sun Wukong in certain respects. However, the duality of Wukong, both righteous and malevolent, leaves Ye Feng uncertain of his ability to secure his assistance. After all, the first round of the divine selection game consists of 3 waves. Should he abandon his post, both he and Huaxia would face dire consequences. The second wave of monsters is about to emerge. Please prepare accordingly. As the system's reminder concluded, Sun Wukong lifted his gaze towards the horizon. Although he could not hear the system's voice, he could sense the presence of his foes, even from 1,000 miles away. Gripping his golden staff firmly, he stood resolutely on the ground and turned to Ye Feng, saying, "Young man, in light of my master's unwavering devotion to Buddhism, I shall assist you this time." "Great sage, your martial prowess is truly admirable," Ye Feng exclaimed, hastily bowing in deference, his demeanor exceedingly humble. With Sun Wukong willing to lend his aid, Ye Feng could not have wished for anything more. Chapter 6. No regrets in joining Huaxia. May I be a flower cultivator in my next life in the second round. The adversaries manifested as a formidable horde of minotaurs, their imposing figures surpassing even the previous swine-headed foes. Their weapons had transformed from hefty cleavers to massive clubs. As Ye Feng pondered whether the corpses strewn across the ground would accumulate, he was taken aback when, in the next moment, the bodies of the pig demons and the bloodstains mysteriously vanished. This was indeed reminiscent of his gaming settings. Ye Feng could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The number of minotaurs matched that of the previous pig demons, yet their aura was far more intimidating. Several nations with weaker mythical figures were caught off guard, leading to the demise of their mythic characters, while 20,000 chosen players scurried about like ants in a frenzy. Only those who sought refuge in supply stations managed to escape death. Nevertheless, despite their efforts, a considerable number of lives were still lost. In the realm of the chosen, each casualty meant the obliteration of 50,000 citizens from the respective nation. If a nation's participants were entirely wiped out, its civilization would cease to exist. The penalties for failure were severe, instilling a palpable fear in the chosen players, as some smaller nations had populations barely exceeding 1 million. Thus, the death of merely 30 chosen players could annihilate their entire nation, unless they could secure a position within the top 5. Achieving a top 5 rank among over 200 nations was no trivial feat. Countries steeped in numerous mythological tales experienced minimal casualties, maintaining their strength with stable performances. Among these were the nations of Asan, Sakura, Bangzi, Desert, Battle, Daying, Sira, Balu, and several others, totaling dozens in number. The first round of the chosen game posed little difficulty, allowing these nations to prevail effortlessly. As for the world Hachiman, the beautiful nation, their situation was rather dire. The mythic figure they summoned in the first round was the Tooth Fairy, adorned with a pair of white wings and a modest stature of only 7 to 8 meters. In the ranking of over 200 nations, this entity was among the weakest. Moreover, many chosen players perished during the conflict, resulting in the beautiful nation suffering the random erasure of nearly 10 million individuals. In the Huaxia chosen world, Sun Wukong clearly grew impatient. As the Minotaurs remained a kilometer away, he struck down one with a single blow. The impact resembled a nuclear explosion, sending hundreds of Minotaurs flying. With just a few more strikes, all the Minotaurs lay defeated. To eliminate such demonic foes from a distance of a kilometer was nothing short of astonishing. Goodness gracious! Is Sun Wukong truly this formidable? Has he turned a defensive game into a whack-a-mole contest? I had just observed the chosen world abroad, feeling as though we were engaged in entirely different games. Anyone who dares to claim that Huaxia lacks mythological legends shall face my wrath. From this moment forth, Sun Wukong is my idol, the pinnacle of Huaxian mythology. Just as the people of Huaxia reveled in excitement and relief, the live stream was inundated with unfriendly comments. Is cheating something to celebrate? You should feel ashamed of your actions. A nation devoid of history, how can it possess myth and legend? You have pilfered our tales. A band of thieves. Do not judge success by transient outcomes. Whether you, the Huaxia, can endure the second round of the divine selection game remains uncertain. In the face of mockery from foreign lands, the people of Huaxia rose with newfound confidence, choosing to confront these detractors head-on. Subtly, Ye Feng instilled in them a sense of cultural pride. They no longer cowered or retreated as they once did. Amidst the scorn of hundreds of millions from Huaxia, These foreign miscreants departed in disarray. In the conference room of the imperial capital, General Ning announced, "We have scoured the entire internet, yet found no trace of the stone monkey legend. The sole source of information is the game developed by Ye Feng, Hongming Bahuang. Moreover, Hongming Bahuang features other mythological narratives, such as Ho-Yi shooting the suns and Chang'e ascending to the moon." Ho-Yi, Chang'e, Zhao Chongren eagerly grasped the documents handed to him by the staff, which prominently featured the mythological figures from Hongming Bahuang, accompanied by illustrations. Ho-Yi was depicted with a dark complexion, a robust physique, wielding a bow and arrow crafted from a unique material. Chang'e donned ancient garb, radiant and graceful, resembling a celestial fairy. After decades immersed in historical research, Zhao Chongren found himself momentarily unable to identify the origin of these attires. The exquisite robes with flowing sleeves, could they possibly be the lost historical garments of Huaxia? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If the legend of Sun Wukong truly existed, then the other mythological narratives might also be rooted in reality. "Zhao Lao, what have you discovered?" Ning Zhangwo inquired, his spirits lifted, for Sun Wukong had successfully vanquished the third wave of demon beasts. As long as this final wave was defeated, Huaxia would prevail and survive. This Ye Feng is remarkable. The incantations he recited while summoning Sun Wukong may very well encapsulate the essence of the Monkey King's life journey. The life journey of Sun Wukong? Ning Zhangwo furrowed his brow, reflecting on Ye Feng's utterances. Heaven and earth birthed the spirit-mixed immortal. In Huaxia Mountain, there dwells an old ape. Water Curtain Cave is his home, seeking friends and mentors. The more he recalled, the more he realized that this seemingly frail Sun Wukong was far more complex than he appeared. Simultaneously, he developed a profound interest in Ye Feng, sensing that this individual might very well be the key to Huaxia's triumph, our sole beacon of hope. Zhao Chongren spoke gravely, increasingly optimistic about Ye Feng, even feeling a thirst for knowledge akin to that of a fervent student. "Indeed, I too have discerned this. I did not expect Ye Feng to be so intricately talented." Ning Zhangwo felt genuine admiration. Initially, the system had chosen Ye Feng alone, leading him to believe that Huaxia was doomed. Yet, Ye Feng had delivered an extraordinary surprise. Was this not a case of finding light in a darkened path? In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, as Sun Wukong effortlessly dispatched the last demon beast, the voice of the system echoed in the minds of the Huaxia populace. The nation of Huaxia has successfully navigated the third wave of demon beasts, earning 900 points. We have triumphed. Moreover, it is the first nation to achieve this remarkable feat. I have no regrets in embracing the essence of Huaxia in this lifetime. In my next life, I shall still be a cultivator of flowers. The crimson barrage of messages continuously refreshes. This is a testament to the honor of Huaxia, a source of pride for every citizen. In a nation where cultural continuity has been fractured, to emerge among a multitude of countries rich in mythological heritage is no small accomplishment. Observing the celebrations and congratulations of the Huaxia people in the live stream, the expressions of international viewers resemble those who have just tasted something unpleasant. In their eyes, Huaxia should not have triumphed, let alone secured the top position. How could a nation devoid of historical depth unexpectedly rise to first place? It is akin to a student who habitually neglects their studies unexpectedly achieving the highest score in the provincial examinations. Such a reality is difficult for them to accept. Yet, the truth stands before them, and they are compelled to acknowledge it. Chapter 7. A display of might. Sun Wukong withdrew his golden staff into his ear. He then turned to Ye Feng and said, "Youngster, I have already aided you, so do not disturb my slumber any further. Great sage, please do not rush away. I have yet to express my gratitude." Ye Feng replied, his face adorned with a broad smile. A hypocritical human." Sun Wukong rejected Ye Feng's overtures, disdain evident in his demeanor. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. Could this dark mythological Wukong have suffered some emotional trauma? At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. "Chosen players of the Huaxia nation, do you wish to continue the challenge? Continuing the challenge will yield greater rewards and elevate your ranking. Should you fail midway, however, it will result in death." The system's message was not exclusive to Ye Feng. Every citizen of Huaxia received the notification simultaneously. What subsequent challenges entailed remained a mystery to them. Choosing to decline posed no significant loss. At worst, they would miss out on a top 5 finish. Nonetheless, the rewards would remain intact, and most importantly, it would mitigate risk. Ye Feng did not hasten to respond to the system. In stark contrast, the players from the A3 nation unhesitatingly opted to accept the challenge. Yanmo's prowess was evident, and based on his explosive strength, he appeared to surpass even Sun Wukong. However, his speed was not as swift, which led to his current predicament. The A3 nation summoned such a formidable entity at the outset, aiming to secure first place in the initial round and lay a foundation for the ensuing divine selection games. We, the A3 nation, are destined to claim victory in this competition. Dare to follow us if you can. Netizens from A3 flocked to various countries' live streams, inciting resentment that left others seething in silence. After all, the A3 nation possessed undeniable strength. Quick, rush to the A3 nation's live stream. The beast behind them stands an astonishing 10 meters tall, engulfed in blazing crimson flames. Its power is outrageously formidable. 10 meters tall. Such stature obliterates 1/3 of the mythological figures from other nations. How can we possibly contend? You have missed the crux of the matter. The beast emanating red flames is clearly of boss-level strength. With such a multitude, even the most unremarkable mythological figures would hesitate to engage. In the Huaxia divine selection realm, Ye Feng was shamelessly beseeching Sun Wukong to continue battling the ensuing beasts for Huaxia. Youngster, do not overstep your bounds. I have been more than benevolent towards Huaxia. Sun Wukong was taken aback by Ye Feng's audacity, finding him even more brazen than his pig disciple. Flower and Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave, the Western Heavens Spirit Mountain. Six-eared macaque, great sage, I understand your suffering. Ye Feng's tone shifted to one of earnestness. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong felt as though struck by lightning. His brows furrowed, and his gaze turned sharp as he scrutinized Ye Feng. How dare a mere mortal presume to claim knowledge of my suffering? Ye Feng remained unfazed by Sun Wukong's tone and continued. In the past, you aided Jin Chanzi in retrieving the true scriptures, and from that moment, you attained Buddhahood and remained in Spirit Mountain. However, it is not you who has attained Buddhahood, but rather someone impersonating you who has achieved enlightenment on Mount Ling enough. Sun Wukong declared loudly. The surrounding winds howled, preventing Ye Feng from opening his eyes. After a moment, the tempest gradually subsided. Although Sun Wukong was incensed that Ye Feng had reopened old wounds, he was equally astonished. How could a mere mortal like Ye Feng possess such knowledge? In truth, what Ye Feng had just articulated was not from the original journey to the west, but rather from the legend of Black Myth Wukong. Ye Feng lamented. The entire journey for the scriptures was merely a conspiracy, yet we still remember you, great sage, just as I do. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong could not help but let out a long howl towards the heavens. He never anticipated that even after so many years, someone would still be aware of this matter. Did that sanctimonious Tathagata truly believe that no one would uncover his sordid deeds? Observing Sun Wukong's uplifted spirits, Ye Feng promptly pressed his advantage. Great sage, shall we continue our game? All right. I, your old son, agree. Sun Wukong responded with enthusiasm. Ye Feng chuckled. Monkey brother. You are formidable. You are majestic. System, we choose to continue the challenge. Ye Feng's voice resonated throughout the ears of the people of Huaxia. In the imperial capital's conference room, Ning Zhangwo and his colleagues fell into a collective silence regarding Ye Feng's decision. Although they wished to dissuade him, they found themselves powerless. For Ye Feng was the chosen player, and they could not interfere. However, the Huaxia netizens in the live stream were far from composed. What? Why continue the challenge? Although the subsequent rewards will be greater, the ensuing monsters will be more formidable. If we lose, Huaxia will be doomed. I feel he is getting a bit carried away. Other countries can afford multiple failures, as they have 20,000 chosen players. But Huaxia is different. We can only fail once. I just watched the battle from the A3 nation. The fourth wave of monsters was too strong, and I feel Sun Wukong might not be able to prevail. Ye Feng understood Sun Wukong's true strength. These were merely a group of boss-level monsters. Once upon a time, Sun Wukong faced 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals, challenging countless formidable beings without faltering. Even if the number of boss monsters were to increase tenfold, Sun Wukong could easily vanquish them. A notorious figure who once wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace is not to be compared with these monsters. However, the Huaxia netizens remained oblivious to Sun Wukong's true prowess, inevitably leading to some misunderstandings. At a critical moment, netizens from other countries came to the Huaxia livestream to taunt. We from A3 Nation have already completed the fourth wave of monsters and are preparing to challenge the fifth wave. Why is Huaxia still dawdling? Are you afraid? Just a monkey with some acrobatics can handle minor monsters, but the ones ahead are all boss-level beasts. If they dare to challenge, they are bound to lose. Up until now, only a few nations have dared to continue the challenge. I never expected Huaxia's chosen player to be so audacious. If one does not court disaster, one will not meet with death. Huaxia has truly exemplified what it means to invite calamity. If Huaxia can overcome the fourth wave of, I shall broadcast myself consuming excrement. Count me in, I will perform a handstand while suffering from diarrhea. Although the barrage of comments is predominantly filled with mockery, one undeniable truth remains. The subsequent are exceedingly formidable. The mythological figure of the A3 nation, Yin Mo, possesses immense strength. Yet even he expended considerable effort to vanquish the fourth wave of. It is evident how powerful the forthcoming will be. In the realm of Huaxia, chosen by the divine. After Ye Feng consented to continue the challenge, the fourth wave of officially launched its assault. From all directions, a terrifying aura permeated the air. Crimson flames illuminated the sky. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic arrival, countless boss levels surged towards Sun Wukong, emitting roars that seemed to declare their intent to trample him beneath their feet until they were satisfied. Chapter 8. I can defeat 10 if the formidable beasts were not confronted by Sun Wukong, but rather by ordinary deities, they would likely be paralyzed by fear. The overwhelming presence of these creatures is indeed daunting. Yet Ye Feng remains unfazed, confident in his strength. A band of lesser demons dares to flaunt themselves before me? They seek a beating. Sun Wukong snorts disdainfully, plucking a tuft of hair from the back of his head. With a gentle breath, each hair transforms into an identical replica of himself. These duplicates wield golden staffs, outnumbering the beasts considerably. Countless demons engage in battle with countless Sun Wukongs. Initially perceived as a balanced confrontation, the 10-meter-tall beasts crumble like paper under the blows of the 1-meter-30 Sun Wukong, dispatched with a single strike. In mere moments, the fourth wave of beasts is entirely vanquished. This spectacle leaves all viewers in the streaming room utterly astounded. What sorcery is this? How can such a feat be possible? This surpasses even the most outrageous of cheats. It is only when the system announces the victory of the fourth challenge that the people of Huaxia emerge from their stupor. Am I dreaming? Quick, someone pinch me. How narrow-minded I was. Sun Wukong is indeed immensely powerful. Anyone daring to claim otherwise in my presence shall feel my wrath. A single hair transforming into a Sun Wukong? At this rate, I believe he could single-handedly challenge the mythological figures of all nations, without my emotions clouding my judgment. The ability to slay a boss beast with a single strike raises the question, which mythological figure could achieve such a feat? Sun Wukong is undoubtedly the mightiest mythological figure of Huaxia. I am no longer merely watching the stream on my knees. I must now lie prostrate in admiration. If there were any lingering doubts regarding Sun Wukong's prowess, his recent display has silenced all skepticism. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the mythological experts of Huaxia are aflame with excitement, their faces flushed. Sun Wukong's recent move resembles the legendary technique of the outer body avatar. I have only witnessed such a feat from deities of other nations. I never expected we had one of our own. Everyone, please investigate swiftly. Such a formidable Sun Wukong cannot be without historical documentation. Surely, ancient texts must contain records we have overlooked. However, after extensive searching, no clues emerge. Then someone recalls, Ye Feng mentioned something about the water curtain cave on Flower Fruit Mountain. This seems to be a geographical location. Furthermore, did Ye Feng not create a game titled Hongming Bahuang? I read online that Sun Wukong appears in a Journey to the West scenario. Perhaps therein lies the information we seek. They are now eager to uncover the mythological narrative surrounding Sun Wukong. What kind of legendary tale could portray such a powerful deity? Meanwhile, the situation in Sakura country appears somewhat lackluster. Due to delays caused by Ye Feng, they were a step ahead in accepting the fourth wave challenge. However, Sun Wukong has already completed his challenge while the warriors of Sakura country are still engaged in a grueling struggle. Though the Hachiman deity summoned by the land of cherry blossoms possesses formidable strength, it does not represent the most powerful pantheon of divine entities within the nation. Coupled with the emergence of increasingly potent monstrous beasts, the situation has become quite dire. This predicament is not exclusive to the land of cherry blossoms. Nations such as the land of the morning calm and the Western realm find themselves in similar straits. Among these realms, only the nation of Asan can barely manage to challenge without sustaining injuries. They have all witnessed the remarkable performance of Sun Wukong, leaving them in a state of discomfort akin to having swallowed something unpleasant. Who would have thought that an unassuming little monkey could exhibit such ferocity? This defies the very laws of nature. Engaging in scientific discourse while discussing mythology certainly seems rather absurd. They could not have imagined that the ancient civilization of Huaxia, with its rich history spanning centuries, would boast such formidable mythological figures. Initially, the online commentators from various nations were quite boisterous, but this time they fell into a collective silence. However, the netizens from Huaxia seized the opportunity with fervor. They spared no one who had previously mocked their nation. Come out, you deceitful little trickster. I see you hiding. Don't be shy. When does the live stream of your humiliation commence? I'll shower you with rockets. They also called out to the one who had previously boasted yet faltered, suggesting that if he were to live stream, it would surely eclipse even the most thrilling games of divine selection. Is this the Yama of Asan? Where have you been all this time? Oh, look, you're being chased by the fifth wave of monstrous beasts. After vanquishing the fourth wave, Sun Wukong boldly declared that he was still unsatisfied. Youngster, continue with your challenge. I wish to see what formidable entities this so-called divine selection world has to offer. The other nations, witnessing Sun Wukong's audacity, felt as though they might bleed from frustration. While we are being relentlessly pursued, you have the audacity to express dissatisfaction. Please, be reasonable. You are a monkey, not a human. In light of Sun Wukong's eagerness to volunteer, Ye Feng was more than pleased. Without hesitation, he opted to continue the challenge against the fifth wave of monstrous beasts. Meanwhile, the netizens from Huaxia erupted in excitement. My brother monkey is incredible. What do you mean, monkey brother? I have a name. I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Goodness, I am covered in goosebumps. It makes me want to rush in and join the fray against the beasts. After being incapacitated for 10 years, I am inexplicably standing in excitement. Is this a medical miracle? My brother monkey is amazing. I am going to rewatch Hongming Bahuang. I feel that the deities summoned in the second round of the divine selection game by Master Ye Feng are undoubtedly characters from that narrative. My brother monkey is incredible. Hongming Bahuang is amazing. Master Ye Feng is extraordinary. Ning Zhangwo and others watched Sun Wukong on the screen with exhilaration. They no longer felt the same dread and fear as before. Some even found themselves irritated with Ye Feng, pondering why he hadn't revealed this sooner. Had I known Sun Wukong was this formidable, I wouldn't have worried at all. The divine selection players from the land of cherry blossoms initially believed that summoning the Hachiman deity would secure them a place among the top 5. However, upon reviewing the results, they found themselves relegated to beyond the 10th position, with the land of the morning calm sitting directly before them at 10th place. As for Huaxia, it comfortably occupied the second position, trailing only the nation of Asan. Yet, they were acutely aware that once Huaxia embarked on the fifth wave of challenges, the rankings would inevitably be altered. This was a certainty. Due to the extraordinary prowess of Sun Wukong, his limits remain an enigma, leaving many in awe. Presently, there is a lack of faith in the capabilities of Yama from the Asan kingdom. Nevertheless, the second position remains unassailable. The chosen players from the Cherry Blossom Nation refuse to resign themselves to this fate. The fifth wave of demon beasts has deterred numerous nations. Yet if they accept this challenge, they could potentially secure a place among the top 5. A slightly better performance might even propel them into the top 3. Several leading chosen players gritted their teeth and proposed that Hachiman continue to confront the fifth wave of demon beasts. This suggestion immediately unsettled the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation. It was evident to all that Hachiman appeared utterly fatigued during the fourth wave challenge. And the strength of the fifth wave is even greater. This is clearly a reckless endeavor that could lead the entire nation to disaster. Chapter 9. The Cerberus in response to Ye Feng's decision to continue challenging the fifth wave of demon beasts. The people of Huaxia no longer harbored doubts, but instead offered unwavering support. However, international netizens found it somewhat difficult to accept. They never anticipated that Huaxia would emerge as the dark horse in the inaugural round of the divine selection game. Moreover, judging by the current momentum, it appeared poised to overtake and seize first place. Few nations dared to confront the fifth wave of demon beasts. Currently, only a select few were in the fray, such as the nation of Asan, Huaxia, Beilu, Shila, and the tenacious Sakura nation, which was desperately holding on. Most countries had halted their progress at the third or fourth wave. Their divine players exhibited a steady demeanor, unlike the impulsive Sakura nation, which recklessly chose to continue challenging the subsequent demon beasts. After all, they had witnessed the formidable strength of the latter waves. The divine beings summoned by their own nations were not necessarily a match for them. Even if they pressed on, they would ultimately be reduced to their original forms. To avoid missing the thrilling segments, netizens from other countries flocked to the live streams of Huaxia and other nations. In the realm of divine selection in Huaxia, the fifth wave of demon beasts made its official appearance. Compared to previous waves, this time the number of demon beasts was significantly reduced, totaling only around 200. However, the strength of these demon beasts was incomparable to their predecessors. They were monstrous three-headed canines, towering nearly 15 meters high. This height surpassed the divine beings of over 90% of nations, clearly indicating their formidable prowess. The correlation between height and divine strength was largely proportional, with the exception of the 1-meter-3 tall Sun Wukong. The fifth wave of demon beasts emitted a terrifying azure flame that altered the very essence of the surrounding environment. And to think there were over 200 of them? How could this possibly be managed? The netizens from various nations finally understood why the great deity, Yen-Mo of Asan, was relentlessly pursued and battered by the demon beasts. It was evident that deities of the same caliber were ganging up on a single opponent. In the divine selection realm, Ye Feng could sense an overwhelming heat approaching from a distance, almost suffocating in its intensity. It felt as if he could be eliminated from afar without the adversary even needing to strike. This was something he had never anticipated. A misstep could lead to his untimely demise, and Huaxia would surely follow suit. The international netizens in the live stream also recognized this grave concern. Unlike the worried citizens of Huaxia, they observed the situation with a tinge of schadenfreude. Their nations had numerous divine players, and even if hundreds were to perish, it would be of little consequence. But Huaxia was different. It had only one divine player, and they could not afford any losses. Not far away, Sun Wukong, sensing Ye Feng's discomfort, unexpectedly waved his hand and cast a spell. As the radiant white light of the spell entered Ye Feng's body, the unsettling sensation miraculously dissipated. Ye Feng even experienced a refreshing sense of tranquility. This scene left the netizens from various nations utterly astonished, pondering if the game could indeed be played in such a manner. Who exactly was this Sun Wukong? As the demon beasts drew closer, a look of intrigue appeared on Sun Wukong's face. Cerberus, the world of the Chosen One is indeed intriguing. With this thought, Sun Wukong turned to Ye Feng and said, "Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly." Having said that, Sun Wukong drew a circle around Ye Feng with his golden staff. Observing Sun Wukong's ascending figure, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Of course, Ye Feng would not be as foolish as Tang Sung or Zhu Beiji to venture beyond this protective circle. In the Huaxia livestream, questions arose. Why did Sun Wukong draw a circle? Was it truly meant to safeguard Ye Feng, the esteemed one? If so, how remarkable. Some viewers laughed, suggesting that Sun Wukong was merely conjuring a circle to curse Ye Feng, suddenly finding him rather endearing. The audience in Huaxia was divided, some believing, others jesting. Yet all maintained a sense of confidence in Ye Feng and Sun Wukong. However, viewers from other nations held a different perspective. Could a mere circle truly shield the chosen player from monstrous beasts? Why not ascend to the heavens and stand alongside the sun? It seemed ludicrous that Huaxia believed a simple drawing could render them invincible. This was perhaps the most amusing jest I had encountered this year. To be fair, this deity named Sun Wukong was undeniably powerful, yet his intellect appeared to match that of Huaxia's chosen players, somewhat lacking. To think a circle could protect those within? I would rather eat dung live. These individuals in the Huaxia live stream were spouting nonsense, deliberately belittling Huaxia, which could not be tolerated by its netizens. Were they here to deceive and feast? First, consume the dung they owe. If you love to watch, stay. If not, leave. Do they not feel discomfort if they do not seek out a fight daily? A group of fools. With but a single hair, Sun Wukong could obliterate your mythical characters. What is wrong with drawing a circle to protect the chosen players? While the insults flew back and forth, the battle had already commenced. Sun Wukong boldly leapt into the midst of the monstrous beasts, leaving the viewers in stunned silence. Even the three-headed hellhound momentarily froze, pondering how this mischievous monkey could be so audacious as to seek his own demise. As a beast from the underworld, it was unacceptable to lack a certain fierceness. Without hesitation, the beasts raised their claws to strike at Sun Wukong. Some even unleashed fireballs, hoping to incinerate him. Yet after much bombardment, their efforts proved futile. Sun Wukong remained unscathed, standing firm without losing a single hair. This left the three-headed hellhound utterly perplexed. It mused, "Brother, I am a formidable entity from the depths of hell. Your resilience shames me. Moreover, the fireballs I spewed forth were imbued with the very flames of the underworld, capable of burning all." That he remained unscathed was one matter, but could he not at least stumble or fall? How could he leave the three-headed hellhound's pride unacknowledged? The audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded. Other mythical characters from various nations were being relentlessly pursued by the beasts. Notably, the deity from the land of cherry blossoms was on the verge of defeat. Yet, Sun Wukong from Huaxia had endured such bombardment without a scratch. Isn't this utterly unfair? Some players who have experienced Hongmeng Bahuang can no longer remain composed in the live stream. I recalled that this maneuver is reminiscent of the indestructible body. The updated Journey to the West instance in Hongmeng Bahuang indeed chronicles this. I just took a moment to verify, and it truly is the case. Hongming Bahuang is eternal, and the esteemed Ye Feng is remarkable. Sun Wukong is extraordinary. Viewers from other countries in the live stream were captivated by the four characters Hongming Bahuang in the barrage. Upon discovering that Sun Wukong is not a mythological figure from reality, but rather summoned from a game, they were momentarily astounded. Some netizens even went so far as to circumvent restrictions to play Hongming Bahuang. As a result of the massive influx of players, the game's servers were overwhelmed. Furthermore, many high-ranking officials in various nations followed suit, issuing orders to seize domestic game characters, determined to partake in the second round as well. Chapter 10. New Discoveries. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room of Sakura Country was abuzz with activity, as a multitude of Chinese netizens flooded in, their scornful comments cascading like an unending torrent. At this moment, the Hachiman deity of Sakura Country had lost the formidable aura it once possessed. Pursued relentlessly by over 200 hellhounds, its form grew increasingly tenuous. Many of Sakura Country's chosen players were not spared either. As they fled in desperation, they were crushed into a bloody pulp beneath the feet of the hellhounds, painting the ground in crimson. The players from Sakura Country found themselves engulfed in despair, mirroring the hopelessness of their counterparts in the real world. With each chosen player that perished, 5,000 compatriots in the real world faced random annihilation. One moment, individuals were hurling insults at foreign deities, and the next, they lay motionless on the ground. Fear gripped the populace of Sakura Country, even reaching the Prime Minister, for before the system, all were rendered equal. At that critical juncture, Hachiman could no longer withstand the onslaught. Struck by the flames of the hellhounds, his entire being transformed into a myriad of starlight, dissipating into the ether without a trace. The deity Hachiman of Sakura Country has fallen, marking the failure of the fifth wave of beastly challenges. The system's voice resonated across the globe, igniting a fervor among all. The excitement within Sakura Country's live stream surged tenfold, with an unending stream of comments flooding in. Yet, instead of offering comfort, they were laden with mockery. How could such a deity vanish so abruptly? Please accept my condolences. Who would have thought that the protector deity of the nation was merely a fade, appearing formidable yet impotent? I had believed him to be truly powerful. Wasn't he quite arrogant before? He even ventured into our monkey country's live stream to taunt us. Truly, it echoes the old adage from China. Retribution is inevitable, though the timing may vary. Dear Sakura brothers, do not lose heart. Although you faltered in the first round of the chosen game, a second round awaits. Please continue to strive. Many lives will be lost in Sakura Country this time. Though I know I ought not to laugh, I cannot help myself. As they beheld the derisive comments from other nations, the faces of Sakura Country's netizens turned ashen, as if they had consumed something foul. In truth, had they not participated in the fifth wave of beastly challenges, they would not have encountered such calamitous results. Based on their successful performance in the fourth wave, they were certain to secure a position among the top 15. However, with the fall of the deity Hachiman, they faced a significant reduction in points. Not only might they forfeit rewards, but they could also risk outright elimination. In the fifth wave of beastly challenges, nearly 1,000 chosen players had perished, resulting in approximately 50 million citizens in the real world facing death. This calamity far surpassed that of the small boy and the overweight individual. In the chosen world of China, Sun Wukong refrained from retaliating, primarily to gauge the strength of the summoned spirits. However, after his experience, he found them woefully inadequate. Bored and disinterested, he decided against continuing the game. He planted his golden staff into the ground, chanting incantations as he did so. The staff rose effortlessly, growing taller and wider, reaching skyward with no end in sight. It seems as if one must pierce the heavens of the chosen world before ceasing their endeavors. The infernal three-headed hound, under the weight of the golden staff, is no different from an ant. This directly rendered the hellhound utterly bewildered. For a moment, it was unclear whether you were challenging me or I was challenging you. As the golden staff came crashing down, the formidable hellhound was decisively brought to the ground. The surviving beasts, terrified, hastily fled, leading to a dramatically absurd scene. Sun Wukong, wielding the enormous golden staff, pursued the hellhound relentlessly. The audience in the live stream was once again left in a state of shock. My goodness, while others are pursued and beaten by demonic beasts, here you are, inverting the scenario and chasing the beasts to deliver blows. They could no longer keep track of how many times they had been astonished. Even with prior mental preparation, they were still dazzled by Sun Wukong's display of prowess. The comments in the live stream were ablaze with exclamations of awe. Even many foreign netizens found their attitudes transformed, captivated by the divine abilities exhibited by Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the people of Sakura Country, witnessing this spectacle, were infuriated to the point of spewing blood. In the conference room of the capital, Sun Wukong's performance repeatedly shattered their worldviews and perceptions, leaving Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues numb. It was as if they had been pierced by a dagger, opening their eyes to new truths. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, clutching a large stack of documents. General Ning, we have discovered information regarding the Water Curtain Cave on Flower Fruit Mountain, which reveals an ancient legend of a stone monkey within our borders, bearing remarkable similarities to Sun Wukong. However, this legend has nearly vanished, and we only learned of it from a centenarian, leaving no records online. What? It truly exists. Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues exclaimed in astonishment. They took the documents handed to them, scrutinizing them with the utmost care, as if cradling a precious maiden. In conjunction with the tales of Sun Wukong, they found remarkable correlations. This discovery was nothing short of monumental. It marked the first time that a mythic narrative surpassing the Qing dynasty had been uncovered in China. In the past, few would have believed such truths. Yet now, with Sun Wukong present in the chosen world, disbelief was no longer an option. Quick! Disseminate these findings to every Chinese citizen and establish them as a new mythological record, ensuring they are included in elementary school curricula. This command was issued by Zhao Chongrun, who, as a prominent figure in the academia of China, possessed the authority and qualifications to do so. When Chinese netizens received the official information, they could no longer contain the primal power surging within them. I told you, our vast and rich China surely possesses its own history and mythology. This is a small step for China, yet a monumental leap for the world. Ye Feng is remarkable. Sun Wukong is extraordinary. China is magnificent. As the citizens of China celebrated jubilantly, netizens from other countries found themselves utterly perplexed. However, they paid little mind to it and focused intently on the livestream from China. The Hellhound was being relentlessly beaten back by Sun Wukong, and in just a brief span, half of its number had perished. The fleeing three-headed Hellhound could hardly fathom that. As a formidable emissary of the underworld, it would be vanquished by a mere, unruly monkey. What became of its dignity? Suddenly, one of the Hellhounds caught sight of Ye Feng. By a stroke of fate, Ye Feng also noticed the fleeing creature. The two exchanged glances. Could this foolish dog possibly have intentions of devouring me? Why does it regard me with such peculiar eyes? Ye Feng pondered, his expression a mix of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the Hellhound's inner thoughts churned. This impertinent human dares to glare at me? How intolerable! If I do not consume you, how shall I maintain my standing in the canine realm? Hence, the Hellhound altered its course and charged towards Ye Feng. Good heavens! Could this beast truly be unafraid of death? Though Ye Feng was brimming with confidence and fearlessness, the viewers in the livestream from Huaxia were on edge. They were acutely aware of Sun Wukong's formidable prowess. Even a mere circle drawn by him would be extraordinary. However, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. After all, any misstep could spell disaster for Huaxia. Chapter 11. Doubting the canine existence, Yoshi mused that once Ye Feng perished, the fall of Huaxia would undoubtedly follow, leaving them to witness their arrogance crumble. Although Huaxia's Sun Wukong was formidable, the demise of their singular divine player would render all prior efforts futile. Who was it that proclaimed this circle could safeguard the chosen players? I am eager to observe how this hastily drawn circle intends to protect you. Ha! This feeble barrier aspires to shield the divine players? A mere fantasy. International viewers in the live stream began to fervently stir the pot, particularly from Sakura Nation and the land of morning calm, who yearned for Huaxia's downfall. For only then could they seize the mantle of East Asian supremacy and lead the world. As the three-headed Hellhound lunged towards Ye Feng, he remained steadfast, rooted in place, intensifying the anxiety of the Huaxia populace. Monkey brother, you must deliver this time. Thousands of citizens of Huaxia silently prayed. In the divine realm of Huaxia, from afar, Sun Wukong continued to strike the Hellhound relentlessly, forcing it to retreat. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was perilously close to being devoured by the fleeing beast. The central head of the Hellhound opened its gaping maw, poised to bite down on Ye Feng, whose figure appeared diminutive in comparison to the creature's tongue. Were he to be ensnared, defeat would be inevitable. Crack! Alas, the Hellhound's fangs shattered, blood spilling profusely. The pain brought tears to its eyes. Just as it prepared to engulf Ye Feng, it discovered an impenetrable wall of air surrounding him. The force exerted had caused its formidable fangs to break. The thought of losing the joy of gnawing on bones filled it with resentment. Being pursued and battered by an outrageously powerful monkey was one thing, but to be bested by a mere human? The Hellhound's indignation grew. Unable to contain its fury, it abandoned its fangs and resorted to slashing at Ye Feng with its claws. Despite the ferocity of its strikes, The air wall remained unyielding, leaving Ye Feng unscathed. And even more infuriatingly, he beckoned the creature with a finger. Who could endure such provocation? The hellhound leapt back, conjuring a fierce flame within its maw. With a forceful expulsion, a massive fireball surged towards Ye Feng. Smack! The fireball collided with the air wall, dissipating into nothingness. What sorcery is this? The hellhound was now utterly disillusioned with its canine existence. Its hellfire was capable of incinerating all, yet today it couldn't even scorch an ordinary human. As it prepared to launch a second assault, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, it beheld an ominous canopy, thick with foreboding. In the next instant, like a colossal pillar from the heavens, the golden staff descended with tremendous force. Boom! The hellhound was obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Huaxia has triumphed in the 5th wave of challenges, earning 5,000 points. Currently, the score stands at 9,000, placing me in first position. The audience in the live broadcast room is utterly bewildered. Is it truly possible for this realm to protect chosen players? Are we playing the same game? The hellish Cerberus, which relentlessly pursues deities from foreign lands, appears to be as weak as a mere puppy here in Huaxia. Goodness gracious, a score of 9,000, while the second place, the nation of A, barely surpasses 3,000. This is an astonishing disparity. With each wave of challenges successfully navigated, corresponding points are awarded. Should the chosen player perish or the deity fall, points will be deducted. Can someone please clarify that this is all an illusion, a mere figment of our imagination? The astute individuals have already commenced their immigration procedures to Huaxia. Immigrating to Huaxia? You must be unaware that Huaxia is among the most challenging countries to immigrate to. You fair-weather individuals should find a more comfortable place to linger. No wonder the esteemed Ye Feng remained composed. He clearly possesses a well-thought-out strategy. Without further ado, Ye Feng is the eternal champion. Sun Wukong's performance has completely surpassed everyone's expectations, repeatedly reshaping their perspectives. They cannot fathom the limits of Sun Wukong's prowess. As if he were an endless deity, the system's voice resonated in the minds of people worldwide. Chosen player of Huaxia, will you accept the 6th wave of challenges? This is the final wave, offering richer rewards, yet simultaneously posing greater dangers. Presently, in the chosen world, only Huaxia continues to engage in battle, while other nations have either been eliminated or have voluntarily forfeited their challenges. The first wave merely tested the waters, and many nations failed to summon their most formidable deities. Notably, only Huaxia succeeded in overcoming the 5th wave of monstrous beasts, while others, including the steadfast nation of A, faced failure. In the world of Huaxia's chosen, Sun Wukong is oblivious to the system's announcement. Therefore, Ye Feng cautioned, Great Sage, there remains only the final wave of monstrous challenges. However, this last wave is exceedingly formidable, far beyond the previous ones. Perhaps we should reconsider? Ye Feng's suggestion was gentle, yet laced with concern. The once cheerful Sun Wukong immediately bristled at the notion of retreat. What do you mean reconsider? No adversary can surpass my strength. In my prime, I faced the Jade Emperor in Yama without so much as a furrowed brow. Shall we proceed then? Ye Feng inquired tentatively. We must continue. Whatever comes our way, I shall confront it. Sun Wukong thumped his chest, completely unaware that he had fallen into Ye Feng's trap. Very well, Monkey King. Ye Feng chuckled, then addressed the system. Let us proceed. This decision left everyone once again in a state of disbelief. The strength of the 5th wave of monstrous beasts was already monumental, easily surpassing even the Grim Reaper from Nation A, illustrating their immense power. Although Sun Wukong easily dispatched them, the nature of the 6th wave's beasts remains a mystery. One thing is certain, the strength of the 6th wave will undoubtedly be astonishingly formidable. Otherwise, the system would not have deliberately issued a reminder. This is evidently an attempt to dissuade challengers. Yet, Ye Feng and Sun Wukong responded with a nonchalant attitude, as if it were a mere jest. This caused the people of Huaxia to grow increasingly anxious. Goodness, why does this sensation feel so familiar? Although I am aware of the formidable prowess of the Monkey King, why do my legs still tremble? In the conference room of the imperial capital, General Ning received a classified message from the senior officials of the warring nations, advising that Huaxia should adopt a more cautious approach and abandon the 6th wave of demon beast challenges. They had calculated that the strength of this 6th wave of demon beasts was at least tenfold that of the 5th wave. The secretary, upon receiving this news, promptly reported it to Ning Zhangwo. However, Ning Zhangwo, with a darkened expression, pointed at Ye Feng on the screen and exclaimed, Come, you tell me how to withdraw? The secretary felt somewhat constrained, thinking to himself that he was merely following orders. Had he known, he would have refrained from mentioning it. While Ning Jiangwo and the others could intervene, Huaxia had only one chosen player, Ye Feng. If there were more participants, a democratic vote could resolve the matter. However, with Ye Feng alone, a simple affirmation from him could determine the outcome. There was simply no time to react. Chapter 12. The Three-Headed Demon Dragon. How audacious is Huaxia? Even with a warning from the system, they dare to continue challenging the sixth wave of demon beasts? Truly, they seem oblivious to the meaning of peril. Huaxia? Merely a self-important nation, incapable of becoming a significant force. Yet, one must admit, despite their reckless tendencies, they somehow remain unscathed. This time, however, I am eager to witness whether their overconfidence leads to their downfall. Ha ha ha, Huaxia is destined to follow in the footsteps of our cherry blossom nation. To challenge the final wave of demon beasts is nothing short of fanciful delusion. What you may not realize is that Huaxia boasts a mere 300 years of history, a fact universally acknowledged. What mythological legends can they possibly possess? Even if they do, they are likely of trivial merit. This Sun Wukong was probably summoned by sheer happenstance. Indeed, this Sun Wukong must be their trump card, which is why their chosen player is willing to take the plunge in hopes of overcoming the final challenge. Should they succeed, the subsequent trials may prove somewhat easier. However, should they fail, the outcome remains unchanged. The barrage of comments in the live stream continuously refreshed, with some statements striking at the very heart of Huaxia. Their assertive tone rendered the people of Huaxia momentarily silent. Much of what they stated rang true, even if Sun Wukong provided them a fleeting sense of confidence. But what follows? Can they truly summon formidable deities to fight on their behalf? Despite this, a portion of netizens remained unconvinced. The Sun Wukong summoned by Ye Feng originates from Hongmeng Bahuang, a game featuring numerous powerful characters. If you doubt it, feel free to play. The ability to summon him signifies that Sun Wukong is indeed a mythological figure of Huaxia. In response to the fervent defense of some Huaxia netizens, international participants scoffed. Can you even withstand this challenge, let alone parade around as if you are invincible? We possess even mightier deities, not inferior to your Sun Wukong. Our aim is to ascend the final rankings of the chosen game, while you, Huaxia, merely cling to existence. Survive first before you presume Ye Feng to be your savior. He is but a fool. Foreign netizens were skeptical that Huaxia could summon any powerful deities, even doubting their ability to pass the first round of the chosen game. People from all over the world flocked to the Huaxia livestream. Some came to witness the spectacle, others to revel in their misfortune. While only a small fraction supported Huaxia, in the realm of Huaxia's chosen, after Ye Feng decided to press forward with the challenge, the landscape underwent a dramatic transformation. The sky turned blood red, reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster. Even the self-assured Ye Feng could not help but furrow his brow. Without even encountering the demon beasts, such a formidable aura prevailed. How powerful must these beasts be? Of course, Ye Feng's slight reflection was but a whisper, as this level of strength would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the Black Myth Wukong. Sun Wukong gazed upward, a faint, sinister smile gracing his features. Compared to the previous rubbish, this one truly resembles something substantial. The long-dormant figure has not taken action for an extended period, but now, in this so-called chosen world, he intends to revel to his heart's content. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates through the sky, causing those outside the live stream to wince in pain. Following this, a violent wind sweeps towards Ye Feng and Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, the ground beneath their feet begins to tremble. Sun Wukong scoffs quietly, remaining steadfast and immobile. The fierce winds do not even ruffle a single hair on his body. Behind him, Ye Feng, shielded by a protective barrier, remains entirely unscathed. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream erupt once more. What on earth? Is this even possible? Just how powerful is Sun Wukong? Although the demon beast has yet to reveal itself, any discerning eye can tell that this creature undoubtedly possesses the strength of a divine-level boss. And yet, it cannot even phase Sun Wukong? I can't take it anymore. Sun Wukong is simply a cheat code. This is utterly outrageous. Sun Wukong forever. China is magnificent. Hey, why are you all so anxious? The demon beast merely sneezed. It hasn't even made its entrance yet. Do you truly believe China will emerge victorious? Indeed. I am eager to see how Sun Wukong meets his demise at the hands of the monster. You wretched beings. Is it unbearable for you to refrain from being obnoxious? It's one thing to bark in your own country, but to come to China and disgust us? Just watch me unleash my wrath. In the Chosen Games livestream, there is no censorship of text, meaning that even the most offensive language is displayed without restraint. The ensuing barrage of comments in the live stream becomes somewhat amusing. Countless keyboard warriors from China leave the netizens of Sakura country and the Korean peninsula trembling with fear, particularly from Sakura country. Their insults are limited to a few phrases like baka and baka-yaru, which lack any real sting. Meanwhile, China's profanities can fill 1,000 sentences without repetition. The battle in the chosen world continues. Once the roar subsides, a shadow gradually descends from the sky. This shadow resembles a colossal western dragon, its wings extending for miles. Its size suffocating. When the shadow fully reveals itself, the viewers in the live stream are left utterly dumbfounded, and a brief silence falls over the comments. For the sixth wave of demon beasts can no longer be termed as mere beasts. It is the ultimate, invincible boss. Holy moly, is this the three-headed dragon King Ghidorah from the Godzilla franchise? Does your King Ghidorah stand nearly 1,000 meters tall? This is clearly the three-headed demon dragon from Western mythology. Regardless of its origin, China is genuinely doomed this time. At this height, no ordinary deity can contend with it. Yet, it's rather splendid. Had it not been for China's brave sacrifice, we would not witness such a magnificent spectacle. The people of China in the live stream have now succumbed to utter despair. They initially harbored great hopes, yet upon encountering the sixth wave of monstrous beasts, that hope dwindled to nearly nothing. A three-headed dragon soaring at an altitude of 1,000 meters. How could one possibly combat such a creature? One's head would be crushed in an instant. In the face of absolute power, all resistance seemed futile. In the conference room of the imperial capital, as they gazed at the battlefield in Huaxia displayed on the large screen, Ning Zhangwo and Zhao Chongren wore expressions of profound gravity. Old Zhao, do you believe we still have any hope? Ning Zhangwo inquired softly. Beside him, Zhao Chongren let out a faint sigh. His pallid complexion made him appear aged by several years. General Ning, while the young man Ye Feng possesses considerable potential, he has miscalculated this time. The three-headed demon dragon is not merely 10 times stronger than the three-headed hellhound, but rather over 1,000 times. What? 1,000? 1,000 times? Chapter 13. Confronting the boss. Ning Zhangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. However, he understood that Zhao Chongren was not jesting. Given Zhao's extensive research into foreign mythological systems, his assertion carried weight. Yet, Sun Wukong displayed no trace of fear, hinting at a glimmer of hope. Although Ning Zhangwo was reluctant to acknowledge it, he was acutely aware that this time, Sun Wukong faced an almost insurmountable foe. General Ning, it has been an honor to work alongside you for so long. Zhao Chongren suddenly smiled, a sense of resignation washing over him. Ning Zhangwo felt a stirring within. If even the old sage believed all hope was lost, then their situation was indeed dire. The attendees of the conference room resembled deflated balloons, devoid of vitality. In the realm of the chosen of Huaxia, the three-headed dragon's wings obscured the sky, and its mere flapping could summon fierce gales. Gazing at the hovering monstrosity, it was hard to fathom anyone harboring the desire to engage it in battle. With a fearsome roar, the three heads of the dragon simultaneously directed their fury at Sun Wukong. It too was baffled. How could a mere meter-tall monkey summon such a being? Had the preceding monsters truly been so feeble? Nonetheless, since it had been summoned, the dragon resolved to eliminate its challenger. Without hesitation, the three-headed dragon unleashed its assault. A searing blue laser erupted from its central head, hurtling towards the ground where Sun Wukong stood. The temperature of the laser was terrifying, as if it could dissolve anything in its path. Yet, Sun Wukong merely smirked and retracted his golden staff. This action sent the onlookers into a frenzy. Even now? He withdraws his weapon. He must be aware of his inferiority against the three-headed dragon and has chosen to resign himself to his fate. I expected him to put up a fight. I never imagined he would show such cowardice. Enough of this. There's nothing left to see. Let us disperse. Contrary to the derision from foreign netizens, the people of Huaxia felt deeply frustrated. Brother, where has your former valor gone? You ought to wield your weapon and fight back. Strike with that golden staff. What if you actually prevail? I called you monkey brother for so long, yet you turn out to be this version of Sun Wukong. And that brat Ye Feng, he has truly led us to ruin. So be it, let destruction come. I'm exhausted. At that moment, Ye Feng paid no heed to the opinions of outsiders. Instead, he was preoccupied with contemplating how many of Sun Wukong's attacks the three-headed dragon could withstand. To others, Sun Wukong's withdrawal signified surrender, but to Ye Feng, it was an indication of his earnest intent. The three-headed dragon in Western mythology was formidable. It should be able to endure at least 10 strikes, Ye Feng mused. Just then, as the dragon's laser neared Sun Wukong, the latter finally sprang into action. With a fierce roar directed at the dragon, he declared, "Law of the universe." As his words fell, A dark radiance suddenly expanded from his body, enveloping the surroundings. The earth erupted in a dense cloud of smoke. The blue lasers emitted by the three-headed dragon were similarly dispersed by the black light, causing even its very form to tremble slightly. A thick, ominous haze obscured the sky, rendering the live stream a mere shadowy void, leaving the audience in bewilderment. What had just transpired? Had the lasers from the three-headed dragon simply vanished? Was it merely an illusion? Surely, Sun Wukong must have evaded them, or he would be doomed. Yet, why had the screen turned black? Visibility was completely obscured. It must have been the smoke generated from the lasers striking the ground. The realm of the Chosen Ones possesses unique laws, impervious to any attack or sorcery. As the smoke gradually dissipated, an immense, celestial simian emerged on the screen, towering over the three-headed dragon by more than double its height. What on earth is this? I must be dreaming. Why has such a colossal monkey appeared? Could this be a transformation of Sun Wukong? This society is utterly insane. Even mice dare to act as bridesmaids for cats. This is outrageous. Sun Wukong from Huaxia is undoubtedly the pinnacle of divinity. Some expressed admiration, while others voiced their dissent. How absurd. Sun Wukong merely grew larger, without the aid of sorcery. He is just a larger target. Indeed, we, from Sakura country, have just received intelligence indicating that the strength of this three-headed dragon is 1,000-fold that of the Hellhound. Sun Wukong stands no chance against it. Do you see? This is the once vassal of our nation, Huaxia. We have confirmed that the legend of Sun Wukong originated from our land, stealing myths from others, and even in victory, they are criticized. In the realm of the Chosen Ones, the three-headed dragon was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the enormous simian. It looked up at Sun Wukong, its eyes mirroring the way your pet gazes at you, contemplating. If you mean no harm, I shall take my leave. This was all a misunderstanding. However, Sun Wukong had no intention of engaging in dialogue. He suddenly grasped the left and right heads of the three-headed dragon, startling it. Brother, this is not something to tug at. It could lead to death. Reluctantly, the central head tilted back and unleashed another laser towards Sun Wukong. Yet, he neither dodged nor evaded. The laser struck him, and he remained unscathed. The giant ape bared its fangs and bit down on the central head of the three-headed dragon. Crack! The middle head was crushed in a single bite by Sun Wukong in his simian form, as if it were merely a snack. A torrent of dark blood gushed from the severed neck, cascading to the ground like raindrops. The three-headed dragon, racked with agony, yearned to resist, to roar. But with its remaining heads firmly grasped by Sun Wukong, it was utterly immobilized. Despair engulfed it. It never anticipated that it, a formidable creature of Western mythology, would meet such a humiliating demise. Sun Wukong, having grown weary of the fray, firmly grasped the remaining two heads of the three-headed dragon and with a powerful tug, he tore the beast asunder. Subsequently, as if discarding refuse, he cast its lifeless form to the ground. The viewers in the live stream were left utterly astonished, including those from Huaxia, each one rendered speechless, kneeling in disbelief. How could this be? The three-headed dragon is a being capable of slaying gods within Western mythology. How could it possibly be vanquished by Sun Wukong's sheer brute strength? It was utterly insane. Unbelievable. The Sun Wukong of Huaxia resembled a divine being descended from the heavens. Invincible. Despite my disdain for Huaxia, I must admit that this Sun Wukong has altered my perception of the culture. This is absurd. It cannot be. Huaxia must have cheated. The three-headed dragon is an invincible entity. We protest. How could this Sun Wukong possess such strength? You Huaxians have pilfered our mythology. You are utterly shameless. Chapter 14. Task rewards people of Huaxia. Step forth and elucidate the matter. What explanation can be offered? If I refrain from reprimanding you for a moment, do you not feel a sense of discomfort? How is it that you, from the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the morning calm, display such disdain? Those who previously belittled us from Huaxia, today, one and all, shall face the reckoning. In the realm of reality, I remain silent, yet online, I strike with fervor. If heaven has not bestowed upon me the persona of a keyboard warrior, then my words shall echo through the ages. I possess the power to open the gates of heaven with a keystroke and to vanquish celestial beings with another. Alone, I challenge the might of 3,000 emperors, wielding dual keys to traverse 13 continents. Amongst the realm of keyboard warriors, numbering 300,000, even the most formidable must bow their heads in deference to me. At the pinnacle of immortality, I stand proud in this world. With my keyboard, heaven is within reach. The mighty river of my keystrokes descends from the heavens, a single key striking down upon the world. When the balance of yin and yang falters, I shall wield my infernal keys to cleanse the heavens. At this moment, I grasped the profound significance and responsibility that comes with being a keyboard warrior. At this juncture, Huaxia calls upon me. To the little devils and those from the land of the morning calm, behold my prowess. A multitude of keyboard warriors surged into battle, rallying for our nation and nearly driving the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the morning calm into silence. Observing this, our international allies fell into a hush, fearful of invoking misfortune. It is no jest. Our keyboard warriors challenged the heavens and the underworld alike, and it would be a wonder if you do not emerge drenched in shame. Those who had succumbed to despair, such as Ning Jiangwo and his companions, were taken aback when Sun Wukong concluded the battle in mere moments. The suddenness of this victory nearly caused the elderly scholar to faint from sheer excitement. Joy arrived with an unexpected fervor. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, Ye Feng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that this formidable three-headed dragon would prove so feeble. With a single move, Sun Wukong had vanquished it. After the battle, Sun Wukong transformed from a colossal giant into a diminutive monkey of merely 1.30 meters. As he approached, significantly shorter than Ye Feng, the latter greeted him with a beaming smile. Great sage, you are truly magnificent. What does magnificent entail? Does it refer to something related to cattle? Sun Wukong inquired, furrowing his brow. Great sage, magnificent means exceedingly powerful, unmatched by anyone. Ye Feng explained with a smile. Is that so? Your world's manner of speaking is quite peculiar. Sun Wukong shook his head in confusion. As he drew nearer, Ye Feng, with a teasing glint in his eye, remarked, Great sage, you should be even more aware of magnificent than we are. What do you mean? I am more aware than you. I am at a loss. Sun Wukong gazed at Ye Feng, sensing that this human was up to no good. Great sage, have you forgotten about the Princess Iron Fan, the wife of the bull demon king in the banana cave? Cough, cough, cough. Ye Feng's words left the fearless Sun Wukong momentarily speechless. You scoundrel! Do not speak such nonsense. Sun Wukong shot an irritated glare at Ye Feng. Yet he too was bewildered. He had been exceedingly cautious in the past. Even his good friend, the bull demon king, was unaware of certain matters. How could this human possess such knowledge? It was as if he were present at the scene. As Sun Wukong pondered, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. With so many secrets, he feared that if he lingered any longer, this insufferable individual would expose them all. Well then, since the crisis has been averted, I shall take my leave. With that, Sun Wukong hastily performed a hand gesture. Upon witnessing this, Ye Feng quickly waved and called out, Great sage, may we meet again by fate. However, upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Sun Wukong's expression darkened instantly. He opened his mouth, ready to utter a response. Yet he vanished from the spot. A gentle breeze swept through, as if he had never been there at all. The three-headed demon dragon and the bloodstains on the ground dissipated alongside him. The Huaxia nation successfully overcame the sixth wave of demon beast challenges, earning 10,000 points. Currently totaling 19,000 points, placing them in first position. The first round of the Divine Selection Challenge has concluded. Rewards and penalties will be distributed based on rankings. The system's voice resonated in the minds of people worldwide. Those ranked higher were elated, while those at the bottom wallowed in despair. Particularly, the 5 nations at the bottom had succumbed to utter hopelessness. They scrambled to emigrate and flee their homelands, yet the system's penalties did not grant them such an opportunity. Their nations, along with their civilizations, were completely obliterated, as if they had never existed on Blue Star. In stark contrast, the top-ranked Huaxia was engulfed in jubilation. This day was more vibrant and festive than even National Day. Under Ye Feng's leadership, they had achieved an astonishing comeback to seize first place, a source of immense pride. No one had anticipated that the civilization-stricken Huaxia would emerge victorious in the first round of the Divine Selection game, outpacing the second place by an astonishing margin. The rewards are as follows. The people of Huaxia simultaneously received the system's announcement in their minds. 1. National lifespan increased by 5 years. 2. Exceeding the task challenge earns the Great Freedom Sutra, which can be cultivated by all citizens. Successful practitioners may extend their lives and even become cultivators. While the rewards may seem modest at first glance, they sent the people of Huaxia into a frenzy of excitement. An additional 5 years of life could mean the world to many on the brink of death, especially for researchers. An extra 5 years could elevate Huaxia's scientific achievements to unprecedented heights. Even the slightest advancement would be invaluable. The second reward, the Great Freedom Sutra, though cultivation had yet to commence, was already clearly articulated by the system. The promise of longevity brought hope to countless critically ill individuals. Now, Through the cultivation of the Great Freedom Sutra, people could transcend scientific limitations to liberate themselves from illness and suffering. What a monumental achievement this was. Furthermore, the people of Huaxia could potentially cultivate to become the legendary practitioners. Just this alone was enough to etch Ye Feng into the annals of Huaxia's history. This day would not only be remembered by Huaxia, the entire world would remember Ye Feng, the legendary figure who turned the tide and saved a nation. Numerous rival nations had already begun dispatching spies to secretly investigate Ye Feng's identity, determined to uncover his weaknesses and defeat him in the next round of the divine selection game. However, some individuals from Huaxia find themselves in a state of frustration, as they have not received the rewards bestowed by the nation. These individuals are immigrants, many of whom have come to Huaxia seeking financial gain. Especially with the onset of the divine selection game, there is a fervent desire among these individuals to re-immigrate and escape Huaxia. Were it not for the pressing time constraints and the cumbersome immigration procedures, a significant portion of them would have already fled. Now, as Huaxia triumphs in first place, they remain mere spectators, which is both amusing and absurd. Of course, there are exceptions. Only those immigrants who have fully integrated into Huaxia and acknowledged it as their homeland, as well as foreign nationals who embrace this nation, are able to receive rewards from the system, akin to the citizens of Huaxia. While some rejoice, others lament. The top 5 nations are Huaxia, the nation of Asan, Shilla, Beilu, and the Desert Nation. These 5 countries are exempt from the penalties of death for the chosen ones. Chapter 15. The Vengeance of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The nations ranked after the top contenders were not as fortunate. Particularly, the Cherry Blossom Nation faced the devastating consequences of the death penalty for their chosen players, leaving them in a state of utter despair. Although they were not among the bottom 5, their points were meager, and the rewards they obtained were pitifully scant. Nevertheless, they attributed all their misfortunes to the Huaxia region. In the conference room of the Cherry Blossom Nation, a man clad in a yellow military uniform and sporting a mustache slammed his hand on the table in anger. Damn it! Our Cherry Blossom Nation was poised to break into the top 10, had it not been for Ye Feng and Sun Wukong stirring the pot. We would not have strayed from our path and subsequently faced defeat. He was the head of the Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen game, holding a position equivalent to that of Huaxia's Ning Jiangwo. Seiji-kun, there is no need for us to be overly anxious, remarked a senator seated in the second row with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, another senator chimed in. Huaxia may have summoned Sun Wukong to fight for them this time, but what about next? Huaxia is internationally recognized as a nation with a brief historical narrative. What myths could they possibly possess? Even Sun Wukong was merely appropriated from another's mythology. Though we have lost the first round of the chosen game, the deity Amaterasu still watches over us. In the forthcoming rounds, we shall have ample opportunities to reclaim our position, another voice exclaimed. Indeed, we possess the formidable Yamata no Orochi and the support of countless deities. By the final showdown of the chosen game, there will certainly be a place for the Cherry Blossom Nation. The civil servants, military personnel, and senators all contributed their thoughts. In their eyes, the Cherry Blossom Nation had merely lost a single round, and surely they would make a comeback. They regarded Huaxia's victory as mere luck, unworthy of concern. While the discussions continued, a man in a suit burst into the room, his expression fraught with anxiety. He hurried to Seiji's side to report urgently, Seiji-kun. The deaths of numerous civilians have incited protests across the nation, and some individuals are even assaulting the Prime Minister's residence. Damn it, Seiji exclaimed, striking the secretary's face with a resounding slap. The secretary immediately bowed his head, trembling. I apologize. How could you fail to handle such a matter? Seiji berated. If the Prime Minister is harmed as a result, we shall all be compelled to commit harakiri. Seiji's furious reprimand left the secretary pale and speechless, while those seated around them dared not utter a word. Damn it, why are you still sitting there? Go and protect the Prime Minister at once. Seiji slammed the table in fury. With a collective response of understood, the attendees rose simultaneously, their expressions grave as they hastened out of the conference room. Having meticulously strategized on how to confront Huaxia, they were utterly unprepared for the impending turmoil within their own nation. Following the conclusion of the first round of the chosen game, there would be an extended period of respite. Some nations were busy preparing the necessary information for the upcoming rounds of the chosen game. Some nations have succumbed to despair and given up entirely. The divine selection game draws upon myth and legend, which poses a formidable challenge for smaller nations that lack cultural and historical depth. What they revere as divine figures are, in the eyes of larger powers, mere footnotes. How can they possibly compete? Among these nations is Huaxia. In the conference room of the imperial capital, The attendees hastily concluded their lunch and reconvened for an urgent meeting. The number of participants was noticeably greater than before, as those scholars who had been connected via video call had returned. Some were conducting field research, while others were attending weddings in their hometowns. Nevertheless, they all set aside their commitments and rushed back to the imperial capital. Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Chongren remained in prominent positions. Despite Huaxia's victory and first-place finish, they found no solace. A palpable cloud of anxiety loomed over them, stifling their breath. They were acutely aware that aside from Sun Wukong, they could scarcely identify another deity who could stand alongside him. Not only could they not find an equal, but they could not even locate a contender in the same league. Furthermore, the difficulty of the divine selection game was steadily escalating, a fact well understood by all present. Some antiquated scholars even harbored quiet grievances against Ye Feng, questioning why he had summoned Sun Wukong so early. Such a powerful ally should have been reserved as a trump card. It was akin to playing a game of cards and revealing a royal flush at the outset. Where's the enjoyment in that? Were Ye Feng privy to their thoughts? He would undoubtedly scoff, proclaiming, "All I have are bombs in my hand." If Sun Wukong truly exists, could other game characters from Hongmeng Bahuang also be summoned? The tranquil conference room was soon filled with scholarly suggestions. One scholar contended, "I am not so sure." An elder expert retorted, "The reason Sun Wukong could be summoned by Ye Feng is due to the existence of the stone monkey legend in our culture. However, the other characters from Hongmeng Bahuang are virtually untraceable, let alone part of popular folklore. If Ye Feng had not summoned Sun Wukong, we would have never come to know of the stone monkey legend. I firmly believe Hongmeng Bahuang is merely a reimagining of our own myths." The previous scholar countered defiantly. "Humph." The expert scoffed, "I do not mean to disparage the youth, but while Hongmeng Bahuang possesses a rich narrative backdrop, to claim it as a mere rehash of Huaxia's mythology is something I, Li Zhao, cannot accept." The expert's remarks incited the scholar's frustration, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. His assertions were mere conjecture, devoid of any substantiating evidence, and thus could not hold ground. Although a dispute had just unfolded, Ning Jiangwo refrained from interjecting, for this was the atmosphere he desired. Truth often emerges from debate. Each person expressed their views. While on a business trip, I gathered some folk legends, such as the deity who blesses children with high scores and the god who ensures victory in gambling. The speaker is a young scholar specializing in the intricate realms of mythology and history. He traverses the expansive territories of Huaxia, diligently gathering intelligence that eludes conventional sources. However, his assertions have been met with derision from numerous experts. "Are you certain this is not some jest?" they scoff. Setting aside the dubious possibility of successfully summoning these so-called deities, do you truly envision them engaging in examinations for monstrous entities? Gambling, perhaps? The scholar's expression soured, pondering whether his contributions warranted such vehement backlash. "If it comes to that, let us reach out to Ye Feng. He may have devised a strategy," suggested one of his colleagues. Chapter 16. Li Feng under scrutiny. In response to the proposal, the assembly nodded in agreement. After all, Li Feng had just led Huaxia to victory, yet the majority held ambiguous expectations of him. In the realm of divine selection, Li Feng lay in a thatched cottage, indulging in a deep slumber. Though modest in size, the cottage was well equipped with delectable Huaxia cuisine and all necessary amenities, aptly embodying the ancient adage that even the smallest sparrow possesses all vital organs. The system had yet to announce the commencement of the next round of divine selection, leaving Li Feng to languish in an endless wait. In contrast, the other realms, bustling with inhabitants, engaged in lively conversations, alleviating their worries. Among the 20,000 participants, nearly half were women, providing ample opportunities for entertainment. Conversely, Li Feng felt as though he were a mere flea, trapped in monotony. Just as he drifted into slumber, a video call interrupted his peace. The attendees in the conference room were taken aback to find Li Feng lounging in bed, and their expressions turned dark. They thought, "While we toil anxiously, how can he find the leisure to sleep?" Had it not been for Li Feng's recent triumph in leading Huaxia to victory, they would have expressed their displeasure vocally. Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Chongren were equally surprised, yet they did not share the ire of the others. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. Li Feng's ability to rest assured them of his confidence in the forthcoming divine selection game. This was indeed a positive sign. Ning Jiangwo rose, adopting a congenial tone as he softly called out, "Li Feng." His demeanor left the assembly astonished, particularly the more traditional members. Had it not been for Ning Jiangwo's esteemed position, they would have been tempted to admonish him. After a gentle call, Li Feng finally awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find the room full of people staring at him intently, which took him a moment to process. Though he muttered a few expletives under his breath, his voice was too soft for anyone to hear. Sitting up, Ye Feng nonchalantly inquired, "Esteemed friends, what brings you here?" His casual demeanor irked the seasoned scholars, who prided themselves on their vast knowledge and expertise. However, they suppressed their frustrations, for Ye Feng was now a prominent figure in Huaxia. Anyone who dared to speak ill of him would face the wrath of millions of keyboard warriors, ready to unleash a torrent of criticism. Ning Jiangwo smiled gently. "Ye Feng, we were just discussing which deity to summon for the second round of divine selection. However, after much deliberation, we reached no conclusion." Ye Feng, astute as ever, recognized the implicit message woven through Ning Jiangwo's words. Without hesitation, he replied courteously, "Rest assured, I have several deities at my disposal for summoning, all of whom belong to our Huaxia." "What?" The assembly gasped in astonishment at Ye Feng's declaration, including even the composed Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Chongren. Ye Feng, are you speaking the truth?" Zhao Chongren inquired, rising from his seat with palpable excitement. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at Ye Feng, akin to admiring an exquisite beauty. Ye Feng smiled and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. And the prowess of Sun Wukong can only be deemed average." This revelation was even more explosive than the previous one, igniting a fervent excitement among the attendees of the meeting. They were astounded to learn that a figure as formidable as Sun Wukong could merely occupy a middle position. It was utterly astonishing. What might the other deities Ye Feng spoke of be like in comparison? They were at a loss, unable to comprehend. Ye Feng observed their reactions keenly, as he had anticipated such a response all along. This was precisely why he was so eager to participate in the divine selection game. Only he could resurrect the mythical grandeur of Huaxia. Of course, a faction of the older generation remained skeptical, as they found it hard to believe Ye Feng's assertions. The entirety of Huaxia, and indeed the world, was largely unaware of the myriad mythologies of Huaxia. How could a mere youth, still wet behind the ears, possess such knowledge? They did not aim to undermine Ye Feng or belittle Huaxia. Rather, they felt overlooked. They, being among the most erudite in Huaxia, resented the notion of being overshadowed by a young man. Their unwillingness to concede led them to seek opportunities to outshine Ye Feng in scholarly discourse. "What deity do you plan to summon for Huaxia in the second round?" one of the antiquated experts queried, his tone devoid of the excitement displayed by Zhao Chongren. Ye Feng candidly responded, "I am still unclear about the specifics of the second round of the divine selection game, thus I cannot determine which deity to summon." The expert chuckled dryly, his expression unchanging. "Then may I inquire, which deities do you know?" Faced with a barrage of questions, Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Although he felt somewhat peculiar, he maintained his humility. The characters within Hongming Bahuang are the lost mythological figures of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, the expert sprang to his feet in disbelief. "Impossible. Li Zhao, that is enough." Zhao Chongren interjected sternly. Li Zhao appeared poised to retort, yet upon meeting Zhao Chongren's gaze, he ultimately restrained his words. "Ye Feng, please do not take offense." Zhao Chongren suddenly adopted a cordial demeanor. Ye Feng spread his hands, indicating that it was of no consequence. He understood that the journey of mythological education was arduous. Altering these individuals' perceptions would not transpire overnight. It was akin to the Great Wall of Huaxia, a monumental edifice constructed over countless dynasties and by innumerable hands, one brick and one tile at a time. Just as the discussion was heating up, a rapid knock echoed through the conference room. The urgency in the knocking suggested that the person outside was quite anxious. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Secretary Ning Jiangwo, his countenance troubled, and his brow furrowed from the moment he entered. "General Ning, we have received the latest classified report." The secretary approached and whispered. Ning Jiangwo frowned slightly and instructed the secretary to speak before the gathered assembly. His intention was for Ye Feng to overhear, thus sparing him the need to repeat himself. Furthermore, all those present in this room had successfully passed their political scrutiny, rendering the likelihood of betraying their country by divulging sensitive information almost negligible. The secretary hesitated momentarily, yet the next instant complied with the request without reservation. There were stirrings from the Cherry Blossom Nation. It appeared they aimed to secure first place in the forthcoming divine selection game, with an intent to target our Huaxia, secretly conspiring with countless other nations. These despicable wretches. The assembly seethed with indignation. Huaxia was already facing insurmountable challenges. Had it not been for Ye Feng's presence, they might have faltered even in the initial round. Now, they audaciously contemplated further suppressing Huaxia, casting it into a state of irreversible despair. Chapter 17. The Divine Ladder. How can one not feel a surge of indignation? Amidst this fury, A sense of heaviness and trepidation weighed upon the hearts of the crowd. The land of cherry blossoms is a nation steeped in myth and legend, a historical titan that stands in stark contrast to the realm of Huaxia. Although Ye Feng professes his ability to summon formidable deities, it is essential to acknowledge that the land of cherry blossoms boasts an array of powerful spirits as well. The divine beings spoken of by Ye Feng are but figments, while those of the cherry blossom nation are tangible. Such a comparison naturally leads many to conclude that the latter holds the superior hand. Ning Jiangwo raised his hand, interrupting the cacophony of insults and uproar, and with a solemn expression inquired, "Have we discerned which deity the land of cherry blossoms intends to summon in the second round of the divine selection games?" Knowledge of both friend and foe may not guarantee victory in every battle, but it could afford Huaxia a fleeting opportunity to breathe. The secretary nodded, responding, "The land of cherry blossoms will summon the legendary creature, the Yamata no Orochi, in the second round of the divine selection games." Upon hearing the name Yamata no Orochi, the countenance of the assembly soured as if they had swallowed a fly. A palpable sense of despair washed over some. Observing the silence that enveloped the crowd, the secretary added, "This intelligence was procured at the cost of our spy's life." This statement subtly conveyed the message that they must not betray the sacrifices made by the great souls for Huaxia. Instantly, a wave of reverence swept through the assembly. Even the elder statesman appeared notably more solemn. After a moment of silent tribute lasting 2 minutes, Zhao Chongren slowly elucidated. The Yamata no Orochi is a malevolent deity of disaster for the land of cherry blossoms. This fearsome serpent, with its 8 heads and 8 tails, is aptly named Yamata no Orochi. Legends whisper that within its being lies a sword of mythical caliber, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers, shattering myriad laws. Though it may not be the supreme deity of the cherry blossom realm, it is undoubtedly a formidable force, signifying the nation's unwavering resolve to compete for prominence. Zhao Chongren's words, without a doubt, darkened the expressions of those present even further. Hope had been scarce to begin with, and now it seemed utterly extinguished. If only Sun Wukong had not been summoned in the first round, lamented a scholar. Indeed, only Sun Wukong could stand against the Yamata no Orochi. However, once a mythical figure has been summoned, they cannot be called upon again. Ye Feng, however, remained unfazed by the news of the Yamata no Orochi. Yamata no Orochi? Is that truly considered a formidable deity? What a jest! The dragon tendons casually acquired by Nezha during his youth in the Eastern Sea, that fellow known as the Third Prince, is far superior to this mere serpent. With a resigned shake of his head, Ye Feng mused on the naivety of the assembly, realizing they had yet to witness the true breadth of the world. A mere serpent demon, and they were stricken with such fear? Ye Feng, we should strive to avoid a direct confrontation with the land of cherry blossoms in the second round. It would be prudent to adopt a more cautious approach, ensuring that we do not suffer a devastating defeat. Ning Jiangwo expressed his concern. The others echoed his sentiments, advising that caution is the mother of safety. It is merely a serpent. There is no need for alarm. I have my methods. Ye Feng replied decisively. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the crowd found themselves at a loss, uncertain whether to persuade or to support. It was akin to an individual embarking on a gamble. Despite the knowledge that the odds were overwhelmingly against success, a glimmer of hope lingered. What if fortune favored them this time? Yet, the stakes of failure were alarmingly high, beyond the capacity of any individual to bear. With his resolve firmly established, Ye Feng declared his intentions unequivocally and severed the call, leaving a flurry of disarray among those in the conference room. Time flowed unceasingly, and 2 days passed. Throughout this period, the fervor within Huaxia showed no signs of abating. Remarkably gifted individuals, after practicing the Great Freedom Heart Sutra, demonstrated an ability to traverse walls and rooftops with astonishing agility, leaving countless netizens in awe. Many foreigners were awakened to the reality that Huaxia's martial arts were indeed a tangible phenomenon, raising expectations significantly. Conversely, some skeptics attributed this success to mere luck, arguing that only Huaxia had summoned deities of a divine caliber in the initial round, ensuring their triumph. Meanwhile, Ye Feng in the world of divine selection did not squander these 2 days. He discovered that after mastering the Great Freedom Heart Sutra, he felt lighter, with an enhanced appetite and a revitalized body, thriving in every aspect, perhaps influenced by the divine selection world. His cultivation speed surpassed that of any Huaxia individual on Blue Star. The second round of the divine selection game is about to commence. The system's cold voice resonated globally, pulling those immersed in fleeting tranquility back to the stark reality. Concurrently, live streams from 196 nations reignited. As netizens flocked to their respective channels, fervently cheering for their national divine selection players. Divine Ladder. Game rules. Divine selection players manifest deities and must ascend the divine ladder together. The nation with the most levels climbed will secure victory. Failure penalty. The last 5 nations will face obliteration. Although the populace was already aware of the penalties for failure, hearing it reiterated evoked a wave of tension and fear. As the system's announcement concluded, an endless expanse of white steps materialized in each divine selection world. The steps, vast and lengthy, could accommodate thousands simultaneously. Gazing up at the ladder that seemed to pierce the heavens, a sense of despair washed over the crowd. Between the steps lay a half-meter gap, meaning that one misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall. The online barrage of comments surged in intensity. What on earth? This time, divine selection players are required to ascend the ladder together? Is this a matter of shared glory and shared doom? Ascending the divine ladder? For the nation known for its extraordinary exploits, this was a mere trifle for our divine selection players. We possess years of experience in scaling trains. A nation of exceptional prowess? We are also a nation of warriors. I assert that our divine selection players must seize the opportunity to ascend the ladder before our deities do. Otherwise, we would be remiss in honoring our reputation as a nation of fighters. This time, our northern kingdom is poised for greatness. The first position is undoubtedly ours. Oh, ascending the ladder to success seems so effortless. Thus our Sakura nation shall graciously accept the top honor. Those upstairs must be dreaming, perhaps? Our nation will simply smile in silence. In Huaxia, there exists but one chosen player. Should he inadvertently meet with misfortune, would that not spell the end for Huaxia? It goes without saying, certainly. However, given Huaxia's impressive performance in the first round, one might speculate that they could surpass expectations in the second round. Indeed. Huaxia finds itself in a rather unfair predicament. While others may afford to lose multiple times, Huaxia cannot afford a single defeat. And Huaxia? Even should they triumph repeatedly, what significance does it hold? A nation with merely 3 centuries of history is certainly not destined to emerge victorious in the end. Chapter 18. The Eight-Headed Serpent. For the emerging civilization of Huaxia, many nations regarded it with indifference. These nations, with their millennia-long histories, boasted comprehensive mythological systems, replete with countless legends and deities. Nations such as Jinta, Shala, and Beilu prided themselves on their rich mythologies, considering them a source of national pride. In their eyes, Huaxia appeared merely as a fortunate child who had achieved high marks, lacking the gravitas to make a significant impact. The celestial ladder of divine selection manifested visibly, radiating a soft white light, resembling a pathway to a terrestrial paradise. At first glance, it exuded no hint of danger, instead inviting awe and reverence. Yet, all were acutely aware that the second round of the divine selection was far from the simplicity it projected. While other nations summoned deities to assist them in battle, Huaxia convened an urgent meeting to strategize their response. The celestial ladder, seemingly straightforward, undoubtedly harbored treacherous challenges. Would there be monsters disrupting the deities and divine players during their ascent? It was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The divine players would face formidable obstacles in their quest to ascend. What could be done? Other nations possessed numerous divine players who could easily endure the trials, even at the cost of lives. However, Huaxia had but a single divine player. A spirited discussion ensued, and the atmosphere in the imperial capital's conference room grew increasingly tense. If the second round was specifically designed to target divine players, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to Huaxia. The competition has commenced. Let us first connect with Ye Feng, commanded Ning Zhangwo. Soon, 2 videos from different realms were linked. At that moment, Ye Feng was curiously examining the celestial ladder, unlike the representatives of other nations who were summoning deities to ascend. As the video appeared, Ye Feng had yet to utter a word when Ning Zhangwo and others interjected. Ye Feng, this second round of divine selection may very well be aimed directly at divine players. Let us adopt a cautious approach. We can observe the performance of other nations. Even if our ranking is low, as long as you remain unharmed, all will be well. Ning Zhangwo sought to alleviate the pressure on Ye Feng, expressing himself with care. After all, if Ye Feng were to falter, Huaxia's fate would be sealed. Upon hearing Ning Zhangwo's words, many others echoed similar sentiments, all urging Ye Feng to exercise utmost caution. As long as you are not among the last 5, everything will be fine. Even the venerable experts, usually stern, spoke kindly to Ye Feng. Observing this, Ye Feng felt somewhat exasperated, realizing his previous remarks had been in vain. However, upon reflection, he understood. Huaxia lacked national confidence, particularly in terms of its history and culture. Mythology, as a manifestation of culture, played a crucial role. In the absence of a robust mythological framework, it was only natural for such sentiments to arise. For now, it seemed impossible to alter this perception, unless Ye Feng could lead Huaxia to a string of victories. The consecutive victories have led the entire world to question their existence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to alter the perceptions and views of others, particularly those of the Chinese people towards their own heritage. In order to instill confidence in the masses, Ye Feng nodded in agreement, contemplating that he would ultimately act according to his own inclinations, regardless of their opinions. Meanwhile, the comments in the Huaxia livestream were far from optimistic. Why has the esteemed Ye Feng hesitated for so long? Could it be that he has yet to determine which deity to summon for the battle? I can't shake the feeling that Ye Feng seems somewhat uncertain. Could it be that he is unaware of the various deities from Huaxia? But wait, isn't there the Hongming Bahuang? I recall that it features numerous characters that should be summonable. Yet, even if they can be summoned, what difference would it make? This second round is a heavenly ladder competition, and even the chosen players must participate. What if something goes awry? That would spell disaster. What should we do? Simply waiting idly is not a solution. Although the system has not disclosed how much time we have, it is certain that time will eventually run out. If we fail to act by then, we will face merciless elimination. The chilling thought of the last 5 nations from the first round being erased by the system, leaving no trace or civilization behind, sends shivers down their spines. If Huaxia were to join those final 5, would our grand nation be erased as well? A nation that has been erased leaves nothing behind. Its territory reverts to nature, resembling a land that has never been developed. Such a method is deeply terrifying. As the comments continued to scroll, suddenly, a particularly striking comment caught the attention of everyone in the Huaxia livestream. This is disastrous. The deity summoned by the Sakura nation is actually the Yamata no Orochi. The viewers still engaged in discussion were left utterly dumbfounded. The fame of Yamata no Orochi is immense, so much so that it cannot be overlooked. Yamata no Orochi? Is it not the legendary eight-tailed serpent of the Sakura nation? What else could it possibly be? It seems the Sakura nation is quite serious this time. This is merely the second round of the chosen game, and the Sakura nation has summoned such a formidable deity. Are they aiming for first place? Or is there another agenda? Previously, some viewers from the Sakura nation had mentioned that they would make us Huaxia pay for it. Could it be that they intend to target us? Among countless viewers, there are those with quick wits. In their speculative musings, they quickly deduced the Sakura nation's intentions. While Yamata no Orochi is not among the highest-ranked deities in the Sakura nation, it is certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, its strength is formidable. Many Huaxia viewers have watched Sakura Nation's anime, which features the presence of Yamata no Orochi. Influenced by the anime, many have begun to feel a sense of despair. If their conjectures hold true, and the Sakura Nation indeed aims to target Huaxia in the second round, then this battle will be far more challenging than they had imagined. Though the fight has yet to commence, the morale in the live stream has plummeted, leaving many restless. Brothers, quickly follow me to the Sakura Nation's live stream and engage in battle. Even if we must perish, let us taunt them before we do. As the barrage of comments from the live stream room incited enthusiasm, a multitude of individuals from Huaxia flocked into the Sakura Nation's broadcast. The atmosphere within the Sakura Nation's live stream was exceptionally vibrant, for it not only attracted viewers from Huaxia, but also people from various nations across the globe. At that moment, the Sakura Nation became a focal point of the world. The Sakura Nation was the chosen realm of the divine. Beneath the central ladder to the heavens stood a colossal figure, the legendary Yamata no Orochi. This serpent boasted 8 heads and 8 tails, with each head resembling that of a dragon, its eyes gleaming a vivid crimson akin to red chili paste. Its back was adorned with moss and trees, while its belly, in a state of decay, oozed with blood, and above its crown, 8-colored ominous clouds perpetually drifted. Chapter 19. The Resplendent General. Moreover, its form is as colossal as 8 towering mountains, rivaling 8 vast valleys in size. Although referred to as a serpent, the Yamata no Orochi more closely resembles a dragon in the strictest sense. The sense of oppression it exudes is even more formidable than that of the dread deity Yama summoned by the first round of the A3 nation. Standing nearly 50 meters tall, it is the tallest divine being summoned thus far. One can only imagine its unparalleled strength, firmly placing it at the forefront of power. Yet, the visage of the Yamata no Orochi evokes an aura of wickedness, a malevolence rivaling that of the three-headed dragon. While dragons are typically associated with lust, the Yamata no Orochi surpasses even the three-headed dragon in its sinister nature, rendering it somewhat enigmatic. Some netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation, brimming with pride, took to live streaming to elucidate and educate foreign viewers. Our summoned deity, the Yamata no Orochi, is a type of yokai, one of the most ancient in our lore. It is said that within its being lies a divine sword capable of cleaving the heavens and earth, possessing boundless power. Indeed, the seemingly evil appearance of the Yamata no Orochi is due to its nature as a harbinger of calamity, a fearsome serpent that brings disaster. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Sun Wukong summoned by the Huaxia in the first round pales in comparison to our Yamata no Orochi. Furthermore, it is rumored that the creature delights in feasting upon monkeys. Initially, the Huaxia netizens, who were observing and seeking opportunities, seized upon the audacity of the Cherry Blossom Nation to mock their Sun Wukong. The Yamata no Orochi? It is merely an overgrown serpent spirit. How dare you compare such a creature to our Sun Wukong? Your Cherry Blossom Nation is truly comical. The three-headed dragon towers over 1,000 meters. Yet your eight-headed serpent is hardly larger than its toenail, and you claim it is superior to Sun Wukong? Have you forgotten that just recently, millions perished in your nation? Shall I remind you again? The Cherry Blossom Nation shall not find peace until I do. Although the Huaxia netizens pointed out numerous shameless acts of the Cherry Blossom Nation, foreign netizens held a differing opinion. They even sided with the Cherry Blossom Nation, aiding in the distortion of facts against the Huaxia netizens. This support stems from the apparent investment and prominence of the Cherry Blossom Nation in the second round of summoning, which positioned them at the forefront. These foreign netizens were not willing to provoke the Cherry Blossom Nation for fear of repercussions. However, most foreign netizens remained mere spectators. Some even ridiculed Huaxia for its overreach. Moreover, the fact that Huaxia had yet to summon a deity became a point of contention for the Cherry Blossom Nation, who seized upon this as leverage against Huaxia. The exchange of insults between the Huaxia and Cherry Blossom netizens ended in a stalemate, given that this was the latter's home ground. In addition to the Cherry Blossom Nation, other countries summoned their own deities to bolster their national presence, with particularly formidable entries from the A3 nation. No matter how one speaks of it, they are undeniably one of the ancient civilizations, steeped in profound heritage. The deity they summon is none other than the fierce Azura, or more accurately, the Azura King. He is depicted with 3 heads and 6 arms, his robust physique exuding an aura of both righteousness and malevolence, while his flowing white hair cascades behind him. Yet, his stature is merely 20 meters, far inferior to the towering Yamata no Orochi of the Cherry Blossom Nation. As for who possesses greater strength between the two, no one can ascertain, for they are unable to engage in combat. The sole means of discernment lies in their heights. Of course, the exception to this is the diminutive Sun Wukong, standing at a mere 1 meter and 3 centimeters. Next, we turn to the Celestial Nation, another ancient civilization, which calls forth the solar deity Apollo. Apollo, the offspring of the chief god Zeus and the night goddess Leto, is the twin brother of Artemis. He holds a distinguished place in the mythology of ancient Celestia. Revered as the god of the arts, he presides over light, youth, healing, livestock, and music. He is humanity's protector, the god of illumination, prophecy, migration, and navigation, as well as a deity of medicine and disaster averting. With an array of titles, he is favored by many, particularly among the fairer sex, for his striking handsomeness rivals even that of Ye Feng. Standing at approximately 20 meters tall, he is somewhat shorter than the Azura of the Third Nation. Additionally, there are the nations of Infanta, Northern Realm, and the Warring Nation, all of which rank among the top 10 in the first round of divine selection. These countries boast rich legacies, steeped in myth and legendary figures. Returning to the realm of the Huaxia divine selection, after much contemplation, Ye Feng finally decided upon whom to summon. As he murmured incantations, a radiant golden light descended from the heavens. Once the brilliance faded, a child of about 8 years materialized before him. Dressed in a red vest and draped in a flowing crimson cloth, adorned with a golden collar around his neck, he stood shorter than even Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing the arrival of Nezha, a smile illuminated Ye Feng's face, convinced that this was a surefire choice. However, the viewers in the live stream were left utterly dumbfounded. What is this? A mere child? Is this truly a deity? Their minds were in disarray, although they understood that Ye Feng's perspective diverged from that of ordinary individuals. How could a 1-meter-tall child ascend the heavenly ladder and lead Huaxia to victory? Child labor. Ye Feng is engaging in the illegal employment of minors. This little rascal appears formidable. Being summoned by Ye Feng suggests he is no ordinary child. Indeed, this child possesses an endearing charm, likely a well-behaved lad. The live stream was rife with a plethora of comments, ranging from frustration to curiosity and everything in between. At that moment, discordant comments began to flood the Huaxia stream, evidently from individuals of the Cherry Blossom Nation seeking to stir trouble. Has Huaxia truly run out of deities to summon, resorting to calling forth a mere child? Indeed. With a mere 300 years of history, what mythological tales could possibly emerge? Previously, Sun Wukong was merely a thief of the Rui Jingu Bang, and now, which nation's legends have been appropriated this time? The chosen players of the Huaxia would not genuinely believe this child to be a second Sun Wukong, would they? Do they truly think that a shorter stature equates to greater strength? It is utterly laughable to enlist an 8-year-old to fight on behalf of a nation of over 1 billion. How audacious of Huaxia. In response to the mockery from netizens of the land of cherry blossoms, few from Huaxia chose to retaliate, for they lacked the confidence to do so. Even players familiar with Hongmeng Bahuang find themselves quietly lamenting, as they are unfamiliar with Nezha altogether. Their understanding of Nezha is fundamentally lacking. Chapter 20. Deceived into crippling in truth, Ephong found himself in a state of helplessness, as the characters within Hongmeng Bahuang predominantly consisted of ancient deities from Huaxia, such as Pangu and Yuhua. Occasionally, he would introduce some novel quests inspired by tales like Journey to the West and Chang'e Flying to the Moon. Given the current difficulty of the divine selection game, the appearance of these ancient gods was simply unattainable. Even figures like Sun Wukong and Nezha had already reached the pinnacle of existence. Consequently, the Huaxia netizens were unable to encounter any other characters from Hongmeng Bahuang. In the conference room of the imperial capital, they initially anticipated that Ye Feng would summon a formidable deity, thereby stabilizing their rankings and avoiding a significant drop. Instead, he summoned a mere child, leaving many seasoned experts infuriated. They exclaimed in disbelief, "What arrogance!" Even Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Chongren, who had faith in Ye Feng, wore expressions of dismay. If Sun Wukong was an exception, did this child not also represent an anomaly? Although foreign mythologies contain tales of child deities, their powers are typically feeble, such as Cupid from the Western nations. How could they contend with other countries under such circumstances? With the deity now summoned, there was no way to halt the process, as the divine selection allowed for only one deity to be summoned per round. Thus, they could only choose to place their trust in Ye Feng. This sentiment reflected their resignation. With Ye Feng's approach, they feared that they would not only be thwarted by the system, but would also succumb to the shock induced by Ye Feng himself. The rules of the divine selection game were indeed intriguing. The strength of the summoned deity was not solely based on their narrative background, but also took into account the audience reception and influence of their mythos, as well as the number of their devotees. Despite the cultural disjunction experienced in Huaxia, the deities summoned by Ye Feng hailed from the world prior to his transmigration. In that previous realm, many Huaxia myths were widely known, some having been passed down for millennia, boasting billions of followers. Their influence was overwhelmingly superior to that of the majority of other nations. The system was designed this way to prevent certain nations from exploiting bugs within the game. Otherwise, the very essence of the divine selection would be lost if one could arbitrarily conjure invincible deities. Deities must rely on their followers and the structure of their mythos and influence. In the Huaxia divine selection world, Ye Feng remained blissfully unaware of the mockery taking place in the livestream. At present, he was engaged in a courteous conversation with Nezha, displaying an even greater degree of politeness than he had towards Sun Wukong. After all, this formidable figure before him was known for decisively extracting the dragon tendon without hesitation. Of course, in terms of sheer power, Nezha did not match Sun Wukong. However, Ye Feng dared not voice this thought in Nezha's presence, for it could lead to significant repercussions. "What business do you have with me, mortal?" Nezha inquired first. As he spoke, he surveyed his surroundings, particularly the direction of the heavenly ladder and supply station, clearly sensing some peculiar forces at play. Ye Feng spoke with a gentle demeanor. "Third Prince, I wish to represent Huaxia in inviting you to ascend this celestial ladder." The mention of the celestial ladder caused Nezha to pause momentarily, turning his gaze towards the seemingly endless structure. With a slight curl of his lip, he replied, "Is this all you wish to discuss? My apologies, but I find myself disinterested." Despite the enigmatic surroundings, Nezha, as a deity, had encountered many worldly affairs. To summon him from afar merely to ascend a ladder seemed rather trivial. Thus, he resolutely declined Ye Feng's request, harboring a hint of resentment. This exchange, however, stirred excitement among some viewers in the live stream. "It has happened. Our esteemed Ye Feng is once again bargaining with a deity." One exclaimed, "Why does it seem that Ye Feng treats this third prince with more deference than he does to the Monkey King?" Regardless, the Monkey King remains unparalleled. "I can't shake the feeling that this child is quite troublesome." The scene shifted back to the Huaxia chosen world. Observing Nezha's refusal, Ye Feng had anticipated this outcome and remained unperturbed. He continued, "Third Prince, this matter pertains to the entirety of Huaxia, a matter of great significance. Moreover, you are unaware that our civilization is currently besmirched. Even a diminutive nation like Sakura Country dares to show us disrespect. Sakura Country? Nezha furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend which nation was being referenced. The very nation across the sea when you once stirred the waters. Ye Feng prompted. Oh, I recall now. It was a savage land inhabited by wild men. Nezha suddenly understood, reflecting on Ye Feng's prior words. He then frowned and inquired. These wild men now dare to mock our Huaxia? Ye Feng nodded. Indeed, and there is something I have yet to disclose. What is it? Nezha's annoyance was growing. Sakura Country has summoned the Yamata no Orochi, claiming to be descendants of the dragon clan. They seek vengeance for the dragon tendons you once took from their dragon prince. Ye Feng embellished the tale. As expected, upon hearing this, Nezha's fury ignited. His aura surged with an extraordinary intensity. Had Ye Feng not trained in the Great Freedom Heart Sutra for 2 days, he would have undoubtedly suffered injuries from Nezha's overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, the viewers from Sakura Country were incensed at this revelation. When did our great Sakura Empire become a savage land? And wild men, you say? This insolent brat is courting death. I'll be eager to see how he behaves when he ascends the celestial ladder. Yet, the grievances of the Sakura viewers went unnoticed. For the Huaxia audience was captivated by the Nezha summoned by Ye Feng. In the Huaxia chosen world, Nezha declared, I am the great god of the 3 altars. And a mere serpent summoned by a band of wild men dares to speak to me in such a manner? Indeed, even I, a pacifist, cannot tolerate this. Ye Feng continued to stoke the flames. So, the Yamata no Orochi, is it? Nezha clenched his fists, ready to confront the challenge. In times past, when it wreaked havoc upon the world, the celestial realm had deliberated on whether to dispatch minor deities to punish it. Had it not been for its feeble nature, which could scarcely be deemed worthy of merit, it would not have survived to this day. Now, as it dares to provoke me, it must not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a grand gesture, Nezha unleashed a beam of golden light from his hand, soaring into the distance. In mere moments, a violent explosion erupted several thousand meters away, accompanied by a thick cloud of dark smoke. Nezha's display of power startled the viewers in the live stream. What on earth? This casual strike is akin to a missile? I was mistaken. I should not have doubted the esteemed Ye Feng. My apologies, Monkey King. But I find this third prince to be truly formidable. Oh no, Ye Feng is eternal. Chapter 21. The existence of deities. The netizens of Huaxia are filled with excitement, while those from Sakura Country feel a sense of gloom. How can the illustrious Yamata no Orochi of our Sakura Country, a being capable of slaying gods, be dismissed so casually, deemed inferior even to a minor deity? And to think, we are not even credited with a single achievement? Is this a farce? Despite the indignation welling within, the dialogue between Nezha and Ye Feng seems devoid of jest. Furthermore, the strength Nezha has recently exhibited is formidable, undoubtedly placing him among the top 10 deities summoned this time. Crucially, this is not even his true power. Thus, it suggests that Nezha's potential might be even more terrifying. The likelihood of such a being fabricating tales is minimal. As for the contest of strength between him and Yamata no Orochi, the netizens from Sakura Country still prefer to admire their own deities. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen gods, Nezha has largely grasped the current situation and has expressed his willingness to ascend the heavenly ladder, albeit with a minor stipulation. Noting the ambiguous smile on Nezha's face, Ye Feng realizes that this cannot bode well. However, refusing him might prompt this rascal to abandon the conversation, leaving Ye Feng with no recourse for lamentation. Reluctantly, he nods in agreement. Speak, what is your condition? Nezha beams once more. It is quite simple. Since you have summoned me, you should also be able to summon my father. Upon hearing Nezha mention the formidable Li Jing, the king of the pagoda, Ye Feng's heart sinks. Oh no, this lad isn't contemplating something concerning his father, is he? The mere thought of the imposing Li Jing sends shivers down Ye Feng's spine. He feels utterly cowardly, and not just slightly. While he might jest with Sun Wukong and Nezha, facing Li Jing instills a fear so profound that even 100 lives would not suffice to embolden him. Once you summon my father, find a way to destroy his Linglong pagoda, so I won't frequently find myself trapped within it. Nezha declares with an innocent demeanor. What nonsense is this? Destroy the Linglong pagoda of the king of the pagoda? Wouldn't Li Jing then have to be renamed the king of handled matters? Who would dare such an act? Ye Feng feels a cold sweat break out, yet he cannot bring himself to refuse. No wonder Li Jing once sought to strike him down. With such a wicked and cunning son, who would dare raise him? One would need to assess his fate before even considering it. In truth, Ye Feng can comprehend the situation. Nezha's relationship with Li Jing has never been amicable, There was a time when Li Jing nearly took Nezha's life due to his misdeeds. However, these matters do not pertain to Ye Feng. Even if he agrees to Nezha's request, he has no intention of following through. After all, he is merely playing Nezha for a fool, not the other way around. Moreover, Nezha's antics could very well be life-threatening. Few would dare to destroy the Linglong Pagoda of the King of the Pagoda. The question lingers, would Sun Wukong dare to intervene? Ye Feng ponders. Meanwhile, while Ye Feng and Nezha engage in conversation, others from various nations are already ascending the heavenly ladder, with the highest climber nearing the 4,000th level. In the land of cherry blossoms, the formidable Yamata no Orochi evidently sprinted ahead, leading the divine players of Sakura Nation at the forefront. In stark contrast, Ye Feng seemed to engage in leisurely conversation with Nezha, as if he regarded the divine selection game with utter indifference. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream grew increasingly restless. Come on, you two, continue your chat while moving. Don't just stand idle down there. The team in second to last place has already ascended hundreds of steps. Our time is running short. Ye Feng, brother, I humbly beseech you, cease your banter, for if this continues, our nation shall be lost. This is truly exasperating. These two are not even professing love, yet they converse endlessly. God, how did you perish? Me, waiting for others to chat while I await my demise. The Sakura Nation netizens lurking in the Chinese livestream seized this opportunity to mock. Is this all? You boast about being the deities of the three altars and the sea. I'd say it's more akin to an old pickle jar. Hilarious. Our divine Yamata no Orochi has already surpassed 4,000 steps. Why is your China still stagnant? They must have recognized their impending defeat and thus relinquished any hope of victory. China is pathetic. Do you truly believe you can compete with us of Sakura Nation? Dream on. Everything unfolded as anticipated, devoid of surprises. The divine selection game featured a ranking board, displaying each nation's standings, with Sakura Nation proudly occupying the first position, followed closely by Shilan Nation, A3 Nation, Northland Nation, and the Fighting Nation, among others. Ye Feng was oblivious to the external circumstances. However, he remained acutely aware of the divine selection game. As for the lack of action, it was simply because there was still ample time. The ascent of the heavenly ladder stretched infinitely, while Sakura Nation's Yamata no Orochi had only climbed 4,000 steps, an insurmountable distance from the summit. Since the system mandated reaching the peak, it implied an abundance of time. Otherwise, the game would lose its initial significance. Moreover, there was a more crucial reason. Nezha was not inclined to ascend hastily. Ye Feng had hinted at this multiple times, yet Nezha feigned ignorance. Haha, you mortals are quite amusing. I find you intriguing, Nezha remarked with a smile. His interest was not of a romantic nature, but rather a recognition of friendship. Despite having weathered many storms, Nezha's disposition remained that of a child, which explained his extensive dialogue with Ye Feng. By the way, how does the world fare now? Nezha suddenly inquired. Ye Feng's attire piqued his curiosity, as it clearly belonged to a dynasty he had not previously known. Since the dawn of the Qing dynasty, I have not ventured into the mortal realm. The heavens have declared their non-interference in human affairs, leaving only minor deities to preside over the earthly domain, Nezha added. Upon hearing these words, Ye Feng momentarily struggled to comprehend. This revelation bore considerable weight. He, an atheist, had always perceived deities as mere fabrications. Even though the legendary deities have been summoned before him, he remained skeptical, willingly attributing these occurrences to the system. Yet, Nezha's words undeniably affirm the existence of divine beings. The ancient adage that spirits dwell 3 feet above our heads seems to hold true. However, one question piques Ye Feng's curiosity. Why does the celestial realm refrain from intervening in earthly matters? Is it because we have entered an era dominated by technology, rendering divine intervention obsolete? The more he contemplates, the more he is convinced of this possibility. After a prolonged silence, Ye Feng gestures to summon a cerulean screen, revealing the wonders of the 21st century to Nezha. As the images shift continuously, Ye Feng patiently elucidates each marvel. This is modern-day China. This is our self-constructed J-20 fighter jet. This is our aircraft carrier. Here are our rockets. And these are our cars, computers, video games, animations, films, and so forth. Chapter 22. Mortal Flesh. Standing beside the divine, the myriad of novelties captivated the youthful Nezha, who was filled with immense excitement. He realized that his absence from the mortal realm for so many years had resulted in an unimaginable loss. Although Nezha was a deity, he had never encountered such wonders before. The realms of gaming and animation, in particular, were veritable sirens to children. Who among the young could possibly resist such an array of enchanting diversions? The two conversed for some time until Nezha, Noticing the differences between contemporary Huaxia and its historical counterpart, posed a perplexed question. Why are there so many foreign religions in Huaxia? What has become of our indigenous faiths, temples, and deities? The images displayed before him evoked no sense of familiarity. The former Huaxia had been rich in such traditions, hence Nezha's inquiry to Ye Feng. This question left Ye Feng momentarily speechless. With a resigned smile, he elucidated. Around the time of the Qing dynasty, Huaxia's civilization and history experienced a profound rupture, resulting in the complete disappearance of all previous cultures and mythological frameworks. All civilizations and mythologies prior to the Qing dynasty vanished? Nezha exclaimed in astonishment. This was indeed a grave matter, one that could potentially reverberate throughout the celestial realm. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, could this be connected to the celestial decree of non-interference in mortal affairs? His speculation arose from the temporal overlap, both events occurring during the Qing dynasty centuries ago. Ye Feng nodded, adding, as I mentioned earlier, the loss of civilization and history has emboldened even the most insignificant nations to disrespect us. His words were laced with indignation towards foreign nations. In the live stream, viewers from Sakura Nation scoffed at his remarks, some even reveling in Huaxia's decline, which was precisely what they had hoped for. Upon hearing this, Nezha's expression darkened. Is this truly the state of affairs? How have the descendants of Huaxia allowed such disgrace? Even in the absence of civilization and history, we cannot permit such indignities. As a fellow descendant of Huaxia, Nezha felt a deep sense of outrage at the current plight of his homeland and a profound disappointment in his compatriots. Ye Feng, as a time traveler, shared sentiments nearly identical to Nezha's initial thoughts and feelings. He sighed and patiently recounted the true circumstances surrounding the rupture of Huaxia's civilization. The essence of history and culture seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. No one knew what existed before the Qing dynasty, nor did they comprehend the depth of Huaxia's historical tapestry. Ye Feng spoke passionately, his emotions surging as he conveyed the gravity of the situation. His words resonated profoundly with the viewers from Huaxia, leaving them in awe. Yet, soon after, skepticism arose. After all, the intricacies of Ye Feng's assertions appeared almost fantastical, and the internationally recognized history of Huaxia was a mere 300 years. More importantly, how could Ye Feng possess such profound knowledge when the world was largely unaware? Even Ning Zhangguo, present in the conference room, shook his head slightly. He had initially believed that Ye Feng was a person of great potential, yet he was taken aback by the latter's flights of fancy. Numerous scholars and experts echoed this sentiment, asserting that Ye Feng's claims were unfounded. Only Zhao Chongren, a researcher of history and mythology, remained noncommittal, neither affirming nor denying. With narrowed eyes, his gaze toward Ye Feng underwent a significant transformation. Furthermore, the foreign netizens in the live broadcast scoffed at Ye Feng's words, with some even too apathetic to mock him. In the realm of the Chinese divine selection, Ye Feng exhibited videos and images to Nezha, showcasing the atrocities committed by the Cherry Blossom Nation against China in modern times. Even those with hearts of stone would be moved by these visuals. However, the vile actions of the Cherry Blossom Nation were utterly contemptible, their cruelty inciting outrage. The Azure screen also displayed segments from the War of Resistance, where the descendants of China rose with weapons in hand to defend their homeland. Despite being vastly outnumbered, they triumphed in this conflict. The scene then shifted to contemporary times, revealing numerous memorials dedicated to martyrs, heroes of China who bore the heavy burden for their people. They were magnificent, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine in their mortal forms. This was Nezha's reflection after watching, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy as a deity. Meanwhile, the Chinese audience in the live stream, moved by Ye Feng's narrative, found their eyes brimming with tears. Initially bewildered by Ye Feng's purpose, they now comprehended. China may lack deities and a storied history, but it possesses extraordinary individuals who shoulder the responsibilities of this nation, bearing its weight forward. We may not hold faith, but if we do, it is in our country, China. After a considerable time, the emotional tide began to settle. If Ye Feng's image had been revered before, it now commanded deep respect. Even those antiquated skeptics who harbored reservations about Ye Feng began to shift their perspectives. At this moment, Nezha stood silently, his brow furrowed, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Sensing the opportune moment, Ye Feng spoke again. The Eight-Headed Serpent I mentioned earlier belongs to the Cherry Blossom Nation. Do you have any thoughts on this? Thoughts. Naturally, it would be to obliterate him. Nezha replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. In that case, it is time for us to ascend the heavenly ladder. All right. Nezha responded with unexpected enthusiasm, his previous reluctance dissolved. At that moment, A tumult of suppressed anger churned within him, demanding release for his peace of mind. Nezha removed the magical silk from his person and offered it to Ye Feng. Understanding its significance, Ye Feng accepted it with gratitude, donning it with care. It suited him remarkably well, and he expressed his heartfelt thanks. For one must always be courteous in dealings. Subsequently, Nezha performed a series of gestures, slowly beginning to levitate into the air. As he danced, 2 wheels of flames suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The wind and fire wheels. Ye Feng gazed fervently at the wheels beneath Nezha's feet. Such an artifact. How he longed for a pair of his own. Yet, it remained merely a fleeting thought. After all, these wheels were bestowed upon Nezha by the Grand Master Tai. Their value comparable to that of Sun Wukong's Cloud Somersault. Furthermore, they possessed offensive capabilities, arguably surpassing the Cloud Somersault in sheer prowess. Moreover, this extraordinary item existed in singularity throughout the world. For Ye Feng to acquire them, he would have to first bring Nezha to tears. But, was that even feasible? Nezha, riding the dazzling wind and fire wheels, swiftly soared toward the heavenly ladder. Meanwhile, with the aid of the misting celestial silk, Ye Feng followed closely behind. Chapter 23. The Chosen Game Synchronization. The viewers from Huaxia in the live broadcast room were filled with excitement upon witnessing the 2 individuals finally ascending the heavenly ladder. Wow, what is that fiery wheel beneath the third prince's feet? It is simply dazzling. These 2 esteemed figures have finally decided to take action. If they continued their idle chatter, I might just lose my mind. While I greatly enjoy the storytelling of the illustrious Ye Feng, I am far more concerned about our Huaxia descending to the bottom 5. What is that red fabric draped over Ye Feng's body? It appears incredibly formidable. Perhaps it would look even more enchanting on a woman. The crowd was astonished by Nezha's wind-fire wheels and the cosmic silk, for there are very few deities who summon magical artifacts to aid them, and to summon 2 at once is a rarity indeed. This instilled a renewed sense of hope among many in Huaxia. Furthermore, numerous young women began to flood the screen with messages expressing their admiration for Ye Feng, some even proclaiming their desire to bear a child as charming as the third prince. The atmosphere in the Huaxia live stream was vibrant and thriving. However, lurking within the Huaxia live stream were foreign viewers who mocked and derided the spectacle. So what if they are now climbing the heavenly ladder? Many nations have already ascended to great heights, and with each step up the ladder, the challenges become increasingly daunting. What is the purpose of all these flashy displays? In the end, they will still be left behind. As for the third prince, more like the 3 fools. Do they think that using magical artifacts can alter the current state of affairs? Dream on. Not long after these words were uttered, Nezha delivered a swift rebuke. With the wind-fire wheels under his command, he soared upwards, carrying the draped Ye Feng with him. The speed of their ascent was simply astonishing. Those who had previously mocked them were left speechless. It was as if they were riding a rocket, while others climbed step by step. They were akin to a cow taking flight, exceedingly impressive. The most elated among them were the Huaxia viewers, whose expectations were set at the bottom tier. Yet, Nezha and Ye Feng provided them with an extraordinary surprise. At this rate, a spot among the top 10 seemed quite possible. For these individuals, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, Ye Feng felt a sense of exasperation. It is known that the wind-fire wheels can traverse 3,000 miles in a single day. Though this is merely a generalization, the true speed depends on the wielder. In no time, Nezha surpassed numerous foreign deities, closing in on the top 10 in less than 5 minutes. Such achievements sent shockwaves across the globe, propelling the Huaxia live stream to unprecedented heights. The deities of Huaxia have reached the 5,000th step, synchronizing with foreign nations. Synchronization complete. The system's voice echoed in the minds of the Huaxia populace. Ye Feng paused momentarily, sensing no apparent changes around him. Nevertheless, he dismissed his thoughts, prioritizing their ascent. He and Nezha quickly resumed their pursuit. However, upon reaching the 6,000th step, they were taken aback to discover a colossal figure ahead of them. How could there be deities from other nations here? Not only was Ye Feng stunned, but all viewers in the Huaxia live stream exchanged perplexed glances. I have come to understand that the system just mentioned that after surpassing 5,000 rungs, it synchronizes with other nations. This is undoubtedly a whimsical enhancement introduced by the system to make the ascent of the heavenly ladder more engaging. Ye Feng quickly discerned the rationale behind this design. The system must have intended to infuse some excitement into the climb, as the mere act of ascending the ladder lacks a certain challenge. As for why everyone is only now becoming aware of this, it is because the deities from other countries ascend the ladder at varying intervals. Furthermore, they have maintained a consistent pace since their ascent began, with each deity separated by a certain distance, rendering them unaware of potential encounters. Nezha, on the other hand, is in pursuit, hence the convergence with the deity ahead. The distance between Nezha and the deity in front of him gradually diminished until they were on equal footing. To Ye Feng's astonishment, this deity turned out to be the Azura from the country of Asan. Behind the Azura stood the chosen players of Asan, who, bolstered by the Azura's power, could maintain the same speed. However, while Nezha and Ye Feng soared through the air, they relied on their legs. The appearance of Nezha and Ye Feng caught their attention, particularly that of the Azura, who cast a sullen glance at Nezha. Yet, upon recognizing Nezha, his pupils instantly constricted, and a sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As the crowd's focus was entirely fixated on Nezha, they failed to notice the subtle changes in the Azura. 3 heads and 6 arms. Quite intriguing, Nezha remarked, but alas, your strength is rather lacking. Ye Feng, concerned that Nezha might not recognize the deity, clarified. He is the Azura from Asan. His strength is mediocre at best, and his 3 heads and 6 arms pale in comparison to yours. Their exchange ignited a furious response from the chosen players of Asan. How dare they mock so brazenly, even in the presence of their deity? The chosen players could hardly swallow their indignation and collectively urged the Azura to teach the intruders a lesson, showcasing the might of their great Asan. Not only that, but even the viewers from Asan's live stream joined in, hurling insults at Ye Feng and Nezha. How audacious for a mere child to act so arrogantly. It would be a disservice not to punish him on behalf of his father. The demands from the chosen players left the Azura drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself, would you kindly be quiet? If you want to get me killed, just say so. The Azura remained unfazed, leaving the people of Asan utterly perplexed. Conversely, upon hearing the provocations from the chosen players, Nezha turned to the Azura, inquiring, what is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? The chosen players were poised to erupt in anger, yet they could hardly fathom that the deity they summoned would stoop down and respectfully clasp his hands, saying, this humble deity bears no discontent. I implore you, esteemed immortal, to proceed first. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. A towering deity, over 20 meters tall and exuding formidable power, was bowing respectfully to a mere child of 1 meter in height. The absurdity of the situation was nothing short of comical. Particularly infuriating were the netizens from the country of A, who incessantly boasted in foreign live streams, nearly driving themselves to apoplexy. It is essential to recognize that Azura is among the most esteemed deities of their homeland, boasting formidable strength that is undoubtedly classified as exceptional. The pantheon of gods in A is extensive. Indeed, even Buddhism, one of the 3 major religions, originated from their land and has since spread across the globe. Thus, the significance of Azura is immeasurable. The summoning of Azura was clearly aimed at achieving a prestigious ranking. Yet, this formidable entity had the audacity to refer to itself as a mere little god before a young child. This audacious display left the proud netizens from A utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments from the Huaxia netizens had become overwhelming, with a chorus of voices exclaiming, Ye Feng, forever. Those who had previously doubted the connection between Ye Feng and Nezha found themselves humbled, now kneeling in reverence and singing praises. Even the higher echelons of Huaxia regarded the events with incredulity. Chapter 24. You cannot afford to play. You resort to ambush in the conference room of the imperial capital. Ning Zhangwo urgently commanded, quickly investigate. Are there any legends of children in our mythology? This was the second time that Ye Feng had delivered such a delightful surprise. While elated, he also felt a twinge of discomfort. It was forgivable that they were unaware of the first round featuring Sun Wukong. But now a child had emerged who even the gods of the Asen nation had to bow before. How could this not astonish him? Darn it, what were those scholars of culture, history, and mythology doing all this time? How could they have failed to recognize such historical mythological figures within the borders of Huaxia on 2 consecutive occasions? Although Ning Zhangwo was displeased, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that such words could offend many, including the esteemed Zhao Chongren. In the synchronized world of divine selection, Nezha regarded Ashura with surprise and remarked, Oh, I did not expect you to discern my strength. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. Despite his diminutive stature, Nezha spoke with an air of wisdom that rendered the divine players of the Asen nation speechless with indignation. They were not foolish. After all, their own deity had conceded. And who would dare to provoke further? However, Nezha's subsequent statement nearly drove them to despair. Unfortunately, you are not yet worthy of ascending to the heavenly realm. Otherwise, I might have taken you with me as my servant. Ashura kept his head bowed, not daring to utter a word. While the people of the Asen nation were on the verge of tears, for their deity to become a servant to Nezha, such humiliation was unbearable. Many frustrated divine players, distracted by their anger, inadvertently fell from the celestial staircase, meeting their demise below. Meanwhile, the staircase had already reached over 7,000 levels, with the foremost being the Yamata no Orochi from the Sakura Nation. After all, the Sakura Nation had invested heavily in this round of divine selection. They could not afford to emerge empty-handed. Moreover, the Yamata no Orochi was among the first deities to set forth. While other nations were still in the process of summoning their deities, they had already surged ahead. Nezha's divine perception was remarkably powerful. He had sensed the presence of the Yamata no Orochi ahead. His swift flight was directed towards it. Having grown accustomed to dragon tendons, it was time to indulge in a different flavor. "You may take your time," he said, dismissing Ashura and the others. "I am far more intrigued by that eight-headed serpent above." With that, Nezha disregarded Ashura and accelerated to pursue the Yamata no Orochi alongside Ye Feng. Relieved that Nezha had no intention of complicating matters for him, Ashura let out a long sigh. He had been genuinely terrified. It was only due to his 3 heads and 6 arms that he had sensed the terrifying power within Nezha. The scene shifted to the Sakura Nation. Since the game's inception, their Yamata no Orochi had maintained an absolute lead, filling the hearts of the Sakura people with excitement. They were actively engaging in various discussions within the live streams of other nations. The praises sung for the land of cherry blossoms, proclaiming its superiority and eternal brilliance, have silenced the voices of discontent from foreign netizens. Only nations steeped in rich culture dare to offer sardonic remarks. Nezha, accompanied by Ye Feng, raced forward, swiftly surpassing several divine beings from various nations, who merely glimpsed a shadow darting by before it vanished from sight. In no time, Nezha caught up with Ye Feng, matching the pace of the formidable Yamata no Orochi. The chosen players seated atop the serpent were the first to notice the approaching enemy, their expressions darkening instantly. Upon recognizing Ye Feng of Huaxia at Nezha's side, they were struck with astonishment. How could Huaxia have caught up so swiftly? This seemed inconceivable. Previously, Huaxia had refrained from summoning divine beings, and even after doing so, had remained passive. This led them to believe Huaxia was incapable of further combat, especially since they had maintained an absolute lead, causing them to neglect Huaxia's movements. Their plans to target Huaxia had been set aside, as securing victory for their own nation took precedence. Yet, they could never have anticipated that the first to catch up would be a chosen player from Huaxia. Such speed was indeed terrifying. Nezha's presence also drew the attention of Yamata no Orochi, though the serpent dismissed him entirely, failing to regard him even once. Is this the divine serpent of the Cherry Blossom Nation? It appears rather unimpressive, not even a fraction of my former adversary, the Dragon King's third son. Nezha scoffed, his voice audible to all present. Ye Feng chuckled upon hearing this, remarking, "After all, their divine beings are limited. We are here to claim the first position, so let us disregard these fellows for now. Let us spare him this time." Nezha had longed to strike, but complied with Ye Feng's words for the moment. His reluctance to act was not born of kindness. He harbored a desire for the Cherry Blossom Nation's obliteration and would not extend them a helping hand. His earlier words were merely a prelude to a more satisfying reckoning later. Imagine this. You venture out to redeem a lottery ticket worth 5 million, only to have it snatched away just as you grasp it. Would that not incite fury? How have I become so cunning like Nezha? Ye Feng pondered, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, the foreign netizens watching the live stream felt a twinge of disappointment. They had anticipated a clash between Huaxia and the Cherry Blossom Nation, only to witness a solitary path taken by one and a straightforward way by the other, a mere false joy. As Nezha prepared to overtake Yamata no Orochi and ascend further, the Cherry Blossom players began to conspire. A shadow of malice flickered in their eyes, revealing their treacherous nature. A few of them whispered insidiously to Yamata no Orochi, who then directed an assault towards Nezha. One of the serpent's heads suddenly unleashed a torrent of water, aimed directly at Nezha's rear. The speed was astonishing, almost in the blink of an eye. Observing this, Chinese netizens were left seething with frustration. The nation of cherry blossoms, engaging in a treacherous ambush. Among over 200 countries, you are the most shameless of all. How infuriating it is. This group of miscreants only knows how to employ underhanded tactics. While they boast of being a polite nation, it is truly repulsive. I shall take action. If the neighbor from the land of cherry blossoms dares to step outside, I shall discreetly give him a kick. In response to the insults and mockery from Chinese netizens, the individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation remained remarkably unfazed. They found it amusing, asserting that this is merely a competitive game. If one is ambushed and falls, they have brought it upon themselves. You too could engage in ambushes. But alas, the people of China are rather foolish. The victor claims the throne while the vanquished are cast aside. Perhaps you, from China, should ascend to the heavens and maintain your lofty ideals. Chapter 25. Gunshot to the serpent's head. The people of Sakura country take pride in what others deem shameful, and their audacity astonishes all onlookers. One individual's shamelessness might be tolerable, but an entire nation exhibiting such brazen conduct is simply beyond comprehension. Even the cultured individuals like Ning Jiangwo were incensed, their faces flushed, voices raised in vehement curses, disregarding decorum. They had anticipated underhanded tactics from Sakura country, but did not foresee such a treacherous strike at this juncture. Should Nezha fall victim to this ambush, it would surely lead to a catastrophic downfall, possibly resulting in both Ye Feng and Nezha plummeting to their demise, dragging all of China into ruin. In the synchronized world of the Divine Chosen, the water waves expelled by the Eight-Headed Serpent surged with alarming speed. Yet the distance separating it from Nezha provided a fleeting opportunity for reaction. Ye Feng, positioned behind Nezha, was the first to perceive the threat. The serpent's watery assault was aimed directly at him. Nevertheless, Ye Feng remained unperturbed, not even furrowing his brow. After all, being in the presence of the third Prince Nezha, who would dare to fear an ambush from a mere serpent demon? That would be a gross disrespect to Nezha. As the water waves seemed poised to strike Ye Feng, Nezha finally made his move. He swiftly gestured with his fingers while murmuring incantations. The sun and moon coexist, 1,000 spirits return, the boundless universe, swift as a decree. The last 5 words erupted from him in a fierce roar. As his voice resonated, the golden bracelet adorning his wrist soared forth, expanding from small to immense, radiating a dazzling brilliance. In that instant, he transformed, no longer an 8-year-old child, but a youthful figure standing at over 1.70 meters, with long hair cascading behind him, exuding an aura of mystery and strength. The water waves from the Eight-Headed Serpent were effortlessly dissipated by a mere wave of Nezha's hand. Witnessing Nezha's effortless counter to the serpent's ambush, the crowd erupted in exhilaration, particularly upon seeing Nezha's transformed visage, which ignited a surge of confidence among them. Overconfident fools, Nezha scoffed. Yet, his expression was not one of anger. Rather, it bore traces of exhilaration. This is the opportunity one have awaited. He deftly wielded the Hunyuan silk, guiding Ye Feng to safety. Observing the unfolding events, Ye Feng could only manage a wry smile. He had hoped to prolong Sakura country's existence, but since they sought their own destruction, so be it. Playing tricks. The chosen players from Sakura country remained oblivious to the gravity of their predicament, whispering conspiratorially near the Eight-Headed Serpent. Subsequently, the serpent's aura surged dramatically, as if a war deity were about to emerge. Truly unaware of their impending doom, with a flick of his right hand, Nezha summoned the fire-laden spear. The fire-point spear, instantly manifesting in a blaze of flames. The third prince possesses magical artifacts? The audience in the live stream gasped in astonishment. This marked the 4th artifact they had witnessed, each appearing increasingly formidable. The viewers from China were utterly thrilled, while the Eight-Headed Serpent from Sakura country, undeterred, prepared to unleash its unique powers, with each of its 8 heads possessing distinct abilities. As Nezha completed his transformation, 2 streams of molten lava and corrosive saliva erupted simultaneously, hurtling towards him. This assault was evidently far more formidable than the previous wave of water. The viewers from Huaxia on the live stream could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety. After all, the disparity in size between the two was staggering. Even the lava spewed forth by the Eight-Headed Serpent dwarfed Nezha by 1,000-fold. It was difficult to ascertain who possessed the upper hand. At that moment, the chosen players from Sakura Nation had already retreated from the serpent's vicinity, standing on a colossal ladder and observing from a distance. As the magical attack approached, Nezha calmly launched his fire-tipped spear. The spear transformed into a serpentine flame, effortlessly neutralizing the Eight-Headed Serpent's onslaught while continuing its unstoppable trajectory towards the serpent on the ladder. The Eight-Headed Serpent, displaying a hint of trepidation, had never encountered such a powerful artifact. However, it maintained its composure, for it was a revered deity of Sakura Nation with unfathomable strength. The might of the fire-tipped spear compelled the serpent to exert itself to the fullest. It swung its 8 heads in unison, unleashing a sphere of black energy that coalesced into a massive black python, charging towards the fire-tipped spear. The collision of magic and artifact resulted in a tremendous explosion, accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke. The explosion generated shockwaves that radiated outward. Ye Feng, protected by the mysterious sky silk, remained relatively unscathed. In stark contrast, the chosen players of Sakura Nation were less fortunate. The foremost ranks were pierced by the shockwave, sending those affected hurtling through the air, from which they spewed forth torrents of black blood. The first row bore the brunt of the assault, allowing the subsequent players to escape unscathed. Though many sustained varying degrees of injury, the fire-tipped spear was hurled away, plummeting from the ladder. Witnessing this, the viewers from Sakura Nation erupted in excitement. They had not anticipated the Eight-Headed Serpent to be so formidable, having managed to obliterate Nezha's artifact in the very first encounter. Without his artifact, Nezha was no longer regarded with the same reverence. Conversely, the viewers from Huaxia were engulfed in worry. Although Nezha had delivered numerous surprises, the pressure exerted by the Eight-Headed Serpent was considerably greater. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Nezha hovered in the air, his expression inscrutable as he gazed below. The Eight-Headed Serpent lay on the ground, a pool of blood staining the earth, and it was missing one of its heads. What on earth? How could our Eight-Headed Serpent have lost a head? This is impossible. In the first round of combat, it had clearly sent the opponent's artifact flying. How could it have come to this? There must be some trickery involved by the deities of Huaxia, a covert ambush. The viewers from Sakura Nation were in an uproar. Their pride, the Eight-Headed Serpent, had inexplicably lost a head. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Meanwhile, the viewers from Huaxia were equally bewildered. What was happening? How did they manage to topple the Eight-Headed Serpent so easily? I can't shake the feeling that the third prince could vanquish the serpent even without transforming. Be confident. Discard the feeling. With the Monkey King tearing apart the demon dragon before them, and Nezha's spear severing the serpent's head behind, it was a testament to the unparalleled prowess of Huaxia. I recently visited a Xinhua bookstore and found none of your esteemed works. In a fit of frustration, I destroyed the bookstore. May I inquire whether my actions were justified? Ha ha ha. Could you please adopt a more serious demeanor? This is still being broadcast live. The jesting of netizens from Huaxia has incensed those from the land of cherry blossoms, who were taken aback by the swift retaliation, which was utterly absurd. After one of its heads was severed, the great serpent Yamata no Orochi finally recognized that the child before it was not a being to be trifled with. As Nezha approached, Yamata no Orochi hastily bowed and knelt in submission. This act was akin to pouring salt into the wounds of the land of cherry blossoms. My dear brother, you are the calamity deity, Yamata no Orochi. How could you kneel before the deities of Huaxia? I weep, unable to fathom that our illustrious empire of cherry blossoms has twice succumbed to this 3-century-old nation of Huaxia. The heavens are unjust. Chapter 26. Do not restrain me. I shall leap from the building. Nezha furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, is it not rather pathetic that you concede before I have even had my fill? Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed remarkable that such a minor demon could withstand his fiery spear without meeting death. Nezha soared before the Eight-Headed Serpent, gazing down upon it with an imposing demeanor, and declared, should you leap from the celestial ladder, I shall let bygones be bygones regarding your recent ambush. The selected players of the Sakura Nation turned pale at his words. The height of over 7,000 tiers of the celestial ladder was already terrifying. To leap from such a height would surely result in grievous injury, if not death. Moreover, the Eight-Headed Serpent was already wounded. If it were to perish, would not these chosen players share its fate? Absolutely not. Some of the bolder players from the Sakura Nation immediately stepped forward to protest. Nezha frowned slightly, but chose to disregard them. To his astonishment, these players grew audacious, accusing Nezha of engaging in an ambush and lacking martial virtue. How foolish. As soon as Nezha's words fell, the fiery spear that had tumbled down the celestial ladder suddenly soared back, swiftly dispatching those shameless players from the Sakura Nation. Blood splattered forth, startling the others into silence as they huddled together, with men pushing women to the forefront while they sheltered themselves in the middle. After vanquishing the chosen players, the fiery spear returned to Nezha's grasp. Glancing up at the formidable Nezha, the Eight-Headed Serpent, without a moment's hesitation, turned and leapt from the celestial ladder. Such decisiveness astounded all witnesses. What was happening? Was it truly leaping? Could it not exhibit even a modicum of dignity? Come now. You are a mighty deity. Is this not rather cowardly? The Eight-Headed Serpent prioritized its life over pride. It plummeted swiftly to the ground, striving to land upon the steps of the celestial ladder. Although the ladder ascended, it possessed a certain spiral curvature, akin to a winding staircase. Ultimately, the serpent fell over 1,000 tiers, leaving it gravely injured. In an instant, the rankings of the Sakura Nation within the chosen game shifted dramatically. The once proud Sakura Nation plummeted from its first position, teetering perilously close to the bottom 5. Meanwhile, the citizens of Sakura were engulfed in despair, with the livestream chat inundated with frantic messages. This is impossible. Our Eight-Headed Serpent is a harbinger of calamity, its strength unfathomable. How can it so disgracefully leap to its demise? They lamented. We were clearly in first place. Now we find ourselves in 6th from the bottom. How shameless of the Huaxia to employ such underhanded tactics against our Sakura nation. I refuse to accept this. What are those chosen players doing? Why engage in an ambush? They have brought about our downfall. Otherwise, we could have at least secured second place. In the live broadcast room of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, the barrage of comments was rife with insults, even extending to their prime minister. At this moment, the chosen players from the Land of Cherry Blossoms were engulfed in frustration. When they launched their surprise attacks, these same individuals cheered them on, but now, faced with defeat, they withdrew their support. How can they exhibit such double standards? In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the land of Huaxia was one of jubilant fervor. The Yamata no Orochi had been vanquished, and Huaxia had ascended to the top position. The second round of the chosen game was within reach. The barrage in the live stream was refreshing at a feverish pace. Wow, I never expected this young lad to be so formidable. I had thought he was just boasting. Clearly, I misjudged him. He has been remarkably humble. Enough said. Ye Feng is eternal. Hongming Bahuang is eternal. Sun Wukong is eternal. The third prince is eternal. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Huaxia to have a talent like Ye Feng. From this day forth, I shall cease to idolize stars and instead devote my admiration to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, I adore you, 18 years old, 173 centimeters, 47 kilograms. Can the lady upstairs add me on WeChat? I can drive a Ferrari with one hand. The netizens of Huaxia were no longer as tense as before. Ye Feng had bestowed upon them boundless security and confidence. In the conference room of the imperial capital, Ning Zhangwo and his colleagues were astonished by Nezha's extraordinary abilities. Able to effortlessly defeat Yamata no Orochi, his prowess was nearly on par with that of the previous Sun Wukong. Those experts who had previously judged by appearances were now filled with shame. They had questioned Ye Feng, yet he had already led them to victory. In the synchronously chosen world, the suspended Ye Feng noticed several deities gathering beneath the heavenly ladder. There was the Azura from the land of Asan, the sun god Apollo from the land of Shila, and the Valkyrie from the northern continent. They observed from a distance, hesitant to approach, evidently wary of being drawn into the fray. Meanwhile, they coexisted harmoniously, refraining from mutual aggression. Nezha cast a glance at them, causing the deities to tense up, fearful that an irate Nezha might indiscriminately take them down as well. Fortunately, Nezha did not impose any difficulty upon them. He retracted his weapon and flew to Ye Feng's side, continuing their ascent of the heavenly ladder together, leaving the chosen players of the land of cherry blossoms shivering in the cold. Without the protection of the divine, they resembled orphans, appearing exceedingly pitiful. As foreign chosen players passed by, they spat disdainfully before moving on. Weren't you from the land of cherry blossoms quite arrogant before? Show me that bravado now. Transformed. Nezha's speed increased, leaving the others far behind. During their flight, Ye Feng curiously smiled and remarked, "What a pity I did not witness you transform into the three-headed and six-armed form, third prince. It's merely a little snake demon. It is unworthy of my transformation." Nezha replied expressionlessly. If this remark reached the ears of the netizens from the land of cherry blossoms, it would surely infuriate them further. Soon, Nezha led Ye Feng to the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, which comprised 13,000 levels. Thus, it signifies the conclusion of the celestial ladder. Subsequently, the system's proclamation reverberated across the continent. The Huaxia nation has ascended to the pinnacle, securing victory in this divine selection game. The rankings for this divine selection game are as follows. Huaxia nation 13,000, Beilu nation 7536, Shila nation 7438, Asan nation 7406, Battle nation. Just as the system announced the rankings of each nation, the formidable Yamata no Orochi, lying on the 1,000th layer, could no longer withstand the pressure. The demise of Yamata no Orochi did not alter the data obtained by the system. This prompted a brief pause in the system's voice. Even the system was taken aback that a deity would perish at such a moment. The death of a deity would inevitably incur corresponding penalties for their nation. Clearly, Sakura Nation would once again face dire consequences. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream was utterly hilarious. Chapter 27. Unparalleled National Fortune. Ha! How utterly amusing. What is the size of Sakura country, and how many inhabitants does it possess? If the chosen players continue to perish at this rate, one must wonder whether they can even last until the end. It seems that soon there won't be enough islanders left to meet their demise. Oh, but one must not be so dismissive. After all, Sakura country is indeed a populous nation. With its hundreds of millions of citizens, there would be ample lives to expend. If every individual from Sakura country were to perish, I would celebrate with firecrackers. Ahem, there are still foreigners in the live stream. We ought to show some respect to Sakura country. Curse them. As the barrage of comments continued to flood in, The Sakura country netizens in the Huaxia livestream appeared as though they had ingested something foul. They remained in ignorance of how many more citizens would fall, silently praying that they were not among them. The system's voice persisted, announcing the rankings of all countries. The top 10 nations bore a striking resemblance to the data from the first round, while the once boisterous nation of Korea found itself languishing outside the top 50. This outcome was intolerable for the citizens of Korea. Why was it that their former vassal, Huaxia, consistently secured the first place? It was simply unjust. The rewards for Huaxia are as follows. 1. The lifespan of Huaxia citizens is extended by 10 years. 2. The abundant spiritual energy within Huaxia's borders facilitates cultivation. 3. The title of unparalleled national fortune is bestowed upon Huaxia. Resources within Huaxia will experience rebirth over the next 2 years, including fuel resources, plant resources, and certain special mineral resources. The rewards from the second round of the chosen game are even more lavish than those of the first round. The 10-year extension of life is immeasurable in value. Furthermore, the rebirth of resources signifies that the lands of Huaxia will be restored to their former glory, perhaps even surpassing it. Most crucially, the second point regarding abundant spiritual energy tailored for the first round's reward, the Great Freedom Sutra of Cultivation, is indeed remarkable. It is no exaggeration to state that these two rewards will fundamentally alter the landscape of Huaxia as a nation. The future seems beyond belief. Some citizens even mused that the chosen game might not be as terrifying as the people of Sakura country claimed. Meanwhile, the people of Huaxia were elated upon hearing the news of these game rewards, buoyed by excitement. An employee from a resource management bureau in the north, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "For the sake of our nation's development, we have relentlessly exploited various resources, and now we find ourselves depleted. Who would have thought that one day, in my old age, I would witness its former splendor? Huaxia shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world." A worker from a forestry bureau in the west paused in his efforts, standing amidst the endless desert, laboring hard to combat sand and promote greenery. How wonderful! The efforts of several generations in Huaxia can finally come to fruition. We have accomplished the monumental task of desert reclamation. An esteemed martial artist from the east clenched his fists, murmuring in excitement, "Ha ha ha, spiritual energy. Who would have imagined that this reward would include the legendary spiritual energy? Previously, I had mastered the Great Freedom Heart Sutra, and with the resurgence of spiritual energy, I find myself thriving, destined to reach unprecedented heights in my lifetime." Not only have these extraordinary individuals experienced the benefits bestowed by Ye Feng, but every person in Huaxia has felt the positive changes. Those who once struggled to rise from their beds can now ascend dozens of flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. It used to be a formidable challenge for individuals of Asian descent to breach the 10-second barrier in the 100-meter sprint. Now, nearly every Huaxia citizen can achieve this feat. Some athletes have even recorded astonishing times of 6 seconds in the 100 meters. This is no longer mere running. It is akin to soaring. Whether in physique, intellect, or beauty, all have experienced enhancement after practicing the Great Freedom Heart Sutra, eliciting profound gratitude from the people of Huaxia, directed towards Ye Feng. Previously, beautiful women would express through comments their desire to bear Ye Feng's child, and now even some young men have shamelessly proclaimed their intentions to do the same. Come, tell me how it's done. If you fail to deliver in 10 months, I shall not hold back. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the transformations within Huaxia were first recognized by Ning Zhangwo and his associates. Witnessing the continuous progress of their nation, they were moved to tears. Huaxia had not been destroyed under their stewardship. Instead, it was poised to reclaim its place atop the world. Gazing at the spirited Ye Feng on the screen, they fell into a contemplative silence. Even if they were reluctant to acknowledge it, they had to concede that Ye Feng truly held the keys to the mythos of Huaxia that remained unknown to them. After bidding farewell to Nezha, he too was transported back to the chosen world. Before leaving, Nezha repeatedly reminded Ye Feng not to forget their agreement upon summoning his father, Li Jing. Though Ye Feng readily agreed, he inwardly mused that having sent Nezha away, he was unconcerned with any promises made. After the system announced the failure penalties, the chosen game came to an end, and the live broadcasts from various countries were subsequently halted. As the live images faded away, Ning Zhangwo hastily instructed his secretary to formally connect with Ye Feng for the first time. Upon Ye Feng's arrival in the chosen world, before he could even enter the room, a cerulean screen appeared once more. The crowd gazed at Ye Feng with reverence, their eyes shimmering with admiration. "What directives do you have?" Ye Feng inquired with a smile. Zhao Chongren rose respectfully, bowing to Ye Feng. Observing this, the others relinquished their pretenses and followed suit. Ye Feng was taken aback by the unexpected honor and quickly returned the gesture with politeness, humbly stating, "You all could be my elders. There is no need for such formality." Zhao Chongren gently shook his head, asserting, "No, Ye Feng. This respect is rightfully yours, for you have saved all of Huaxia." Ning Zhangwo interjected, "Indeed, we are beneficiaries of your grace. Offering our respects is but a small token." He then added with a touch of humor, "If it weren't for my back pain these past few days, I would have bowed even more." Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised by the humor of this seemingly stern man in his 50s, which significantly enhanced his regard for him. However, how could he know that Ning Zhangwo's roar could terrify even a 3-year-old into submission? Regarding the explanations from the two eminent figures, Ye Feng chose not to dwell on them excessively. After all, he had received their courtesy and exchanged pleasantries, and to be overly sentimental would seem somewhat disrespectful. "Esteemed seniors, I presume you have other matters to discuss with me?" With no other choice, Ye Feng decided to shift the conversation. Seeing Ye Feng take the initiative to engage, Zhao Chongren was elated. He quickly seized the opportunity and, with an imploring tone, inquired, "Having experienced these 2 divine selection games, we have come to realize that you must possess extensive knowledge of myth and legend. However, we are uncertain, so we wish to consult you. How many deities does our Huaxia truly have, and what significant events have transpired throughout history?" Chapter 28. The civilization of Huaxia previously. The dialogue between Ye Feng and Nezha was overheard by many. Numerous individuals scoffed at the notion. How could Huaxia possibly possess such an ancient history as they claimed? If it were true, they would undoubtedly be aware of it. Yet, Ye Feng repeatedly contradicted their disbelief, compelling them to accept the truth. With a humble inquiry from the audience, Ye Feng was elated to oblige. In fact, he had long awaited this opportunity. His performance in the divine selection game would surely attract the attention of Huaxia's elite. For this moment, he had anticipated for an eternity. After calming his emotions, Ye Feng slowly began. "In truth, the mythology of Huaxia pales in comparison to the splendor of our history." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Their lifelong perceptions of the world ruthlessly shattered in that instant. Is history truly more captivating than mythology? How profound must this historical legacy be? Yet, could this be possible? Many still harbored doubts, but this time, no one interrupted Ye Feng. In such a setting, Ning Zhangwo understood that Ye Feng would not jest. So he hastily instructed his secretary to initiate a national broadcast. This time, the method of broadcasting was through mobile devices, with the audience comprising every citizen of Huaxia. Ding! You have received an official Huaxia live broadcast notification. Please take note. Every citizen possessing a mobile phone simultaneously received this message. Given the special circumstances of the nation, all were compelled to click on the live stream to discern what was transpiring. Upon witnessing Ye Feng in the realm of the divine selection, excitement surged through the viewers. "What? Is that the esteemed Ye Feng? Is there a collaboration between the authorities and Ye Feng? It appears he is about to deliver a lecture. Quick, bring a stool and gather around." Without further ado, 1,000 rockets were sent forth in enthusiasm. "Wait, why can't I send gifts? I'd be willing to sell my house for this." As the live stream commenced, the popularity skyrocketed to millions, continually increasing by the hundreds of thousands. In mere moments, it surpassed 10 million viewers. The barrage of comments never ceased. Collecting his thoughts, Ye Feng continued, "Indeed, the history of Huaxia is immensely profound, spanning over 5,000 years. Moreover, the first emperor was not the current Qing dynasty, but the Xia dynasty." These words sent ripples of shock through the audience, not only leaving Ning Zhangwo and Zhao Chongren astounded, but also affecting everyone in the livestream. Silence enveloped the room. New viewers, unaware of the context, found the stillness perplexing, questioning whether their internet connection had faltered. Could it be that Huaxia's civilization boasts a history of 5,000 years? Does this mean that our heritage predates that of the Sakura nation? No. If this is indeed true, then the civilization of Huaxia possesses a richness surpassing that of all other nations. Ye Feng is truly extraordinary. Had this been before, even under duress, I would have found it hard to believe. However, now my child, merely a few months old, has already come to believe. I am astonished that our illustrious Huaxia possesses such a rich history. I wonder who would dare to claim that Huaxia lacks civilization in the future. The barrage of comments in the live stream was the first to react, followed by Ning Zhangwo and others. At this moment, the crowd harbored no doubts regarding Ye Feng's words. For without this history, how could the deities summoned by Ye Feng be comprehensible? Zhao Chongren trembled with excitement. His fists clenched tightly. Had he not been wedged between his chair and the table, he would surely have collapsed. He devoted his life to the myths and histories of Huaxia, yet despite his lifelong quest, he failed to uncover other civilizations related to Huaxia. This was his enduring sorrow. Whenever foreign nations mocked Huaxia with this knowledge, he loathed his own impotence. Now, he glimpsed hope in Ye Feng, a hope that could restore Huaxia to its former glory. If one were to summarize the dynasties of Huaxia in a single phrase, it would be, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors began, with Yao, Shun, and Yu succeeding one another. The Xia, Shang, and Western Zhou, divided into 2 segments of Eastern Zhou, the Spring and Autumn, and warring states. Unified by the Qin and Han, the 3 kingdoms of Wei, Shu, and Wu, followed by the 2 Jin dynasties. The southern and northern dynasties coexisted, leading to the Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties, followed by the Song, Yuan, Ming, and the Qing. And the final Qing dynasty is the one you are familiar with. Astonishing. Astonishing. Simply astonishing. Everyone was rendered speechless. The Qing dynasty, indeed, is the last dynasty of Huaxia? Goodness. How many emperors must Huaxia have had? I never imagined Huaxia could boast such an array of dynasties. I yearned to traverse back in time and witness the rise and fall of these dynasties. Yet, why do we only possess the history of the Qing dynasty? After the initial shock, some began to voice their inquiries. Ye Feng anticipated this confusion and continued to speak. As for why Huaxia is recognized internationally for merely 300 years of history, it is due to a severe rupture in our civilization. The topic of this civilizational rupture was once again raised by Ye Feng. The lost civilizations represent the zenith of Huaxia's history. Ye Feng's fervor was palpable, igniting a passionate response from the crowd. Within the historical tapestry of Huaxia, there exists not only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and numerous dynasties, but also an exceptionally broad mythological framework. For instance, do you know the origin of heaven and earth? How did humanity come into being? Ye Feng posed a question to guide the audience. The crowd exchanged glances, until a young scholar slowly raised his hand. According to the Western Bible, God created heaven and earth and all things, and then created humanity. There is also a narrative suggesting that God created heaven and earth, and then Adam and Eve partook of the forbidden fruit, leading to the emergence of humanity. This belief is nearly universal across the nation, and even many in Huaxia hold it in esteem. Yet Ye Feng smiled and shook his head. That is the faith of the Westerners, not ours from the East. Then, who in Huaxia created heaven and earth? The scholar inquired, puzzled. This question echoed the curiosity of all present. In our Chinese mythological system, the heavens and the earth were forged by Pangu, while humanity was shaped from clay by Nuwa. Ye Feng spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the most astonished were the players of the game Hongming Bahuang in the live stream. What? Pangu? Nuwa? Aren't these characters from Hongming Bahuang? A revelation struck. The game crafted by the esteemed Ye Feng was, in fact, rooted in the authentic myths of our culture. Pangu's creation of the world, Nuwa's creation of mankind. I have traversed these 2 realms multiple times. When I encountered Sun Wukong, I had merely speculated that other characters might also be real, and to my surprise, I was correct. Even if Ning Zhangwo and his companions had not played Hongming Bahuang, they had heard of it to some extent. After all, this game had successfully transcended boundaries several times, dominating trending searches repeatedly. Chapter 29. The Imperial Divine Beast. Observing the fervent expressions of the crowd, Ye Feng continued, in the past, I developed a web game titled Hongming Bahuang. Although the primary quest of the game guides players in their pursuit of immortality, it is the intricacies of each storyline and dungeon that convey my true intentions and represent the essence of this game. I had originally planned to expand upon the narrative with additional quests, but it appears that opportunity has slipped away. At this juncture, a more fortuitous chance has arisen before us. In the forthcoming Divine Selection game, I shall showcase the illustrious deities of Huaxia, allowing the world to rediscover the rich tapestry of our history and civilization. Let us elevate Huaxia back to the pinnacle of global prominence. Ye Feng's final proclamation was a thunderous roar. His fervor resonated deeply, moving everyone to tears as they gazed at him. He had rekindled the confidence of the Huaxia people, liberating them from the shackles of foreign humiliation. This achievement was indeed worthy of divine deification. The recent live stream, although initiated by the Huaxia government to address its people, had inadvertently been infiltrated by those with ulterior motives, who managed to observe the entire broadcast. In a high-level conference room in Sakura Kuni, the attendees were left in utter shock following the live stream, particularly the senior official Masanori, who felt both incredulous and exceedingly irate. It was precisely because of Ye Feng that Sakura Kuni had faced repeated defeats. The demise of 2 deities had wrought tremendous calamity upon their nation, with volcanic eruptions and tsunamis wreaking havoc. During merely the second round of the Divine Selection game, millions of lives had been lost, drawing dangerously close to a catastrophic threshold. Domestic protests surged, and the Prime Minister had nearly dismissed Masanori on several occasions. As for rewards, they had become a distant fantasy. With such dismal rankings, the incentives were pitifully scant, nearly negligible. Bakairu, Masanori bellowed in rage, overturning the table. Huaxia, Ye Feng, we, Sakura-kuni, shall be irreconcilable adversaries with you. The other members in the conference room trembled in fear, none daring to provoke Masanori's ire further. At that moment, Masanori's secretary hurriedly entered. Masanori-san, we have received a video link from A-san and H-country. Masanori furrowed his brow, instructing the other officials to tidy the table, calming himself before returning to his seat. Very well, connect the video. Soon, the projector in the conference room displayed high-ranking officials from the other two nations. Hee, Masanori-san, you seem rather displeased. Chuckled the official from H-country, Jin Xingwu. If you have come to mock Sakura-kuni, then you may as well take your leave. Masanori retorted bluntly. Calm yourself, Masanori-san. We are here to discuss a matter of national significance. Amir, the official from A-san, quickly interjected, assuming the role of peacemaker. A matter of national significance? What do you mean? Masanori inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. Amir smirked cunningly. Isn't Huaxia currently riding a wave of success? If the three of us, as great mythological nations, were to unite, wouldn't it be a simple task to deal with Huaxia? Unite? Zheng Yijun was momentarily taken aback, then his smile unfurled. This matter aligns perfectly with my intentions, indeed. Since we have reached a consensus, let us deliberate on the plans for the third round of the Divine Selection Games. Jin Xingwu, suppressing his sarcasm, spoke with utmost seriousness. Although the nations of H and Sakura were fierce adversaries, they could momentarily unite against Huaxia. The rules of the Divine Selection Games were capricious, and the possibility of divine confrontations loomed large. Consequently, alliances among nations were inevitable. In due time, Huaxia would find itself isolated, a certainty destined to unfold. Zheng Yijun nodded at Jin Xingwu, indicating a thawing of previous animosities. Were it not for Huaxia, our Sakura nation would not have descended to such depths. Now that our three nations stand united, the third round of the Divine Selection Games will undoubtedly pierce Huaxia's arrogance. Yet, a singular concern lingered. How many hidden deities did Huaxia possess? Amir furrowed his brow. In the past, such matters would not have troubled us. However, every divine being summoned by Ye Feng has been entirely unknown to us, even to Huaxia itself. This demands our utmost attention. Yet Jin Xingwu smiled as he remarked. The divine beings summoned by Huaxia's player Ye Feng are intrinsically linked to the game Hongmeng Bahwang that he has created. I have already dispatched my subordinates to engage with it. Moreover, Huaxia was once a vassal state of our H nation, and their history and culture have been influenced by us. Therefore, their deities should have roots tracing back to our H nation. At the very least, our influence would manifest within them. If Huaxia's divine players can summon, then surely, our H nation's divine players can as well. Splendid strategy. Zheng Yijun exclaimed with excitement. Though he expressed agreement, he harbored disdain for Jin Xingwu of H nation. To cloak plagiarism in such grandiloquent terms could only be a feat accomplished by the people of H nation. Zheng Ye's perspective was shaped by the historical context of H nation having previously appropriated the history and civilization of Sakura nation, thus straining their relations significantly. Which divine being does your nation intend to summon? Amir inquired curiously. Jin Xingwu chuckled with enthusiasm. We have indeed made our choice. This divine being is a mythical beast, endowed with formidable powers and abilities, capable of soaring to the heavens and devouring the moon, while also subduing demons on earth. Such a powerful mythical beast must possess a grandiose name, I presume? Amir continued to probe. Jin Xingwu nodded with pride. Indeed. Its name is Howling Celestial Hound. Howling Celestial. Howling Celestial. A resounding cry to the heavens. Just hearing the name evokes a sense of majesty. Its prowess must be extraordinary. Amir, unaccustomed to such grandeur, was thoroughly exhilarated. The game Hongmeng Bahwang was still in its nascent stages, with few divine beings, particularly mythical beasts, which were exceedingly rare. The existence of the Howling Celestial Hound was entirely a product of Ye Feng's whimsical inclinations. Ye Feng once established a formidable boss level, featuring none other than the legendary Hound of Heaven. He endowed this creature with attributes and powers that were excessively formidable, far beyond what one would expect from the Hound of Heaven. Should any player from the realm of Hongmeng 8 Desolations manage to vanquish the Hound in solitary combat, it would submit to them, becoming a loyal companion in their battles. However, due to the overwhelming strength bestowed upon the Hound by Ye Feng, No player has been able to defeat it alone. With time, it faded from the player's memories. This divine beast is nearly invincible within the Hongming 8 Desolations game. My subordinates have tirelessly engaged in multiple all-nighters, investing hundreds of thousands, yet they have still been unable to conquer it. It is no exaggeration to state that even the combined forces of Sun Wukong and Nezha would be no match for the Hound of Heaven. Such terrifying prowess. Even Zheng Yi is taken aback. Yet, he harbors concerns about whether Country H can truly summon the Hound of Heaven. Should they succeed, then surely Huaxia would face certain doom in the third round. Chapter 30. The cataclysm approaches naturally. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, they devised a meticulous plan. With the summoning of the Celestial Hound by the Goryeo Kingdom at its core, should they succeed, it would provide an opportunity to disrupt the morale of the Huaxia forces. Witnessing their nation's invincible divine beast being summoned by a foreign power would undoubtedly shatter the resolve of the Huaxia populace. Furthermore, in the realm of the Divine Chosen, the Hanami Nation, the Asen Nation, and Goryeo would also seek opportunities to cooperate against the deities of Huaxia. Regardless of how formidable the Huaxia deities may be, could they truly contend against 3 supreme gods? Moreover, the deities they planned to summon this time had been summoned with considerable investment. In addition, they would devise ways to undermine the confidence of the Huaxia people in the real world. A dual-pronged approach, specifically targeting Huaxia. To bring about its destruction, one must first incite madness within. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the fervor of the Huaxia people compelled Ye Feng to recount the entirety of Huaxia's history. Thus, he found himself delving deep into his memory, narrating 5,000 years of history from beginning to end. During the most captivating moments, numerous netizens engaged in spirited discussions. For instance, the unification of the realms by Qin Shi Huang, which established a grand unified state, standardizing weights, measures, and even script. Such monumental achievements. Yet the Qin dynasty lasted only a brief few decades. The renowned Xiang Yu of the Western Shu, who could have crossed the river to rise again, chose instead to take his own life at the Wu River. Moreover, the emperor of the Sui dynasty, who expanded the territory but invited chaos. Yet the treasury and foundation of the Sui were remarkably robust, laying the groundwork for the subsequent Tang dynasty. Even though Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty committed fratricide and patricide during his reign, he ushered in the era of Jingguan, leaving a legacy of both merit and fault. Wu Zetian established the Zhou dynasty. Her methods were undeniably ruthless, yet one cannot deny her status as the greatest empress in Huaxia's history, with indelible achievements. Following this, amusing anecdotes from various dynasties kept the Huaxia netizens enthralled for an extended period. Ye Feng devoted 2 full days to imparting knowledge to the Huaxia people, traversing from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the present-day Qing dynasty. In just 2 days, he could only provide a broad overview. To delve into the intricacies of Huaxia's history would require at least a year and a half. The Huaxia populace, stirred with fervor for 2 consecutive days, experienced their first awakening to the magnificence and grandeur of their ancient homeland. If anyone had doubted Ye Feng's veracity before, now nearly no one held such skepticism. Could a mere liar articulate over 5,000 years of history so coherently? Each segment was presented with clarity and logic, devoid of any inconsistencies or whimsical fabrications. If this too was a lie, the cost of deceit would indeed be exorbitant. 2 days later, in the imperial capital's conference room, an emergency meeting was convened once more for certain reasons. The room was filled with attendees. Unlike before, this time there were additional officials present. However, each of their faces bore expressions of frustration and anger, as if they had been bitten by a dog, yet could not retaliate. After a lengthy silence, someone finally spoke up defiantly. This time, the nation of Cherry Blossom and the nation of A3 incite public sentiment against Huaxia. Their intentions are reprehensible. We too shall not show weakness. Huaxia has received clandestine intelligence from the nations of Cherry Blossom and A3, detailing how these 2 countries are fanning the flames of anti-Huaxia sentiment and repeatedly provoking us at the borders. Their intentions are all too clear. Although these schemes cannot inflict substantial harm on Huaxia, they are nonetheless odious. Indeed, let us take action, someone added. Upon hearing these words, the assembly found the notion agreeable. Even Ning Zhangwo shared this sentiment. However, Zhao Chongren shook his head in disapproval. We are in a unique period. We can only adopt a passive defense strategy and must not strike first. Zhao Chongren's words brought the agitated crowd back to reason. Yes, the provocations from the adversary are clearly a trap. Should we incite an international dispute at this juncture, it could potentially escalate into a global conflict. Though Huaxia possesses formidable strength and does not fear threats from other nations, Such a situation could provide an opening for treachery, ultimately harming the citizens of Huaxia. At that moment, a young official interjected with a smile. In our reality, we may be submissive, but in the realm of the chosen game, Huaxia strikes with full force. This statement awakened a realization in the assembly. Of course, how did I not think of this? With Ye Feng among us, we have ample opportunities for retribution. Enlightened by this thought, the group felt a sense of relief and even anticipation for the third round of the Chosen. At noon, the third round of the Chosen commenced as promised. The third round of the Chosen game is about to begin. Heavenly Tribulation descends. Note, there will be 4 Heavenly Tribulation challenges, each more formidable than the last. Note, after successfully completing one Heavenly Tribulation, participants may choose to forego subsequent challenges, but rewards and rankings will diminish. Note, following the Heavenly Tribulation, the Chosen World will undergo a reorganization, increasing the game's difficulty. Note, choosing to abandon midway will not result in the immediate departure of the deities, so be wary of attacks from deities of other nations, as this is permissible within the rules. These 4 warnings heighten the tension among people worldwide. Clearly, the third round of the Chosen game would not be straightforward. In contrast, the leadership of the Cherry Blossom, A3, and Goryeo nations were elated upon learning they could attack the deities of other countries. It was precisely what they desired. After a brief silence from the system, it resonated once more. The third round of the Chosen game officially begins. Simultaneously, live broadcasts from nations across the globe resumed. In the Huaxia Chosen World, Ye Feng sat cross-legged, meditating. Upon learning the content of the Chosen game, he had already identified his targets: to withstand the onslaught of the Heavenly Tribulation and to guard against ambushes from other nations. Evidently, this round of the Divine Selection game serves as a test of the deity's defensive capabilities. When discussing defense, one cannot overlook the celestial beast of Huaxia, Xuanwu. Its defensive prowess can only be described as extraordinary. With Xuanwu's presence, withstanding 4 Heavenly Tribulations becomes a mere trifle. As for the surprise assaults from foreign deities, they are of little concern. Meanwhile, in the Divine Selection realm of Goryeo, upon receiving the command from Jin Xingwu, the chosen players of Goryeo gathered in unison, kneeling earnestly before the Blue House to summon the divine beast, the howling celestial dog. At the forefront, an elderly man, his face radiating reverence, raised his hands high and respectfully proclaimed, "O magnificent deity, we are your most devoted followers. Please protect the descendants of Goryeo and fight for our nation." As his words resonated, a golden beam of light indeed descended from the heavens. Chapter 31. The God of Erlang, Yang Jian before the crowd, a colossal black dog, towering over 20 meters, materialized. Clad in golden armor, its ears stood erect, vigilantly surveying its surroundings, and its eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to celestial orbs. Despite its canine form, it exuded an aura of formidable power, surpassing even the divine beings they had summoned previously. The appearance of the howling celestial dog exhilarated every chosen player from the kingdom of Goryeo. Their initial concerns evaporated, leaving no room for doubt. They even speculated that it was the Han people who had pilfered their divine entity. However, the Han audience in the Goryeo livestream was indignant. How could Goryeo be so shameless as to steal the divine beasts from our chaos of the 8 desolations? Such despicable audacity. It was astonishing that the kingdom of Goryeo could display such a lack of shame, surpassing even that of the Cherry Blossom Nation in its ignobility. With the rise of chaos of the 8 desolations, nearly every Han individual had become acquainted with this game, especially after Ye Feng's endorsement, leading them to meticulously study each character within it. Learning that one of the invincible bosses, the howling celestial dog, had been successfully summoned by Goryeo sent the Han netizens into a furious uproar. In response to the Han netizens' accusations, Goryeo's audience was equally defiant. Nonsense. It is you Han who have stolen our myths and divinities. The howling celestial dog is inherently our divine beast. Otherwise, how could we have summoned it? You cowardly Han, how dare you make a scene in our live stream? Soon, your deities will experience the might of the howling celestial dog. The mockery and scorn from Goryeo's netizens incited further outrage among the Han audience. Infuriating. I am livid. Should I encounter you, I shall cleave you shameless rascals in two. A band of thieves twisting the truth, may you all perish. News of the divine beast howling celestial dog being pilfered by Goryeo quickly reached back home. The Han people were incensed, their anger reaching a boiling point. Particularly among the higher echelons of Han society, expressions darkened with each passing moment. They were aware of the howling celestial dog's prowess through chaos of the 8 desolations and were astounded that such a powerful divine beast could be stolen by Goryeo, and that it had indeed been summoned. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to the Han. The third round of the divine selection game was poised to impose immense pressure on the Han. In the conference room of the imperial capital, Ning Jiangwo urgently instructed his secretary to investigate the matter and swiftly established a video connection with Ye Feng from the world of divine selection. At that moment, Ye Feng was preparing to summon the Xuanwu to battle for the Han. The unexpected video call interrupted his actions. As the connection was established, Ning Jiangwo quickly exclaimed, "Ye Feng, Goryo has summoned the divine beast from chaos of the 8 desolations, the howling celestial dog. What should we do?" Upon hearing the words howling celestial dog, Ye Feng paused momentarily. Goryo had summoned the howling celestial dog? Could it be that the kingdom of Goryo is merely a den for the celestial hound? The more Ye Feng pondered, the more peculiar his expression became. He was uncertain about the reasons behind Goryo's ability to summon the divine beast of Huaxia. Perhaps Goryo had exploited a loophole regarding the recognition of divine beasts, thus successfully calling it forth. Unlike deities, divine beasts do not possess the same level of recognition. Deities symbolize the cultural achievements of a nation, carrying a strong sense of identity. Divine beasts, on the other hand, are enshrined in mythological systems, lacking such broad definitions. Simply put, if Goryo possesses any myths related to dogs, it is indeed plausible that they could summon the celestial hound. It seems Goryo has come well prepared. Ye Feng smirked coldly. Only Ye Feng truly understood the celestial hound's formidable strength. It was not that its power was weak, on the contrary. The celestial hound surpassed many national deities in might, primarily due to its remarkable master, Erlang Shunyang Jian. This illustrious figure could stand toe-to-toe with Sun Wukong, and in certain aspects, even surpass him. With such a powerful master, how could the divine beast be anything but exceptional? Noticing Ye Feng lost in thought, Ning Jiangwo couldn't help but urge him, "Ye Feng, what shall we do next?" "Worry not, everything will be fine," Ye Feng replied with a smile, and to everyone's astonishment, he abruptly ended the video call. This scene left the viewers in the Huaxia livestream utterly dumbfounded. Wow, is this what it means to be a master? Ye Feng is incredible. I admit I panicked. After all, I had battled the celestial hound for a whole month without success. Now witnessing Ye Feng's composure, I feel utterly insignificant. Do not say such things. At least a fart can make a sound, but you cannot. Ye Feng was regarded as the backbone of the people, and seeing his nonchalance brought a sense of calm to the citizens of Huaxia. Some even began to jest. Observing this, Ning Jiangwo and the others felt considerably relieved, knowing well that Ye Feng was not one to act recklessly. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, Ye Feng bore a wicked smile as he gazed into the distance. While deities may engage in conflict amongst themselves, if you choose not to come, that is one thing. But should you dare to arrive, you shall find it impossible to depart. With this thought, Ye Feng decisively summoned Erlang Shunyang Jian. A blinding golden light descended from the sky, surpassing even the brilliance of Sun Wukong. As the golden glow dissipated, a strikingly handsome figure, standing 8 feet tall, appeared before Ye Feng. Gazing up at Yang Jian, who towered over him, Ye Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This shouldn't be. He is even more handsome than I am." Yang Jian exuded an air of classical beauty, his features striking and dignified, with long ears and bright eyes. He donned a 3-mountain flying phoenix hat and a pale yellow robe, complemented by golden boots and dragon-patterned socks, adorned with a jade belt featuring intricate floral designs. Notably, a unique symbol between his brows added an air of mystery to his appearance. Before Ye Feng could initiate a conversation, the viewers in the livestream erupted with excitement. "Oh my, this ancient beauty is so handsome. Is this the demeanor of a celestial being? I adore him. Erlang Shunyang Jian. The names and titles are exceptionally cool. Our deities from Huaxia are both handsome and impressive, and I am utterly enamored. Today's young men should take some notes and not just constantly exclaim, 'I want peaches.'" Indeed, he embodies a delicate beauty infused with masculinity. I must admit that even a striking figure like myself would feel the need to step aside. The Erlang God is for you all, while the esteemed Ye Feng is reserved for me. What is the person upstairs pondering? I desire both the esteemed Ye Feng and the Erlang God, Yang Jian. The makeup he wears likely reflects the attire of ancient Huaxia. However, why is it that the deities summoned from Huaxia all appear in the stature of ordinary humans? Chapter 32. Is Huaxia the master of Goryo? In contrast to the online community of Huaxia, Ye Feng appeared rather composed. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, Yang Jian surveyed his surroundings and could not help but furrow his brow. Is this truly the mortal realm? Indeed, my lord Erlang, came Ye Feng's respectful reply. This is indeed the mortal realm, and it is also where I summoned you. You? Yang Jian scrutinized Ye Feng, a practitioner with a modicum of spiritual power. Who could summon him? His skepticism was palpable. However, he did not dwell on the matter, instead pressing further. If this is the mortal realm, why can I not sense the presence of the earth god? This is another dimension of the mortal realm, Ye Feng answered candidly. Another dimension? Yang Jian's confusion deepened. Ye Feng proceeded to elucidate the current geopolitical landscape, as well as the divine selection game that risked the fate of nations. Having witnessed the human world, Yang Jian remained unfazed, yet he sighed with a hint of melancholy. A day in the heavens equates to a year in the mortal realm. I had not anticipated such significant events unfolding here. He then added, upon my arrival, I sensed a familiar aura. However, there exists a certain law here that eludes my understanding, rendering me unable to confirm it. Ye Feng, eager to address this matter, was pleasantly surprised when Yang Jian posed the question himself. Lord Erlang, the aura you detected belongs to your divine pet, the howling celestial dog. It was summoned by Goryo in a similar manner to target Huaxia. Ye Feng feigned helplessness as he spoke. Simultaneously, he was astonished that Yang Jian could still perceive the presence of the howling celestial dog despite the system's barriers. Indeed, it was impressive. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's expression turned cold, a flicker of anger crossing his face. To use his divine pet against Huaxia was an act of profound treachery, and how could he not be incensed? As the audience in the live stream learned that the howling celestial dog, summoned by Goryo, was actually Yang Jian's divine pet, they erupted with excitement. Wait, what? The howling celestial dog is actually the pet of Erlang Shin? This is explosive. Haha, this is hilarious. I always wondered why Ye Feng seemed so nonchalant. It turns out the howling celestial dog belongs to Erlang Shin. Goryo claimed the howling celestial dog as their divine beast, worshipped for a millennium. Little did they know, the true master of their so-called divine beast was a deity of Huaxia. Thus, could it be said that Huaxia was indeed the master of Goryo? The citizens of Goryo, are you being polite? Not only were the Huaxia netizens astonished, but even Ning Zhangwo and his companions shared in their surprise. Their previous concerns dissipated, as Ye Feng once again delivered a momentous revelation. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, Ye Feng pressed on. Lord Erlang, shortly, a heavenly tribulation will descend, and Huaxia requires your protection. Heavenly tribulation? Yang Jian's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Ye Feng. Are you certain this concerns the people of Zhuzhou? Zhuzhou refers to what is now known as Huaxia. Yang Jian, ever vigilant since childhood, would not extend his aid until he could ascertain the true identity of the one before him. Where could one find individuals as easily swayed as Sun Wukong and Nezha? Faced with Yang Jian's skepticism, Ye Feng remained unperturbed. On the contrary, he felt this was a true reflection of Yang Jian's character. With a subtle smile, Ye Feng began reciting Yang Jian's biography. Yang Jian, also known as Yang Erlang, honored as Qingyuan Miaodao Xinjuan and Erlang Shun, was a disciple of the Jade Ding Zhenren and possessed the ability to transform with the 72 changes. The more he listened, the more astonished Yang Jian became. It was only when Ye Feng concluded his narrative that he could not restrain a hearty laugh, exclaiming, I never imagined that after all these years, someone would still remember me. Unlike Sun Wukong, mere flattery would not suffice to gain Yang Jian's approval. His recognition had to be earned. You mentioned this is a divine selection realm, requiring one to undergo successive challenges. Have any other deities come before me? Yang Jian inquired with curiosity. Ye Feng nodded and truthfully responded. We are currently in the third round of divine selection challenges. The first round featured the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, while the second round was graced by the third prince, Nezha. That monkey was here too? Yang Jian expressed his surprise, tinged with a hint of shock. Are you curious whether Sun Wukong is still alive? Ye Feng asked with a smile. After all, the monkey who journeyed to the west had long since been replaced by the six-eared macaque, making Ye Feng's question quite reasonable. You even know this? Yang Jian was taken aback once more, scrutinizing Ye Feng with newfound respect, feeling that this individual was far from ordinary. This matter was an absolute secret in the heavenly realm, known to no more than 20 deities. Ye Feng shrugged. It's nothing extraordinary, just a bit of reflection. Sighing, Yang Jian remarked, Sun Wukong is indeed a rare adversary, but alas, this decision came from above. While I command 100,000 heavenly soldiers, I have no authority to intervene. In truth, I once attempted to assist, but to my surprise, Sun Wukong needed no help. His very nature has led him to this point. His tone was laced with both resignation and a tinge of regret. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Without a heart daring to challenge, he would not be called the great sage equaling heaven. Indeed, it was Sun Wukong's dissatisfaction with the heavenly realm that had prompted his rebellion against heaven. Their conversation garnered the attention of the world through live streaming. I can't believe this Erlang Shen actually knows Sun Wukong. Moreover, from his tone, he seems to be no less formidable than Sun Wukong himself. To be summoned by the esteemed Ye Feng, surely he must possess great strength. It appears this divine selection game is secure. How utterly uninteresting. In the Sakura Kingdom, a voice questioned, "Are you polite?" Meanwhile, in the conference room of the imperial capital, the dialogue between Ye Feng and Yang Jian revealed significant information, particularly regarding the heavenly realm they mentioned. It was evident that this was a place teeming with numerous deities from Huaxia. Although they discussed much of Huaxia's history, Ye Feng refrained from delving too deeply into the myths and legends. Their only means of exploring Huaxia's mythological tales was through the game Hongmeng Baha. Yet Ye Feng's creation of Hongmeng Baha was far from complete. Had it not been for the nation's upgrade of its servers, this game would have been utterly inaccessible. Given the necessity to reveal the deities through both the main storyline and side quests, many divine beings in Hongmeng Bahuang remain merely names, with some even lacking a title altogether. This leaves Ning Jiangwo and his companions feeling helpless and gritting their teeth in frustration. What a squandered opportunity to delve into the rich tapestry of Huaxia mythology, while the game's creator, Ye Feng, fails to craft the game diligently. It is infuriating, to say the least. Yet, they find themselves powerless, for Ye Feng is regarded as a treasure of Huaxia. Though their hearts brim with indignation, they must endure in silence. Chapter 33. The Three-Pointed, Double-Edged Blade of the Chosen Ones of Huaxia. During the conversation between Ye Feng and the Erlang Shen, Yang Jian, the celestial tribulation in the realm of the Chosen Ones was gradually brewing. The once clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, and the booming thunder could be heard from high above, as if the heavens were preparing to unleash punishment upon this world. First celestial tribulation, the chaotic thunder tribulation is about to descend. All deities are advised to prepare accordingly. The voice of the system echoed in Ye Feng's ears. Chaotic thunder tribulation? Ye Feng looked up at the sky. At that moment, he witnessed the incessant flickering of lightning above, its aura immensely powerful, reminiscent of the impending apocalypse. Such a scene he had only ever encountered in science fiction films. Note, the chaotic thunder tribulation is a convergence formed at the dawn of creation, possessing immense destructive power. Incomparable to ordinary thunder, deities from all nations must endure for 10 minutes under the chaotic thunder tribulation to pass. 10 minutes. Upon hearing the system's notification, everyone's expressions turned grave. Let alone 10 minutes. It was likely that some weaker deities would struggle to endure even a single minute. The difficulty of the third round of the selection game surpassed that of the previous 2 rounds combined, particularly for weaker nations. They fervently prayed for their deities to withstand until the first round of the tribulation concluded. Otherwise, they would face the peril of annihilation. Ye Feng turned to Yang Jian beside him and expressed his concern. "Lord Erlang, this chaotic thunder tribulation is no ordinary challenge. Please exercise utmost caution." Ha. To Ye Feng's admonition, Yang Jian not only showed no fear, but instead laughed heartily. "This tribulation is vastly different from the one I faced in the past." Yang Jian, brimming with confidence, wore an expression of anticipation. "In my youth, as I traversed the heavenly tribulation, each breath summoned 99,000 bolts of divine lightning. If I could endure 10 breaths without extinguishing, I would succeed in transcending the tribulation. Little did I expect that after all these years, I would confront the heavenly tribulation once more in such a manner." At his words, the audience in the Huaxia livestream was left speechless with astonishment. Goodness gracious! 99,000 bolts of tribulation with every breath? This is no mere trial. It is a matter of life and death. It was unimaginable what kind of torment Erlang Shen had endured. I had thought that the Western lightning punishment was formidable enough, yet it now appeared trivial before our Huaxia deities. I dread thunder. It always frightens me to tears. But I shall persevere to witness the splendor of Lord Erlang. While the Huaxia netizens were excited, the individuals from Sakura Nation, Goryeo, and Asan Nation felt a tinge of jealousy. 99,000 bolts. You boast without a shred of evidence. Even our sacred cows in Asan Nation cannot match your claims. Who cannot boast? I could assert that our deities in Sakura Nation surpass 100 million tribulations in a single second. Ha. Even now you continue to boast. I fear that the first to be struck down will be your chosen player, Ye Feng, and to claim that our sacred beast, the howling celestial dog, is merely a pet of your deities. Dream on. May the glorious land of Huaxia ascend to greatness soon. Whenever Huaxia begins to gain momentum, foreign netizens seem to find ways to provoke annoyance. With newfound confidence, Huaxia's netizens naturally refuse to be outdone, engaging in fierce verbal exchanges with these individuals. Insults often begin with familial slurs, and confrontations escalate with direct assaults. Huaxia is the chosen of the heavens. Regarding the experiences recounted by Yang Jian, Ephong harbors no doubts. Otherwise, Yang Jian would not have ascended to be among the most formidable deities of the celestial realm. It is worth noting that in the heavenly domain, Yang Jian commands an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers, representing the pinnacle of divine combat prowess. Few deities possess the power to rival Yang Jian. As Yang Jian reminded, standing beside him during the impending tribulation, while it may pose no danger to him, it could indeed threaten Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded in agreement, cognizant that he could evade the tribulation by retreating to the supply station. But that would deprive him of witnessing the spectacular scene of Yang Jian confronting the heavenly trials. Approaching Yang Jian, Ye Feng expressed his concern. What about the celestial hound? After all, it is Yang Jian's divine companion. Any harm to it would be unfortunate. However, Yang Jian merely smiled and assured him, "Do not worry, all is well. I am well aware of my divine pet's condition." At that moment, the chaotic thunderclouds above were coalescing, ready to unleash their fury at any moment. Yang Jian extended his right hand, and a divine weapon materialized before him, the three-edged double-bladed sword, his exclusive artifact. Mesmerized by the sword's proximity, Ye Feng found himself captivated. This weapon's allure lies not merely in its formidable power, but in its sheer coolness. Which boy has not fantasized about wielding such a weapon in his youth? Had he possessed it back then, the land within a 10-mile radius would have been utterly barren. Though excitement coursed through him, Ye Feng was curious as to why Yang Jian summoned his weapon. He watched as Yang Jian plunged the three-edged double-bladed sword into the ground and defiantly gazed skyward. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the first chaotic lightning bolt descended, aimed directly at Yang Jian's vital point, its speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. The oppressive aura rendered Ye Feng breathless. With a cold huff, Yang Jian unleashed a blinding golden light from within, which soared into the heavens, counteracting the formidable chaos of the lightning bolt. The collision produced a deafening sound. Had it not been for Yang Jian's protective aura, Ye Feng might have been rendered unconscious by the shockwave. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the golden light gradually retreated, not back into Yang Jian's body, but into the three-edged double-bladed sword in his hand. This scene left the onlookers in awe. In such a perilous moment, Yang Jian audaciously tempered his artifact with the very power of the chaotic lightning. What a remarkable maneuver. It was akin to being on a battlefield, under fire from 100 machine guns, yet one nonchalantly practiced their agility right in front of them. Such audacity is indeed astonishing. The chaotic tribulations descend intermittently, each strike growing in potency. Fortunately, Yang Jian adeptly neutralizes each one, harnessing the electrical might of the chaotic thunderbolts to refine his treasured weapon, the dual-edged trident. It seems as though it is not the Erlang god Yang Jian who is undergoing tribulation, but rather this exquisite trident. In stark contrast, the deities of other nations face a far more arduous plight. In the realm of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the summoned deity is Yamata, the revered martial spirit of their land. Clad in armor and wielding a long sword, his stature pales when compared to the formidable Yamata no Orochi, standing at merely 20 meters tall. However, the chosen warriors of the Cherry Blossom Nation harbor unwavering confidence in him, for Yamata possesses boundless strength and formidable defensive capabilities. Chapter 34. Is this what you call transcending tribulations? More importantly, he is the Emperor of Yamato, revered by the populace of Sakura Nation. However, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. While resisting the third chaotic thunder tribulation, this Yamato deity astonishingly lost an arm, despite his various defenses. This left the citizens of Sakura Nation quite shaken. Fortunately, Yamato possesses certain forbidden techniques. Even with an arm severed, he managed to remain relatively unscathed. One can only imagine the formidable power of this chaotic thunder tribulation. In addition, nations such as the Land of the Three and the Land of Infants also suffered injuries, albeit of varying severity. Some weaker deities were unable to evade even the first chaotic thunder tribulation, resulting in their utter annihilation. The ease with which Yang Jian, the second son of heaven from Huaxia, navigated this ordeal can be partially attributed to his status as an Eastern deity with prior experience in transcending tribulations. Thus, when faced with the heavenly tribulations, Eastern deities benefit from inherent advantages, knowing precisely how to confront these challenges. For instance, the Hound of Heaven, summoned by the kingdom of Goryeo through dubious means, bore witness to the devastation inflicted upon foreign deities by the thunder tribulation. While the people of Goryeo were astonished by the power of the tribulation, they also worried about the fate of their summoned beast. As the chaotic thunder tribulation descended, the Hound of Heaven enveloped itself in a shroud of black energy, withstanding the onslaught unharmed. This thrilled the citizens of Goryo, leading their chosen players to kneel in reverence and adoration. In truth, Goryo's mythological heritage pales in comparison to that of Sakura Nation. Yet, Sakura consistently finds itself at the bottom, while Goryo manages to secure a place among the top 20. This time, thanks to the Hound of Heaven, they surged into the top 5. This ignited a fury among the people of Sakura Nation. To be overshadowed by a civilization with a lesser mythological foundation such as Huaxia was one thing, but how could Goryo presume to eclipse Sakura Nation? Moreover, the Goryo populace flaunted their supposed superiority, prompting some Sakura netizens to vent their frustrations in Goryo's live streams. It was rumored that the divine beast summoned by Goryo was none other than the Hound of Heaven, pilfered from Huaxia's Hongmeng Bawang. Winning through theft is indeed shameless. Baka, I just heard in a Huaxia livestream that your revered Hound of Heaven is merely the pet of Yang Jian, who will take down Goryo. They are even more despicable than us. How utterly shameless Goryo is, surpassing even Sakura in their audacity. To rely on stealing our divine beasts to succeed is truly revolting. I wish I could just charge in and give them a beating. The netizens of Sakura and Huaxia united in their outrage against Goryo. However, the Goryo netizens reveled in the spectacle, seemingly delighted. The extent of their audacity is remarkable. Some even retorted, "You are simply sour grapes, unable to accept your defeat." The fact that we could summon the Hound of Heaven indicates that it rightfully belongs to us. It is you, the Huaxia, who shamelessly pilfered and inscribed our divine beasts into Hongmeng Baha. Historically, you have always been a vassal of our Goryo nation, and these divine creatures were originally transmitted from our land. Now, they are merely returning to their rightful owner. Your Cherry Blossom Nation's deities have met their demise, yet you remain oblivious. Beware, lest you find yourselves at the bottom of the hierarchy once more. However, upon reflection, one must wonder what formidable deities your Cherry Blossom Nation possesses. The live stream from Goryo is abuzz with activity, with people from various nations hurling insults back and forth. Were it not for the barrier of the internet, conflict would have surely erupted by now. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in Goryo, including the esteemed Kim Sung-woo, did not anticipate such an outcome. Although they were aware through Hongmeng Baha of the prowess of the howling celestial hound, they were astonished to discover that it emerged unscathed from the chaotic thunder tribulation. It is noteworthy that even mighty nations like the Asan and the Shilla, as well as the northern lands, sustained injuries. Amidst this shock, there was also a surge of excitement. Someone proposed, General Kim, we could continue to utilize the deities from Hongmeng Baha. This would not only dampen the morale of Huaxia, but also alleviate the scarcity of divine beings in our Goryo. While Goryo boasts a plethora of deities, few are truly powerful. Furthermore, as the divine selection games progress, the challenges will only intensify. Is this not a concern? Might this lead to feelings of inferiority among our citizens regarding our civilization? Dissenting opinions arose. Immediately, the earlier speaker retorted, what is there to fear? The fact that we can summon the howling celestial hound indicates a connection to our heritage. It is entirely possible that all the divine beings in Hongmeng Ba were pilfered from our Goryo. Upon hearing this, several individuals in the conference room nodded in agreement, while the official who had voiced dissent hesitated to express his disagreement. In his mind, he believed that since Goryo's mythological texts bore no record of such beings, they could not possibly be our divine entities. Though he held this belief, he refrained from opposing the majority, for fear of inviting ire. Kim Sung-woo, with a smile, gazed at the howling celestial hound within Goryo's divine selection realm and slowly articulated, there is no immediate rush. Our primary focus must be on combating Huaxia. In his view, once Huaxia was vanquished, Hongmeng Baha would be theirs to command. It was imperative to coordinate with the Cherry Blossom Nation and Asan, and when the moment was ripe, to strike in unison. Kim Sung-woo issued the command. This operation was classified, unbeknownst even to their citizens. Their objective was to catch Huaxia off guard. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, the chaotic thunder tribulation persisted. A mere 4 minutes had elapsed, with 6 still to follow. Utilizing the energy from the chaotic thunder tribulation, Yang Jian diligently tempered the trident dagger. Subsequently, he devised an incantation, imbuing the trident dagger with it. Astonishingly, the chaotic thunder tribulation redirected its focus and struck the trident dagger directly. Not only did the dagger remain unharmed, but its energy also intensified significantly. He then pulled Ye Feng up and sat cross-legged on the ground, engaging in conversation. This action astonished everyone, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Wasn't it said that the difficulty of the third round of the divine selection game would increase? How did it feel as though they were merely teasing the mighty Erlang Xinyangjian? Goodness, this is hardly an ordeal. It resembles a child's play instead. How fantastical is this? Can someone pinch me to confirm whether I am dreaming? I shall inform the Monkey King and the third prince that I will not return tonight, as I am accompanied by brother Yangjian. After being drawn beside him, Yangjian curiously inquired, what is the current state of development in the 9 provinces? Ye Feng had initially expected Yangjian to reveal some secrets, but the question posed was akin to that of the previous inquiry from Nezha. Chapter 35. Underestimated this situation left Ye Feng somewhat helpless. If such inquiries continued, would he have to recount the achievements of each deity summoned to assist Huaxia every time? The task seemed monumental. However, since the great deity had posed the question, Ye Feng had no choice but to respond earnestly. He showcased Huaxia's recent advancements and high-tech products through a video presentation. Upon witnessing the remarkable transformation of the world, Yangjian couldn't help but express his astonishment. He recalled that before their departure from the mortal realm, the Queen Mother of the West had once remarked at the Peach Banquet that the progress of human technology would inevitably elevate theological beliefs to a civilization rooted in technology, and eventually to socialism. Yet, the advancement of technology could equally herald destruction. Socialism? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the Queen Mother of the West was aware of the core values of socialism. It felt rather peculiar. No sooner had he thought this than Yangjian continued, stating that he had once struggled to comprehend her words, but now, with the depletion of global resources triggering the divine selection game, he could somewhat grasp the prophecy made by the Queen Mother regarding the future of Blue Star. This was essentially a prophecy. The Queen Mother had foretold the world's destiny. It was entirely reasonable for deities to possess such foresight, coupled with the earlier decision of the celestial realm to refrain from interfering with the mortal world. Ye Feng quickly connected this to the Queen Mother's prophecy. In truth, even without the emergence of the divine selection game, humanity's future was likely to face annihilation. After all, mankind had developed numerous nuclear weapons, and should a world war erupt, these devices could obliterate humanity countless times over. Perhaps he should summon the Queen Mother again for another prophecy. Yet, the thought made Ye Feng shake his head vigorously. To have the illustrious Queen Mother predict his fate? He likely did not even know how to write the character for death. All was governed by fate, and the future remained uncertain to all. Nevertheless, Ye Feng would not retreat. For the future of Huaxia, he would strive with every ounce of his strength, fighting until the last drop of blood. At the same time, the first heavenly tribulation, the Chaos Thunder Tribulation, was nearing its conclusion. Although the Chaos Thunder Tribulation was immensely powerful, many deities managed to endure it. However, without exception, they all sustained injuries, particularly the deities from Sakura Nation and several smaller countries. Many suffered severed limbs. The scene was truly harrowing. The only deities unscathed were Erlang Xinyangjian and his celestial hound. The most astonishing was Yangjian, who had traversed the subsequent Chaos Thunder Tribulation with his magical weapon, the three-pointed, double-edged blade. This sight left others in awe, especially those who had disparaged Huaxia. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it was real. It was their first time seeing anyone navigate a heavenly tribulation with such ease. The comments in the Huaxia live stream had never ceased. Is this really a heavenly tribulation? I'd believe it was a vacation. Erlang Xinyangjian, forever the best. What weapon is that? It seems incredibly formidable. Even the chaotic thunder tribulation cannot bring it down. Have you ventured over to the land of the Koreans? The dog coin over there has successfully weathered the tribulation unscathed, brazenly stealing our divine beasts from Hongming Bahuang to undergo their trials. What shamelessness! I just returned from witnessing this spectacle, and I genuinely do not wish to lay my eyes upon these beasts again. They audaciously celebrate as they pilfer our sacred creatures from Huaxia. It is utterly outrageous. Where are the keyboard warriors? Come, let us wage war against the Koreans. The divine chosen world of Huaxia. First heavenly tribulation. The chaotic thunder tribulation has been successfully challenged. World synchronization initiated. The second heavenly tribulation challenge is about to commence. Shall we proceed? The system's voice resonated within Ye Feng's mind. Ye Feng did not rush to respond. Instead, he rose and turned to Erlang Shun beside him, saying, Erlang Zhenjuan, the first heavenly tribulation challenge has been completed. There are 3 more challenges ahead, each increasing in difficulty. Shall we continue? A hearty laugh erupted from Yangjian, who promptly stood up, grasping the 3-pronged, double-edged blade embedded in the ground. Instantly, waves of thunderous intent surged from the blade, striking Yangjian's hand, yet he remained unfazed. This scene left the viewers in the livestream utterly astonished, for the lightning emanating from the blade surpassed even that of the earlier chaotic thunder tribulation. Not even the deities from other nations would dare to approach it. Yang Jian then declared, "Since we have come this far, we shall undoubtedly press on. I am curious to see just how formidable the heavenly tribulation derived from this divine, chosen game truly is." Yang Jian was not arrogant. Rather, he possessed the confidence to back his words. Ye Feng understood this implicitly. However, some foreign netizens looked on with scorn. The deities of Huaxia are indeed overreaching, daring to challenge the divine chosen game. They seem oblivious to the meaning of death. This is merely a case of the petty gaining power. I wish to see whether he holds firm or if the fist of the divine chosen game prevails. Critics of Huaxia always seem to emerge at crucial moments. Even some citizens of Huaxia pondered whether Yang Jian had overstepped, believing that deities should embody humility and not excessive pride. In contrast, Ephong praised such audacity, truly befitting of Erlang Jinjuan. Yang Jian, however, humbly refrained from boasting. Meanwhile, a sudden alert echoed in Ye Feng's mind. The high-ranking officials of Huaxia have requested a video call. Shall we connect? What could they possibly want to connect with me for at this moment? During the divine chosen game, any video call requires the consent of the chosen player. Just as Ephong was preparing to accept the call, the system's voice rang out once more. Final confirmation. Does the Huaxia divine chosen player wish to continue the challenge? Failure to respond will be deemed as an automatic forfeiture. Continue. Ephong hastily replied. What a jest. With Yang Jian's assistance, his goal was to strive for the top position. If he abandoned the challenge now, the first place would undeniably slip from Huaxia's grasp. Failing to seize such a remarkable opportunity would indeed be a grave miscalculation. The chosen players of Huaxia have decided to continue their challenge, with the second heavenly tribulation set to descend in 1 minute. Erlang Jinjuan. The second heavenly tribulation will commence in 1 minute, Ye Feng reminded. Yes, I am aware, Yang Jian responded nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the impending tribulation. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the anxiety was palpable as Ye Feng delayed in establishing the video connection. Ning Zhangwo and others fidgeted restlessly, some even resorting to colorful language in their frustration. They had also heard the system's alert. The second heavenly tribulation was imminent, and they had no opportunity to prevent Ye Feng from proceeding further. Recent urgent intelligence indicated that the nations of Asan, Bangzi, and Yinghua had collectively chosen to abandon their challenges and converge towards the realm of the Huaxia chosen. The synchronized actions of these three nations suggested a premeditated strategy, although their intentions remained shrouded in ambiguity. Chapter 36. Guardian of the Divine Stone. At this moment, they found themselves utterly unable to connect with Ye Feng. Is there anything more exasperating? If these three nations were to act simultaneously against Yang Jian in a moment of peril, the situation would become dire. Confronting the deities of three nations at once, compounded by the impending second heavenly tribulation, does Yang Jian stand a chance? No one in the conference room harbored any belief in such a possibility. In the world of Huaxia's chosen ones, a minute passed in the blink of an eye. Second heavenly tribulation. The Guardian of the Divine Stone is imminent. Please prepare yourselves. Warning. The Guardian possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Do not engage it head-on, or you shall learn the true meaning of despair. Notice, victory over the Guardian is required to triumph in the second heavenly tribulation. As the system's voice faded, ominous thunder echoed through the sky once more. With a resounding boom, a massive stone giant, towering at 100 meters, materialized within the realm of Huaxia's chosen ones. Upon its emergence, the giant swung its colossal fists downwards, unleashing a howling wind that cleaved through the air, as if the very atmosphere were being torn apart. The force of its descent sent tremors through the earth, generating spirals of slicing winds that indiscriminately swept outward, seemingly issuing a warning to the deities of Huaxia. How intriguing! Yang Jian mused as he brandished his blade, summoning a web of lightning intent that collided with the encroaching wind blades. An array of explosive sounds erupted as they met the impending threat. The audience in the live broadcast was left astounded by this spectacle. What? Aren't heavenly tribulations supposed to manifest as lightning? Why is there a monster instead? This defies logic. Engaging in a discussion of science within the realm of divine choices? You might as well attempt to woo a sow. After a moment of composure, apprehension began to creep back into their minds. This giant is exceedingly colossal, and in comparison, Yang Jian appeared no larger than an ant. Could he possibly prevail? Uncertainty loomed, but one thing was certain. Overcoming this stone guardian would not be a trivial endeavor. The system had warned of its robust defenses, and it was conceivable that Yang Jian might even sustain injuries in the process. This entity is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary deity. Were it to manifest on Earth, I dare say that mere human weaponry would be utterly ineffective against it. Fortuitously, this is merely the world of divine choices. Otherwise, humanity would be doomed. The concerns of the crowd were not without merit, largely stemming from the psychological burden imposed by the first heavenly tribulation. If the first was so formidable, how could the second be any less daunting? Moreover, the guardian of the divine stone was no weakling either. Had it appeared on Earth, a single punch could likely trigger a magnitude 6 earthquake. The emergence of the stone giant also captivated numerous international viewers, as the nations daring to challenge the second heavenly tribulation were few and far between. Only those with a rich mythological heritage, such as the Northern Kingdom, the Western Kingdom, and the Golden Tower Kingdom, chose to continue. However, these individuals entering Huaxia's live broadcast were not merely there to witness the competition. Most individuals are merely spectators. In the realm of the divine selection, Ye Feng surveyed the surroundings enveloped in mist, then cast his gaze upon the colossal stone guardian, cautioning Erlang Jinjuan, it would be prudent to exercise caution, as the divine selection world has commenced, and deities from other nations may launch surprise assaults at any moment. In response, Yang Jian merely smiled faintly and replied, they have already arrived. So soon? Ye Feng expressed his astonishment, hastily scanning the misty expanse, yet failing to discern the presence of any foreign deities. His reaction stemmed not from fear. It was no exaggeration to assert that Yang Jian could single-handedly confront the summoned deities of other nations. After all, how could a deity incapable of withstanding the chaotic thunder tribulations hope to match Yang Jian? Ye Feng was merely taken aback by the swiftness of their approach, which seemed to indicate a degree of preparation. The divine selection world imposes laws that obstruct the easy detection of foreign deities. Yang Jian's certainty arose from having sensed the approach of the celestial hound, which was moving closer to Huaxia. Additionally, he vaguely perceived two more adversaries nearing their position. Throughout the ordeal, Yang Jian maintained an air of calm composure, as if the ambush were aimed at others rather than himself. Merely some insignificant pests. Hardly a cause for concern. However, to prevent them from remaining hidden, he decided to put on a show. With this thought in mind, Yang Jian ceased his rambling and leaped into action, launching an assault against the stone guardian. The guardian, incensed that such a feeble deity would dare to initiate an attack, was enraged. It swung its colossal fist, determined to crush Yang Jian beneath its might. In an instant, the massive stone fist enveloped Yang Jian. Yang Jian, unwilling to be negligent, shouted in defiance and swiftly raised his blade to defend himself. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying by the guardian's blow, crashing heavily to the ground. The stone guardian did not relent. It lifted its enormous foot and brought it crashing down upon Yang Jian. With a forceful strike against the earth, Yang Jian evaded the impending onslaught just in time. Yet, the next moment, the guardian's fist surged forward once more. In mere moments, the formidable Huaxia deity, Yang Jian, found himself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly battered by the stone guardian. This spectacle heightened the anxiety of the already apprehensive Huaxia populace. In the Huaxia livestream, viewers were astonished by the formidable prowess of the stone guardian. I never anticipated that the stone guardian would be so formidable. During the first heavenly tribulation, Erlang Yang Jian was effortlessly in control. Who would have thought it would be so challenging against this foe? What on earth is happening? Could it be that he is truly in peril? Go, Erlang Shun. I believe you can conquer this hideous creature. I just visited the live streams of other nations, and their deities are also being relentlessly pursued by the stone guardian. It seems that the difficulty of the second heavenly tribulation has escalated significantly. Nevertheless, it appeared that among the deities summoned by Ye Feng, only Erlang Yang Jian was struggling so mightily. Was it truly due to the overwhelming strength of the stone guardian, or was Yang Jian simply not on par with the likes of Sun Wukong and Nezha from before? Ah, how amusing. Previously, there was much boasting about the prowess of Erlang Yang Jian, yet it appears he is nothing extraordinary after all. Merely a jester in the grand scheme of things. I had thought him truly formidable. Is this all there is? How can he dare to challenge the divine selection games? A complete failure. I shall take my leave. Up until now, Yang Jian of Huaxia has not had a single opportunity to retaliate. Such mediocrity is hardly worth my attention. I might as well indulge in watching Tom and Jerry. The comments in the live stream are a mix of sentiments, though the majority express disdain for Yang Jian. And even Huaxia finds itself looked down upon. Many citizens of Huaxia have begun to lose faith in Yang Jian, feeling both sorrow and anger. It is lamentable, and yet, it is a consequence of his own arrogance. Unqualified to undertake such challenging endeavors, he ought not to interfere. His hubris has truly led to his downfall. Yang Jian and Ye Feng remain oblivious to the external evaluations. Chapter 37. The explosive performance of Yang Jian. At this moment, Ye Feng stood by the supply station, observing the fierce battle unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Yang Jian remained vigilant, keeping an eye on Ye Feng to prevent any surprise attacks. The combat exhibited a back-and-forth dynamic, revealing the astonishing defensive prowess of the Stone Guardian. Despite Yang Jian seizing several opportunities, his triple-edged blade merely chipped away at the Guardian, taking off only a minuscule fragment of stone. To the audience, it appeared as though Yang Jian was merely scratching the Guardian's surface, further diminishing their confidence in him. Nevertheless, a portion of the crowd rallied to support both Yang Jian and Ye Feng. Undoubtedly, these individuals were among the most admirable in Huaxia. Boom. Just as Yang Jian shattered a few stones, he was struck forcefully by the Stone Guardian, sending him hurtling through the air. Upon landing, he exerted tremendous effort to regain his footing, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The once composed Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Chongren could no longer remain passive. This was unacceptable. If this continued, Huaxia would surely face defeat. Ning Jiangwo seethed with anger. Even if Yang Jian somehow triumphed over the Stone Guardian, 3 other nations' deities lurked in ambush nearby. What would Yang Jian do then? What fate awaited Huaxia? Some experts even began to blame Ye Feng, questioning how they could have reached this point had Ye Feng established a connection. Despite their frustrations, the current state of the battle was immutable. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen ones, under the relentless assaults of the Stone Guardian, Yang Jian's downfall became increasingly evident, and the chorus of detractors grew louder. When Yang Jian was once again sent flying, he disregarded his injuries, leaping from the ground to strike at the Stone Guardian once more, this time aiming for its eyes. The Guardian's eyes were 2 distinct orbs, shimmering brilliantly like red agate, nearly the same size as Yang Jian himself. Sensing the imminent threat, the Stone Guardian swiftly raised its hands and struck downwards with force. A massive white energy enveloped its fists, crackling with electricity between its palms. Should Yang Jian persist in his assault, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm, far exceeding any previous injuries. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Yang Jian let out a bellow, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The hand gripping the triple-edged blade involuntarily tightened, and his speed surged, more than doubling. He resolved to risk severe injury to assault the Stone Guardian's eyes, for therein lay its vulnerability. Boom. Despite Yang Jian's remarkable speed, he was still struck by the summoned white lightning of the Stone Guardian. At that moment, he was less than 10 meters from its pupils. Ha! Yang Jian is doomed this time. It has been worth our wait. How could he dare to compare himself to Sun Wukong? What a disgrace to our Huaxia deities. Damn it, he was so close. Erlang Jinjuan, persevere. You shall undoubtedly triumph. In this thrilling moment, the barrage of comments in the Huaxia livestream is incessant. Few hold faith in Yang Jian. Conversely, only Ye Feng, beside the supply station, exhibits no trace of concern, even harboring a faint smile. He never anticipated that Yang Jian's performance would be so exceptional. Had he not been privy to Yang Jian's true capabilities, he too might have been deceived. Such acting prowess could undoubtedly earn him the title of Best Actor. In the very instant that Yang Jian was struck by the white lightning, he relinquished his magical artifact. The 3-pronged blade soared forth as if guided by an unseen hand, piercing directly into the pupil of the divine Stone Guardian. The blade unleashed boundless thunderous power, surging into the Guardian's form. Instantly, the Guardian's body, centered around its eye, began to crack, spreading intricate web-like fissures as if it were on the verge of shattering. It could not help but tremble violently, instinctively delivering a forceful strike towards Yang Jian, its speed surpassing that of before. Once again, Yang Jian, no larger than its fingernail, was sent flying. This time, however, Yang Jian landed with composure, entirely unfazed compared to his earlier plight. No one was now focused on him. All attention was riveted upon the divine Stone Guardian. Amidst its violent convulsions, the Guardian suddenly toppled backward, and in mere moments, it shattered into countless fragments. Huaxia successfully challenges the second heavenly tribulation, divine Stone Guardian. The system's voice resonated across the continent. This spectacle unfolded in the blink of an eye. It was only upon hearing the system's announcement that the crowd emerged from their stupor. What in the world was this extraordinary maneuver? Did we just win? Huaxia's fortune is astonishing. Goodness, was this victory truly so effortless? It seems Huaxia has stumbled upon immense fortune. Winning by sheer luck is no accomplishment. I could have done that too. As a citizen of Huaxia, my emotions soared higher than a roller coaster. Although the victory was fraught with challenges, the outcome was favorable. Just as the people of Huaxia breathed a sigh of relief, the situation on the battlefield took a sudden turn, plunging them back into deep despair. In the very next moment following the demise of the Divine Stone Guardian, deities and chosen ones from the nations of India, Japan, and South Korea materialized around them. Ye Feng and Yang Jian found themselves encircled by a dense throng. Particularly alarming were the three colossal deities, standing at heights of 20 to 30 meters, positioned at three different angles. What in the world is happening? Why have so many appeared so suddenly? Had they been lying in wait all along? How infuriating. It's those from South Korea, Japan, and India. No wonder they had previously withdrawn from the challenge. It was all a ruse to concentrate their efforts against Huaxia. I am incensed. How dare these despicable beings band together to suppress Huaxia? I am truly tempted to charge in and confront them with all my might. The audacity of these shameless individuals is truly astonishing. Unable to conquer the game of the chosen ones, they resort to such despicable tactics to persecute our illustrious China. Alas, the formidable Erling Xinyang Jian has just sustained injuries from a stone giant, and now three such powerful deities have emerged. How can we possibly prevail against such odds? Surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind, is this truly the end for our great nation? As the people of China grappled with their anger and sorrow, mocking taunts echoed from the enemy within the realm of the chosen ones. Today marks the end for the divine Yang Jian of China and the chosen player Ye Feng. The first to voice this derision was a player from the nation of the stick, the very elder who had previously knelt in prayer. The monstrous hound of heaven at the elder's side fixated its gaze upon Yang Jian, yet it refrained from approaching to acknowledge its master, feigning ignorance instead. Upon the elder's remarks, a player from the Cherry Blossom Nation coldly interjected, "Let us first concentrate our fire on eliminating the divine beings of China. As for the young man named Ye Feng, he may yet serve a purpose." Indeed. We must ensure that China pays dearly this time, added a player from the nation of the three. Chapter 38. The Three Kingdoms. Though fierce words were exchanged, the chosen players and deities of the three nations refrained from immediate action, seemingly biding their time. Thousands of eyes, sharp and predatory, fixated on Ye Feng and Yang Jian, as if they were mere fish awaiting slaughter. Yang Jian scoffed, directing his gaze towards the first elder who spoke, and retorted, "Are you the chosen player from the Korean nation?" The elder paused, taken aback by the audacity displayed at such a moment. With a derisive snort, he replied, "What? Do you intend to kneel and beg for mercy?" At this proclamation, the celestial canine behind the elder instinctively bared its teeth, its eyes ablaze with fury. Had Yang Jian not issued a command, it would have lunged into action. It was only upon entering the realm of the chosen in Huaxia that the celestial canine realized the deities they were to confront were, in fact, its master. Thus, it nearly erupted in rage. However, Yang Jian communicated through his divine consciousness, prompting the canine to restrain its impulses. Although it refrained from attacking the elder, the canine radiated an overwhelming aura of anger that rendered the atmosphere oppressive. Many chosen players from the Korean nation found themselves exhilarated by this display, with some even taunting Yang Jian. "Our celestial beast, the howling dog, is furious. You shall see the consequences." Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Feng struggled to suppress laughter, nearly causing himself internal injury. Pointing at the dog's owner and claiming the beast would have its revenge. Was this a jester sent by monkeys? Yang Jian, watching from a distance, wore a slightly bemused expression. In the midst of the dialogue, the atmosphere in the live broadcast grew increasingly peculiar. While they had conspired to attack Huaxia, one could not deny the cleverness and perfection of their strategy. The principles of this chosen game dictated a brutal survival of the fittest. Thus, the actions of these nations, driven by national interests, could be deemed justifiable. One could only lament the absence of a worthy strategist among the ranks of Huaxia. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are branded as traitors. If I were in their position, I too would act for the benefit of Huaxia. Initially, the citizens of Huaxia united in their indignation. Yet some netizens exhibited a surprising sense of righteousness, defending the nations that perpetrated harm against Huaxia. This scene incited profound anger among the populace. Even officials were irked by the emergence of such sentiments. In the conference room of the imperial capital, Ning Jiangwo and his associates swiftly received a phone call from the three nations. The expressions of those present turned ashen. What good news could possibly come from a high-level call at such a moment? Predictably, once the call connected, Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues felt their blood pressure soar. General Ning, it has been years. I trust you are well? The hypocritical Korean official, Jin Shenggu, greeted with a forced smile. One does not seek an audience without cause. If you have something to say, General Jin, please do so directly. Ning Jiangwo retorted without reservation. This group of individuals is akin to a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken. How could Ning Jiangwo be oblivious to their intentions? Ha ha ha, General Ning. Why do you still possess such a fiery temper? This is not favorable. Jingya of Sakura Nation interjected. At this moment, he felt a sense of vindication. The reason he refrained from immediate action was to extort from Huaxia. A vanquished Huaxia and a Huaxia that could be easily manipulated. Clearly, they discerned which was more significant. Ning Jiangwo clenched his fists, the fury within him barely restrained. Enough, enough, time is of the essence. Let us keep our discourse brief. Amir from A3 Nation candidly stated, we can withdraw our troops, but Huaxia must compensate us for the withdrawal expenses. Not too much, just 100 million tons of grain. Plus your naval aircraft carrier blueprints. What? The assembly erupted in outrage. While they could devise a means to gather 100 million tons of grain, the design blueprints of an aircraft carrier constituted an absolute state secret and the very foundation of a nation. Such information could never be relinquished to outsiders. Yet, before Ning Jiangwo could respond, Jin Chengwu and Jingya articulated their own demands. Our nation, the land of the morning calm, can also withdraw our troops. But we require the complete data on Hongmeng Bawang, as well as the blueprints for Huaxia's nuclear arsenal. Likewise, we of Sakura Nation can withdraw our troops. We seek neither money nor grain, nor do we desire your weapon designs. All that is necessary is for Huaxia to cede 1 million square kilometers of territory to us, and we shall not trouble you further. The appetites of the three were increasingly insatiable, and their tone left no room for negotiation. Ning Jiangwo and his companions were infuriated. If advanced weaponry was the cornerstone of Huaxia's sovereignty, then territory was its very lifeblood. Having suffered severe persecution in modern history, Huaxia understood the paramount importance of land to a nation. Their forebears defended national sovereignty and territorial integrity with their lives. As their descendants, they could never acquiesce to such demands. However, should they refuse, Ye Feng might very well fall victim to their machinations. Should Ye Feng perish, Huaxia itself would likely meet its doom. This is why, despite their profound anger, not a single person dared to voice a response. For one misstep in speech could spell disaster for Huaxia. At that moment, the secretary leaned close to Ning Jiangwo's ear and quietly reported, General Ning, the distress signal has been successfully dispatched to the combat nation. We should receive a reply shortly. The combat nation, located to the north of Huaxia, is not only one of the 5 permanent members, but also a great power of mythic civilization. Furthermore, the combat nation and Huaxia are strategic partners. The likelihood of this request for aid being accepted is quite high. Ning Jiangwo nodded silently. The delay in sending the distress message was to prevent it from being intercepted by foreign adversaries. If these 3 nations were to discover it, they would undoubtedly act without hesitation, leading to Huaxia's potential annihilation. A once mighty nation, one of the 5 permanent members, reduced to a state akin to ants struggling for survival. This filled him with profound resentment. Are we, the descendants of the Huaxia, truly left with no other recourse? All our previous splendid displays have ultimately proven to be but fleeting moments. The cherry blossom nation and the land of the peninsula remain unperturbed, as they regard Huaxia as already within their grasp. Should we be cornered at this juncture, the repercussions may well be detrimental. Yet, at this very moment, a twist of fate unfolds. Scholars and experts of Huaxia widen their eyes, fixated on the realm of the chosen. Some even exclaim in astonishment, look, it seems they are about to engage in battle. This exclamation not only captured the attention of Ning Jiangwo and his companions, but also intrigued the likes of Takashi Kaneshiro and Yoshinori. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen, Yang Jian pointed at the celestial hound with a mocking grin, questioning, are you certain this creature embodies the deity you serve? Yang Jian's provocative gesture instantly incited the ire of all chosen players from the peninsula. Chapter 39. Unleashing the Hound, remove your filthy hands. Should you dare to point at our divine being again, I shall slay you. The elder threatened with palpable fury. In his heart, the celestial hound was sacred and inviolable. Had it not been for the hound, they might not have traversed the tribulations so effortlessly, nor would they have secured a place among the top 10. Oh, is that so? Yang Jian retorted with a chilling smile. He beckoned, Hound of Heaven, come forth. You dare to. But before the elder could finish his sentence, the approaching hound crushed him underfoot, blood splattering across the scene. The spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. What just transpired? Why would the Hound of Beach heed the commands of the Chinese deity Yang Jian? Surely this was not a dream, particularly for the chosen players from Beach. They stood bewildered, their national pride ruthlessly trampled. What is happening? Why does our divine beast obey this brat? Is it possible that what China claimed was true? That our hound is, in fact, Yang Jian's divine pet? This cannot be. The hound just shielded our nation from the tribulations. It cannot be Yang Jian's pet. Hound, come back. You are our divine beast. No, you traitor. Despite their unwillingness to accept it, the truth was laid bare. The Hound of Beach sat obediently before Yang Jian, even nuzzling its massive head against his leg. The audience in the Chinese livestream had lost their composure. Ha! Who would have thought the Hound is indeed the divine pet of our Erlang, Xinyang Jian? No wonder he asked that question earlier. And they had the audacity to admit it in front of the Hound's owner. This is utterly hilarious. This is the most absurd plot twist I have ever witnessed. The reversal was too swift. I can hardly keep up. Yang Jian's strategy was ruthlessly effective, effortlessly dismantling Beach's confidence. Unbelievable. Is this truly the Yang Jian I know? He is even more cunning than Nezha. Though Ye Feng had mentioned this before, it lacked credibility, especially after the initial encounter between the Hound and Yang Jian. It was evident to the discerning that the pair were unfamiliar with one another. Beach had mocked China on several occasions, shamelessly claiming that China had pilfered their deities and usurped their civilization. Ironically, Beach had revered the Hound as their divine entity, only to be met with a resounding slap to the face. Now that the Hound had recognized its master, it provided a moment of vindication for the people of China. Meanwhile, the citizens of Beach were seething with indignation. Initially, everyone believed China was at their mercy. Yet, who could have foreseen such a ludicrous turn of events? Particularly for the high-ranking official, Jin Xingyu, who was now in tears, his mind buzzing with the weight of his ill-fated decision. The blame for this debacle rested squarely upon his shoulders, and he knew he could not escape the consequences. Suddenly, he recalled that he was still in communication with General Ning Zhangwo from the upper echelons of Huaxia. In a hurry, he implored, "General Ning, it was all a misunderstanding. I beseech you to connect with Ye Feng and allow us, the chosen players, to depart." Ning Zhangwo sighed sympathetically. "I'm afraid we cannot reach Ye Feng either." This was the truth, yet Jin Xingwu held a different perspective. He bellowed in fury, "Ning Zhangwo, do you truly wish for mutual destruction? Humph, that is a consequence of your own making." Ning Zhangwo showed no mercy. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Yang Jian, the Celestial Hound began its pursuit of the chosen players from the Korean nation, claiming the lives of 7 or 8 with each bite. This instilled a profound fear in the Korean chosen players. They desperately fled towards the territories of Sakura Nation and Asan Nation, seeking refuge. If they lagged even slightly, they would meet their demise at the jaws of the Celestial Hound. At this moment, Yang Jian observed the scene with a cold smile. "Dare to summon my dog? That depends on whether you have the life to endure it." On the other side, the chosen players from Sakura Nation and Asan Nation wore grim expressions. What was initially a guaranteed victory had now turned into a debacle, potentially resulting in severe losses. This incited their wrath. In their eyes, Huaxia should submit to their blows. How could they dare to rise in defiance? "You audacious Huaxia, how dare you deceive us?" shouted a player from Sakura Nation, pointing angrily at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, initially an observer, could not allow such provocation to go unanswered. Turning to the middle-aged man, he replied with a cold smile. "There is an ancient saying, a thief who fails to steal a chicken ends up losing the rice. Today, not only will you lose your rice, but I shall also demand your lives." "Humph, such brazen words," retorted the middle-aged man. Despite the betrayal of the Celestial Hound, they did not consider themselves at a disadvantage. 2 against 2 was still manageable. As the battle was about to commence, spurred on by the reminders of their fellow players, the deity Yamata no Kami stepped forward. Though he had lost an arm, the aura he exuded was still imposing, rivaling that of the Celestial Hound. This renewed the confidence of many. Yang Jian, however, coldly observed them, determined to eliminate them one by one, while dealing with the Hound in a similar fashion. Yamato no Kami gripped his longsword tightly, murmuring incantations as if casting a spell. Moments later, an incredibly terrifying aura emanated from his being, accompanied by flashes of golden light. In the next instant, he astonishingly split into several divine forms. Each of these forms mirrored his original, including the wound from his severed arm, exuding an even greater sense of oppression and continuously growing in strength. Haha, our sword god Yamato no Kami has unleashed his ultimate technique. No matter how formidable you are, can you truly take on 5 at once? I am eager to witness whether the deities of Huaxia are superior or if our gods from Sakura Nation hold the upper hand," chuckled the middle-aged man. "Humph. The absence of one Korean player is fortuitous. It means one less nation to share the spoils with us." At that moment, the chosen players of Sakura Nation remained focused on Huaxia, revealing their unwavering confidence in their deity. Shadow clone technique? Ephong furrowed his brow slightly. However, to the middle-aged man's eyes, His reaction was merely a manifestation of fear. "Heh, so now you know what fear is." "It's too late." The middle-aged man scoffed. "Fear? I, Ye Feng, have never known how to write the word fear." Ye Feng retorted with a sneer. "Perhaps you should summon your mother to teach me?" Seeking death, the middle-aged man bellowed in fury. Behind him, several warriors from the Wukong faction swiftly launched their assault. The myriad divine bodies of the Wukong faction surged towards Yang Jian and Ye Feng, their formidable presence eliciting concern among netizens from Huaxia. 5 towering sword deities, each over 20 meters tall. How could this be countered? Yet, Ye Feng felt not an ounce of trepidation. As for Yang Jian, he was even less fazed. He brought his fingers together, swiftly sweeping across the third eye nestled between his brows. Simultaneously, he cried out, "Heavenly Eye, awaken!" As his words fell, the unique pattern on Yang Jian's forehead astonishingly transformed into a vividly lifelike heavenly eye. Chapter 40. Self-inflicted consequences, huh? To think that a mere eye could hope to vanquish our sword god, Yao Jiaming? Such aspirations are nothing short of delusional. The middle-aged man sneered. A mere eye? Ye Feng shook his head in sympathetic disbelief. To claim that Yang Jian's heavenly eye is nothing but a broken eye makes one the first in history to utter such folly. Even the great Sun Wukong dared not confront Yang Jian's heavenly eye directly. Moreover, in Taoist tradition, Yang Jian's heavenly eye is revered as the eye of the celestial god, reputed to shatter countless spells. For Yao Jiaming to dare wield his magic before Yang Jian is akin to performing a grand display of martial prowess before the legendary Guangong. Utterly presumptuous. At that moment, a blinding golden light emanated from the heavenly eye, and Yao Jiaming, caught in its gaze, was instantaneously sent flying. Simultaneously, his avatar was shattered, vanishing without a trace. The suddenness of this occurrence left all in disbelief. 5 formidable sword gods felled by a mere eye? What absurdity! How could this be possible? The middle-aged man was aghast. Not only he, but anyone witnessing this scene wore expressions of sheer astonishment, particularly the chosen players from the Cherry Blossom Nation, whose faces reflected a repugnant dismay. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from behind Yang Jian. Unbeknownst to him, the deity Sakura from the Asin Nation appeared, brandishing a long spear aimed directly at Yang Jian's head. This transpired in the blink of an eye. As Yao Jiaming was sent hurtling away, Sakura's spear lunged forth. In the eyes of the Asin Nation, the massive form of Sakura would assuredly deliver a fatal blow to Yang Jian, or at the very least, inflict significant injury. Yet, just as the spear was about to pierce him, Yang Jian moved. With a swift motion, he summoned a 3-pointed, double-edged blade from the ground, which shot towards Sakura with lightning speed. Sakura's expression shifted. Should he continue his assault, he would certainly be impaled by the very blade that could slay even the stone guardians. In a moment of peril, Sakura opted to defend, raising his spear to parry the incoming blade. The force of their collision sent the 30-meter-tall Sakura reeling, while the 3-pointed blade returned to Yang Jian's grasp. With his artifact firmly in hand, Yang Jian thrust it into the ground. The earth quivered slightly, followed by a crackling sound of electricity, centered around the 3-pointed blade. Countless bolts of lightning spread out like a web in all directions. All living beings within a 10-mile radius were propelled into the air, including the recently landed sword god Yao Jiaming. Binding celestial rope, go! Yang Jian waved his hand again, and a shimmering golden rope shot forth from his sleeve. However, its target was not the war god Sakura of the Asin Nation, but rather the sword god Yao Jiaming of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The flung Yao Jiaming was ensnared by the binding celestial rope, crashing heavily to the ground and crushing several chosen players from the Cherry Blossom Nation in the process. As for Yao Jiaming, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself utterly immobilized. On the other side, the ambush by Sai Jian Tua failed, resulting in him being struck back by Yang Jian, which significantly shattered the morale of the soldiers from the A3 Nation. Just as Sai Jian Tua prepared to launch another assault, the howling celestial dog charged directly from a distance. Startled for a moment, Sai Jian Tua did not hesitate and swiftly brandished his spear in retaliation. The howling celestial dog, undeterred, summoned a protective aura of dark light and recklessly lunged at Sai Jian Tua. Boom! The spear struck the howling celestial dog, merely pushing it back. In the next instant, the dog charged again. The duel between man and beast was fiercely matched. In stark contrast, Yang Jian and Ye Feng engaged in casual conversation, discussing how to deal with these insignificant foes. Such an affront left the onlookers in bewilderment, pondering whether such humiliation was permissible. While others would release a dog behind closed doors, here, it was unleashed openly. The foreign divine players present felt a chill of despair. Particularly the chosen players from the A3 Nation, who began to question whether they had summoned the wrong deity. Sai Jian Tuo was their war god, the son of Shiva, possessing unmatched prowess and status. If they could not defeat Yang Jian, how could they possibly contend with his dog? Were the deities and divine beasts of Huaxia truly this formidable? Yet, they had never heard such tales before. This was utterly surreal. The officials from Sakura country and A3 shared similar sentiments, their anxiety palpable as they paced restlessly. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. Had they known, they would never have ventured into Huaxia. Should their deity fall in battle again, chaos would inevitably ensue in Sakura country. After 3 consecutive defeats, they would surely incite public outrage, possibly leading to unrest even within their imperial family. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of dismissal, but rather a dire consequence for all involved. Meanwhile, the livestream in Huaxia was abuzz with excitement. Wow, this is such a familiar scenario. Ye Feng, the legend, forever. This is an instance of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yang Jian is truly cunning, yet I love it. One commentator exclaimed. Not long ago, I was worried about our situation, only to find we were outsmarted by the illustrious Yang Jian. How infuriating. Another noted. I must sketch a quick portrait of Yang Jian. He is undoubtedly the most dashing and charismatic deity of Huaxia. They laughed. Is that so? I recall you said the same about Sun Wukong and Nezha last time. Simultaneously, the conference room in the capital was particularly lively. Despite the victory evoking excitement and joy, Yang Jian's maneuvers had left everyone quite shaken. Moments ago, they had genuinely feared the demise of Huaxia. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. At that moment, Zheng Yi and Emir, still on the phone, hastily pleaded for mercy. General Ning, it was all a misunderstanding. We implore your esteemed nation to show mercy and spare us. A cold chuckle echoed from one of the officials. Now you seek mercy? Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? I say, you all deserve to face the consequences. To beseech for mercy is acceptable, but one must first deliver 100 million tons of grain and then cede territory to our great Huaxia. The scholars and experts present could not help but scoff in unison. It is not surprising that they exhibit such a lack of magnanimity. After all, they were recently victims themselves. Were it not for the formidable presence of Erlang Shin Yang Jian, summoned by Ye Feng, the ones now seeking mercy could very well be Huaxia. One must practice forbearance when possible. We can certainly provide grain and resources. Yet the relinquishment of territory is absolutely out of the question. Zheng Yi and Emir both made their positions clear. In the face of threats, many hot-tempered officials declared their intent to fight to the bitter end, vowing never to relent. However, after a moment's reflection, some more rational officials suggested that it might be wise to allow them a reprieve, opting instead for a mutually beneficial resolution. This perspective arose from their understanding that the Sakura Nation and the Third Nation possess a remarkably sophisticated mythological system. Chapter 41. Ruthless slaughter. The nation of pickled cabbage may remain indifferent, yet these two countries demand utmost attention. Particularly the nation of A3, one of the ancient civilizations. Their mythological heritage rivals, if not surpasses, that of the land of cherry blossoms. More crucially, A3 boasts a plethora of formidable deities yet to be summoned. For instance, the war god, Skanda's mother, and Shiva, the god of destruction, alongside Garuda, the divine bird, Brahma, the creator, and Indra, the heavenly emperor, among others. Each of these deities, when invoked, stands as a paragon of divine supremacy, potentially matching or even surpassing the likes of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. Additionally, there exist various sects of deities, such as those from Buddhism, which cannot be overlooked. To offend two mythologically rich nations simultaneously would undeniably pose a grave threat to the land of Xia. Such an approach is evidently inadvisable. With a fracture in civilization and a void in history, those like Ning Zhangwo, who are oblivious to the depths of Xia's mythology, may inadvertently yield to pressure and compromise when confronted by formidable foes, lacking the necessary confidence. General Ning, you are a wise man. I implore you not to act impulsively and jeopardize the friendship between our two nations. Zheng Yi continued to threaten. In his view, Xia would never dare to take action against them, with one nation of pickled cabbage already severing ties. If the land of cherry blossoms and the nation of sticks were to join in, Xia would find itself utterly bereft of footing in the forthcoming divine selection games. After all, the alliance of three nations is not easily confronted. Amir from A3 added, indeed, as long as you and Xia are willing to relent, we A3 shall be your staunchest allies, and we will never turn against a friend. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, we will not simply acquiesce. Upon hearing this, officials and scholars from Xia were seething with indignation. How dare they strike at us and expect us to forgive them? We are, after all, one of the 5 great powers. One exclaimed in frustration. If it were not for the divine selection game, even an alliance of their 3 nations would not stand a chance against us. Observing the furious crowd, Ning Jiangwo let out a helpless sigh. Deep down, he shared their frustrations, harboring a desire to punish A3 in the land of cherry blossoms even more fervently than anyone else. Had it not been for Ye Feng and Yang Jian's intervention, it would be Xia begging for mercy now. Yet, what would follow such retribution? They would face the wrath of 2 mythological superpowers, an outcome their current strength could scarcely withstand. Let us first reach out to Ye Feng. Ning Jiangwo refrained from hastily responding to Zheng Yi and Amir. He wished to consult Ye Feng's opinion before determining their course of action. Ye Feng's ability to lead Xia to victory thrice stands as a testament to his capabilities and character. Perhaps he might devise a comprehensive strategy. Ning Jiangwo held on to this hope. In the realm of Xia's divine selection, at this moment, the tide of battle had been determined. The sword god of Sakura Nation, Yamato Takaru, was bound by the celestial binding rope, rendered immobile and incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, the war god of Asen Nation, Saiken was relentlessly pursued by the howling heavenly hound, its strength significantly amplified by the presence of Yang Jian. Is this what they call leveraging power through intimidation? A video call from the higher-ups of Huaxia was incoming. Without hesitation, Ye Feng decisively chose to connect. Upon witnessing, Ye Feng finally agreed to the video call. Ning Jiangwo and the others were filled with excitement. Ye Feng had quietly become their pillar of support. Ye Feng, do not be hasty in eliminating Yamato Takaru and Saiken. Ning Jiangwo was the first to speak as the video connected. Taken aback, Ye Feng inquired, "What is the reason for this?" Sighing deeply, Ning Jiangwo explained, "They say if you slay their deities and chosen players, they will sever ties with us and pursue a vendetta until the end." Ye Feng chuckled, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Is it not amusing that a few petty clowns dare to threaten the dragon while it slumbers? Simultaneously, the Huaxia netizens erupted in outrage. What? 2 vanquished foes dare to threaten us? By what right? Is it merely their audacity? The officials were shameless. They had initiated the attack against Huaxia. And now they had the gall to demand our mercy? Indeed, were it not for our mighty Erlang Shun Yang Jian and the esteemed Ye Feng, we would be the ones begging for mercy now. Do they truly believe Huaxia is without defenders? One user fumed. I am tempted to unleash a hydrogen bomb upon their lands to teach them a lesson. In truth, Ye Feng's emotions mirrored those of the Huaxia netizens. Anger, fury, and indignation. Is this their attitude when seeking mercy? He inquired with a smile. Ning Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, realizing the implications of Ye Feng's smile. He nodded slowly, yes. I understand. Then what is your decision? My decision is to refuse. The dignity of Huaxia must be upheld. Incessant concessions will only invite further bullying, Ye Feng declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, the foreign chosen players turned pale, their faces devoid of color. Many, gripped by fear, began to kneel and plead, "No, please do not kill me. I promise I will never dare again. There will be no next time. I have children. I have parents. Please, spare my life. I truly do not wish to die." A few women and children even pointed fingers at their kneeling companions, accusing them. It was their idea. They wanted to attack Huaxia, not us. Please, spare us. Silence. One companion growled, turning back with a fierce glare. If you dare utter another word, I shall be the one to end you. Such scenes are ubiquitous. In the face of death, no one can maintain an air of indifference. Yet, Ye Feng remained unfazed. He turned to Yang Jian and casually uttered, "Eliminate them all." This declaration echoed like a decree from the Grim Reaper, delivering a final ultimatum to the living. In that instant, they cast aside all concerns and fled in desperation, their sole conviction being the instinct to survive, to evade demise in that place. Tens of thousands, like homeless ants, scurried in every direction. This spectacle was broadcasted live, reverberating across the globe. No one anticipated that the chosen players of Huaxia would exhibit such ruthlessness, executing orders without a shred of mercy. It was evident that Huaxia thrived under pressure rather than yielding. This revelation left those nations who had previously harbored ambitions against Huaxia in a state of shock. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief, grateful that their own countries had not engaged in this ambush. Otherwise, it would have spelled their doom. Chapter 42. The Act of Self-Immolation. The kind that severes the waste particularly among the citizens of the land of cherry blossoms, the nation of A3, and the nation of the stick. Where are they now basking in the springtime glory of yore? Each individual is consumed by fear, with some resorting to their authority and desperately seeking to emigrate. The impending punishment from the system looms large, and they are acutely aware that their demise may soon follow. After all, The death of a chosen player entails the sacrifice of 50,000 citizens. Although they remain oblivious to the number of chosen players who have perished, the outcome is invariably grave. Simultaneously, a sense of resentment festers among some, questioning the right of Huaxia to determine their fate. They fail to acknowledge their own missteps, instead attributing their failures entirely to Huaxia. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen, upon hearing these sentiments, Yang Jian nodded in agreement, for he harbored similar thoughts. As a deity who has fought across the lands, he possesses no inclination for mercy. Otherwise, he would not have attained his current stature. With a powerful leap, he soared dozens of meters into the air and cast his dual-edged spear with great force, targeting the sword god Wu Jianming of the land of cherry blossoms. Bound tightly by the celestial binding rope, Wu Jianming attempted to evade, but found himself utterly helpless, forced to watch as the spear, imbued with the will of thunder, pierced his divine form with the swiftness of a dragon. The terrifying electric will almost instantaneously ravaged Wu Jianming's essence. In his final moments, he managed to emit a faint golden light, scattering unevenly among the chosen players of the land of cherry blossoms. Subsequently, these chosen players vanished from their location, only to reappear in Huaxia's chosen realm. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wu Jianming would exhibit such selflessness at the brink of death, which was indeed admirable. Due to Wu Jianming's limited energy, a portion of the chosen players from the land of cherry blossoms remained, filled with discontent, and even beginning to curse their deities for not being among those who were transported away. Having dealt with one adversary, Yang Jian swiftly turned his attention to the vanquished Sijianto of the A3 nation. He flew rapidly towards his target, and along the way, the chosen players of other nations fell victim to the electric will of his spear, losing their vitality. Surrounded by both the heavenly hound and Yang Jian, even the so-called god of war, Sijianto, soon succumbed to defeat. Yang Jian severed his head, and similarly, in his last moments, Sijianto expended his remaining divine power to transport numerous chosen players of the A3 nation to safety. Now, the majority of the chosen players remaining on the battlefield were from the A3 in the land of cherry blossoms, all desperately fleeing. As for the chosen players of the Stick Nation, they had long begun their escape, well before the tide of battle turned. The few who remained were even fewer than those from the other two nations. Yang Jian held little interest in pursuing these powerless commoners, as they had scattered in their flight, making it cumbersome to chase after them. Thus, he entrusted this task to the Heavenly Hound, who eagerly accepted the assignment. Yang Jian had personally vanquished two great deities and expelled the petty intruders from the realm of Huaxia. This stirred a fervent reaction among the netizens of Huaxia in the live broadcast room. The excited individuals felt capable of downing 5 bottles of Lao Baigon. How exhilarating! This is how it should be done. Leave no one alive. Those who dare to offend Huaxia shall pay the price. There can be no doubt now that Erling Yang Jian is the most handsome. Is there anyone who questions this? Nonsense. It is clearly the esteemed Ye Feng who is the most admirable. Would you even have known of Erling Yang Jian without Ye Feng? In stark contrast, netizens from other nations fell into collective silence, none daring to mock Huaxia at this moment, unless they were eager for a death wish. Meanwhile, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Huaxia's chosen player, will you continue to challenge the third heavenly tribulation? So, were you merely an observer just now? Ye Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Logically, the system should have issued a reminder after the conclusion of the second heavenly tribulation, yet it did not. Clearly, the system was allowing time for them to turn on one another. This was a situation the system was all too pleased to witness. Otherwise, it would not have synchronized with the chosen world. How cunning indeed. Ye Feng found this quite distasteful. I accept. This time, Ye Feng did not consult Yang Jian. Even if he had, the outcome would have remained unchanged. Moreover, Yang Jian's stance had been made clear previously. The third heavenly tribulation will arrive in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. In the conference room of the imperial capital, upon Ye Feng's decision to show no mercy, they promptly severed the telephone connections with 3 nations. Since the veil of civility had been torn, there was no need for further courtesy. However, such a brash attitude inevitably caused concern among some officials. General Ning, do you think Ye Feng's actions might be inappropriate? This could very well provoke their retaliation. Indeed, although we have gained the upper hand in the 3rd round of the chosen game, what shall we do afterward? Can Ye Feng truly summon powerful deities like Yang Jian to our aid? Furthermore, the nation of Asan is the most formidable adversary. We could find ourselves at a disadvantage. Noticing that the officials wished to continue voicing their concerns, Ning Zhangwo decisively waved his hand to interrupt. Enough. Since we have already taken this step, we must now prepare our countermeasures instead of indulging in idle chatter. Ning Jiangwo's lack of leniency rendered many officials quite uncomfortable, leading them to awkwardly fall silent, not daring to challenge his authority. In truth, Ning Jiangwo had harbored similar concerns previously, as both the San and Sakura nations were formidable powers, each applying increasing pressure upon him. Yet, upon witnessing Ye Feng's confident smile, these apprehensions gradually dissipated. From Ye Feng, he sensed an inexplicable confidence, as if with him present, no one would dare to tread upon Huaxia. Thus, he resolutely decided to take the plunge. Of course, as a high-ranking official of Huaxia, he could not disregard the lives of the people. This decision was reached only after careful deliberation. However, Ye Feng had accelerated his resolve. Had he not heeded Ye Feng's counsel and instead allowed a San to go free, such circumstances may lead one to perceive the Huaxia as vulnerable, inviting all manner of intrusion. Ultimately, it is believed that Huaxia would relent out of fear. However, adopting a stance of merciless retribution would convey a different message, establishing Huaxia as a formidable force that warrants respect. Any nation contemplating aggression would need to weigh the potential consequences of inciting Huaxia's wrath. For this very reason, Huaxia has ample justification to collaborate with Ye Feng. Simultaneously, the high-ranking officials of the nations of San, Sakura, and Bangzi convened an urgent remote meeting. The three defeated nations gathered, each individual's demeanor marked by grave concern, if not an ominous gloom. They profoundly understood the futility of their previous endeavors, nearly paying with their lives for such miscalculations. How shall we proceed? Zheng Yi, wearing a stern expression, was the first to speak. He bore the weight of immense pressure as he initiated this meeting, for their prime minister had just issued a command. If he failed to devise a convincing rationale or solution to appease the prime minister, his fate would be dire indeed. The tradition of seppuku in Sakura Nation had not been forgotten, and even his wife had already selected a dagger for him, crafted from Uzi steel, capable of severing a kidney with a single stroke. Chapter 43. The Wrath of the Thunderous Mother. How could it be said? Certainly, there would be no forgiveness for Huaxia. Jin Chengwu coldly interjected. Due to the incident involving the howling celestial hound, our nation, Goryeo, has suffered a significant loss of face before the international community, resulting in grave repercussions for our country. This debt will not be forgotten. Goryeo demands 100-fold reparation from Huaxia. Since Huaxia has chosen to sever ties with us, we have no reservations left. Amir declared in anger. Simultaneously, he found himself perplexed. The deities summoned by the third nation, the son of Shiva, had triumphed over Satyendra, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. With such divine strength, surmounting the third celestial tribulation should be an effortless feat yet. How could such a formidable deity be unable to defeat even Yang Jian's dog? This was beyond his comprehension. Had he been humble enough to consult Ye Feng, perhaps he would have received clarity. Although the third nation is one of the ancient civilizations, it belongs to those that failed to perpetuate their legacy. Unlike Huaxia from another world, the Huaxia of that alternate realm remains the sole surviving ancient civilization. Based on this fact alone, the deities of the third nation could never prevail against those of Huaxia, let alone the formidable Yang Jian, the Erling god, a being of terrifying might. A nation with merely a few hundred years of history, Huaxia should have long been obsolete. Why, then, has it endured to this day? Jinjai could not fathom it. And it was not just him. Jin Chengwu, Amir, and even high-ranking officials and citizens from other nations shared his confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Amir reminded them, their chosen player, Ye Feng, is the linchpin of Huaxia's victory. As long as this individual remains, Huaxia will endure. Indeed. And he is the only chosen player of Huaxia. Once he is eliminated, everything will fall into place. Jin Chengwu snapped back to attention, speaking coldly. While the logic is understood by all, the real challenge lies in how to execute it. Jingya furrowed his brow and inquired. My agents have gathered substantial intelligence in Huaxia, revealing that many of the populace hold a dual stance towards their chosen player. Amir chuckled. In this day and age, who does not have a few spies? A dual stance? What do you mean by that? Amir rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. This Ye Feng is the sole chosen player of Huaxia. His decisions and actions are pivotal to the fate of the entire nation. Furthermore, since these individuals do not fully trust Ye Feng, we can manipulate them to create unfavorable public opinion against him in Huaxia. At that point, Huaxia will crumble without a fight. Upon hearing this, Jingya and Jin Chengwu's eyes brightened. This is indeed a clever strategy. Public sentiment can often wield more power than swords. Ha 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 ha. General Amir is truly wise. Chengwu expressed his admiration. The conference room resonated with sinister laughter, instilling fear in those present. Unbeknownst to them, Huaxia was oblivious to all that transpired, for at that moment, They were bracing for the third celestial tribulation. Third celestial tribulation. The dragon of cataclysmic thunder is about to arrive. All deities of Huaxia should prepare accordingly. The voice of the system resonated in the minds of every individual in Huaxia, instilling a sense of concern among them. The chosen world of Huaxia was undergoing tumultuous transformations. Above in the sky, dark clouds loomed, thunder rumbled, and serpentine figures slithered through the storm. These thunderous serpents appeared rather peculiar, with heads resembling that of an ox, antlers akin to a deer, eyes like shrimp, ears resembling those of an elephant, necks like snakes, bellies resembling serpents, scales akin to fish, claws reminiscent of a phoenix, and paws like those of a tiger. While they evoked trepidation, they also sparked immense curiosity. What manner of serpents were these? Why did they appear so bizarre? Did they lack ears? The system had proclaimed them as the everlasting thunder dragons, not mere serpents. Everlasting thunder dragons? Such a name sounded rather odd, lacking the charm of the Western three-headed demon dragon. Their size surpassed that of a giant python, and their numbers seemed overwhelming. Could our Erling Xinyang Jian contend with them? This was indeed uncertain. Moreover, had anyone noticed? The everlasting thunder dragons seemed to be endlessly multiplying within the storm, as if they could never be vanquished. How could one fight such an entity? Were they to battle until depletion? Not only were the Huaxia netizens perplexed, but even Ning Zhangwo was filled with confusion. Zhao Lao, what exactly are these everlasting thunder dragons? Why do they resemble serpents yet are not? And why do they have antlers? Zhao Chongren shook his head, his face marked with astonishment. This is my first encounter and first hearing of such a thing. I am aware of demon dragons in the West, adorned with enormous wings, resembling a colossal fiend. Yet I have never heard of dragons existing within Huaxia. Could it be that these everlasting thunder dragons are indeed Huaxia's dragons? Ning Zhangwo inquired with a hint of anticipation. This time, Zhao Chongren remained silent for a considerable time. Perhaps only Ye Feng can provide us with the answer. It seemed there was no other option. They would seek his wisdom once his challenge concluded. Such formidable electrical energy would surely present a daunting battle awaiting Ye Feng. In the chosen world of Huaxia, the thunder dragons continued to spawn, and their numbers increased, with the will of thunder growing ever stronger. Yang Jian, gazing upward, raised an eyebrow. So it is a thunder dragon. Quite intriguing. After muttering this to himself, he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Yang Jian's confidence sent shivers down the spines of many foreign netizens. What could possibly rival a Huaxia that boasts such potent deities? Why did I feel that this Erling Xinyang Jian was even more fearsome than the thunder dragons above? Thankfully, our nation had not provoked Huaxia. Should we have entangled ourselves with this being, we might not even fathom the manner of our demise. Challenge commences. As the system's voice faded, a thunder dragon descended from the clouds above with lightning speed, too swift for the eye to perceive. Yet, Yang Jian was swifter still, wielding his trident-bladed knife. He merely waved it gently, dispersing the thunder dragon. This spectacle instantly invigorated the anxious populace of Huaxia. Damn, I thought it was formidable. Is that all there is to it? Alas, how unnecessary my worry was. Truly, the formidable Yang Jian has once again proven his might. The excitement in the live stream surged dramatically, allowing these foreigners a splendid glimpse of the power and grace of our Chinese deities. Upon witnessing the demise of his thunderous offspring at the hands of Yang Jian, the thunderclouds above hesitated momentarily. Subsequently, they began to tremble violently, resembling an irate mass of flesh, while incessantly unleashing new thunder dragons. The number of these dragons escalated from 1 to 10, and within moments, it soared to 100. Meanwhile, the trident-bladed knife in Yang Jian's grasp was wielded like a golden hoop, spinning rapidly like the blades of a fan. What followed was an extraordinary spectacle. A battle of thunderbolts exchanged across the void, leaving onlookers to wonder if these two were merely engaged in a game. Chapter 44. The Divine Dragon. Oh, the trials of the third heavenly tribulation are truly peculiar, are they not? Is this merely a test of endurance? Look, observe the artifact in the hands of the illustrious Yang Jian. It appears to radiate even more brilliance than before. Could it be that he is refining his weapon anew? Indeed, I suspected as much. How could the great Yang Jian possibly find this monotonous? He is, after all, reaping the benefits of the thunderclouds. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to the jubilant sentiments of the Chinese netizens, international observers were rendered nearly speechless by the spectacle. They had just witnessed a divine being from another nation, who, upon confronting a descending thunder dragon, was nearly incapacitated by its electric might. It should be noted that this deity had previously endured the first two heavenly tribulations with great prowess. Why, then, did he falter so dramatically during the third? Meanwhile, Yang Jian appeared to be engaged in a leisurely game. Due to this divine being's unfortunate experience, other nations still participating in the challenge opted to withdraw in unison. After all, if a single thunder dragon could dispatch a god to the brink of death, and with the relentless onslaught of the thunder dragons above, how could they possibly continue? They were there to face challenges, not to meet their demise. With the challenges abandoned, the onlookers gravitated towards the Chinese livestream, leading to the astonishing scene that unfolded. As the thunderclouds continued to unleash their fury, they visibly began to wane, both in number and in speed. The clouds that had previously obliterated countless deities could scarcely have anticipated their own downfall within this humble divine selection realm, leaving their reputation in tatters. Conversely, Yang Jian's initial excitement morphed into increasing disdain. Ultimately, he taunted the thunderclouds above, shouting, "Hey, are you still in the game? If you're not up to it, then just roll out of here and spare me the effort." His words not only bewildered the thunderclouds, but also elicited bemusement from the other viewers. A man should not falter. Thunderclouds, rally. You are the best. I wager that the thunderclouds can endure no more than 5 additional minutes. Just 5 minutes, no more. The thunderclouds, in response, were left with a sentiment best left unspoken. When it comes to cunning, none could rival the cunning of you, Erlang Shun Yang Jian. As anticipated, spurred by Yang Jian's provocations, the thunderclouds, in a fit of indignation, unleashed a ferocious thunder dragon aimed at Yang Jian. However, as the assault continued, the thunderclouds began to diminish in size, resembling a deflated balloon. Eventually, they shrank from their original vastness of hundreds of miles to a mere few miles. No longer brimming with electric intent, they appeared almost innocuous, like a harmless cloud. Noticing the thunderclouds lacked the energy to continue their onslaught, Yang Jian resolved to cease wasting time. He twirled his trident blade, preparing to bring down the thunderclouds from the sky. Now infused with the boundless electric intent, the trident gleamed with an azure radiance, resembling a divine instrument of unparalleled might. The thunderclouds above appeared to sense a looming threat, swiftly retreating into the distance without a backward glance. Huh, still attempting to flee? Yang Jian scoffed. He then hurled the trident with great force towards the thunderclouds high above. The speed was formidable, rivaling that of the earlier thunder dragon. Whoosh! A blue streak of light pierced through the retreating thunderclouds, which soon began to dissipate into nothingness. Having wielded lightning throughout his life, he ultimately fell victim to his own thunder, a death without closure. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast had fallen into a state of shock. Particularly, the foreign viewers who seldom tuned into Chinese broadcasts stared wide-eyed, bewildered. Excuse my boldness, but is this how the deities of China engage with the divine selection game? This is astonishing. You should have seen when Sun Wukong tore apart the three-headed demon dragon. That was even more outrageous. Hand-tearing a three-headed demon dragon? Surely that's an exaggeration? I was preoccupied and missed the live stream. Can someone elucidate this for me? I was present at the time, but how can I describe it to you? Have you ever had hand-torn squid? It's somewhat akin to that. It's beyond comprehension. This is not merely a challenge of the divine selection game. It is a challenge posed by the divine beings of China. These foreigners fail to grasp how a nation with a history spanning several centuries can summon such formidable deities. Simultaneously, a notification echoed across the continent. China's third heavenly calamity, 10,000 Calamity Thunder Dragon, challenge successful. Would you like to proceed to the fourth heavenly calamity? Ye Feng glanced at Yang Jian, who was wielding the weapon, and decisively chose to continue the challenge. The fourth heavenly calamity will arrive in 1 minute. Please prepare yourself. Seeing Ye Feng's unilateral decision to press on, many high-ranking officials and experts voiced their concerns. General Ning, this third round of the divine selection game is akin to the first round. The fourth heavenly calamity will undoubtedly be 1,000 times more formidable than the third. Indeed, while Erlang Shin Yang Jian is powerful, he may not necessarily succeed in the challenge like Sun Wukong. He could very well face failure. I do not question the strength of Erlang Shin Yang Jian, but Ye Feng's impetuousness, making decisions without consulting us, is concerning. After all, he carries the fate of all of China on his shoulders. The forthcoming divine challenges will only grow more arduous. We must approach them with caution. Furthermore, his actions have entangled us with 3 mythological superpowers simultaneously, which poses significant risks to us. Thus, we must proceed with utmost prudence. Ye Feng is merely in his 20s, and it is natural for youth to act impulsively due to immaturity. In my opinion, we should establish some ground rules with Ye Feng. We cannot allow him to act recklessly, or how will we justify ourselves to the millions of Chinese citizens? As gratitude wanes, rationality and prejudice will gradually take their place. Observing the crowd engaged in animated discussion, Ning Jiangwo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although he recognized the validity of their concerns, something felt amiss. Bang! Bang! Zhao Chongren rapped on the conference table, stating that this matter could be addressed later, and that they should focus on the impending challenge. At this moment, the challenge was on the verge of commencing, and the assembly exchanged glances, falling into an uneasy silence, refraining from further discourse. In the realm of the chosen ones of Huaxia, a foreboding announcement echoed. The fourth heavenly tribulation, the divine dragon is about to descend. All deities of Huaxia, prepare yourselves. Note, this is not a drill. Brace yourselves for the inevitability of death, or you shall come to know the true meaning of despair. No sooner had the words been spoken than a thunderous explosion rent the overcast sky. A colossal wave of white energy swept across the entire realm of the chosen ones, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to fracture, as if they had been plunged into a hellish abyss. Observing this scene, Ephong could not help but furrow his brow, for it was the first instance of a creature capable of altering the very landscape of the chosen realm. The indiscriminate assault of the white energy wave targeted all, and Ephong found himself among its victims. Chapter 45. The White Dragon Horse Aeoli separated by great distances. Yang Jian hastily invoked his magic and instantly materialized beside Ye Feng. Gripping his trident blade, he plunged it fiercely into the ground ahead. Boom! The swiftly arriving energy waves were cleaved in two by the trident, expanding outward in opposite directions. Ye Feng was securely shielded in the middle by Yang Jian, spared from the onslaught. As the smoke and energy dissipated, the scene that unfolded was no longer recognizable as a world. The earth lay in ruin, the grass torn away, leaving gaping craters hundreds of meters deep. Apart from the supply station beneath their feet and behind them, there was no other patch of intact land to be found. Such overwhelming power. Surveying the devastated surroundings, Ye Feng felt astonished for the first time. He had yet to even glimpse his adversary, yet here he was, caught in such a dire predicament. What kind of formidable existence could have wrought this destruction? Was it the dragon from the Seven Dragon Balls or the dragon from Chinese mythology? Ye Feng found himself uncertain. However, he harbored little concern. For regardless of the type of dragon, Yang Jian's strength was more than sufficient to handle it. As for the destruction of the chosen world, it likely related to the system's prior warnings about its impending reconstruction. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream had descended into chaos. What in the world is this? It can even obliterate the terrain of the chosen world? This is utterly absurd. It's over. We haven't even seen what the opponent looks like, and we're already in such a predicament. If only I had known, I wouldn't have continued the challenge. Yang Jian, you must persevere. The fate of China rests upon you. This is madness. Even if Sun Wukong and Nezha were here, they wouldn't stand a chance against such a foe. It seems that China has truly encountered a formidable opponent. Humility and caution are essential in life. It appears that this time, we are bound to suffer a setback. Yet, to perish at the hands of such a powerful deity, perhaps it is an honor. It's all Ye Feng's fault. He is perpetually so overconfident. Winning a couple of games has made him forget his place. Time and again, he leads us into peril. I view him as a calamity. If he perishes alone, it would be of little consequence, but I refuse to bear the consequences of his recklessness. Why are our officials not intervening? The live stream soon overflowed with vitriolic remarks aimed at Ye Feng. At that moment, Ning Jiangwo was in a state of acute distress. Having witnessed the previous debacle with Sun Wukong, he had hoped Yang Jian could forge a miraculous comeback. Little did he anticipate that this adversary would be so outrageously formidable. It's like trying to challenge an aircraft carrier with a mere wooden stick. How could one possibly prevail against such odds? Damn it. I warned against allowing him to continue the challenge. His ignorance and arrogance have led us to this disaster. Such a person is unworthy of being a chosen player for our China. Does he think that knowing a bit about mythology qualifies him as a savior? What a joke. Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Chongren wore expressions of deep concern, silently fixated on the unfolding live stream, anticipating a miracle, albeit with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. While some rejoice, others lament. The misfortunes of Huaxia are, to certain individuals, a source of amusement. This is particularly true for Xingye, Takashi Kaneshiro, and Amir. It appears that intervention on our part is unnecessary. Huaxia will meet its demise at the hands of their chosen players. Xingye, it seems you have finally vented your frustrations. Amir remarked with a chuckle. Surely, I am not the only one feeling vindicated. Just moments ago, General Kaneshiro was laughing even more heartily than I. This Ye Feng is still too naive, believing that the deities he summons can challenge the authority of the system. How foolish. In the Huaxia chosen world, as the smoke of battle dissipated, an immense white divine dragon materialized in the sky, its colossal form dominating half the heavens. Ye Feng and Yang Jian combined would not amount to the size of a single scale. The sense of oppression it exuded was beyond verbal description. Upon witnessing the true entity, the audience in the live stream was once again left in shock. Is this the divine dragon? It's so massive. Surely, I am not dreaming. A mere breath from it could obliterate my entire city. This is the end. It is truly over. No individual, upon encountering such a vast and sacred being, could harbor the will to combat it, unless, of course, one were of unsound mind. I am the Bodhisattva of the eightfold heavenly dragon. Who are you? Why have I appeared here? The voice of the white dragon resonated across the continent, causing a painful ringing in the ears of those who heard it. Notably, it spoke without opening its mouth, as if communicating through thought alone. Yet at that moment, Yang Jian and Ye Feng did not respond. Instead, they laughed, their amusement quite evident. For the white divine dragon before them was none other than the steed of Tang Song, the white dragon horse, also known as Ao Lai, the third prince of the Dragon King. This identification was certain, as such characteristics of the white dragon were unique to Huaxia. Moreover, its self-identification as the Bodhisattva of the eightfold heavenly dragon directly corresponded to the title gained by the white dragon horse after its pilgrimage to the west. Ao Lai, feeling belittled by their demeanor, could not suppress his anger. You mortals, how dare you gaze upon me? Upon hearing the term mortals, Yang Jian erupted into hearty laughter. Ao Lai's brows furrowed, his ire intensifying. You mortals, should you continue to be disrespectful, I shall surely slay you. Humph. Yang Jian, breaking from his usual demeanor, retorted coldly. Open your eyes wide and behold the true identity of the mortal before you. At this juncture, the audacity of Yang Jian to provoke the divine dragon instilled a sense of dread among many in Huaxia, some even suggesting that he was merely seeking reassurance through his reckless bravado. Even the typically reticent Zhao Changren shook his head in disappointment, lamenting how arduous it has been for Huaxia to reach this point, only to jeopardize its future through hubris. In the Huaxia chosen world, Ao Lai was utterly incensed. Having been inexplicably summoned to this place was one matter, but to be so insulted by mere mortals was intolerable. As a divine dragon and a bodhisattva, it could not allow its dignity to be trampled upon. It opened its mouth wide, summoning a colossal sphere of azure energy in an instant, which hurtled toward Yang Jian on the ground, determined to reduce him to ashes. This scene once again sent shivers down the spines of netizens in Huaxia. With Ye Feng also within the attack's range, there was a grave possibility that he might accidentally fall victim, leading to Huaxia's doom. Alas, who would have thought death could come in such a humiliating manner? Brothers, we shall meet again in the next life. What a travesty! Why did Yang Jian provoke it? Was that not a death wish? It is truly maddening. What kind of deity has Ye Feng summoned? This is no trivial matter. Surely, the deities of Huaxia cannot genuinely believe they can contend with this divine dragon, can they? Truly laughable. How audacious to dare provoke such a formidable opponent. Brothers, disperse. Huaxia is utterly doomed this time. Chapter 46. Distrust in the live broadcast. Many viewers found this event to be rather amusing. Some even began to speculate on the manner in which Huaxia would face its demise. Would it simply vanish or be erased as a nation and civilization? Their confidence stemmed from the belief that, in the face of overwhelming power, no one could imagine Huaxia enduring this crisis. Even the local populace of Huaxia had succumbed to despair and desolation. At this moment, a colossal white energy sphere loomed ominously, poised to engulf Yang Jian. Yet, in the next instant, Yang Jian sprang into action, swiftly gesturing with his hands and directing his fingers toward the heavens, declaring, "Break." As his words resonated, a beam of golden light surged forth from his fingertips, piercing the white energy sphere instantaneously. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions reverberated incessantly as powerful shockwaves radiated outward, mercilessly ravaging the earth once more. Ye Feng and the supply team stood behind Yang Jian, thus escaping calamity. What? He actually withstood it? How could this be possible? This is a divine dragon, an existence capable of annihilating the world. Goodness, could it be that the Erling god Yang Jian is merely feigning weakness? If such a formidable divine dragon is unable to subdue him, how extraordinarily powerful must he be? Humph, he merely withstood a single blow from the opponent. What is there to celebrate? The real spectacle lies ahead. I am eager to see how your divine Yang Jian will be trampled. To be fair, being able to endure a divine strike unscathed indeed speaks to Yang Jian's strength. However, vanquishing the divine dragon seems nearly impossible, unless the sun were to rise in the west. Despite Yang Jian's astonishing performance, the majority of those in the live broadcast remained skeptical. This skepticism primarily arose from the overwhelming sense of oppression exerted by the divine dragon. Its colossal form instilled fear and trepidation. In contrast, Yang Jian appeared as mere dust in the presence of such grandeur, insignificant and trivial. The disparity in strength was evident at a glance. In the skies above, Ao Lai was taken aback to see the energy sphere he had unleashed extinguished by this human before him. However, he did not dwell on it, for he had yet to unleash his true power. That had merely been a test. Mortal, you are indeed strong, but I am stronger. If you wish to avoid death, prostrate yourself before me and serve me as your true master, and I shall spare your life. Ao Lai refrained from attacking immediately, opting instead to grant Yang Jian an opportunity. Having experienced setbacks on his journey to the west and bearing the noble identity of a bodhisattva, Ao Lai's temperament had matured and become less reckless. For a cultivator of Yang Jian's caliber, Ao Lai was willing to extend an invitation to become his follower. This proposition sounded like divine music to the people of Huaxia. Wonderful. As long as Yang Jian agrees, Huaxia will be saved. Indeed, and perhaps, due to Yang Jian's influence, we too might become followers of the divine dragon, summoning it to aid Huaxia in the forthcoming divine selection games. It appears that Yang Jian possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the dragon god's recognition, a rare and fortuitous opportunity indeed. Alas, why does Huaxia consistently encounter such serendipitous fortune? This seems profoundly unjust. To serve the dragon god as the true deity, such a splendid chance, and yet the divine beings of Huaxia still hesitate? Does he genuinely believe he can contend with the dragon god? Such arrogance is truly unfathomable. At this moment, Yang Jian gazed coldly at Ao Lai, a smirk adorning his face. His demeanor could hardly be described as disrespectful. Rather, it was indicative of his complete disregard for Ao Lai. After all, Ao Lai was merely a minor deity with some cultivation, albeit a bodhisattva, yet of a rather mediocre standing. For Yang Jian, he was simply not worthy of consideration. Seeing Yang Jian dismiss the dragon god's words and continue on his own path incited considerable anxiety among the high-ranking officials of Huaxia. They hastily connected with Ye Feng, eager to seize this exceptional opportunity. Upon receiving the connection alert, Ye Feng paused momentarily, contemplating their concerns for his well-being, and thus accepted the video call. As the video link was established, an elder expert in the conference room sternly commanded, Ye Feng, swiftly persuade Yang Jian to comply. Do not provoke the dragon god further, or you shall become a pariah of Huaxia. At these words, Ye Feng furrowed his brow, poised to respond, but was preempted by Ning Zhengwo. Silence. Ning Zhengwo snapped, casting a glare at the middle-aged expert. Recognizing his misstep, the expert promptly lowered his gaze, refraining from further comment. Ning Zhengwo, already incensed, found it particularly vexing that someone would disrupt the critical moment. The other officials and scholars, sensing the tension, fell silent, wary of inciting Ning Zhengwo's ire. Subsequently, Ning Zhengwo turned to Ye Feng, his tone softened. Ye Feng, please do not take offense. He merely spoke in haste due to his anxiety. Ye Feng could afford to disregard others, yet he held respect for Ning Zhengwo, a man of integrity with a commendable demeanor. Thus, Ye Feng waved his hand and politely replied, It is of no consequence, General Ning. Is there something of great importance you wish to discuss with me? Recognizing Ye Feng's feigned ignorance, Ning Zhengwo could not help but smile bitterly. Though he claimed it was of no consequence, it was clear he was perturbed. Ye Feng, can you persuade the Erling god Yang Jian to acquiesce to the dragon god's request? Ning Zhengwo articulated his inquiry with a degree of delicacy, mindful of Yang Jian's dignity. After all, Yang Jian was a deity of notable stature, and too direct an approach might provoke him, leading to unforeseen repercussions. Mortals, my patience has its limits. At that moment, the dragon god's deep voice resonated once more, clearly laced with impatience, interrupting the dialogue between Ye Feng and Ning Zhengwo. Heh, Yang Jian scoffed disdainfully. Do you dare to acknowledge my promise if I agree? Ha! What would I not dare? The dragon god, unfazed by Yang Jian's demeanor, responded. Yet his tone conveyed unmistakable contempt. A mere mortal with some cultivation dared to question whether he would acknowledge a promise? Was this not a jest? Yang Jian grasped the three-pronged, double-edged blade embedded in the ground, and with a swift motion, he drew it forth, unleashing a tempest of lightning. I fear you may not withstand my divine essence. Yang Jian proclaimed. Divine? Ao Lai was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixated upon Yang Jian and the resplendent artifact glowing in his grasp. In his recollection, he had never encountered such a deity. Although the laws governing this realm appeared peculiar, he was unequivocally certain that the aura surrounding them was unmistakably of the mortal world. Centuries prior, The celestial realm had established a decree. Without the edict of the Queen Mother of the West, no deity was permitted to descend to the mortal plane, lest they face severe retribution. How, then, could this practitioner possibly be a god? Enraged by the sense of deception, he seethed with indignation. Chapter 47. The Wrath of the Divine Elf. Aoli scoffed disdainfully, declaring, "How dare a mere practitioner presume to call themselves a deity? They know not the peril they invite." Yang Jian, no longer inclined to exhibit civility, directed his blade towards Aoli, sneering, "You may attempt to prove otherwise." In that instant, the atmosphere around them became charged with tension. Meanwhile, Ning Jingwo was nearly beside himself with anxiety. "Ye Feng, you must find a way to avert this conflict." Even Zhao Changren could no longer remain composed. Should these two engage in battle, regardless of the outcome, the first casualty would undoubtedly be Ye Feng. He held no illusions that Yang Jian could shield Ye Feng amidst the fray. In the past, he might have relied on supply stations for protection, but with the very earth in ruins, how could those stations withstand the fury of a divine dragon? "Ye Feng, do not hesitate any longer, otherwise, Huaxia shall face doom," Ning Jingwo urged, urgency lacing his voice. "Who has claimed that Huaxia is doomed?" Ye Feng replied with a smile. At the sight of Ye Feng's familiar grin, Ning Jingwo paused, momentarily taken aback. His mind raced, as if a revelation had struck him, and just as he was about to speak, he sealed his lips. He discreetly surveyed the expressions of those around him, committing their reactions to memory, and then chose to remain silent. Ye Feng's demeanor sparked laughter among numerous foreign netizens. This is truly a display of misplaced confidence, is it not? Utterly inconsequential. Ha ha. This is hilarious. Divine retribution can be survived, but self-inflicted doom cannot. The chosen players of Huaxia are indeed blissfully naive. One would expect that after securing victory in the divine selection game twice, they would embody maturity, wisdom, and strategic acumen. Yet, it appears that the chosen from Huaxia are no more astute than my 4-year-old son, a veritable fool. How unfortunate for Huaxia to have such imbeciles representing them. One cannot help but ponder whether it is a misfortune or a tragedy for the nation. Can you imagine if the divine Yang Jian truly bested the dragon? Ha ha. For one, do not believe it. The live comments from foreign netizens flooded the Huaxia streaming room, while the citizens of Huaxia fell into a collective silence. Only a handful continued to voice their opinions, the majority expressing their disdain for Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, this is hardly the time for jest. If Yang Jian fails, both you and Huaxia shall be doomed." Some officials began to implore him with earnestness. Even the middle-aged expert, previously chastised by Ning Jingwo, began to vehemently reproach Ye Feng. "If you perish, Huaxia shall follow suit. With over 1 billion souls at stake, are you certain you can bear this burden?" Soon after, scholars pointed accusatory fingers at Ye Feng, berating him. "Ye Feng, do not allow your foolish ignorance to endanger the countless citizens of Huaxia. Are you so self-absorbed that you would rather see our downfall than reconsider your stance?" These individuals continued to stoke the flames of discord, while Ning Jingwo opted to observe in silence. Witnessing the selfishness of those around him, Ye Feng felt a chill of disillusionment for the first time. If their behavior stemmed from insecurity, he might have found it understandable. However, these individuals evidently lack faith in themselves. Despite his numerous sacrifices for Huaxia and its people, he has been met with such treatment. If they do not believe in themselves, how could the rest of the Huaxia populace perceive their own worth? Disappointment and coldness envelop him. He gazes at the crowd and coldly remarks, "Compromise? Where were you when I risked my life and shed my blood for Huaxia? Where were you when I secured victory for Huaxia on 2 occasions? Had it not been for my efforts, Huaxia would have long been devoured by foreign powers, or even eliminated entirely. You reap the benefits of my toil, yet seek to tarnish my character. If that is the case, we have nothing further to discuss." With that, Ye Feng abruptly ended the video call. Their conversation was broadcasted live, reverberating across the globe. Witnessing the rift between Ye Feng and the Huaxia government, far off in foreign lands, Zheng Yi, Jin Xingwu, and Amir were elated. "Ha ha, I never anticipated our scheme would yield results so swiftly. It seems Huaxia no longer poses a threat to us," Jin Xingwu affirmed. "Indeed, we owe much to General Amir's cunning strategy. Had it not been for his instigation, exacerbating the discord, this outcome would not have materialized so quickly. However, I am quite curious. How did General Amir manage to persuade those Huaxia experts?" Zheng Yi inquired, for without Huaxia, those individuals would face their own demise. Their actions appeared rather illogical. Upon hearing Zheng Yi's question, Amir burst into laughter. "Ah, Zheng Yi, the answer is rather simple. Many scholars and experts from Huaxia secretly joined my nation after the onset of the divine selection games, possessing dual nationality. Dual nationality? But isn't Huaxia opposed to that? Jin Chengwu questioned with curiosity. What does Huaxia's stance matter? As long as my nation recognizes it, that suffices. Moreover, they have already covertly relocated their families into my nation's territory. Thus, even if they wish to retract their allegiance, it is no longer feasible. Furthermore, it will take time for those in Huaxia to uncover the true identities of these individuals, Emir explained with a smile. Brilliant. Truly remarkable. No wonder you are a great general of my nation. Zheng Yi expressed admiration. Jin Chengwu, too, felt a genuine respect for General Emir. At this, the three of them shared a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, the discord between Ye Feng and the Huaxia government left the sentiments of the Huaxia people in a state of turmoil. On one hand, Ye Feng had indeed led Huaxia to 2 victories, greatly benefiting its citizens. On the other hand, his actions were excessively reckless, bordering on hubris. Like a bandit licking blood from a blade, he was perpetually on edge. The comments in the live stream were rife with negativity. In the realm of the divine selection, Ao Lai had anticipated that Yang Jian would cherish this opportunity, yet he was utterly unprepared for the latter's brazen provocation. This incited Ao Lai's fury beyond measure. The wrath of the divine is an unstoppable force. Prepare to face my wrath. Upon uttering these words, Ao Lai ceased his prattle and once more opened his colossal maw, this time intent on obliterating Yang Jian into a million fragments. To dare challenge the sanctity of the divine is to invite the despair of death. Such excessive verbiage. Yang Jian retorted with disdain. With that, he forcefully rotated his right hand, which gripped the trident-bladed knife, channeling a formidable surge of power into the enchanted weapon. The originally azure artifact gradually transformed, its hue overtaken by radiant gold. The aura emanating from the artifact had intensified, now surpassing its previous potency by more than tenfold. The once gloomy and somber sky was now illuminated by blinding golden light. This spectacle astonished all present, leaving even Ao Lai, high above in the heavens, momentarily stunned and forgetting to cast his spell. Chapter 48. A single strike decimates / Yang Jian exclaimed, as the trident-bladed dagger in his hand soared forth, transforming into a golden, divine dragon. Although its form did not match that of Ao Lai, the aura it emanated was equally formidable, if not more so. How is this possible? Ao Lai's expression shifted dramatically. How could a practitioner from the human realm possess such immense divine power, even surpassing his own? This was more absurd than a fantastical tale. Ao Lai contemplated pleading for mercy or negotiation, yet time was not on his side. He was ensnared by the trident-bladed dagger and could not flee. He had no choice but to unleash his ultimate skill to withstand the impending doom or face certain death. Dragon Scale Shield. Ao Lai bellowed, as the white dragon scales adorning his body shimmered with a golden Buddhist light, presenting an aura of sanctity. However, in comparison to the golden divine dragon conjured by the trident-bladed dagger, this golden light seemed rather insignificant. Boom! The golden divine dragon struck with the swiftness of lightning, instantly colliding with Ao Lai, who was suspended in the sky. The massive form of Ao Lai was sent hurtling away by the force of the artifact, and he spewed forth a torrent of dragon blood before slowly descending through the clouds. Countless white scales fell from his wounded body, rendering him a pitiful sight. In merely one strike, Yang Jian effortlessly dispatched such a formidable divine dragon. This spectacle left everyone agape, their expressions frozen in astonishment. For a moment, even the barrage of comments was forgotten. In the conference room, Ning Zhangwo and his associates shared this astonishment, especially those experts and scholars who had intentionally provoked Ye Feng. Their faces contorted as if they had tasted something foul. Ning Zhangwo quietly noted their expressions, while he himself was somewhat less surprised, having anticipated this outcome due to Ye Feng's signature smile that bolstered his confidence. Yet, astonishment still abounded. For this divine dragon was the most powerful adversary encountered thus far, yet it fell to Yang Jian's single strike. It was akin to the school bully being knocked down by a punch from a timid classmate. How could this not be outrageous? Simultaneously, Zheng Yi and his companions were suffering more than anyone else, their faces reflecting a grief far greater than that of a bereaved child. How could Yang Jian from Huaxia be so powerful? This defies logic. They must be cheating. Zheng Yi was not alone in this thought, as even Takeshi Kaneshiro and Emir shared his disbelief. The might of the divine dragon was evident to all. Only the mightiest deities of their own nation could hope to rival such strength. Yet, a mere minor deity like Yang Jian managed to annihilate the divine dragon in one blow? This was more absurd than the sun rising in the west. No matter how they calculated, they never accounted for the trickery of Huaxia's deities. Would they truly allow Huaxia to emerge victorious in the third round of the divine selection game? Better to end my own life. Jinsheng Wu felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. The chosen player who had betrayed his own country had led China to nearly bottom out, yet they astonishingly claimed the championship. This was more painful to him than being unfaithfully treated by his wife. Do not be disheartened, my generals, Amir solemnly reminded. Although they had once again secured victory for China, it was crucial to remember that the people of China were beginning to clash with their chosen player. Indeed, Amir's words jolted the two, transforming their indignation into joy. As long as we adeptly utilize public opinion, China will surely crumble without a fight. Precisely. Without the support of the Chinese populace, I am eager to see how this Ye Feng continues to act arrogantly. Seeing the renewed confidence of the two, Amir felt a wave of relief. He certainly did not wish to lose two allies before the battle even began. He then burst into hearty laughter. A remarkable talent like Ye Feng, the chosen player of China, must undoubtedly possess a proud and lofty spirit. How could he possibly endure being misunderstood, insulted, and distrusted? With a shift in tone, Amir added, however, relying solely on my nation is somewhat insufficient. Both of you must also join the fray. Now that their three nations stood united on a common front, they understood the principle of shared glory and shared loss. Subsequently, Jingye and Jinsheng Wu assured Amir, rest assured, General Amir, we shall exert our utmost efforts to send China to its demise. Indeed, as long as China remains unvanquished, our Sakura nation shall know no peace. Such was the sentiment echoed in the conference room, where sinister and lewd laughter reverberated, sending chills down the spines of those present. In the realm of the chosen players of China, Ao Lai was struck by the golden dragon, sent hurtling through the air. The golden dragon, eager to capitalize on its advantage and fulfill Yang Jian's command to slay him, prepared for another assault. However, just as it was about to strike again, Yang Jian summoned it back, restoring it to its original form, the three-pronged, double-edged blade. Suddenly, a thunderous bark echoed from a distance, capturing Ye Feng's attention. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was the Xiaodian hound returning. Its rapid sprint suggested it had sensed the unusual happenings and rushed back to protect its master. Yet, upon spotting the downed Ao Lai, it altered its course, dashing towards the fallen dragon's body as if a dog retrieving a thrown object. As the Xiaodian hound ran, it continuously cast spells, its size dramatically increasing until it swelled to over 100 meters. This spectacle astounded many, particularly those from the Age country. Though rage simmered within them, the descending Ao Lai, gravely injured, was rapidly diminishing in size. Just before touching down, he transformed into a youthful human form, the only distinguishing feature being the horns atop his head. A colossal dragon transformed into a human? This scene left countless spectators in awe. A dragon becoming a human? Could he truly be a deity? Yet, such a being had never been heard of before. Oh my, has the divine selection game begun summoning deities as bosses? How is one to play under such circumstances? Even such formidable beings are no match for the powerful Yang Jian, whose prowess is truly terrifying. It appears that the fate of Huaxia is indeed fortunate, having summoned such a mighty deity to fight on their behalf. With each powerful deity summoned, one less remains. Starting the game by throwing bombs, I wonder how Huaxia will manage in the end. Who cannot cheat? The deities of Huaxia seem rather ineffectual. Victory may come swiftly, but defeat will follow just as quickly. In the fourth round of the divine selection game, Huaxia is destined for ruin. In the live stream, there is no shortage of mindless critics, the majority of whom are foreign. In the world of Huaxia's divine selection, the enlarged howling celestial dog swiftly located the injured Ao Lai. At this moment, Ao Lai was covered in wounds, with bloodied patches visible all around. These were injuries inflicted by torn scales, and without several decades of recuperation, complete healing would be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 49. The appearance of the enormous howling celestial dog startled Ao Lai. Due to his severe injuries and diminished abilities, he was currently no match for the howling celestial dog. Moreover, the aura emanating from the beast was formidable, even in his prime. Defeating it would not have been an easy feat. The howling celestial dog opened its massive jaws and engulfed Ao Lai. Just as he was preparing to cast a spell in resistance, Ao Lai noticed that the creature meant him no harm, prompting him to suppress his urge to retaliate. After all, if a confrontation ensued, he would surely be overwhelmed. The howling celestial dog, with Ao Lai in its grasp, sprinted towards Yang Jian. Though the ground lay in ruins, it did not impede the creature's speed in the slightest. In no time, the howling celestial dog arrived before Yang Jian and unceremoniously spat out Ao Lai, now slick with saliva. Upon seeing the light of day again, Ao Lai was filled with excitement. However, when he beheld Yang Jian looking down at him with an imposing demeanor, his expression swiftly transformed, becoming more ghastly than that of his cousins who had suffered the loss of their dragon tendons. He dared not linger on his thoughts. Hastily prostrating himself on the ground, this humble deity acknowledges his mistakes. I implore you, great deity, spare my life. My father is Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, and I assure you he will be eternally grateful. What appeared to be a plea for mercy was, in fact, a veiled threat. He was subtly informing Yang Jian that should he dare to slay him, Ao Run would not let the matter rest. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian could not help but let out a cold laugh. Even your father, Ao Run, would respectfully address me as a deity. You think to threaten me with him? Are you certain? These words struck Ao Lai like thunder, awakening him from his stupor. He quickly raised his head, and upon recognizing Yang Jian's visage, he was momentarily taken aback. Though a thought began to form in his mind, he remained uncertain. He then turned to glance at the howling celestial dog, whose distinct features were unmistakable upon closer inspection. How? The howling celestial dog? Ao Lai knelt there, dumbfounded, never having anticipated that the creature which had just carried him was indeed the howling celestial dog. If that were the case, then the figure before him was undoubtedly the esteemed Yang Jian. As this realization struck him like a bolt from the blue, Ao Lai's gaze shifted back to Yang Jian, now filled with deep regret and trepidation. He even contemplated striking himself in self-reproach, lamenting his failure to recognize the esteemed Yang Jian and foolishly flaunting his bravado before him, addressing him in an overly familiar manner. This was akin to a mere mortal brandishing a sword before the legendary Guan Yu, utterly lacking in self-awareness. In a flurry of panic, he bowed repeatedly, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Great deity Yang Jian. This humble deity, Ao Lai, acknowledges his lack of discernment. I beseech you to overlook my transgressions and not hold my insolence against me. Despite his elevated status as a bodhisattva, Ao Lai held a profound fear of Yang Jian. It was not just him. Few in the celestial realm dared to cross Yang Jian. If he were to unleash his wrath, he could indeed become a true harbinger of death. Remember, Yang Jian had once slain 8 of the Golden Crows, the sons of the Jade Emperor, in retaliation for the death of his mother, Yao Ji. Who among them could match his nobility? Such a deity of death, who would not tremble in his presence. Had it not been for the subsequent negotiations, the upheaval in heaven would have had little to do with Sun Wukong. Even now, despite Ao Lai being slain by Yang Jian, it is likely that the Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Run, would not dare to seek vengeance against him. Observing the frightened Ao Lai, Yang Jian felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, Yang Jian had merely intended to intimidate him, harboring no intention of killing. For he was no longer the Yang Jian of old. Very well, in consideration of your senior brother Sun Wukong, I shall spare your life this time. Yang Jian declared with a stern countenance. Yes, yes, yes. I am eternally grateful for the mercy of the esteemed Yang Jian. I shall remember this grace for all eternity. Ao Lai replied, bowing repeatedly. This dramatic scene left the live stream audience in astonishment, even causing them to question their own existence. What? He asked, kneeling already? Divine Dragon, where is your majesty? Your temper? Your dignity? Unbelievable. I initially thought this omnipotent dragon was invincible. Yet he was defeated by Yang Jian in a single strike, and now he is weeping and begging for mercy, utterly devoid of any spirit. Is this truly a disciple of Sun Wukong? Good heavens! Such a formidable dragon bowing to the divine Yang Jian of Huaxia? And he is even a disciple of Sun Wukong? Just how powerful are Sun Wukong and Yang Jian? Now I understand why Yang Jian and Ye Feng were so confident. It is because they are acquainted. I had thought this mighty dragon emerged from Western mythology, only to discover he is a deity of Huaxia. What an enlightening revelation. How is it that this dragon appears grand, yet proves utterly ineffectual? Despite his immense stature, he is of no use whatsoever. Why would the system summon the Huaxia dragon as a boss? Observing their demeanor, it feels as though this is merely a performance, stripping away the illusion. This is indeed a farce. I find myself perplexed at how the system came to choose a Huaxia dragon as a boss. Had it opted for a Western deity instead, I suspect Huaxia would have long been vanquished. The barrage of comments in the live stream was predominantly from international viewers, and many of them were negative. In contrast, the comments from Huaxia viewers had significantly diminished compared to before. With Ye Feng's victory, one would expect elation, yet their sentiments had grown increasingly complex. It was reminiscent of bullying a classmate, only for that classmate to refrain from retaliating and instead offer you candy. You accept the candy, yet your attitude toward your classmate remains unchanged. For Ye Feng's part, they were not engaged in bullying, but rather in a choice to distrust him. as a plethora of negative information about him circulated online, gradually influencing their perceptions. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the expressions of the gathered individuals mirrored this complexity, particularly the scholars and experts that Ning Jiangwo had kept in mind, who displayed no joy whatsoever. Arise. I have several questions to pose to you, Yang Jian said, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor composed. Aolai rose and responded with flattering deference. Please, esteemed deity, speak, and I shall answer without reservation. Not far away, Ephong noticed Yang Jian was about to pose a question, so he hurriedly approached. For he too harbored several inquiries. Upon seeing Ye Feng approach, Aolai promptly bowed respectfully and said, Little deity pays his respects to the esteemed divine. This sudden formality left Ye Feng momentarily speechless, pondering, what esteemed divine am I? I merely came to engage in idle gossip. Now I find myself at a loss for words. In truth, one could not entirely blame Aolai for his excessive politeness. It stemmed primarily from the events that had transpired earlier. Conversely, Aolai secretly felt a tinge of resentment towards Ye Feng. For the aura emanating from Ye Feng was undeniably that of a mere mortal, leading Aolai to mistakenly perceive Yang Jian as one as well. Chapter 50. Brotherhood. With Yang Jian having learned from past experiences, Aolai, despite being certain that Ye Feng was merely a mortal, dared not display any semblance of negligence. After all, it was conceivable that Ye Feng was merely cloaking his true nature. Some deities and immortals, after all, possess peculiar inclinations to masquerade as ordinary beings. Moreover, there exist formidable celestial beings whose prowess is so profound that their cultivation and aura remain undetectable. Yang Jian was precisely such an entity, which only intensified Aolai's conviction that Yang Jian was an ordinary man. Even if one were to entertain the notion that the individual accompanying Yang Jian, who behaved like a contemporary, could indeed be an ordinary person, it might very well be a ruse, perhaps a ploy to deliver another beating. With this thought, Aolai lowered his head even further. As Ye Feng offered no response, Aolai maintained his submissive posture, which, over time, exacerbated his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Observing this, Ye Feng promptly spoke in a friendly manner. Little Dragon King, I am no celestial being. I am simply an exceedingly ordinary mortal. Mortal? Upon hearing these words, Aolai immediately straightened his posture, his expression turning grave. He thought to himself, why did you not say so earlier? How dare a mere mortal receive my veneration? Surely, he seeks to court danger. Yet, Ye Feng's subsequent words nearly shattered his composure. However, I am brothers with Sun Wukong and the third prince, Nezha, who is known for pulling your cousin's dragon tendons. This esteemed Yang Jian beside you is also my brother. Upon saying this, Ye Feng winked at Yang Jian. Yang Jian could not help but let out a wry smile, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. To Aolai, this reaction was tantamount to an acknowledgement. To be able to call himself a brother to Sun Wukong, the one who yanked his cousin's tendons, and even the fearsome Yang Jian, could such a person truly be an ordinary mortal? Surely, he was more formidable than celestial beings. But why would he mention Nezha, who pulled his cousin's tendons? Did he perhaps harbor intentions towards my own? With this thought, Aolai recoiled slightly, responding with an ingratiating smile. This esteemed celestial being is far too humble. But how did you come to know my master, Sun Wukong? Aolai was convinced that invoking his master, Sun Wukong, would render him safe from harm. Before Ye Feng could respond, Yang Jian interrupted with a wave of his hand. Naturally, Aolai did not dare to oppose this, feeling somewhat relieved instead, and promptly nodded in agreement. I shall heed the commands of the celestial being. With that, Yang Jian regarded Aolai with a serious expression and inquired, how were you summoned here? Aolai furrowed his brow, recalling his previous experiences, and shook his head. This humble deity is not entirely certain. At that moment, I was in my cave, engrossed in cultivation. Suddenly, a beam of white light startled me awake, and I was then transported to this place. I sensed that the aura here belonged to the human realm. Yet the laws governing this place are extraordinarily peculiar and markedly different from those of the human realm. Thus, I attempted to employ my techniques to discern whether I could dismantle the laws here. Upon hearing this, Ephong could not help but roll his eyes, remarking that while the laws had not been destroyed, they had indeed obliterated his home. In response, Aolai immediately grew flustered, stating that he was willing to offer compensation. Conveniently, there existed a prime piece of feng shui near his cave, perfectly suited for cultivation, which he was ready to unconditionally bestow upon the deity. Enough. I am not one to harbor petty grievances. You may keep the feng shui site for yourself. Ephong waved his hand, exuding an air of noble righteousness. Witnessing Ye Feng's magnanimity and his refusal to take advantage of the situation, Ao Lai felt a genuine admiration swell within him. Realizing that he was indeed in the presence of a divine being, his perception of Ye Feng shifted, and he felt a pang of shame for his earlier thoughts. How could such a good person possibly wish to extract my dragon tendons? Yet, Ao Lai was unaware that it was not that Ye Feng did not desire the feng shui site, but rather that he was entirely unable to leave this place. Otherwise, Ye Feng would have insisted on acquiring 10 feng shui sites without hesitation. As for the matter of extracting dragon tendons, Ye Feng had indeed contemplated it. A belt fashioned from dragon tendons would undoubtedly be exceptionally durable and wear-resistant, far superior to cowhide. Now let us continue. Yang Jian interrupted the two once more, inquiring, "What portion of your powers can you exhibit here?" Isn't it all? Ao Lai responded, somewhat perplexed. This time, even Ye Feng appeared confused, unsure of why Yang Jian posed such a question. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, and after a moment, he clarified, "I can only wield less than 1,000th of my divine power." Now it was Ao Lai and Ye Feng's turn to be astonished. Additionally, the audience in the live stream shared their disbelief. Less than 1,000th? Surely Yang Jian is boasting. Not just boasting, it seemed utterly absurd. How could someone wielding less than 1,000th of their strength possibly contend with such a formidable dragon? Who would believe that? Indeed, while the deities of Huaxia possessed strength, they could not shake off their penchant for exaggeration. It was no wonder the people of Huaxia were so fond of boasting. It appeared to be a familial trait. In my view, they were merely performing for the system, shamelessly so. Yang Jian's assertions were so outrageous that even some individuals from Huaxia found them hard to believe, let alone foreigners. "Old Zhao, do you think what Erlingshan Yang Jian said holds any truth?" Ning Zhengwo could not help but quietly ask Zhao Chongren beside him. Zhao Chongren specialized in this field. Although Huaxia did not possess myths regarding Yang Jian, he could surmise some insights nonetheless. "It's hard to say." Zhao Chongren shook his head. "But one thing I can assert with certainty is that Yang Jian's true power is undoubtedly beyond what we currently observe." This statement was quite reasonable, yet it seemed to say little. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, less than 1,000th? Are you certain? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Jian nodded. "The laws here are peculiar. They suppress my cultivation." "Then by your reasoning, Sun Wukong and Nezha should have encountered similar issues as well." Ye Feng interjected. "Yet they have never mentioned such a thing. It is not surprising that it has never been mentioned, as there is no point of reference for comparison." Yang Jian elucidated that it is quite normal for one's cultivation to be suppressed in certain special realms due to the enforcement of specific laws. "I see." Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that the reason the little dragon king was not subject to such suppression might be attributed to his summoning as a formidable boss, thus exempting him from the constraints of these laws. "What is a boss?" inquired Ao Lai, intrigued. "It means something quite formidable," Ye Feng clarified, nodding in affirmation. This exchange bore a resemblance to a romantic confession, leaving Ao Lai somewhat bashful. "So, I am indeed this remarkable. I had my suspicions, otherwise. If anyone else were to face Yang Jian, they would likely falter against even a single strike." Chapter 51. The conclusion of the third round of the Divine Selection Games with an air of pride. Ao Lai lifted his chin, his expression radiating a sense of triumph. It was rather unusual to witness someone so pleased after being bested. It raised concerns for Ye Feng. Had Ao Lai's wits been addled by Yang Jian's blows? Surely, that could not be the case. Ao Lai's words served as a veiled acknowledgement of Yang Jian's formidable prowess. Yet, the spectators in the live stream continued their relentless mockery. Many asserted that this was merely a theatrical performance orchestrated by the deities of Huaxia, designed to effortlessly secure victory in the fourth heavenly tribulation. Such absurd claims found a surprising number of believers. The scene shifted back to the realm of the Huaxia divine selection. Yang Jian cast a disdainful glance at Ao Lai and remarked, "Were it not for the peculiar laws governing this place, you would have long been pierced through the heart by my magical weapon." This statement effectively ground Ao Lai's pride into the dust, yet he found himself powerless to respond with anger. Was it not infuriating? Ao Lai quickly donned a smile. Seeking to placate, "Great God Yang Jian, your powers are unparalleled. Even should I cultivate for 100,000 years, I would still dare not compare myself to you." Upon reflection, Ao Lai realized there was some truth to this, and his gloom dissipated, replaced by a peculiar joy. His bizarre reaction left Ye Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed, recalling how, during his readings of Journey to the West, he had never perceived the white dragon horse as anything less than noble. Yang Jian, uninterested in engaging further in such trivialities with Ao Lai, turned his attention to Ye Feng, his tone grave as he cautioned, Ye Feng, the laws here are exceedingly strange. Even I cannot fathom them. You must exercise utmost caution in the days to come. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Ye Feng sensed that Yang Jian was a deity of integrity and kindness. More importantly, he was reliable, unlike the likes of Sun Wukong and Nezha, who often required coaxing and deception. Ye Feng nodded, understood. I have done what I can. The path ahead is yours to navigate. The fate of Huaxia rests upon your shoulders. With that, Yang Jian placed a reassuring hand on Ye Feng's shoulder, their bond resembling that of friends. This gesture moved Ye Feng deeply. He nodded once more, smiling sincerely. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow Huaxia to perish. Very well. I take my leave. May you journey safely. Yang Jian responded with a smile before employing his magic. Enveloping both the howling celestial hound and Ao Lai in a golden light as they ascended into the heavens, vanishing from sight. As Ye Feng surveyed the desolate landscape of the divine selection realm, a sense of emptiness washed over him, not solely due to Yang Jian's departure, but also because he found himself utterly alone. Moments later, a voice echoed across the globe, heralding a system notification. Huaxia challenges the fourth heavenly tribulation, Divine Dragon, success. All challenges have been completed, currently ranking first. Rewards and penalties will be calculated shortly. Curse it. Once again, Huaxia had claimed the top position. How infuriating. They had merely stumbled upon victory. With their intensely competitive gameplay, it would not take long before their divine selection players were outmatched and eliminated. Ha ha ha. You speak the truth, and they possess only a single chosen player, who can afford to lose but once. Unlike us, we are granted numerous opportunities for failure. One thing I find intriguing is the origin of the myriad myths and legends in a nation with such a rich history as Huaxia. It is simply preposterous. Where could they possibly come from? Naturally, they must have been appropriated. Surely, they are the remnants of our ancestors from Country H, embedded in Huaxia's lore. Otherwise, Huaxia could not have summoned them. Not only does Huaxia play deceitfully, but they also revel in pilfering the myths of others. Even in victory, their triumph lacks honor. The live broadcast is inundated with negative remarks, while the support for Ye Feng is nearly non-existent. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the high-ranking officials of Huaxia is palpably tense. General Ning, we can no longer allow Ye Feng to act recklessly. Otherwise, Huaxia will inevitably suffer grave consequences. Indeed, I believe we must impose 3 stipulations upon Ye Feng. Yes, let us establish a connection with Ye Feng immediately. He must adhere to our 3 stipulations. I refuse to believe he would dare defy all of Huaxia. Several scholars and experts interjected, interrupting Ning Zhangwo's contemplation. Ning Zhangwo glanced at them without responding, turning instead to Zhao Chongren beside him, inquiring, Elder Zhao, what is your perspective on this matter? Zhao Chongren stroked his wispy white beard, pondering for a moment before replying, they have a point. However, their attitude is unacceptable. After all, Ye Feng is fighting for Huaxia, and we ought to show him respect. I concur with this sentiment. Ning Zhangwo immediately chimed in, very well. I shall have a serious discussion with Ye Feng shortly. Should he maintain this obstinate demeanor, I shall no longer indulge him. Observing Ning Zhangwo's stern expression, the scholars and experts refrained from further comment. Simultaneously, the system dispatched a reward notification to every citizen of Huaxia. The rewards for Huaxia's tasks are as follows. 1. The likelihood of cultivating talent will increase annually, currently set at 20. This will significantly enhance the pool of cultivators in Huaxia. 2. Within the territory of Huaxia, random locations of fortune source forbidden grounds will emerge, allowing Huaxia's practitioners to explore. And they will be granted substantial cultivation rewards, among other benefits. Note, the fortune source forbidden grounds are exceedingly perilous. One must act within their capabilities. Though these 2 rewards may not be immediately visible, the wealth they confer is undoubtedly unimaginable. Take the first reward, for instance, the increase in cultivation talent probability. It is worth noting that Huaxia boasts a population of 1 per billion. Thus, a 20 probability translates to 280 million individuals. Nearly 300 million potential cultivators is a staggering figure. This number surpasses that of most countries. In due course, Huaxia shall ascend as a major power in cultivation, with 1 in every 5 individuals becoming a practitioner. The mere thought is terrifying. As for the second reward, it is even more splendid. The fortune source forbidden grounds are tailor-made for Huaxia as practitioners. With a stroke of fortune, one might even uncover opportunities and treasures therein. By that time, the practitioners of Huaxia and those from other nations will exist on 2 distinctly different levels. The tangible benefits will manifest within Huaxia. And the individual who has afforded such opportunities is none other than Ye Feng, the very one they questioned. In an instant, the sentiments of the Huaxia populace grew exceedingly complex. They were no longer filled with the joy of yesteryears, and few chose to celebrate. This peculiar atmosphere suggested that it was not Huaxia that triumphed, but rather external forces. As Huaxia completed its task, the nature of the penalties for failure remains shrouded in mystery. However, one fact remains clear. The last 5 nations will be irrevocably erased. This marks the 3rd round of the Divine Selection Games, which means that a total of 15 nations have already been eliminated. There are only 201 nations on Blue Star. If the rules remain unchanged, after the 40th round of Divine Selection, only 1 nation will endure. Furthermore, this count does not include those nations that have faced extinction due to excessive casualties. The grim reality only serves to evoke greater terror. Chapter 52. Ye Feng in the spotlight of public opinion. It is worth noting that although the nations of Asan, H, and Sakura have faced defeat, with deities perishing and betrayals occurring, they have been fortunate. After successfully navigating their first heavenly tribulation, they achieved admirable scores, placing them among the top ranks. Following the demise of their deities, a significant deduction of points ensued, yet their remaining scores narrowly surpassed the last few underperformers, allowing them to avoid obliteration. Regrettably, during their ambush on Huaxia, they lost numerous chosen players, resulting in a substantial loss of life among their citizens. Their large population proved advantageous. Otherwise, they would have faced complete annihilation. In terms of population, only H has a relatively smaller demographic, despite having the fewest citizens. They also suffered the least number of fallen chosen players, creating a kind of balance. However, the mass casualties sparked riots, and had their military not intervened, the death toll would have escalated further. Yet, the citizens of these 3 nations placed all blame squarely on Huaxia. Some extreme individuals even resorted to targeting Huaxia nationals within their borders, subjecting both immigrants and locals alike to humiliation and violence as an outlet for their fury. Returning to the main topic, shortly thereafter, a system notification reappeared, this time addressing all surviving individuals worldwide. Attention, the chosen world will undergo restructuring. Following the restructuring, the difficulty of the chosen game will increase. All chosen players from various nations are advised to prepare themselves mentally. Note, the restructuring period will last for 7 days, during which time chosen players can rest assured. In the Huaxia chosen world, upon receiving the system notification, Ye Feng felt a slight sense of relief. Although he had not directly engaged in combat, his mind had remained tense, hardly finding any opportunity to relax, which had been quite exhausting. Turning around, he gazed at the modest, diminutive thatched cottage and the deep pits surrounding it for hundreds of meters. Ye Feng felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was fortunate that it had been destroyed, otherwise, he would have had to sleep in a pit for the next 7 days. Contemplating this, Ye Feng could not help but let out a wry smile. What would the world look like after the restructuring? Surely, they would restore the destroyed areas, he pondered as he quietly entered the cottage. Simultaneously, the live stream abruptly cut off. In the chosen world, Ye Feng did not squander his time. Aside from eating and sleeping, he dedicated every other moment to cultivating the great Freedom Heart Sutra. Possessing extraordinary talent, combined with the abundant spiritual energy in this realm, his cultivation progressed remarkably, altering his strength daily. Such rapid advancement would likely surpass even the 20% of the most gifted cultivators. In stark contrast, the reality of the outside world was rife with unrest. Unbeknownst to him, a wave of criticism and skepticism regarding Ye Feng emerged online, particularly on chaotic social media platforms, such as V and various forums. The trending topics were dominated by vitriolic posts berating Ye Feng. The titles of these posts are as follows: Is Ye Feng a true hero or a false scoundrel? Success and failure both rest on Ye Feng not seeking first place, merely stability. Let Ye Feng restore peace to Huaxia. Our hero Ye Feng will lead Huaxia to ruin. Arrogance can easily destroy a person, and Ye Feng can effortlessly bring down Huaxia. The essence of these titles is readily comprehensible, even to those with limited literacy. The most highly upvoted comments are fervently inciting the masses. This arrogant Ye Feng has shown blatant disregard for the common folk, recklessly treating the nation's fortunes as a personal game. He disregards the directives of the authorities, acting as he pleases. We, Huaxia, do not require such a chosen player. Although Ye Feng has led us to victory in 3 matches, he has consistently placed us in peril. Even gamblers understand that 9 out of 10 bets fail, yet he remains obstinate, ignoring wise counsel. He has even soured relations with the authorities. Such a chosen player is better off non-existent. I seldom voice my opinions in public. But this matter concerns each and every one of us in Huaxia. We have only one chosen player, and if Ye Feng were to recklessly endanger himself, all of Huaxia and its people would be dragged down with him. My own demise may be inconsequential, and even my elderly mother may not matter. However, my 1-year-old child cannot be overlooked. As a mother, I cannot accept the inexplicable loss of my child. It is true that Ye Feng is our sole chosen player and has brought some benefits to Huaxia. Nonetheless, such merits do not grant him the liberty to jeopardize our nation, treating the lives of ordinary people as expendable. Ye Feng must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, Huaxia will never witness a day of peace, unless you are willing to live in constant fear, where the next moment could bring annihilation. Posts and comments of this nature are rampant, and their readership is alarmingly high, reaching terrifying billions. Countless such incidents have fermented online, rendering entertainment news nearly invisible. Upon opening my phone, I am inundated with such messages and trending topics. Over time, this is bound to subtly alter the public's perception. Many have been mindlessly incited, clutching the cultivation resources won for them by Ye Feng while simultaneously hurling malicious insults at him online. Moreover, in just a few days, a surge of criminals has emerged across Huaxia, engaging in robbery, theft, and even murder. Without exception, these offenders are practitioners of the Grand Freedom Sutra, armed with formidable skills. They execute their crimes with increasing ease, resulting in a crime rate that has soared to its highest in nearly a decade. Consequently, Ye Feng has once again become the scapegoat, trending for all the wrong reasons. If immediate action is not taken against Ye Feng, Huaxia is truly doomed. Ye Feng has granted these criminals the qualification to cultivate, thereby facilitating their nefarious deeds. Is this not a covert means of poisoning us, the ordinary populace? Some may argue that such reasoning is rather far-fetched. However, have you considered that Ye Feng's actions mirror those of these offenders, exhibiting an utter lack of responsibility? If Ye Feng genuinely cared for Huaxia and was a responsible individual, why has he yet to voice his concerns? The discerning can ascertain the truth in their hearts. I implore my fellow compatriots not to be deceived by Ye Feng. They must bravely speak out for themselves and for Huaxia. I shall never forgive Ye Feng. It is because of him that my entire family has been indirectly destroyed. On that fateful day, a criminal infiltrated my home. He was among the 20% of prodigious cultivators. My father, mother, and I, together with 3 others, were no match for that criminal. Ultimately, he murdered my family before my eyes and looted all our valuables. Had it not been for my sheer luck, I would have perished and would have never had the opportunity to voice my plight here. Though I survived, my family is gone, and I bear a lifelong disability. I am filled with rage and resentment towards Ye Feng. Chapter 53. The agreement. The authenticity of these stories is challenging to ascertain, as a thorough investigation by the authorities unearthed nothing but a plethora of false information. Such narratives and negative sentiments are perpetually being refreshed, and even the most rational netizens can be swayed by emotional fervor. The situation is gravitating towards an extreme, posing significant disadvantages for both Huaxia and Ye Feng. Human beings are peculiar creatures. They can express gratitude for even the slightest kindness while harboring deep-seated animosity over minor grievances. Oftentimes, this resentment may not even stem from one's actions, but rather from an individual's dissatisfaction, which breeds hostility. Foreign entities have managed, within a short span, to thrust Ye Feng into the spotlight through the manipulation of public opinion, not due to any inadequacy on his part, but rather because he has excelled beyond expectations. The uproar quickly captured the attention of the Huaxia government. In the office of the General of the Operations Department, Ning Jiangwo hastily perused negative news regarding Ye Feng on his mobile device. With each scroll, his countenance darkened. Particularly infuriating were the comments and posts that prompted him to violently hurl his phone to the ground, shattering it into several pieces. These statements and threads were incessantly deleted and reappeared, indicating the machinations of foreign forces at play. We must address this matter with utmost seriousness and uncover the organization behind it. Ning Jiangwo nearly bellowed this command. Observing his fury for the first time, his secretary, with a grave tone, reported, "General Ning, our team has recently identified a suspect forum known as Yunyu, which has disseminated a considerable volume of negative posts about Ye Feng." Yunyu forum? Have we traced the forces behind it? Ning Jiangwo inquired with a stern expression. The secretary nodded. We have gathered some information. The companies behind these forums exhibit signs of foreign influence. Foreign influence? Are they from the Third Nation and the Land of Cherry Blossoms? Indeed, along with the financial conglomerates from Country H. Humph. Ning Jiangwo seethed. These overseas forces are truly incorrigible, relentless in their pursuits. General Ning, the Yunyu Forum has garnered substantial traffic, attracting a multitude of new users. The online presence has reached over 100 million, although a significant number of them are supporters of Ye Feng. Nevertheless, they are vastly outnumbered by those opposing him. Upon hearing this, Ning Jingwo's brow furrowed even deeper. The magnitude of such a website, if abruptly shut down, could counterproductively solidify the negative sentiments held by these individuals. Moreover, foreign entities would exploit this opportunity to propagate narratives accusing Huaxia of lacking human rights and freedom of speech. This would substantially undermine Huaxia's credibility on the international stage, as well as its authority and influence. Furthermore, these individuals might redirect public sentiment and discord entirely onto Ye Feng, ultimately impacting him within the context of the divine selection game. This poses a grave threat to contemporary Huaxia. Ning Jingwo, with a somber expression, remarked, Ye Feng is fighting at the front lines for our nation's interests, striving for our national fortune. As those who support him from the rear, we must not allow our heroes to shed tears. Upon hearing this, the secretary beside him offered a slight smile and replied, since they enjoy playing these games, we can respond in kind. To put it bluntly, we can defeat magic with magic. This statement instantly illuminated Ning Jingwo's thoughts. His brow lifted and a hint of a smile graced his lips. This strategy is feasible. Let us proceed accordingly. The secretary nodded, then added, General Ning, there is another very important matter. Speak, Ning Jingwo urged, nodding in acknowledgement. Currently, the average citizen in Huaxia can cultivate, especially those chosen by the system as talented practitioners. In the long run, this is beneficial. However, recently, there has been a surge of criminals, almost all of whom are practitioners. Could there be foreign forces instigating this? Ning Jingwo's brow furrowed once more. The secretary shook his head slightly. It is not certain yet, but the possibility is quite high. Ning Jingwo pondered for a moment before responding seriously. Then let us establish a special operations unit dedicated to addressing such issues. The personnel can be selected directly from the military, while recruitment from outside must be conducted discreetly. However, I only wish to consider those with exceptional cultivation talents. Others will not be entertained at this time. As for the funding, do not concern yourself. I will provide whatever is necessary. The secretary was taken aback. Although Ning Jingwo held a prestigious position as a national general with significant executive authority, the formation of such a specialized unit could not simply be decreed with a few casual words. Moreover, the unlimited budget was not an exaggeration but rather outrageous. Unless there had already been intentions from the higher-ups regarding this matter, and the recent wave of criminals was merely the catalyst. Contemplating this, the secretary felt a surge of excitement and fervor, as he might very well become the architect of this formidable organization, a distinction of immeasurable honor. Yes, I will ensure this matter is handled impeccably. The secretary replied enthusiastically. Very well, you may leave if there is nothing else, Ning Jingwo concluded, waving his hand dismissively. The secretary, seemingly accustomed to such dismissals, nodded and turned to exit, carefully closing the door behind him. Once the secretary departed, Ning Jingwo rose to adjust his attire and then initiated a video call with Ye Feng. The ability to connect via video with the nation's chosen player was a privilege granted to high-ranking officials by the system. However, only one individual could do so, specifically an official or general responsible for the realm of chosen players. The connection was established without further inquiry. At that moment, Ye Feng was seated on his bed, meditating. This marked the first video call between Ning Jingwo and Ye Feng since the conclusion of the third round of the chosen game. Ning Jingwo had refrained from interrupting Ye Feng earlier to allow him a few days of peaceful rest. Although the video call outside the game did not require Ye Feng's consent, he would receive a notification from the system. Ye Feng paused his meditation, slowly opened his eyes, and gazed at Ning Jingwo on the other end of the call, smiling as he said, General Ning, it has been a while. Ha ha ha. Seeing your radiant complexion puts my mind at ease, Ning Jingwo remarked with a smile. His words were not mere pleasantries, but rather a genuine expression of concern. The younger generation had harbored worries that their previous remarks might incite resentment in General Ning, leading him to disregard their presence. Although Ye Feng referred to himself as a junior, his tone carried a hint of playful banter. Ha ha ha, your Uncle Ning has not yet lost his wits. Ning Jingwo chuckled. Despite their brief acquaintance, he held a profound understanding of Ye Feng's character and integrity. Ye Feng's sudden shift in demeanor, accompanied by some seemingly vexatious remarks, was clearly laden with intention. General Ning, I must admit my ignorance of the external circumstances, and I lack the energy to comprehend them. I will need to trouble you to take care of it, Ye Feng stated, rising with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Ning Jingwo's smile faded, and he nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, rest assured, My connection with you this time is to convey that I will manage the affairs of the outside world effectively. Indeed, I hope you will also take care regarding the matters of the chosen world, Ye Feng responded. The two men, separated by a 30-year age gap, exchanged a sincere and heartfelt smile. Chapter 54. The fermentation of public opinion. A day later, after a night had passed, the online landscape of Huaxia was suddenly inundated with a plethora of new posts and news articles. This time, however, the content was not laced with mockery or insult, but rather centered around the familial background and experiences of Ye Feng. The revelations regarding Ye Feng being doxxed rapidly captivated a multitude of citizens, drawing their attention. These posts and articles were not disseminated by official channels, but rather by grassroots accounts. Although their credibility was somewhat questionable, they exuded a striking sense of authenticity. Furthermore, these messages were not transmitted from a singular account. Rather, they originated from various regions and multiple accounts, with timestamps that varied significantly. The information revealed that Ye Feng was born in a remote mountain village named Yangqinjian. He grew up in a home devoid of material wealth. Though he was never left starving, even the desire for a morsel of meat felt extravagant. As a child, his greatest delight was to gaze at the night sky. Counting the stars while yearning for the day, he could savor a piece of pork. Despite the family's dire financial straits, the love of Ye Feng's parents for him remained undiminished. On his birthday, they gifted him a book filled with mythological tales, featuring the story of the legend of the White Snake. This gift captivated him, igniting a profound connection with mythological narratives. Consequently, Ye Feng dedicated himself to his studies, ultimately gaining admission to one of the county's top high schools. With the aid of various governmental subsidies, he, as a student from a disadvantaged background, incurred minimal expenses for his education. He subsequently secured a place at a prestigious university in the capital, majoring in history and mythology. During his university years, Ye Feng was the recipient of several national awards pertaining to history and mythology, establishing himself as one of the foremost scholars in the field within the country, all by the age of 19. While still a student, he had the fortune of attending an international academic conference on history and mythology abroad. However, he encountered discrimination and hostility there. The internationally recognized narrative that Huaxia has only a few hundred years of history relegated them to the lowest tier, and their very presence at such a conference was perceived as an affront to the hosts. These individuals derided Huaxia, claiming it lacked history, mythology, and civilization, even suggesting it was a vassal state of other nations. This blatant affront ignited a fire within Ye Feng. Though seething with indignation, he found himself at a loss for words to counter their assertions, as the cultural heritage Huaxia could present at that moment was indeed limited. Despite Huaxia's status as one of the five constants and its GDP ranking second in the world, when juxtaposed with these culturally rich nations, they appeared as mere jesters. Nevertheless, Ye Feng made a remarkable stand during the discussion. Rising abruptly, he cast a cold gaze over the assembly, etching the grotesque visages of his detractors deeply into his memory. With a resolute declaration that he would never return to such a gathering under the banner of Huaxia, he uttered no further words and exited the venue alongside another student. Ye Feng's bold action instantly stirred a commotion. It is worth noting that many aspired to be part of such a high-caliber academic discourse, often striving desperately to gain entry. As the crowd erupted in uproar, what lingered within their hearts was more a sense of mockery and disdain. They deemed it a manifestation of the inferiority complex plaguing the people of Huaxia, and thus dismissed it altogether. Upon his return, Ye Feng, fueled by indignation, became increasingly obsessed with delving into the history, mythology, and civilization of Huaxia. He frequently took leave to traverse the vast landscapes of Huaxia, seeking out those myths and historical narratives on the brink of oblivion. Even after his graduation, he remained steadfast in his quest. In a mere 4 years, he had almost set foot on every inch of Huaxia's territory. Through his relentless efforts, he ultimately uncovered the answers he sought one fateful day 4 years later. Initially, when he published these historical and mythical revelations, the reception was far from favorable. Many dismissed them as fabrications. This disheartening response pierced Ye Feng's heart, who had spent years in pursuit of truth and harbored dreams for over a decade. To sustain himself, he juggled work while persistently voicing his findings. Undeterred by the myriad of setbacks, in time, he discerned that games were readily embraced by the masses, and thus the notion of transforming Huaxia's mythological tales into a gaming experience blossomed within him. Ye Feng dedicated extensive time to self-learning programming, investing all his frugal savings into this endeavor. Relying solely on his own capabilities, he ultimately succeeded in creating the simple yet exquisite web game, Hongmeng Baha. True to expectation, Upon its release, Hongming Baha captured the attention of the populace. Soon, it transcended its initial boundaries. However, at that juncture, the competition for national fortune and the divine selection of games quietly emerged, altering everything. The news erupted, igniting fervent discussions across Huaxia. Numerous posts emerged, each narrating tales that, while varied in presentation, shared striking similarities in essence. Each post swiftly attracted a multitude of readers. The stories woven within these posts echoed Ye Feng's past experiences, albeit embellished with exaggerations regarding awards, honors, and certain events. Nevertheless, the veracity of his family background, educational institution, and international experiences remained intact. To bolster the authenticity of the narratives, many photographs of Ye Feng were included, showcasing award ceremonies, rural expeditions for materials, and moments abroad. Though most were digitally manipulated, they convincingly blurred the line between reality and fabrication, rendering discernment nearly impossible. Moreover, the state dispatched individuals to meticulously validate Ye Feng's experiences, ensuring that even the most inquisitive investigators would find their findings aligned closely with the posts. Yet, mere posts would hardly suffice to persuade the masses. One must not overlook Ye Feng's tangible performance within the divine selection realm. If his experiences were indeed fabricated, how could a student of history suddenly master programming and create a game? Even a simple web game entails an immeasurable degree of complexity, especially when accomplished by a single individual. Furthermore, a compelling argument in his favor lies in the deities he summoned: Sun Wukong, Nezha, and Yangjian. If not for his profound understanding of the myths and history of Huaxia, how could Ye Feng summon such extraordinary phenomena? Moreover, he had previously elucidated the rich tapestry of Huaxia's 5,000-year history before the entire nation. These accomplishments undoubtedly enhanced Ye Feng's credibility, leading those who once doubted him to reconsider their stance. It prompted the people of Huaxia to engage in a moment of introspection. Without Ye Feng, would Huaxia still endure in its current form? The answer is clearly no. Setting aside the possibility of Huaxia falling into the bottom ranks, just consider the recent incursions from the Three Kingdoms. Had it not been for Ye Feng, Huaxia would have long been reduced to prey, at the mercy of others. Furthermore, the remarkable achievements Huaxia has attained and the substantial benefits derived therefrom are fundamentally attributable to Ye Feng's efforts. Chapter 55. The Quest for Immortality. But what am I doing now? Distrust, insults, disdain, disappointment. There is not a single positive expectation. Is this truly right? In merely half a day's time, this news swiftly garnered substantial support from the populace. The voices opposing and questioning Ye Feng diminished increasingly. Ultimately, there was no need for officials to specially delete posts. Whenever someone dared to post derogatory remarks about Ye Feng, throngs of citizens would rush to the comments section to retaliate and report. Not only that, many citizens took the initiative to post in support of Ye Feng. The titles of these posts rivaled those of sensationalist headlines. For instance, "Do not let heroes weep. If we do not believe in him, whom does he fight for? A hero striving for our nation's prosperity. He bears the burden of our entire nation, yet we stab him in the back." Such titles were abundant, and even the comments below were overwhelmingly filled with remorse, guilt, and shame. Damn it, just thinking about how Ye Feng, our hero, is on the front lines fighting for our country while I, lying at home, criticize him. How could I be so heartless? I have nothing more to say from now on. If anyone dares to slander our hero Ye Feng, I will certainly retaliate. Since I cannot bravely fight for my country, I must wield the power of my keyboard to defend the front lines behind our hero, Ye Feng. Tears well up. I never imagined that Ye Feng's life would be so fraught with challenges, particularly his experience abroad at an academic conference where he faced humiliation from other nations. This segment of his journey has brought me to tears multiple times. I hope that Ye Feng can lead our nation to regain the respect of the world. Indeed, Ye Feng, our young hero, is merely in his 20s, an age quite similar to that of my son. He is valiantly battling on the front lines for our nation and its people, while my son spends his days engrossed in short videos and games, achieving nothing. Yet, despite this, we foolishly criticize and doubt him. Reflecting on this now fills me with shame. Ye Feng is not only my college classmate, but also my roommate. Initially, when he was selected as a chosen player, I was utterly astonished, not out of fear, but from pride. During our school days, Ye Feng was exceptionally diligent, humble, and courteous, excelling in academic pursuits. We all looked up to him as a role model, striving to learn from him. He did not disappoint us, earning our admiration, particularly with his remarkable performance in the chosen game. Some claim his strategies are aggressive. However, this is merely a reflection of their ignorance of him and the myths of our nation. He understands the history and mythology of our culture better than anyone else. Each of his choices, though seemingly perilous, culminates in perfect outcomes. This is his confidence, not arrogance, as his actions aim to secure greater benefits for our nation and its people. There are many more comments of this nature, each receiving high praise. The dissenting voices against Ye Feng on the internet have gradually been suppressed, fading into oblivion. In merely a day, the forum named Yunyu has been entirely dominated by such posts. The foreign forces behind this development had not anticipated such an outcome. They had presumed that several days of public discourse would completely dismantle Ye Feng's credibility in the eyes of the people of Huaxia. However, they were taken aback by the swift reversal of fortunes, and a rather marginal one at that. This left the high-ranking officials of Asan Nation, Sakura Nation, and Bangzi Nation exceedingly infuriated. Yet, the situation was far from resolved. The state apparatus, through this manipulation of public opinion, inadvertently apprehended numerous foreign spies. Alarmingly, many of these individuals were renowned scholars and experts within the nation, and it was discovered that they held dual citizenship. This revelation reignited domestic discourse, transforming once respected scholars into pariahs, reviled by the public. It also illuminated the reality that foreign forces were inciting public sentiment in Huaxia, aiming to undermine their hero, Ye Feng. After such a fervent public outcry, Ye Feng had ascended to the status of a great hero in the hearts of the Huaxia people, embodying the hope of the entire nation. Riding the wave of this public sentiment, the Huaxia government made a significant announcement regarding the establishment of a new department, the Xuanxian Division, headquartered in the capital. Regional cultivation teams would also be formed in other provinces, all under the unified management of the Xuanxian Division. Simultaneously, the government called for nationwide recruitment of members for these cultivation teams, clearly outlining benefits that were astonishingly appealing, enticing many to aspire to join. The responsibilities of the cultivation teams would involve managing practitioners of wrongdoing within their respective regions, akin to a specialized police force. The fervor surrounding this announcement rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Ye Feng's situation, as becoming a member of the cultivation team not only promised glory for one's family, but also substantial personal rewards. Why would anyone not seize such an opportunity? This maneuver by the Huaxia government can be likened to a multifaceted strategy. It not only aided Ye Feng in validating his position and quelled public dissent, but also eliminated domestic spies. Moreover, it ignited a sense of patriotism among the populace, encouraging them to join the Xuanxian Division and serve their country in dispelling threats. Initially, Ning Jiangwo had intended to recruit members for the cultivation teams discreetly, as overt actions might expose the state's intentions and provide opportunities for wrongdoers to infiltrate. However, they never anticipated that Ye Feng's wave of public support would rebound so swiftly, nor that the citizens' patriotic fervor would reach unprecedented heights. Seizing such an exceptional promotional opportunity was not something they would overlook. As for the foreign malefactors, there was now no need for concern. The populace had rallied behind Huaxia, no longer requiring careful navigation. A day later, in the southern region, within an abandoned factory in a small county, a group of disheveled young men lounged on the ground, smoking. Their faces displayed deep frustration and agitation. One of the green-haired individuals, after taking a deep drag on his cigarette, vehemently tossed the smoldering butt onto the ground, cursing as he exclaimed, "Damn it, we've barely completed a few deals, and yet the higher-ups have swiftly issued an arrest warrant against us." Another red-haired companion chimed in, "Who can blame us? There are police everywhere outside. I'm almost afraid to return home." "Damn," the first one responded. The leader, a scarred man, spoke slowly. "My only concern is the newly established cultivation group." "Huh, brother, you're worrying for nothing," the green-haired one quickly interjected. "We are among the first batch of cultivators. Our strength is undoubtedly among the best in the county. These newly formed cultivation groups may not even be our match." Chapter 56. The overwhelming strength of the cultivation group. Brother, green hair, is right in this regard. It is not that I fear them, but rather that their numbers are daunting, making it difficult for us to handle. Red hair concurred from the side. The leader with a scarred brow furrowed slightly and warned, "You must not underestimate this newly established cultivation group, or you may find yourselves in dire straits." All right, we will heed your words, brother." The two responded in quick agreement. However, despite their verbal compliance, they remained unconcerned in their hearts. In their minds, their brother, at the 6th level of chi refinement, was undoubtedly the pinnacle of strength in this county. As long as they did not provoke this so-called cultivation group, they believed they would remain safe. "We cannot linger in Ling County any longer. We shall return to Red Hair's village to lay low in a couple of days," the scarred leader declared resolutely. Brother, can we choose a different place?" Red Hair's village is desolate. Not even a rat would want to stay there. Green Hair couldn't help but voice his disdain upon recalling the environment of Red Hair's village. Enough with the nonsense. We are fleeing for our lives, not going on vacation. Red Hair retorted immediately. Green Hair was about to protest further, but upon seeing the displeased glare from the scarred leader, he promptly closed his mouth, refraining from speaking again. Before we leave, we must pull off a big score. Oh, what do you mean, brother? Red Hair's interest was piqued. If they were to leave without any gain, he would be reluctant. However, if they could achieve something significant before departing, he would be more than willing. After all, if they had to hide, it would be better to do so after securing a substantial reward. Isn't today Saturday? Yes, why? The scarred leader turned to Red Hair with a sly grin. Liu Yao's daughter should be home for the break. Liu Yao. Green Hair exclaimed with excitement upon hearing the name. Liu Yao was the wealthiest man in their county, owning more than 10 farms and earning at least 10 million a year. More importantly, Liu Yao's daughter, Liu Yao, was renowned for her beauty. A stunning 17-year-old who attended Ling County No. 1 high school and was the top student in the county. Such a beauty was a dream for Green Hair. And now an opportunity had finally presented itself. Liu Yao had only this one precious daughter. He would be willing to pay a ransom of 1 million for her. Red Hair was equally thrilled. With that kind of money, they could quickly make a comeback. Brother, when we obtain the ransom, may I have a taste of Liu Yao's exquisite beauty? Green Hair lecherously suggested. Get lost. I will be the first to have a taste. The scarred leader retorted with disdain. Ha ha ha, then I shall be second, and Red Hair third. As the three conversed, the large iron door of the factory was suddenly slammed open by some force, crashing towards them. This unexpected turn startled the trio, but fortunately, their cultivation levels and agility allowed them to dodge in time. Who the hell is seeking death? Show yourself. Green Hair cursed furiously after evading the iron door. Beside them, the scarred man and the red-haired individual maintained a vigilant watch over the damaged doorway. There were neither the sounds of revving engines nor the remnants of explosive blasts. What, then, could possess the strength to force open a welded iron door? As they pondered this, two men clad in distinctive uniforms gradually entered the scene. The reason for describing this uniform as distinctive lay in its resemblance to Special Forces attire, yet upon closer inspection, it was markedly different. It was simpler than the typical Special Forces garb, devoid of superfluous accessories. Furthermore, the fabric exhibited an unusual texture, slightly reflective and imbued with a metallic quality. The two exuded an extraordinary presence, unmistakably signaling that they were formidable adversaries. Who are you? The green-haired one inquired, his demeanor suddenly apprehensive. Members of the 108th Cultivation Unit of the Xuanxian Bureau, the man replied coldly. What? From the Xuanxian Bureau? The green-haired man was taken aback. Although he had claimed earlier to be unafraid, the reality of the encounter left him feeling uncertain. His older brother, the scarred man, shared a similar expression of alarm. However, being the elder, the scarred man quickly regained his composure. What business do you have with us? He asked, his face stern, ready for a potential confrontation. The men across from them offered no verbal response. Instead, one raised his left hand, and a small display device activated, revealing the personal information and warrants for the three. With a chilling tone, he recited, Chun Hao, alias Scar, from Lin County. 4 days ago, colluded with accomplices Zhang Yuan and Li Si to commit burglary, injuring the homeowner. 3 days ago, publicly robbed, resulting in the death of a courageous student. 2 days ago, committed the heinous act of murdering a 23-year-old woman, disposing of her body in the wilderness. With each revelation, the anger on their faces intensified. While cultivation is inherently a noble pursuit, there are always a few rotten apples that spoil the whole batch. More alarmingly, not only did these individuals show no signs of remorse, but their methods and crimes grew increasingly brutal. If not dealt with promptly, they would pose a grave threat to society at large. I am Lin Ping. I am Zhao Ming. After introducing themselves, they spoke in unison. On behalf of the 108th Cultivation Unit of the Xuanxian Bureau, we hereby sentence the three of you to death, to be executed immediately. Without further ado, they unsheathed their short blades and charged forward. Seeking death. Scar wasted no time, drawing a dagger from his pocket to meet the attack. The green-haired and red-haired companions followed suit. At that moment, they understood that abandoning their comrades to flee would only result in their individual downfall. Unity was their only hope for survival. Moreover, with their considerable skills, they held the advantage in a 3-on-2 confrontation. Bolstered by this thought, their confidence surged. However, they could hardly anticipate that within moments of engagement, the eldest brother, Scar, would be swiftly dispatched by Lin Ping's blade. The sharp edge sliced through his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the abandoned factory floor a vivid crimson. Subsequently, his body fell heavily, collapsing onto the ground. As the two remaining individuals gasped in astonishment, it became apparent that the scarred warrior, having attained the 6th level of chi refinement, had been unable to withstand even a single exchange with his opponent. How formidable could the adversary's cultivation be? And how long could they endure? Lost in contemplation, Lin Ping and Zhao Ming swiftly approached. The green-haired and red-haired individuals, sensing grave danger, dared not resist any longer. Without a second thought, they turned and fled. Yet, in mere moments, Lin Ping and Zhao Ming caught up, effortlessly dispatching each of them with a single strike. Zhao Ming spat viciously upon the green-haired fellow, cursing, "These wretched dogs, allowing them to die so easily is truly a disgrace." After cleaning his short blade, Lin Ping sheathed it at his waist. "All right, we must promptly summon those above to clear the battlefield. We still have our mission to complete." Chapter 57. The completion of the Chosen One's world reconstruction. Since the establishment of cultivation groups across various regions of Huaxia, incidents aimed at eradicating crime have proliferated, leading to a dramatic decline in the national crime rate, which has reached its historical lowest since the founding of the nation. Even petty thefts have become nearly non-existent. Huaxia's significant actions follow one after another, with domestic news outlets eagerly reporting on these developments. It is not uncommon to hear of foreign spies being apprehended or new criminal organizations being dismantled. While this diverts the attention of the Huaxia populace, it also ignites a renewed fervor for the domestic campaign against organized crime and corruption, uniting the nation against external threats. For some, this brings joy; for others, sorrow. The flurry of activity in Huaxia has thoroughly disrupted the covert operations of Sakura Nation, Asian Nation, and the Korean Nation, inciting furious responses from their high-ranking officials. An emergency video conference was convened in the meeting room of the three nations. The expressions of Xingye, Jin Shengwu, and Amir were grim, lacking the previous vigor they had exuded. One might mistake them for having just suffered a great loss. Damn it, I never anticipated Huaxia's response would be so swift. In just a few days, they have dismantled our spies embedded within their borders, Xingye exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table, causing the flesh on his face to quiver in agitation. Amir let out a long sigh. It seems we have underestimated Huaxia's mobilization capabilities. How could we let this opportunity slip away? We allowed Huaxia to turn the tides, Jin Chengwu fumed. How am I supposed to explain this to my superiors? How dare you even bring that up? Xingye shot a glare at Jin Chengwu. If your people hadn't rushed to increase the crime rate in Huaxia, they wouldn't have regained the trust of their citizens so quickly. Although the three nations cooperated in their efforts against Huaxia, their strategies diverged significantly. Asian Nation capitalized on its mythological heritage to lure numerous scholars and experts from Huaxia, aiming to undermine the high-level decisions made regarding Ye Feng. Sakura Nation sought to generate various narratives that incited the Huaxia populace's ire towards Ye Feng, thereby sowing seeds of doubt about their sole chosen player and exacerbating internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Korean Nation instigated disturbances, creating crime to disrupt public sentiment and breed distrust towards the Huaxia government. Their plans were meticulously crafted, and had they succeeded, the consequences for Huaxia would have been catastrophic. Imagine if the Huaxia leadership lost faith in Ye Feng, and the people of Huaxia followed suit, ultimately leading them to distrust their own government. Chaos would undoubtedly ensue within 10 days. Even if they refrained from retaliating, Huaxia would self-destruct in the wake of such discord. Now that their schemes have failed, Jin Shengwu, already simmering with frustration, faced the prospect of his authority and status in the Korean nation being undermined. To make matters worse, he found himself being blamed and ridiculed by Xingye of Sakura Nation, which was intolerable for him. In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand on the table and hurled insults at Xingye. "You must be out of your mind. It is evident that the failure of our plan stemmed from your inability to manage public opinion effectively. Do you wish to engage in a confrontation?" Xingye's ire was kindled. If anyone bore the brunt of this failure, it was undoubtedly him. The Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Nation had allotted him little time, and another failure would leave him with no choice but to take his own life in atonement before the Emperor. "Come at me. Do you think I fear you? You wretched little scoundrel." Jin Shengwu seized the ashtray from his desk and forcefully hurled it at the projection screen. The long-standing animosity between the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Stick Nation surged to the forefront, and with the plan's collapse, both men discarded any semblance of decorum, unleashing a torrent of invective. Enough. Just as their vitriol escalated, Amir from the Third Nation interjected sharply. Although the Third Nation lacked their economic prowess, in terms of mythological heritage, it stood unparalleled among the three. Thus, both the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Stick Nation held a modicum of respect for the Third Nation. As the two men gradually regained their composure, Amir, maintaining a serious demeanor, continued, "If you two generals persist in your quarrel, you will merely provide a spectacle for Huaxia to mock." Jingye and Jin Chengwu exchanged glances. Although they remained silent, their discontent was palpable. This failure occurred because we underestimated Huaxia's strength, Amir analyzed, particularly the newly established Xuanxian division. At the mention of the Xuanxian division, both Jingye and Jin Chengwu momentarily froze, a flicker of trepidation passing through their eyes. The might of the Xuanxian division was the principal reason for the reduction of Huaxia's crime rate. The Stick Nation had expended billions of dollars and mobilized thousands of spies to orchestrate numerous crimes in Huaxia, only to have their efforts dismantled in less than 2 days. Jin Chengwu was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. This also indirectly highlighted the formidable rewards of victory in the Divine Selection game. Once the restructuring of the Divine Selection world is completed, we must ensure that Huaxia does not triumph in the Divine Selection game. Otherwise, the chasm between us will only widen, Amir stated grimly. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, both Jingye and Jin Chengwu nodded in agreement, fully aware of the perils of nurturing a tiger. Presently, unity against a common adversary was paramount, and this was the only opportunity they could conceive. Simultaneously, the surviving nations on Blue Star awaited anxiously for the completion of the Divine Selection world restructuring. Behind the scenes, however, turbulent currents swirled. These individuals were willing to employ various schemes against other nations for their own national interests. After all, this was a matter of national destiny and could not be taken lightly. Meanwhile, Huaxia, having achieved a united victory, smoothly navigated the remaining time. The 7-day period arrived as scheduled. At noon, amidst the anxious anticipation of people around the globe, the system's voice resonated once more. Welcome to the Divine Selection game. The chosen world has been successfully restructured, and signs of life will soon emerge in various nations' chosen realms. The reconstruction of the merit architecture across nations is complete, and new challenges are about to commence. All chosen players are urged to prepare themselves. As the system's announcement concluded, the live broadcast of the chosen worlds officially commenced. Simultaneously, the new merit architecture reappeared before the people. In the Huaxia chosen world, Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the bed in his thatched cottage, diligently cultivating. Suddenly, with a flash of white light, the thatched cottage underwent a remarkable transformation. The modest space of approximately 50 square meters transformed into a magnificent palace spanning over 10,000 square meters. The once uneven grassy ground restored to its former glory, enveloped in wisps of white mist, exuding an ethereal aura that was nothing short of breathtaking. All viewers in the Huaxia live broadcast room were left awestruck by the sight of the newly unveiled palace. Chapter 58. The Transcendence of Spirits. What an astonishing palace! It surpasses the previous thatched cottage by an unfathomable magnitude, not merely 1,000-fold, but it is as if one hails from the heavens while the other resides on the earth. I once believed that foreign palaces were grand and magnificent, yet now, in comparison to our own palace, they seem entirely incomparable. Why does this palace strike me as oddly familiar? It feels as though I have encountered it before. Goodness, look at the palace's name. It's called the Palace of Eternal Cold. Is this not the very abode of Sister Chang'e from Hongming 8 Desolations? The Palace of Eternal Cold. Goodness gracious, where's Chang'e? Why can I not see her? Players familiar with Hongming 8 Desolations were instantly awestruck by the mere mention of the words Palace of Eternal Cold. On one hand, they believed it to be a mere fabrication of Ye Feng's imagination, yet it is indeed an edifice from the rich tapestry of Chinese mythology. On the other hand, it is the residence of the ethereal and enchanting Chang'e, the dream lover of countless men. The live-streaming perspective allows for expansive viewing and transitions, prompting many Chinese netizens to fervently search for any trace of Chang'e, their excitement akin to winning a $5 million lottery. In contrast, Ye Feng, who finds himself amidst this spectacle, ambles through the palace nonchalantly, displaying little reaction. What scenes has he not witnessed? Even when encountering deities, Ye Feng has shown little astonishment, let alone in this palace of eternal cold devoid of Chang'e. As for Ye Feng's unwavering certainty, it is evident that the system would not conjure the celestial Chang'e to accompany him. Such a notion is patently implausible. Simultaneously, the merit edifices of other nations underwent transformations, all morphing into structures steeped in mythological lore. The merit edifice of Sakura Country transitioned from the Yasukuni Shrine to the Ise Grand Shrine. The Ise Grand Shrine serves as a sacred place of worship for deities and stands as a pillar of the spiritual life for the people of Sakura Country. While the original site exists in the real world, the Ise Grand Shrine within the Divine Selection realm is far more splendid. To witness the ancestral deities' abode in the divine selection realm exhilarates the people of Sakura country even more than their counterparts in Huaxia. They are filled with a fervor akin to having received a shot of adrenaline, nearly collapsing to their knees in reverence. The merit edifice of the Korean peninsula is Gyeongbokgung Palace, which, like Sakura countries, has an original site in the real world. It serves as a place of veneration for ancestors and deities, but uniquely, it also served as the residence of ancient Korean dynasties. The merit edifice of India is the Five Chariots Temple, hewn from solid blocks of natural granite. Consisting of 5 temples named after characters from the Indian epic Mahabharata: the Black Princess Chariot, Arjuna's Chariot, Bhima's Chariot, the Chariot of the Law King, and the Chariot of the Unborn. Though not the most prestigious temple in India, the Five Chariots Temple is renowned far and wide. The merit edifice of Northern Land is Valhalla, the hall where Odin, the god of Norse mythology, receives the souls of the deceased. Within, the Valkyries, Odin's maidens, select valiant warriors from the battlefields of the mortal realm. The people of the Northern Kingdom had only heard of the Hall of Heroes through myth and legend, but now, gazing upon the magnificent and grand structure, every citizen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. They even perceived the dawn of impending victory. The architectural marvel of the kingdom of Shilla is the Temple of Zeus, a sacred site that once served as the religious epicenter of ancient Shilla, presided over by Zeus, the god of gods. In the tangible world, the Temple of Zeus was erected in reverence to the deity, yet it now lies in ruins. However, in the realm of divine selection, the Temple of Zeus has been resurrected, showcasing an unprecedented grandeur that has rekindled the confidence of the people of Shilla. Not only do the aforementioned nations boast majestic structures, but the architectural wonders from other countries are equally breathtaking. In earnest comparison, they stand on par with one another. Among them, the Palace of Gwanghwan from Huaxia undoubtedly shines as the most remarkable highlight. This is not solely due to its grandeur, but also because of its unique significance. The palace, steeped in classical Eastern charm, is a sight these individuals have never encountered. It is akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. However, the existence of the Palace of Gwanghwan is scarcely documented, save for references in Hongmeng Bahwang, leading to a flurry of envy and scorn from foreign netizens, who dismiss it as merely a fictional edifice unworthy of pride. In but a moment, the voice of the system resounded once more. The 4th round of the divine selection game has officially commenced. Repel the spectral entities within your territory. Note, the objective is not to vanquish the specters, but rather to exorcise them. Each exorcism will accumulate national merit. Conversely, killing a specter will result in a proportional deduction of national merit. Note, due to the increased difficulty of the restructured divine selection world, the strength of the emerging specters should not be underestimated, and their numbers exceed millions. Note, the more merit accumulated, the higher the final ranking, and the more magnificent the merit structures will be. Merit is quantified numerically. Note, only the top 5 nations will receive rewards, while the bottom 5 will face obliteration. Nations in the middle ranks will neither receive punishment nor rewards. Note, the summoned deities are exempt from the rules and may be summoned indefinitely. Note, during the challenge, deities from different nations cannot engage in combat. Severe penalties will ensue for violations. However, deities are permitted to manipulate specters to interfere with the merit structures of other nations or to assist them. The resounding admonitions of Note instilled a sense of trepidation among the global populace for their nation's divine selection players. It was evident that the restructured divine selection world had become more formidable than ever before. The sole advantage was that failure would no longer incur penalties, significantly reducing the risk of extinction for nations with smaller populations due to the demise of their divine selection players. Yet, they would also forfeit the rewards of the system. As the system's voice faded, the divine selection world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The previously clear skies were suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, and not a glimmer of sunlight could be seen. The sky began to darken gradually, enveloped by an eerie atmosphere that evoked the sensation of entering the underworld. Illuminated by the light of the merit building, the crowd soon discerned the wandering spirits that lingered near the palace structures. These phantoms varied in form. Some donned armor reminiscent of soldiers, while others appeared as tattered souls. Yet, they all drifted aimlessly around the merit building. The divine selected players from various nations within the structure felt a chilling, bone-deep cold as these spectral figures approached them slowly, sending shivers down their spines and raising goosebumps upon their skin. More alarmingly, the number of these spirits continued to swell, seemingly without end, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 59. Does Huaxia lack the ability to liberate spirits? In the Huaxia livestream, The multitude of onlookers erupted in a frenzy upon witnessing the myriad of wandering spirits. Liberating these spirits? It is utterly beyond our expertise. Does Huaxia possess any deities capable of such a feat? Upon deeper reflection, it appears we do not. One cannot help but wonder if the esteemed Ye Feng possesses a solution. Should he find himself at a loss, Huaxia may very well face dire consequences. The citizens of Huaxia were not alone in their apprehension. Even the higher-ups, including Ning Zhangwo, were ensnared in their own dilemmas. The deities summoned by Ye Feng thus far had been predominantly aggressive and combat-oriented, yet this time, they could neither vanquish the spirits nor simply liberate them. Failure to adhere to this would result in a loss of merit. As for the deities within the Hongming 8 Desolations, none seemed suitable for the task of liberating spirits. Many of their names remained unknown, further complicating their understanding. This uncertainty weighed heavily on their minds. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the number of attendees had dwindled by nearly half compared to before, as they observed Ye Feng casually wandering in the livestream. A sense of dread enveloped the room. One expert, unable to contain his concern, posed the question, "What shall we do now?" Relying solely on Ye Feng is undoubtedly insufficient. We should seek assistance from other nations to ensure we are prepared for any eventuality, particularly since this course of action aligns with the established rules. Another scholar offered his perspective, which quickly garnered widespread approval from his colleagues, as it was the only viable solution they could conceive. Ning Zhangwo, with a serious expression, scrutinized Ye Feng in the livestream, refraining from immediate response. While he held trust in Ye Feng, a sense of unease lingered within him. The ability to liberate spirits does not merely hinge on the deity's might, but rather on the potency of their liberating capabilities. Indeed, some formidable deities may fall short compared to a priest's speed in this regard. Moreover, many deities lack the inherent ability to liberate spirits, which was his primary concern. Which nations do you deem most suitable? Eventually, Ning Zhangwo inquired of the scholar who had previously spoken. Presently, the most adept at liberation are the Buddhists of India, undoubtedly one of the preeminent forces in this realm. Following closely are various Western nations that adhere to Christianity and Catholicism. Their ability to summon exorcists and priests should not be underestimated. Additionally, the practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms, with their unique methods of spirit summoning and exorcism, command a level of respect as well. Although some deities from other nations also possess the capacity for liberation, they pale in comparison to these specialized nations. The scholar refrained from providing a direct answer, instead analyzing the reasons behind these observations. India, the land of cherry blossoms? Upon hearing the names of these two countries, not only Ning Zhangwo but also many officials furrowed their brows in distaste, as the relations between these nations and Huaxia had already reached a point of deep animosity. Even if they had not offended them, it was improbable they would extend their assistance to Huaxia. Even if they expressed a willingness to help, Ning Zhangwo and his compatriots would remain skeptical. After all, a weasel does not wish well when it pays New Year-esque greetings to a chicken. It would be prudent to first reach out to individuals from Western nations, Ning Zhangwo commanded. With the construction of merit-based edifices, these malevolent spirits could not breach them for the time being, thus granting them a certain degree of respite. The urgency was not as pressing as before. Simultaneously, the chosen players from other nations had summoned their respective deities, all of whom possessed the abilities of exorcism and purification. For instance, the deity summoned by the nation of Asan was the Buddhist divinity known as Jinner, also referred to as the music deva or the god of song. Jinner is one of the celestial beings from Buddhist lore. There exist both male and female forms of Jinner, the male often depicted with a horse's head, while the female is characterized by her dignified beauty. The Jinner summoned by Asan was indeed a female, possessing exquisite features and a melodious voice, wielding a pipa, capable of dispelling evil and subduing malevolent entities, evoking admiration among onlookers. Given the unrestricted nature of this summoning, Asan also called forth 16 monks. One must not underestimate these monks, as they hold the status of arhats. Although arhats are considered lower than Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in Mahayana Buddhism, being classified as the third tier in Theravada Buddhism, they represent the highest attainable state of enlightenment. Furthermore, their abilities in exorcism and purification surpass even those of some formidable deities. The 16 arhats summoned were Bindadharma, Kanakavarman, Kanakapali, Supandata, Naga, Bhadra, Kalika, Varapadma, Yaboga, Bantaka, Lohita, Nakasena, Yajnadatta, Vanaprastha, Ashita, and Jatabhantaka. They are also revered as the 16 elders. Upon their summoning, a blinding golden light erupted, sending nearby malevolent spirits flying hundreds of meters away. instilling fear in others who dared not approach. Notably, the heights of Jinner and these arhats were comparable to that of an average adult, a significant deviation from previous occurrences. This phenomenon was not exclusive to Asan. Other nations also summoned deities of similar stature, such as the 12 wizards from the Cherry Blossom Nation and the exorcists, along with numerous priests from the Infant Nation. Given the nature of the task at hand, which involved the purification of malevolent spirits, the gathered crowd paid little heed to these developments. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments from various nations was fervently refreshing, particularly from those nations capable of exorcising spirits, who were positively elated. Who would have thought this divine selection game would involve the purification of spirits? For us in Asan, it is a mere stroll in the park. Initially, I was concerned about the dangers of the fourth divine selection game, but it seems my worries were unfounded. The infant empire shall surely rise anew and lead the world. Yoshi, our Cherry Blossom Nation boasts 12 wizards, perfectly aligning with the requirements of this divine selection game. This time, we shall undoubtedly secure a spot in the top 5. Countries with a head start were thriving in their respective live broadcasts. The topic of conversation inevitably gravitated towards the illustrious achievements of Huaxia, who had recently claimed 3 consecutive championships. It is understandable, given Huaxia's remarkable past performance, that these individuals felt a sense of imbalance in their hearts. Now that they have seized the opportunity, they are determined not to let it slip away. One after another, they flocked to Huaxia's livestream, engaging in derisive mockery. Oh, where are the divine players of Huaxia? Have they yet to summon their deities? Could it be that there are no spirits to transcend? Surely not. After all, Huaxia has been the nation to secure the first place 3 times in a row. They can't possibly lack the means to transcend a divine being, can they? It seems Huaxia is destined for elimination this time. It is unfortunate that divine battles are not permitted, otherwise, our Sakura nation's 12 sorcerers would undoubtedly trample Huaxia's deities beneath their feet. If the people of Huaxia come seeking assistance from our nation, perhaps we, in turn, would extend our help. Chapter 60. Seizing the opportunity when one holds power, others flock to them, seeking their favor and support. Yet, in times of adversity, even the most insignificant can mock and belittle you. The Huaxia livestream is awash with vitriol. To foreign viewers, it seems an undeniable certainty that Huaxia will face defeat. The reason is simple. The chosen player of Huaxia, Ye Feng, has yet to summon a deity. To them, it appears that Huaxia's chosen player is utterly confounded by the challenges at hand. Even the people of Huaxia have begun to express concern for Ye Feng, for they are entirely unacquainted with the nature of the divine beings involved in the transcendent ritual, and they cannot fathom that Huaxia retains any capability in this regard. Influenced by foreign doctrines, they believe that upon death, the virtuous ascend to paradise while the wicked descend into hell. As for Huaxia's underworld and its 10 magistrates, they remain oblivious. In the conference room of the capital, after dispatching a request for information, a response was promptly received, eliciting joy from Ning Jiangwo and Zhao Chongren. However, Ning Jiangwo's secretary hesitated, struggling to convey the situation. This caused a sense of urgency among the gathered, with Ning Jiangwo growing increasingly impatient, urging the secretary to report swiftly. With a resigned sigh, the secretary's expression was grim, tinged with irritation. General Ning, General John from the Dayan Nation has stated that they are willing to assist Huaxia, but they have one condition. A condition? What is it? Ning Jiangwo's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening. Though he had anticipated such a turn, the secretary's demeanor suggested that the condition was far from trivial. After a moment's hesitation and a glance at Ning Jiangwo, the secretary slowly revealed, General John demands that we surrender our top-tier technological blueprints and patents. At this revelation, the faces of all present darkened, each appearing as though they had swallowed a fly. Filled with discomfort and fury, numerous hot-tempered officials and experts immediately voiced their outrage, exclaiming, top-tier technological blueprints and patents? Why don't they simply seize them? These foreign devils are no different than the most insidious of marauders, driven by insatiable ambition. General Ning, we absolutely cannot acquiesce to such demands. These advanced technologies are the very foundation of our nation, the product of generations of dedication and effort. Ning Jiangwo, his expression grim, remained silent. Although the demands were egregious, what recourse did they have? The Dayan Nation, as a bastion of Protestantism, had adeptly inherited the tenets of their faith. In this transcendent challenge, they, like the nation of Asan, held a distinct advantage. If they failed to solicit their aid, Huaxia risked being relegated to the bottom 5. At that juncture, not only would blueprints and patents be lost, but the very existence of Huaxia itself would be jeopardized. Observing Ning Jiangwo's silence, the others gradually regained their composure. They recognized that, at this critical juncture, there were no alternatives. The preservation of Huaxia was evidently far more paramount than the loss of technological secrets. The tranquil conference room was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a video call. The secretary furrowed her brow and inquired, "General Ning, it is General John on the line. Shall we connect?" "Yes," came the affirmative response, and without hesitation, the secretary pressed the confirmation button. Instantly, the projection screen in the conference room reflected the image of a Caucasian man in his 50s, clad in Western military attire, adorned with a military cap, and sporting a beard of mixed black and white. "Ha ha ha, General Ning, it has been quite a while," John greeted with a broad smile. Despite the frustration simmering within him, Ning Jiangwo managed a friendly smile in return. "General John, it seems you are in good spirits." "Ha ha ha. If Huaxia could acquiesce to my conditions, then my spirits would soar even higher." "That may be possible, but could you perhaps reconsider lowering your demands?" Ning Jiangwo inquired politely. John shook his head. "General Ning, you are aware that this matter is not solely at my discretion. It is a decision made by our Queen and Chancellor." "General John, I trust you have witnessed our previous performances. Had the rules not changed, Huaxia would undoubtedly have been at the forefront. If the baby empire can assist us in overcoming this crisis, we shall likewise extend our hand in alliance during the forthcoming Divine Selection Challenge." Ning Jiangwo articulated his stance with subtlety, clearly conveying his intent. "If the baby empire seeks to take advantage of our predicament, then I advise you to refrain from seeking our aid in the divine selection." To his surprise, John responded with a dismissive laugh. "General Ning, our baby empire is the heir of Protestantism. If necessary, we could even summon Jesus and God to fight for us. If we choose not to assist Huaxia now, do you believe you can endure until the next round of the divine selection? The conditions have been presented. It is either acceptance or rejection. Once you have deliberated, please send me your response." With that, John abruptly ended the call. Is this what they call the gentlemen of the baby empire? They lack even the most basic manners. How dare they threaten Huaxia? An official exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Others shared his sentiments, yet felt powerless. Should we turn to the Asin nation or Sakura country? That seems even less feasible. Establish a video call with Ye Feng. Let's seek his counsel, Ning Jiangwo commanded, focusing his mind. Ye Feng, if he had a solution, he would have summoned the deities long ago. Why would he still be lingering in the Moon Palace? Someone could not help but murmur in complaint. Hearing this, Ning Jiangwo shot him a stern glare, silencing the expert with fear. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, Ye Feng had refrained from hastily summoning the deities because he was exploring the Moon Palace. Although he surmised that the legendary Chang'e would not be present, a glimmer of hope still resided within his heart. After all, Chang'e is indeed the beloved of his dreams. However, after wandering around, he found not a single trace. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. The official Huaxia has initiated a video call. Would you like to connect? After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely accepted the call. Upon connecting, he was met with a group of solemn-faced men, all gazing at him intently. Slightly taken aback, he chuckled and inquired, "What seems to be the matter, gentlemen? Have you all been afflicted with collective constipation?" "This is hardly the time for jokes," one elderly expert could not help but interject. Yet, Ning Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no cause for alarm. Observing Ye Feng's unperturbed demeanor, Ning Jiangwo suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Hence, he proceeded to recount the recent events to Ye Feng in meticulous detail. Chapter 61. The Ten Yama Kings. Meanwhile, the people of Huaxia gained insight into the entire situation through live broadcasts. In an instant, a wave of indignation surged among them. Some were enraged by the opportunism of the infant nation, while others were incensed by its audacity. Nevertheless, Huaxia found itself in a position of dependence. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay within Huaxia itself. Thus, their vehement outcries seemed futile. Ye Feng, the central figure in this affair, could only roll his eyes in frustration. His ire was not directed at the infant nation, but rather at Ning Jiangwo and his compatriots for failing to reflect upon their own shortcomings. Resigned, Ye Feng managed a wry smile and remarked, "General Ning, these challenges are trivial to me. Our Huaxia does not require anyone's assistance." As soon as he uttered these words, some experts voiced their skepticism. "Ye Feng, I acknowledge your previous victories for the nation, yet the current challenge rules differ significantly. Moreover, you are our sole chosen player. Any misstep could lead Huaxia to utter ruin. Indeed, this matter was no triviality. We must recognize our limitations and seek assistance from others as a strategic imperative." While the conditions proposed by the other parties seemed excessive, they were indeed devotees of the divine, and without their intervention, the process of atonement would be insurmountable. The experts spoke truthfully, and even the viewers in the live broadcast began to calm down as they contemplated the choice between passive resignation and the hope of salvation. Surely, any rational individual would opt for the latter. Atonement? Could they truly not manage without them? Devotees of the divine. Hearing such terms, Ephong merely smiled in silence. If it were merely a matter of atonement, he could summon hundreds of deities proficient in this domain in a single invocation. Although the divine beings of the underworld were considerably lower in rank than those of the celestial realm, each one was adept at the art of exorcism. Figures such as the black and white impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface, the Judge, and Zhong Kuei could not even be enumerated in one breath. How many deities resided in the underworld? While Ye Feng had not counted them, it was certainly not to the extent of seeking aid from other nations. Yet, considering that the people of Huaxia were largely unaware of their own profound history and mythology, he chose not to dwell on it too deeply. Rest assured, I have my own methods, Ye Feng replied with a smile. His unwavering confidence momentarily stunned the experts and officials. However, they remained perplexed, as they had no knowledge of the deities he could summon for atonement. A few among them desired to inquire further, but were interrupted by Ning Zhangwo's gesture. Very well. Let us proceed according to your perspective, Ning Zhangwo nodded. Subsequently, the video connection was abruptly severed. Ye Feng harbored countless secrets unknown to them. Not only were Ning Zhangwo and his associates curious, but so too were the high-ranking officials of other nations, who were perpetually attentive to Huaxia. Thus, these secrets could not be divulged lightly, which elucidated Ning Zhangwo's actions. The challenge had been underway for quite some time, and some malevolent spirits, perceiving no imminent threat to the sacred edifices of Huaxia, began to launch coordinated assaults. Their method of attack was rather straightforward. They harnessed the malevolent energy within themselves to corrode these revered structures. Should the edifices be completely consumed by this sinister energy, the nations they symbolized would face immediate obliteration. At this moment, Ye Feng had just stepped out of the grand gates of the Guanghan Palace. His gaze fell upon a group of these malevolent spirits, who were vigorously exhaling towards the palace's courtyard walls, exhaling a black mist. This sight nearly infuriated Ye Feng, prompting him to point at the spirits and curse vehemently. Do you possess no sense of public virtue? How dare you attempt to tarnish the Guanghan Palace of my sister Chang'e? Suddenly, a voice erupted, booming with fury, startling the spirits into momentary shock. Had they possessed legs, they might have leapt in fright. Upon recognizing the presence of a living human, the spirits gradually regained their composure, though they were internally vexed, pondering how a mere mortal could evoke such fear in a proud malevolent spirit. The more they contemplated, the angrier they became, leading them to abandon their assault on the courtyard walls and instead drift towards Ye Feng, intent on teaching this human a lesson. Illuminated by the light of the Guanghan Palace, Ye Feng beheld the visages of these spirits. Some appeared as half-formed entities, their eye sockets connected by veins, with eyeballs grotesquely dangling, their faces hosting writhing maggots and skeletal remains. The female spirits fared little better, though they lacked missing limbs. Their long hair and flowing white garments hung low, their heads bowed in an eerie manner. In terms of frightfulness, they were no less terrifying than their male counterparts. Despite Ye Feng's belief in his own bravery, he found himself momentarily startled by their ghastly appearances. As for the viewers in the live stream, they were already thoroughly terrified. Oh my, as a grown man, I am utterly unnerved by these spirits. Will you ladies not be utterly terrified? Let us not even discuss it. I've already wet myself and am en route to procure adult diapers. Ye Feng, go forth and vanquish these spirits. Good heavens, their appearances are utterly horrifying. Will I resemble them after I pass? Fear not, dear viewers. The state promotes cremation, so upon your demise, you shall merely be reduced to ashes, rather than becoming like them. If this were made into a horror film, it would undoubtedly be a blockbuster. Enough said, I'm recording this. Goodness. Look at the third to last spirit. She still possesses an alluring figure. What a tragedy. Wait, the one above is a werewolf. Can this vehicle even be driven? My goodness. I was already terrified, and now your comments have made me laugh. In the realm of Huaxia, witnessing the fearless spirits approaching him, Ye Feng hesitated no longer and decisively summoned one of the 10 kings of hell, King Yanluo. King Yanluo is the ruler of the 5th hall in the underworld. His profound and inscrutable power was indeed excessive for dealing with these malevolent spirits. This time, the deity made an entrance unlike any other. After Ye Feng uttered the name of King Yama, a black Sanskrit circle suddenly illuminated the ground before him. Subsequently, a towering figure clad in a black robe and adorned with a beaded phoenix crown gradually emerged. Unlike the King Yama depicted in Journey to the West, this version sported fewer whiskers and possessed a considerably more handsome visage. Were he to don different attire, one might not immediately recognize him as the illustrious King Yama, one of the 10 kings of hell. The moment King Yama appeared, the surrounding spirits recoiled in terror, hastily retreating as if they had seen a ghost. This spectacle left the viewers in the streaming room in awe. To elicit such fear from the spirits suggested a promising turn of events. Chapter 62. The Reincarnation of a Deity? As the King of Hell made his entrance, his brows furrowed slightly as he inquired, Why are there so many specters in the mortal realm? Has the gate to the underworld been mistakenly opened? He then surveyed his surroundings, and his gaze froze upon the sight of the 3 characters at the Moon Palace. A sense of curiosity washed over him. Is this not the mortal world? Why does the Moon Palace from the celestial realm appear here? Ultimately, his attention settled upon the figure of Ye Feng beside him. A mere mortal cultivator? The King of Hell's brows knitted once more, as a cascade of questions surged within him. Who are you? What is this place? Why have I manifested in the Moon Palace? And what accounts for the multitude of specters nearby? The King of Hell straightened his posture, exuding an air of authority, and spoke each word with deliberation. I cannot explain everything at once. Perhaps you could first assist me in guiding these restless spirits to the afterlife? Then I shall elucidate the matter in due course, Ye Feng replied amiably. Although this figure before him lacked the formidable power of Sun Wukong or Yang Jian, the King of Hell possessed a death book capable of effortlessly claiming Ye Feng's soul, prompting Ye Feng to adopt a more respectful demeanor. The King of Hell snorted coldly. You shall answer my inquiries directly. Faced with the King of Hell's unyielding demeanor, Ye Feng reluctantly acquiesced to respond truthfully. If, after clarifying the situation, the King of Hell remained uncooperative, Ye Feng would have no choice but to request his departure and summon another. This realm is an alternate space within the mortal world, known as the Divine Selection World. The Moon Palace behind me is not the Celestial Moon Palace. You have been summoned by me to assist in the Divine Selection game for the benefit of Huaxia, while these specters are the restless souls created by the game. The Divine Selection game? What is that? The King of Hell seized upon this key term, which also proved to be the most complex to explain. Reluctantly, Ye Feng succinctly recounted the intricacies of the Divine Selection game and the contest for national fortune. These revelations were novel to the King of Hell, who then inquired, Since this is the 4th round of the Divine Selection game, which deities did you summon in the previous 3 rounds? In the King of Hell's estimation, if Ye Feng could summon him, the deities called forth before should be equally impressive, perhaps even including acquaintances from other courts, such as fellow Kings of Hell. Observing the seriousness etched upon the King of Hell's face, Ye Feng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Why were the deities he summoned so intensely curious about this matter? Collecting his thoughts, he articulated, In the 1st round, I summoned the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. In the 2nd round, the 3rd Prince Nezha, and in the 3rd round, the Erlang God, Yang Jian. What? The King of Hell's heart jolted. He had not anticipated that this unassuming youth could summon 3 deities of such formidable repute, beings he himself could not provoke. Particularly, the name Sun Wukong stirred vivid memories of past encounters, the unpleasantness of which felt as recent as yesterday, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The reason he chose to shave off his beard was due to the incident when Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the underworld, during which his beard had been quite frequently pulled. Consequently, he decided to remove it entirely. As he pondered this, King Yama noticed that Ye Feng spoke of these matters without a trace of fear, his demeanor resembling that of an old friend. This unexpectedly led King Yama to question the veracity of Ye Feng's words. Could it be that this young man was lying? Did he intend to trick me into granting him the ability to exorcise spirits? How could an insignificant insect, one I could easily crush, possibly be a companion of such formidable deities? The more King Yama considered this, the more plausible it seemed. His expression shifted from one of fury to an imposing calm, and he let out a cold snort, directing a strand of powerful divine consciousness towards Ye Feng's being. He was eager to discern whether this mortal was indeed fabricating tales. However, before this divine consciousness could reach Ye Feng, it was repelled by an imperceptible golden light. Almost immediately, this golden gleam darted towards King Yama's brow. Sensing a formidable threat, King Yama swiftly concentrated his divine awareness at his forehead, bracing himself against the impact. The force resonated with a dull thud, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. Although he sustained no significant injury, he was drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated that Erlang Shun had left a trace of divine consciousness within this mortal. Fortunately, my cultivation has recently improved. Otherwise, I would have been severely harmed. Although he could not comprehend why Yang Jian would do such a thing, he was now certain that Ye Feng's words held undeniable truth. The presence of a divine consciousness safeguarding a mortal suggested a connection far beyond mere coincidence. To think otherwise would be utterly incredulous. Perhaps this mortal was the reincarnation of some great deity? With this thought, King Yama's gaze towards Ye Feng transformed from one of haughty superiority to one of deep respect. "Are you all right, King Yama?" Ye Feng inquired with concern. Given Ye Feng's modest cultivation, he had not perceived anything amiss. "I am perfectly fine," King Yama hastily replied, his smile radiating warmth, almost as if he would extend his hand to pat Ye Feng on the back. The abrupt shift in his demeanor left Ye Feng bewildered. Nevertheless, Ye Feng prioritized the completion of the divine selection task at hand. While Ye Feng harbored such thoughts, the audience in the live stream held differing opinions. King Yama's sudden change in attitude left them perplexed regarding its implications. Goodness, is this King Yama a woman? The change in demeanor is so swift. They acknowledged that King Yama's power was extraordinary, as evidenced by the fear displayed by the spirits earlier. Yet, they were curious as to how he had transitioned from a posture of arrogance to one of obsequiousness so abruptly. Truly remarkable, Ye Feng. Is this the legendary aura of dominance? They marveled. Impressive. Our Ye Feng possesses an inherent aura of a protagonist. In the divine selection realm of Huaxia, King Yama humbly inquired, "Shall I begin exorcising the spirits now, or?" Ye Feng did not rush to respond, instead casting his gaze into the distance. Since the reorganization of the divine chosen world, the remaining 186 nations have amalgamated into a singular divine chosen continent. This implies that if the merit structures of a nation are sufficiently resplendent and grand, they can be perceived from a considerable distance. Ye Feng could even vaguely discern the merit values of certain structures. This merit value is prominently displayed above the merit edifices, rendering it immediately apparent. Some nations have begun to witness a gradual increase in their merit values, indicating that they have commenced the transmutation of wandering spirits. Yama King, please be gentle in your approach. Do ensure that these spirits are not sent to their demise, Ye Feng remarked with a smile as he turned his head. There was no denying that the individual before him was one of the 10 Yama Kings, and the process of transmuting these spirits would be as effortless as child's play. His only concern was that the Yama King, in a moment of fervor, might inadvertently lead these spirits to their untimely end. Such an occurrence would result in a deduction of merit value, rendering the entire endeavor counterproductive. Chapter 63. China once again under intense scrutiny upon hearing the words. King Yanluo promptly nodded in assurance. "Rest easy, my small deity. While I may lack in certain abilities, my prowess in exorcising spirits is undeniably top-notch." With that, King Yanluo wasted no time and immediately began to invoke his arcane arts. He crossed his hands and swiftly formed a peculiar gesture, conjuring numerous tendrils of black mist that swirled around him. With a fierce shout, these dark clouds surged toward the nearby malevolent spirits. The apparitions, sensing the impending threat, retreated in a frenzy, too fearful to continue their assault on the palace of Guanghan. Those ensnared by the black mist were swiftly dragged into the underworld, vanishing from sight in mere moments. In the next heartbeat, the merit value of the palace of Guanghan transformed from 0 to 1. As King Yanluo's exorcising pace quickened, the merit value surged from single digits to an impressive 3 figures. The astonishing speed and method of his exorcisms left the viewers in the live stream utterly astounded. Wow, I had no idea this formidable figure, King Yanluo, could be so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he has already subdued 7 or 8 spirits. Long live Ye Feng. Who would have thought that our China possesses a deity capable of exorcising spirits, and such a remarkable one at that, rivaling even the war gods? Why are these spirits being dragged down? Are they being sent to hell? Who was it that claimed our China lacked exorcising deities? Truly, a collection of uninformed individuals. Today, we shall enlighten you. I just counted. Within 5 minutes, King Yanluo has exorcised over 300 spirits. That's an average of 1 per second, far surpassing the priests and exorcists of the Baby Kingdom. The Baby Kingdom? Merely a self-important pirate state, no different from the Sakura Kingdom or the A3 nations. King Yanluo instilled great confidence in the Chinese netizens, emboldening them to confront those from other countries. As for the foreign netizens who previously mocked China, they were now rendered mute. It was a source of irony for them, realizing they had once again fallen prey to the machinations of China's chosen players. They thought, if you have a deity capable of exorcising spirits, then summon it already. Why the delay? Are you merely toying with us? In the realm of China's chosen, King Yanluo's prowess was indeed extraordinary. In no time, the merit value surged into the top 10. Such rapid advancement was scarcely inferior to that of the Baby Kingdom and the A3 nations. Nevertheless, Outside the palace of Guanghan, a dark mass loomed. The malevolent spirits continued to manifest incessantly, stretching endlessly into the horizon. This sight was enough to instill fear and despair in anyone. However, Ye Feng felt no fear. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. These spirits, initially mere ordinary apparitions, had gradually transformed into formidable malevolent entities. This not only intensified King Yinluo's workload, but also significantly slowed his exorcising pace. The Chinese netizens, who had just regained their confidence, found themselves once again engulfed in worry. Standing behind Yama, Ye Feng felt a surge of excitement as he inquired, "Could we perhaps expedite the process?" The sight before him was a plethora of merit points, and were it not for his lack of the ability to guide these spirits, Ye Feng would have eagerly rolled up his sleeves to take action himself. Yama, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, if it were not for the concern of injuring these specters, I would have already subdued them all. Yama spoke the truth. Despite the considerable cultivation of these spirits, they remained mere phantoms, and Yama possessed an innate ability to dominate them. However, the pace at which merit points were being accrued left much to be desired. After some contemplation, Ye Feng decided to set aside his concerns, for there was no time constraint in the fourth round of the divine selection game, allowing them ample opportunity to purify these spirits. As for summoning additional Yama to assist, that was not a consideration for Ye Feng at the moment, as he was disinclined to reiterate their current predicament. Moreover, with Yama present, they could adequately handle the fourth round of the divine selection. Other Yama could be summoned for similar challenges later, as the current rules prohibited the summoning of deities that had already been called upon. As Ye Feng patiently awaited the conclusion of the divine selection game, the surrounding spirits suddenly became inexplicably agitated, darting about like chicks in the presence of a hawk. What could be the cause of this? Noticing this commotion, Ye Feng furrowed his brow. The reactions of these spirits did not appear to be influenced by the system, and even if the system were indeed the culprit, it would have boldly made its intentions known. However, since the game's inception, aside from reminding Ye Feng about the video connection, the system had remained silent. Although Ye Feng could not discern the reason, Yama certainly could. As a deity governing countless souls in the underworld, Yama possessed an unparalleled understanding of spirits. Observing Yama's suddenly grim expression, Ye Feng deduced that someone was undoubtedly meddling behind the scenes. Someone is casting spells to summon malevolent spirits to disrupt these souls, which is why they are in turmoil, Yama stated darkly. Spells? Malevolent spirits? Ye Feng's expression transformed into one of profound perplexity. Unbeknownst to him, the chat room in the Chinese live stream had erupted into chaos. Damn it, all nations are competing fairly, yet the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Three Kingdoms, and the Koreans shamelessly conspire against us. I am tempted to strap myself with C4 and obliterate these wretched beings. We, the Chinese, have endured time and again, only to be met with escalating provocations from these scoundrels. Enough. I am heading to their live stream to berate them until they can no longer recognize themselves. Due to Ye Feng's inability to observe the situation in other countries through the live stream, he remained unaware of the unfolding events. As netizens, they traverse the live streaming rooms of various nations with ease. A portion of them has witnessed the entire unfolding of events. Merely 10 minutes prior, some Chinese users had discovered that after summoning deities, these three nations were surreptitiously engaging in a peculiar ritual. While they could not precisely identify the nature of this ceremony, it bore a resemblance to some form of malevolent sorcery intended to invoke divine powers. As the ritual concluded, the spirits of the underworld began to stir, their forms swelling several times over, with their dark energy multiplying 100-fold. Each specter transformed into a malevolent entity, their strength rivaling that of ordinary celestial soldiers. In fact, in certain respects, they exceeded the capabilities of typical heavenly warriors. For instance, in realms saturated with dark energy, they could effortlessly overpower standard celestial troops. Presently, the world of the Chosen is undeniably a landscape rife with concentrations of dark energy. Chapter 64. Taking one's wealth is as grave as slaying one's parents subsequently. These ferocious, malevolent spirits silently vanished from the live stream's view. No one knew of their destination, nor could anyone trace their whereabouts. Undoubtedly, the instigators behind the recent unrest among the spectral entities in Huaxia were the nations of India, Japan, and South Korea. Some astute netizens had already spotted these colossal spirits near the Guanghan Palace, plunging the hearts of the Huaxia populace into despair. It is worth noting that the number of deities summoned by these three nations exceeded 40. Should such a formidable assemblage of divine beings conspire against a single nation, that nation would find itself utterly powerless to resist. One against one may yield hope, But what of 1 against 2? 1 against 4? 1 against 10? Or even 1 against 40? Moreover, just 10 minutes prior, Huaxia had not summoned any divine entities at all. This implies that regardless of whether Huaxia could summon benevolent spirits, they would inevitably be targeted by the wrath of these malevolent beings. It was abundantly clear that there was a resolute intention to eradicate Huaxia. The rules precluded direct assaults among deities, yet permitted them to engage in other insidious tactics. Seizing upon this loophole, they were determined to make Huaxia pay for the previous slaying of their divine beings. The turmoil surrounding these events gained considerable attention, with live streams from various countries illuminating the situation. A deluge of foreign netizens flocked to Huaxia's live stream to witness the unfolding drama. While other nations refrained from participating in the hostility against Huaxia, they collectively adopted a tacitly approving stance. Some even seized the opportunity to deride Huaxia. The reason for the selective blindness among foreigners is twofold. On one hand, they were apprehensive of the formidable alliance among the three nations, and on the other hand, they were averse to the prospect of Huaxia achieving uncontested dominance. Should Huaxia continue its winning streak, the other nations would be compelled to regard it with reverence, a notion they found intolerable. Thus, despite the shameless actions of Japan, India, and South Korea, there was not a single foreign netizen in the live stream to voice support for Huaxia or to condemn the actions of these three nations. Only the citizens of Huaxia expressed their indignation and dissatisfaction, yet their voices bore little consequence. Simultaneously, the higher echelons of Huaxia swiftly became aware of the unfolding crisis. Their expressions conveyed a profound distress. If the third round of the divine selection game, where the three nations united against Huaxia, had ignited their fury, this time they were engulfed more by despair than anger. The alliance of over 40 formidable deities was a challenge beyond the capacity of a single nation to withstand. Even should Ye Feng summon numerous divine allies, one must not forget that they would be contending against the concentrated might of the spirits from three nations. As for vanquishing these malevolent entities, that was a notion far beyond reach. These malevolent spirits possess formidable strength. Even in battle, it may be impossible to vanquish them. Yet you still entertain the notion of salvation? Furthermore, what China faces is an incessant tide of these malevolent beings. This implies that regardless of China's actions, the current predicament cannot be unraveled, unless, perhaps, a miracle occurs. But could such a thing truly transpire? After despair, the emotions within the crowd gradually transformed into fury. These wretches are utterly intolerable. Damn it, had these events not transpired, with our king of hell's speed in exorcising malevolent spirits, China would undoubtedly have secured a place among the top 3, even claiming the foremost position. These scoundrels truly believe China is easy prey? Time and again, they provoke us. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone our great China. Indeed, we can confront them, for in the end, death is inevitable. Let them first experience the taste of our Eastern Express. We shall obliterate these wretched beings. Indeed, since they lack benevolence, let them blame us for our lack of righteousness. At that moment, I shall be the first to lead the charge. In the past, the refined officials were now continuously uttering profanities. One might assume this was a gathering of ruffians. Even the conservative elder experts stood united with the crowd. Remarkably, the usually irascible individuals refrained from uttering a single curse or even a word, leaving many officials and scholars astonished and perplexed. General Ning, what is your perspective on this matter? Zhao Chongren inquired on behalf of the others, addressing Ning Zhengwo. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhengwo shifted his gaze from the live broadcast featuring Ye Feng to Zhao Chongren and the others. My thoughts align with yours. This declaration invigorated the officials and scholars, each preparing to lay down their lives for their country. However, Ning Zhengwo's subsequent words nearly left them speechless. Yet, we are not yet at the point of mutual destruction. Let us first observe Ye Feng's next move. Perhaps he possesses a solution. Not only the others, but even Zhao Chongren regarded Ning Zhengwo with a look of confusion. While Ye Feng's prior performance was nothing short of extraordinary, even worthy of the annals of history, this situation is entirely different. Previously, it involved summoning a single deity. Now, there are no limitations. Even if Ye Feng withstands the initial assault, who can guarantee that Sakura country will not summon additional deities for a subsequent attack? Should it come to a relentless confrontation, it is utterly implausible for Ye Feng alone to endure. Such an outcome is evident. Is there still a need to continue watching? Yet, observing Ning Zhengwo's earnest demeanor, it did not appear to be a jest. The crowd pondered more intently. Indeed, Ye Feng has consistently wrought miracles, perhaps. Perhaps it is genuinely possible. With this thought, the crowd gradually regained their composure. In critical moments, maintaining calm is paramount. However, within Ning Zhengwo's heart, a tempest brewed. He silently vowed that if he could indeed weather this storm, he would ensure these nations paid dearly for their transgressions, lest they believe that there was no one to defend the honor of Huaxia. It was precisely this fury that compelled him to place his trust in Ye Feng. For a mutually destructive outcome was far from desirable. He desired the fish to survive while the net was torn asunder. The formidable, hulking figure of the evil spirit had already commenced its assault on the malevolent entities surrounding the Guanghan Palace. Although some of these malevolent spirits fought back, they were utterly powerless against the overwhelming might of these monstrous entities. As a multitude of evil spirits fell, the merit points hovering above the Guanghan Palace plummeted rapidly, losing over 100 points in mere moments. This infuriated Ye Feng to the point where he nearly raised his fists to confront these vile spirits. To deprive someone of their wealth is akin to murdering their parents. Moreover, the adversaries sought to render Ye Feng bankrupt. Chapter 65. The 10 Kings of Hell. Witnessing the malevolent spirits wreak havoc around the Guanghan Palace, King Yinluo swiftly launched a counterattack. He deftly gestured with his fingers, chanting what seemed to be an arcane mantra in a forbidden tongue. As the final syllable echoed, his form expanded to 7 or 8 times its original size. Had he not been outside the courtyard, the Guanghan Palace would surely have suffered devastation. Begone! King Yinluo bellowed, delivering a colossal palm strike that sent a dark imprint hurtling toward the rampaging malevolent spirits. While the spirits themselves were imposing, they paled in comparison to King Yinluo, especially in terms of their strength disparity. With that single strike, several of the malevolent spirits were obliterated. Simultaneously, the merit value of the A3 Kingdom's merit architecture diminished by 3 points, a trivial loss when juxtaposed with the thousands of points they originally possessed. In stark contrast, the merit value atop the Guanghan Palace plummeted to around 200 as the surrounding malevolent spirits continued to amass, rendering King Yinluo incapable of managing them alone. They did not need to vanquish King Yinluo. Their relentless slaughter of the evil spirits from Huaxia would suffocate the nation through diminishing merit. Moreover, the deities from the 3 kingdoms persisted in wielding dark sorcery, continually conjuring malevolent spirits to assault Huaxia. This scene ignited fury among the online community in Huaxia. Damn it, they leave us no room for maneuver, intent on driving Huaxia to its doom. Is this truly the end for us? Those scoundrels from A3 Kingdom unite against us every time. Do they possess no spirit of competition? Discussing competition with them is akin to wishing for a sow to climb a tree. If only Lord Ye Feng could summon more deities. Yet, relying solely on one individual, he cannot call forth additional divine beings to aid Huaxia. Furthermore, with 3 nations joining forces, facing over 40 formidable deities, one man's strength is insufficient to alter the tide of battle. In the conference room of the imperial capital, Ning Zhengwo and his colleagues stared intently at the live broadcast, their expressions more grave than before. The situation at Guanghan Palace had grown increasingly dire, and they were uncertain how Ye Feng would respond. Time could no longer be squandered. As Huaxia's merit value continued to dwindle, their despair deepened. The current rules permitted unlimited summoning of deities, and since the A3 Kingdom had initiated their assault, they would not relent until Huaxia lay in ruins. This indicated that they might continue to summon deities until Huaxia was utterly annihilated. At that moment, no one held out hope for Huaxia, given the evident disparity in strength. Some even resorted to online gambling, wagering on how long Huaxia could endure, profiting handsomely in the process. Returning to the realm of Huaxia's chosen ones, King Yinluo's expression was grim. His hands moved swiftly, each wave resulting in the demise of yet another malevolent spirit. Even though his speed was remarkably swift, it was insufficient to withstand the increasingly numerous malevolent spirits. Moreover, the King of Hell dared not unleash an overly potent spell. After all, should he inadvertently annihilate his own evil entities, it would indeed be a catastrophe. Think of a solution. I cannot endure much longer. The King of Hell reminded Ye Feng while casting his spells. Standing beneath the plaque of the Moon Palace, Ye Feng suddenly smiled, a smile both scornful and resigned. Initially, he had hoped to engage with them as an ordinary person, fostering a peaceful coexistence. However, since they had chosen this course of action, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. With this thought, Ye Feng ceased his rambling, placed his hands on his hips, and faced the multitude of malevolent spirits. This scene left the international audience in the Huaxia live stream utterly bewildered. Did the chosen player from Huaxia lose his mind and decide to self-destruct? Could it be that he intended to enter the fray against these malevolent spirits personally? Was this not akin to courting death? Laughter erupted as they concluded that Huaxia was truly doomed this time, diminishing their source of entertainment. Yet, One could not deny that his mindset overshadowed many chosen players. However, reality was harsh. No matter how positive one's attitude, without strength, the inevitable conclusion was merely waiting for death. Ye Feng's actions appeared to these foreign netizens as tantamount to awaiting demise. Most of the comments were filled with mockery and derision, while only the people of Huaxia and Ningjiangwo truly felt concern. Unaware and unconcerned with the opinions of outsiders, Ye Feng was rapidly recalling the names of the 10 kings of hell in his mind. He then raised his voice to the heavens, proclaiming, "Come forth, King Qin Guang, King Chu Jiang, King Song Di, King Wu Guan, King Lu Cheng, King Tai Shan, King Du Shi, King Ping Deng, and King Zhuanluan." Upon hearing this, the king of hell, engaged in battle, suddenly froze, turning back to stare at Ye Feng in astonishment. He wondered how this mortal could summon him so effortlessly. Was there no elaborate ritual involved? How incredibly casual. With this realization, the king of hell became increasingly convinced that Ye Feng was indeed a reincarnated deity. Otherwise, how could he summon him so easily, and additionally, all 9 of his colleagues at once? The thought alone was terrifying. As Ye Feng uttered the final name, 9 black Sanskrit circles reappeared on the ground outside the courtyard. In the next moment, 9 imposing figures emerged sequentially into view. The formidable 10 kings of hell had gathered in this diminutive realm of chosen ones, a notion so unbelievable that it would be met with disbelief. The Huaxia audience in the live stream was already in a state of utter confusion. Is this real? Another 9 deities summoned? Moreover, they seemed to possess power on par with the king of hell. Ye Feng truly was an extraordinary figure. Impressive. Could any veteran players of Hongmeng Bahuang please clarify who these deities are? I have never heard of a single one. As an old player who has been part of this experience since version 1, I would like to express that there is no need to inquire further, for I too have not witnessed such occurrences. Are these individuals truly reliable? Setting aside their attire, they evoke a sense of being akin to street ruffians. It is rather amusing to think of them in such a light. Have you not noticed that their expressions and makeup bear a striking resemblance to that of specters? Moreover, their titles often include king or similar, suggesting they are of a stature comparable to that of the king of hell, which inherently implies their reliability. Even if one harbors doubts about them, one must at the very least place faith in our esteemed leader, Ye Feng. Who was it that claimed our illustrious Ye Feng was merely awaiting demise? I trust they are now reconsidering their stance. Chapter 66. Those who offend our China shall be punished. No matter how distant at present, the divine beings have yet to fully reveal their prowess. Yet the netizens of China have begun to regain a modicum of confidence. More importantly, they perceive these 9 deities as the last glimmer of hope for their nation, fervently wishing for miracles to unfold. To the foreign observers, these newly summoned titans are entirely unfamiliar, beings of which they have neither heard nor seen. Their strength remains a mystery, yet none among them harbor optimism for China. After all, China faces over 40 formidable divine entities. Particularly, the nation of Korea, which prides itself as the suzerain of China, finds its historical records devoid of mention of these newly summoned entities. Previously, they shamelessly boasted that China had pilfered their divine beings. However, such claims now ring hollow. To assert such now would invite ridicule, as others can repeatedly summon new deities while they remain in ignorant silence. How can they dare to accuse others of thievery? This would surely evoke laughter. Nonetheless, they continue to underestimate China. The victors are hailed as kings while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. Should China falter, the world would remember only Korea, not China. This reality underpins Korea's decision to bury the hatchet and ally with Japan. For the people of China today, the naysayers can no longer provoke their ire. Losing one or gaining one makes little difference. The paramount task now is to win the contest and deliver a resounding blow to all detractors. The scene shifts back to the realm of the chosen deities of China. Upon their summoning, the 9 lords found themselves bewildered by their surroundings and the events unfolding around them. They pondered how they, who were diligently cultivating in the underworld, had inexplicably arrived in the mortal realm. Sensing the pervasive malevolence in the atmosphere, their brows furrowed deeply. Had it not been for the swift intervention of King Yama, they would have swiftly obliterated the malevolent spirits surrounding them, potentially leading to their own demise without any need for intervention from the nation of India. This spectacle nearly instilled fear in the hearts of Chinese netizens, who suddenly began to question the reliability of these lords. Upon recognizing their old acquaintance, King Yama, the 9 lords exchanged courteous greetings, inquiring about his well-being and advancements in cultivation. Though their powers were comparable, King Yama's reputation in the underworld eclipsed theirs, necessitating a degree of humility in his presence. As for the surrounding malevolent spirits, upon sensing the aura of the 10 kings of hell, they quickly retreated, unwilling to approach even a fraction closer. This extraordinary scene instilled considerable confidence in the Chinese netizens. At that moment, King Qin Guang and his companions suddenly spotted Ye Feng, an ordinary mortal, standing nearby. More importantly, this mortal displayed not a trace of fear upon seeing them. This piqued their curiosity regarding Ye Feng's identity. Who is this mortal that does not tremble before the King of Hell? It was indeed their first encounter with such audacity. They pondered among themselves, who is this individual? So brazen? Not even fearing me. Could it be that I do not appear fearsome enough? As they speculated, Ye Feng took the initiative to step forward, clasping his fists in salute, humbly addressing them. I am Ye Feng, a junior, and I greet all esteemed lords. There was no choice. When one seeks assistance, one must adopt a lower stance. Ye Feng's actions indeed garnered the satisfaction of several lords. Since the decree from the celestial realm to cease intervention in the mortal world, the reverence for deities among mortals had waned, to the extent that many were unaware of their identities. They had long refrained from addressing this matter, but to their astonishment, after several centuries, someone still remembered their identities and treated them with such respect. It was truly a rarity, seeing Ye Feng adopt such a humble demeanor. The King of Hell stood incredulous, yet recalling that great beings often maintained a low profile, he dismissed his doubt, feeling an increased respect for Ye Feng. Ye Feng wasted no time and concisely recounted the circumstances surrounding the divine selection game. Upon hearing this, the lords furrowed their brows in confusion. Initially, they were curious as to why such potent malevolence plagued the mortal realm. It turned out to be the machinations of the so-called divine selection game. As for the nature of this game, they remained in the dark. If that is the case, why then must we refrain from eliminating these malevolent spirits? The Lord Qin Guang pointed to the incessant stream of malevolent entities surrounding them, perplexed. The other lords shared his curiosity. After all, regardless of their strength, these spirits were still merely ghosts, and as such, could not escape the judgment of the 10 kings of hell. Ye Feng shook his head with a wry smile. The rules of the 4th round of the divine selection game prohibit the slaying of spirits from our own side. We can only guide them to transcendence, or else it will diminish our merit value. Merit value? It is the very thing displayed above the Guanhan Palace. Ye Feng gestured to the sky above. Upon hearing this, the 10 kings of hell simultaneously looked up and indeed beheld a colossal red numeral, indicating Huaxia merit value, 186. Ye Feng continued to elucidate. Should our merit value descend to a critical negative point, we will automatically be eliminated, and Huaxia will perish as a consequence. However, the malevolent spirits you see now do not belong to Huaxia. They are the result of the machinations of the deities from the 3 A's and the Cherry Blossom Nation, seeking to encircle and annihilate Huaxia. Such a thing truly exists. The lords, including Qin Guang, were incensed. Although reverence for deities had diminished among mortals, they were, after all, individuals of Huaxia in their past lives. They harbored deep affection for the land of Huaxia and would not stand idly by as it faced annihilation. Humph! The king of Chujiang, fuming, puffed his cheeks and glared, with a grand sweep of his hand. He extinguished several malevolent spirits in an instant while rebuking. These distant nations dare to look down upon Huaxia? Do they truly believe that Huaxia is without divine protection? Dare to offend our Huaxia, and one shall face utter annihilation. Those who transgress against our Huaxia shall be pursued relentlessly, regardless of distance. The other palace masters, consumed with righteous fury, unleashed their formidable powers. Their seemingly simple maneuvers could swiftly vanquish the formidable malevolent spirits that dared to invade. It was akin to crushing an unruly insect, and the viewers from Huaxia erupted in ecstatic cheers, overwhelmed with excitement. The barrage of comments in the live stream flooded in. Absolutely love this. Though they may not exude the ethereal grace of the previous Erling Shun, their charisma remained undeniably captivating. Wow, is this truly our Huaxia deities? Such unwavering valor leaves us in awe. It became apparent that these divine beings had long been safeguarding our Huaxia from the shadows. Thus, could it be that the esteemed Ye Feng is a harbinger of these deities? The term follower is quite fitting, yet I believe messenger would resonate more profoundly. I just heard the esteemed Ye Feng mention that these divine entities are known as the 10 Yama Kings, and that there exists a realm of yin and yang. Could this be the embodiment of our Huaxia's death and the afterlife? Chapter 67. The demise of Miyamoto Musashi by the whip. Although the 10 Yama Kings summoned by Ye Feng exhibit a fierce and intimidating countenance, the people of China quickly grew fond of them, not for their appearance, but for the invigorating words they spoke. The cultural discontinuity in the history of China has inadvertently led to a collective sense of inferiority among its people. manifesting as a lack of confidence in their civilization and culture. Despite China being one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations and a major global economic power, excelling in military, political, and financial domains, it still grapples with a profound lack of self-assurance in its cultural identity. Many citizens even take pride in their admiration for foreign cultures, to the extent of compromising their own integrity, acting as spies for other nations. The recent apprehension of numerous experts and scholars serves as a significant example of this phenomenon. Thus, when the 10 Yama Kings proclaimed, "Those who offend China, though distant, shall be punished," every Chinese citizen felt their blood surge with fervor. This sentiment is indeed peculiar, perhaps incomprehensible to some. Yet, in a nation starved of civilization and history, such words strike like thunder, resonating deeply within the hearts of the people. The live broadcast was soon inundated with fervent comments. "Those who offend China, though distant, shall be punished. I have no regrets in my allegiance to China. In my next life, I shall again tend to flowers." Such fervent messages virtually dominated the Chinese livestream. However, from the perspective of foreign observers, the actions of Chinese netizens appeared to be mere revelry in the face of impending doom. The 10 Yama Kings summoned by Ye Feng were indeed formidable, a fact even acknowledged by foreigners. Yet, they remained skeptical about China's prospects for victory, given that it faced over 40 deities summoned by 3 nations. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the 10 Yama Kings were virtually unknown to them. And while they could easily dispatch the formidable evil spirits, one must remember that these spirits were merely subordinates summoned by the 40-plus deities. The true challenge lay with those deities themselves, many of whom were renowned figures, particularly from the nation of Eisan, which boasted an innumerable array of deities in this regard. In their view, the notion that China could triumph was nothing short of a delusion. A group of conquered souls aspiring for a comeback? The day had yet to darken, and they ought to awaken from their fantasies. It was laughable. Talk of tending to flowers? They were likely to find themselves in hell, toiling in the fields instead. 10 against 41. Was there even a need to continue? It seemed inevitable that China was doomed this time. Foreign netizens' derision swiftly dominated the comments, inciting the ire of Chinese users. Even figures like Ning Zhangwo were filled with deep concern. 10 confronting 41 was indeed unprecedented, especially with the adversary possessing an overwhelming reservoir of deities. In an unrestricted summoning scenario, China's quest to face 3 adversaries was akin to scaling an insurmountable peak. Moreover, the enemy's despicable and shameless tactics of summoning historical warrior spirits to inhabit evil spirits only compounded the challenge. Undoubtedly, this situation is driving Huaxia towards a perilous dead end. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen, Ephong remains oblivious to the unfolding events beyond his awareness. At this moment, he observes from a distance. The number of malevolent spirits surrounding him is increasing, and their forms differ significantly from those encountered before. Some are clad in armor, wielding dual swords, while others ride fierce steeds, brandishing hefty blades. A closer inspection reveals that the dark aura enveloping these spirits is exponentially stronger than before. Like ravenous wolves, they charge into the realm of Huaxia's chosen, swinging their blades with ferocity, cleaving the malevolent spirits of the Guanghan Palace in twain. As they wreak havoc upon Huaxia's evil entities, the merit points of Guanghan Palace plummet to a mere double-digit figure. Yet, as a chosen player, Ephong remains utterly unfazed. He even gazes toward the distant warrior spirits, attempting to discern their identities. Why is he so calm? One might wonder. That would be a jest. With the 10 Yama Kings present, any concern on his part would be akin to slapping their faces. It is akin to telling a northeastern individual, if you can't drink, then don't, leaving them to contemplate the consequences. In the face of the approaching spirits, the 10 Yama Kings do not indulge. They immediately commence their rituals. With gestures and incantations, they are shrouded in a peculiar dark aura. As the final syllable of their chant echoes, they simultaneously point forward. Suddenly, a colossal vortex of sacred script materializes in the indicated direction. A beam of dark light shoots skyward, intensifying the surrounding ominous atmosphere. Subsequently, numerous shadowy figures emerge, revealing themselves to be formidable emissaries of the underworld. These include figures with bovine and equine heads, as well as others bearing animalistic visages upon human forms. With the arrival of these emissaries, the battle takes on a decidedly one-sided nature. Even the mighty spirits, akin to celestial soldiers, falter under the might of these emissaries in mere moments. Notably, the warrior with dual swords is brutally dispatched by the black enforcer wielding a whip. This scene leaves the live stream audience in utter shock, pondering the absurdity of it all. As for the 10 Yama Kings, they seize this opportunity to fervently absolve the injured malevolent spirits, Previously resistant to absolution, these spirits now exhibit a willingness, eagerly desiring to be freed from their torment. Indeed, it is preferable to be absolved than to fall victim to the blades of the malevolent spirits. After all, facing death once more would truly be a dire fate. Moments later, the merit points of Guanghan Palace surge from a double-digit figure towards a near 1,000 mark, at a pace so swift it raises suspicions of foul play. Consequently, Huaxia's ranking ascends from the depths to within the top 10. This astonishing turn of events leaves the audience of Huaxia's live stream in a state of bewilderment, particularly the foreign viewers, who seem like unsophisticated bumpkins. Is this truly over? What an overwhelming victory. How could this be? Our illustrious Sakura Empire's most renowned warrior, Miyamoto Musashi. How could he possibly be slain by that dark-clad figure wielding a whip? It's inconceivable. These malevolent spirits are possessed by our great generals from the illustrious Peacock dynasty in our history. How could they be so easily dispatched with a single blow? The audacity of Huaxia. Even our nation's esteemed naval commander, Yi Sun-sin, renowned throughout history, is no match for such a creature. What on earth are these beings? Could they also be warriors from Huaxia's past? Yet, that seems implausible. Who has ever looked like this? In response to these perplexities, the Huaxia netizens found themselves equally at a loss, for they too were unfamiliar with the concepts of ox-headed and horse-faced beings, as well as the 10 great commanders of the underworld. Chapter 68. The counterattack of Huaxia. Fortunately, the outcome brought immense satisfaction to Huaxia's online community, who were quite taken aback by the swiftness of the battle's conclusion. Not only did it end rapidly, but it was also a comprehensive annihilation. While unable to provide answers, they could certainly indulge in humiliation. Previously, foreign netizens had disparaged Huaxia, predicting its imminent demise. Now, the Huaxia internet users seized the opportunity, showing mercy only by refraining from a thorough verbal onslaught. Who was it that claimed Huaxia was on the brink of collapse? Where are they now? I have a grand revelation to showcase. Oh, is that not the land of cherry blossoms? After a week's absence, why do they still appear so dismal? 3 against 1 and yet still being countered? Do you not know how to play? Did you not expect Huaxia to hold back a surprise? Is your mind buzzing now? Rest assured, we have not forgotten today's events. Vengeance will come in due time. Faced with the scorn of Huaxia's netizens, not a single foreign counterpart dared to utter a word. They felt as though they had ingested something foul and were perplexed as to why Huaxia consistently managed to turn the tide in critical moments, often with minimal health remaining. Is this truly a nation with a history spanning 300 years? It is utterly beyond reason. Such occurrences have not been rare, yet they persistently engage in disparaging Huaxia. In their eyes, opposing Huaxia is politically correct, even at the cost of losing the match. They persist in their targeting of Huaxia for no other reason than a desire for its disappearance from the world. Moreover, regarding Ye Feng's performance, the most exhilarated were the senior officials of Huaxia. In the conference room of the imperial capital, figures like Ning Zhengwo were brimming with excitement. Not merely for the victory in battle, but also for the presence of these deities they had never before encountered. Initially, they speculated about the identity of the 10 kings of hell, as such beings had never appeared in Huaxia's mythology. They even researched extensively, but found no leads. Eventually, by piecing together the information disclosed by Ye Feng and the ghostly emissaries summoned by the 10 kings, they swiftly arrived at a conclusion. The 10 kings of hell could be likened to Huaxia's version of Satan, while the realm they inhabited resembled a foreign hell. As for the ghostly emissaries, they were akin to exorcists from abroad. This revelation undoubtedly filled the void left in Huaxia's concept of hell. Prior to this, they believed that upon death, one ascended to heaven or descended to hell, beliefs rooted in foreign doctrines, not Huaxia's. With the establishment of the realm of the underworld and the 10 kings of hell, Huaxia would no longer be plagued by wandering souls. Its significance was not inferior to that of a victorious game. The demise of these malevolent spirits resulted in a sudden decline in the merit points of 3 nations. Fortunately, their merit points had reached the thousands, preventing them from slipping out of the top 10. However, the rankings had indeed shifted, with the top position now held by the Land of Infants, followed by the country of Shila, the Northern Land, the Land of the Three, the Golden Tower Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, Huaxia, the Battle Nation, the Beautiful Nation, and the Land of the Stick. The nation of the Beautiful Country narrowly avoided being pushed out of the top 10, and the fact that it managed to secure the 9th position was, without a doubt, a surprise to many. After all, the history of the Beautiful Country is not vastly different from that of the Middle Kingdom. However, considering that the Beautiful Country is an immigrant nation, characterized by a multitude of beliefs, including Christianity, Islam, and Catholicism, it is not unusual for it to summon exorcists to liberate wandering spirits. In the earlier rounds of the Divine Selection games, the beautiful country barely scraped through. Looking back now, it has emerged as the most significant victor. Not only did it avoid being targeted by other nations, but its strategy of seeking stability over aggression resulted in a minimal loss of Divine Selection players. Reflecting on the past, the beautiful country, once hailed as the world's hegemon, instigator of countless wars and destroyer of innumerable homes and lives, has adopted an unusually low profile since the commencement of the Divine Selection games, so much so that it was nearly forgotten. In contrast, the nations that once were its vassals have been exceedingly active, clamoring to claim the title of world leader. It is a remarkable awakening for humanity. Were it not for the results of this competition, the populace would have remained blissfully unaware of the underlying dynamics. In stark contrast, the Middle Kingdom finds itself in a more lamentable situation. The outcome of the battles has thoroughly bewildered the once cocky nations of the Third World and the Cherry Blossom Country. They never anticipated that the Middle Kingdom would withstand their assaults with such ease, severely undermining their confidence. With merely 10 deities, it held firm against the combined forces of over 40 deities from their three nations, a claim that would be met with disbelief if shared. In the conference room of the Cherry Blossom Country, urgency filled the air. "Quick, connect me with them," roared Masayoshi, striking the table in frustration. His new female secretary trembled slightly, but swiftly complied, establishing a link with the Divine Selection players of the Cherry Blossom Country. The enormous floating screen illuminated the Divine Selection realm of the Cherry Blossom Country. Upon seeing their leader, the players immediately bowed and addressed him as general. Masayoshi wasted no time. He summoned the leading middle-aged man and chastised him. "How are you handling this? Why did the Middle Kingdom manage to turn the tide so quickly?" "General, we too were taken aback by this outcome," the middle-aged man replied, his expression one of deep concern and frustration. He pondered to himself that he wished to eliminate the Middle Kingdom, but one must possess the requisite strength to do so. "I do not care what methods you employ. You must eradicate the Middle Kingdom, this malignant tumor." Masayoshi issued his orders sternly. But, there are no buts. "If you cannot achieve this, then I will find someone else." Masayoshi did not grant the middle-aged man an opportunity for explanation. Seeing the man's hesitation, Masayoshi added, "However, let me remind you, the privileges afforded to your family by the state will be rescinded." At this, the middle-aged man's countenance changed immediately. He straightened his posture and vowed loudly, "Rest assured, General, I shall not fail in my mission. We will eliminate the Middle Kingdom." Satisfied with the man's declaration, Masayoshi nodded in approval. His severity stemmed from a profound fear of failure, because this was the last opportunity bestowed upon him by their emperor. Failure would lead him to the path of seppuku. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed dramatically, and the other chosen players exhibited similar reactions. Masanori furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unfolding events. At that moment, Masanori's female secretary pointed in terror at another live broadcast screen, exclaiming, "Masanori, can you? You must look." "What?" Masanori, utterly bewildered, quickly turned to follow the direction indicated by his secretary. Unbeknownst to him, outside the sacred edifice of Sakura Country, a multitude of ominous specters had emerged. These towering phantoms, clad in armor and wielding formidable weapons, rode upon warhorses, as if they had intruded into a realm devoid of life. They commenced a savage onslaught upon the malevolent spirits of Sakura Country, which had evolved into their second stage from the shadows. Chapter 69. Beneath the green mountains lie loyal bones. No need for horsehide to wrap the corpse. Among them stood a formidable figure, a robust warrior clad in green with a crimson face, wielding a green dragon crescent blade. With a single sweep of his blade, he could fell 2 or 3 malevolent spirits. Beside him, a burly man with a beard appeared to be quite indignant. He brandished his 8-foot-long serpent spear in a ferocious manner, instilling fear in all who beheld him. "Damn it! From where do these specters emerge?" After the initial shock, Xingye's anger surged uncontrollably. The middle-aged man wore a grim expression but hastily responded to Xingye's inquiry. "General, they should have come from Huaxia." "What? Huaxia?" Xingye was once again taken aback. He had not anticipated that Huaxia would dare to launch a counterattack. This was nothing short of courting death. His confidence stemmed from the presence of 2 other allies. As long as the nations of Asan and Bangzi sent reinforcements, they would encircle Huaxia from both sides, undoubtedly inflicting severe damage on Huaxia's strength. At that point, Huaxia would be gravely weakened, and they could pursue victory, not necessarily to annihilate Huaxia, but merely to push them out of the top 5 rankings. However, what Xingye did not know was that the situation faced by Asan and Bangzi was no different. In fact, it was even more perilous. In the realm of Asan, Their merit architecture was simultaneously besieged by a formidable army. They were attacked by a battalion of several thousand fierce warriors, clad in uniform armor and wielding identical long spears. Despite their numbers being only in the thousands, they exuded the overwhelming presence of a vast army. Leading this force was an experienced general, a veteran of countless battles, brandishing a long sword of 70 centimeters. Even when standing still, he emanated an immense sense of pressure that left one breathless, as if confronting not merely a man, but an invincible deity of death. The old general raised his sword, pointing towards the divine spirits of Asan, and coldly commanded, "Kill." Without mercy. Upon hearing his words, over 1,000 soldiers behind him simultaneously roared, "Brave old Qin. Let us face our national crisis together." Each word was heavy as 1,000 pounds, yet resonated powerfully, striking at the heart. The malevolent spirits near the merit architecture of Asan were so frightened that they dared not approach, opting to take a detour. In the realm of Bangzi, a similar army of several thousand emerged before their merit architecture. Before them stood a youthful leader with flowing black hair, adorned in a brass tiger head helmet and clad in dragon-patterned chainmail, gripping a hooked spear while mounted on a cloud-white steed. Upon closer inspection, this young commander appeared to be even younger than his soldiers, seemingly in his 20s, yet his ascendance to command was truly remarkable. He did not rush to launch an assault. Instead, he turned his horse to face his troops, sternly declaring, "Until the Xiongnu are vanquished, how can we have a home? Until the enemy nation is eliminated, how can our nation prosper?" The young leader surveyed the assembly and proclaimed loudly, "All soldiers, heed my command." The soldiers responded with fervor, "We are here. You are the pillars of our nation. Once, you accompanied me to the north to battle the Xiongnu. Now, you shall join me in exterminating our enemies." When one vows to fight to the death, wrapped in horsehide, they declare, "Those who offend our mighty Han shall be punished, no matter how distant." Thousands of soldiers echoed in unison. The youth spoke, and they repeated his words, their voices growing ever louder. The young commander then turned his horse around, casting a glance at the proud deity at the rear, whispering, "Remember my name, for I am Huaxia." This proclamation was directed not only at the adversary, but also served as a reminder to himself. With that, he brandished his spear and led his soldiers fearlessly into the fray. 20 minutes earlier, in the world of the divine chosen of Huaxia, the ghostly messengers, having vanquished the wicked spirits, joined the ranks of those performing merit-making, resulting in a significant rise in the merit of the Guanghan Palace, advancing 2 places in the rankings. The matter has been resolved for you. As for those petty nations, they should no longer dare to offend, King Qingguang remarked, clapping his hands while turning to Ye Feng. As for the merit-making, let these ghostly messengers handle it. It serves as good practice for them, added the king of Samsara. Being esteemed kings of the 10 halls of hell, they possessed their own sense of pride. With the crisis averted, they naturally did not wish to linger, as it would tarnish their dignity. Apart from these 2, several other hall masters nodded in agreement, signaling their intention to depart. Only King Yanluo remained silent, seemingly intent on staying, which piqued the curiosity of the other hall masters, though they refrained from inquiring, as it did not concern them greatly. Ye Feng first surveyed the ghostly messengers engaged in merit-making before turning his attention to King Qingguang and the others, bowing courteously. "On behalf of the people of Huaxia, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the hall masters for your assistance. In the future, I shall certainly build temples for you and offer incense." It must be said that Ye Feng understood human sentiments remarkably well. His words were imbued with allure, even stirring the renowned 10 halls of hell. After all, there had been a cultural rift in Huaxia, resulting in a near-complete cessation of worship for all deities. The prospect of receiving offerings was indeed a momentous occasion. Though excitement bubbled within them, as deities, they maintained a degree of composure. With a smile, King Qingguang responded, "I have diligently cultivated in the underworld for countless years and do not particularly care for temples or incense. However, since you are so earnest, I shall not refuse." "Indeed," affirmed the second hall lord, King Chujiang, nodding while stroking his beard. "What is the name of this promising young man? Such a remarkable figure must surely be a phoenix among men." King Chuguan of the 4th hall chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, from the very first meeting, I felt a peculiar kinship with this young man. Perhaps he shares my surname, Lu," added King Pingdang of the 9th hall. "Nonsense. He undoubtedly shares my surname, Shui," protested King Luanhuan of the 10th hall, clearly displeased. "Shui, you great-headed ghost. He has clearly surnamed you." As the argument ensued, King Yanluo observed the commotion with growing exasperation. "Do you still desire the offerings of incense? Is it truly worth quarreling over such trivial matters?" This is a disgrace to the esteemed 10 halls of Yama. As I pondered, I suddenly caught sight of Ye Feng turning to me with a courteous smile, instantly brightening the stern countenance of the King of Hell. The names of the younger generation are of little consequence. Esteemed lords need not fret over the offerings, for they shall be abundant, Ye Feng assured politely. Upon hearing his words, the dispute among them subsided. In truth, Ye Feng did not deceive them regarding the offerings. The realm of mythology in Huaxia has long been lacking in this regard. Now, with such excellent material at hand, a significant number of people within the country are bound to support it. Establishing temples and offering incense has become a common practice. Previously, Sun Wukong, Shun, and Nezha had already planned to construct the 101st temple. The rationale behind this endeavor is also to foster a sense of internationalization. Chapter 70. Summoning the deceased warriors. The vast expanse of Huaxia, teeming with a multitude of inhabitants, has become a fertile ground for foreign sects to flourish, voraciously absorbing the faith of the Chinese people. These adherents may fall prey to the seductive allure of these sects, breeding disappointment or hostility towards Huaxia. This trend is deeply concerning. Thus, Huaxia is urgently constructing temples dedicated to its indigenous deities. As for why Ye Feng refrains from disclosing their names, who would dare to reveal the name of the King of Hell? Respected lords, I humbly request one more favor. Ye Feng once again clasped his hands in reverence. Pray, speak freely. Huaxia, since ancient times, has been regarded as the celestial empire, yet due to a cultural chasm, the nefarious individuals from other nations have brazenly invaded our land. Even within the current divine selection game, they have repeatedly transgressed against us, seeking the annihilation of our 9 provinces. What? Such a thing exists? The lords were incensed. They believed this to be an isolated incident, only to discover that it was, in fact, a recurring offense. The relentless bullying has reached intolerable heights. This cannot be endured. Indeed, it is my hope to garner your assistance, utilizing these malevolent spirits to retaliate. Ye Feng implored with a humble demeanor. No problem. It is an opportune moment to set an example, allowing these petty nations to witness that Huaxia is not to be trifled with. Those who dare to offend Huaxia shall face utter annihilation. The 10 kings of hell frequently engage with spirits, and their disposition is naturally one of swift retribution. Even in the absence of temples and incense, they would still extend their aid. This scene brought tears to many Huaxia netizens. Oh, how unexpected it is to see the 10 kings of hell so supportive of Huaxia. Prior to this, I was unaware of their identities. The 10 kings of hell, Shenyang Jian, Prince Nezha, and the Monkey King Sun Wukong. They are not only the deities of Huaxia, but also our guardians. Thank you, esteemed Ye Feng. Otherwise, I would have never known these divine beings belong to my homeland. Ye Feng is truly a paragon. However, I still wish to inquire when he shall summon Sister Chang'e. In stark contrast to the emotional response of Huaxia netizens, foreign users regarded this with disdain. They contend that Huaxia's ability to expel the invading malevolent spirits is solely due to the advantage of home ground. Without this advantage, they argue, Huaxia stands no chance. Their confidence stems from the fact that the nations of Asan and Sakura possess divine guardians over their sacred edifices, with over a dozen deities safeguarding them. What malevolent spirit could possibly breach their defenses? Such assertions are utterly ludicrous. Numerous foreign netizens seized this opportunity to ridicule Huaxia, relishing in the chance to retaliate against previous slights. Do some truly believe that vanquishing malevolent spirits renders them invincible? Do they still aspire to invade other nations? Such arrogance is laughable, revealing a profound lack of self-awareness. Has Huaxia always harbored such unwavering confidence? Truly, it is a manifestation of hubris, evoking laughter. I do not exaggerate. The spirits dispatched by Huaxia could not even contend with the deities of the Stick Nation, let alone those of Sakura or Asan. I earnestly wish to fast forward and observe how the spectral entities of Huaxia are vanquished. This time, even the higher echelons of Huaxia have begun to express divergent opinions. A hasty assault on the nations of A3 or Sakura might provoke retaliatory strikes from the other 2 countries, placing Huaxia in peril once again. Indeed, the most prudent course of action may be to avoid unnecessary conflict, as the rules of the 4th divine selection game are inherently unsuitable for warfare. I believe we ought to temper their arrogance. Otherwise, they might presume Huaxia to be an easy target. Moreover, with the 10 Yama Kings guarding the edifices of virtue, even a failed offensive would not be catastrophic. But can you assure me that A3 and their allies will not conspire against Huaxia? Let us not forget that the nation of Ing is also watching us with keen interest. So, are you implying that Huaxia should simply submit to their whims? This matter has ignited heated debates among numerous officials, scholars, and experts. Ning Jiangwo furrowed his brow and admonished the assembly. Silence, everyone. Indeed, with his reprimand, the surrounding chatter subsided considerably. This decision rests solely with Ye Feng, we shall observe. With that, Ning Jiangwo fell silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ye Feng. In truth, Ning Jiangwo hoped that Ye Feng would take action to discipline A3, aware that Ye Feng possesses the discernment to gauge the associated risks. Upon hearing Ning Jiangwo's words, the others refrained from further discussion. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, once a consensus was reached, King Qingguang inquired, now that a decision has been made, do you have any plans? They had already learned from Ye Feng that combat among deities is prohibited. Ye Feng turned to King Qingguang and smiled. Naturally, I have a plan. Oh, pray tell, others chimed in with interest. Even the audience in the live stream perked up, eager to listen. Ye Feng gazed into the distance and murmured, the history of Huaxia civilization spans more than just a few millennia. Countless valiant warriors have emerged from this vast land. He then turned to address the assembly. Since each of you possesses the ability to summon the spirits of the deceased, why not call upon the spirits of our illustrious fallen heroes to amplify the might of Huaxia? At this proclamation, the Huaxia netizens collectively gasped, their skin prickling with excitement. While they had encountered lost deities, they had yet to witness the spirits of historical figures. In a certain sense, these historical figures evoke even greater awe than mythological beings. The reason is simple. These were real individuals who once walked the lands of Huaxia. This serves as a testament that Huaxia has merely lost its history, rather than lacking a history and civilization altogether. Even those in the upper echelons of Huaxia who opposed the notion became fervently excited at the prospect of summoning these historical greats. This proposal is indeed commendable. King Qingguang nodded with a smile. Fortuitously, I have encountered many spirits in this domain over the years. The urban king nodded in agreement, remarking that the majority of the departed souls had already reincarnated, leaving but a few to pursue the path of ghostly cultivation. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. The ability to summon even a handful was a boon, especially with the support of the esteemed Lord's magical prowess. Even if it were but one, that singular spirit could sweep through the multitude. Ye Feng interjected, embellishing his words with a touch of flattery. This elicited laughter from the crowd, who increasingly regarded the young man with favor. Were it not for Ye Feng's ample lifespan, they might have even considered taking him down to the underworld to nurture him as a trusted confidant. Within a century, he would undoubtedly emerge as a renowned ghostly envoy. Had Ye Feng been privy to their thoughts, he would have been infuriated, thinking to himself that while he was earnestly trying to assist them in establishing a temple for worship, they were instead plotting his demise. Was this not a flagrant exploitation of a well-meaning individual? Chapter 71. The clamor of war before long. The 10 kings of hell stood in formation, swiftly gesturing with their fingers while reciting the forbidden Sanskrit incantation once more. Suddenly, the sky resonated with the booming of thunder, as if a divine retribution were about to descend. Yet, the 10 kings remained undeterred, their gestures becoming increasingly vigorous, while the ominous aura surrounding them intensified. Observing this, Ye Feng hastily retreated into the palace of eternal chill, as the oppressive energy emanating from the darkness was far beyond what he could withstand at his current cultivation level. As the final verse of the incantation concluded, a Sanskrit vortex materialized in the direction they pointed. The surrounding malevolent energy was ensnared by the vortex, only to be expelled repeatedly. Shortly thereafter, shadowy figures surged forth from the vortex, some emanating energies that rivaled even those of the infamous Yin and Yang messengers, and in some cases, exuding even greater sinister essence. This revelation took Ye Feng by surprise. However, reflecting upon their illustrious past as renowned generals and leaders, their rapid enhancement in posthumous ghostly abilities seemed somewhat justified. These restless souls continued to emerge from the Sanskrit vortex, subsequently possessing various malevolent spirits. The possessed entities were powerless to resist, helplessly witnessing their own assimilation. The transformation was visually striking. For instance, some frail female spirits morphed into towering warriors upon being possessed by the shadowy figures. The shadows surged forth from the vortex in an unending stream, fervently taking over the malevolent spirits. As the number of possessed entities grew, the historical warriors began to manifest before the spectators. There were commanders astride warhorses and soldiers maneuvering chariots akin to those of the terracotta army. Among them stood a fierce-faced general wielding a green dragon crescent blade, alongside armored soldiers brandishing long spears. At a glance, 3 rigorously disciplined battalions emerged, perfectly aligned and motionless, awaiting commands from their leaders. Their forms continued to emanate thick, dark energy, causing the nearby unpossessed spirits to recoil in terror, as if confronted not by soldiers, but by demons. In front of each battalion stood one or several commanding generals. Their presence dwarfed that of the soldiers, the energy they radiated exceeding 100-fold. The dark aura they exuded seemed to reach for the heavens, its extent unfathomable. Even from a distance, Ye Feng could distinctly feel the chilling essence carried by this power. Surely, such might surpass the mere rank of ghostly messengers, he marveled. The viewers in the Huaxia livestream were equally stunned. They could scarcely fathom that the historical generals summoned by Huaxia appeared so formidable. Their presence was in stark contrast to the lesser spirits conjured by other nations. The barrage of comments flooded in from Huaxia's netizens. Wow, that red-faced general on horseback looks incredibly fierce. Especially the weapon he's wielding. It's astonishingly impressive. It feels like a single strike could cleave me in two. The sensation is overwhelming. It could undoubtedly transform both you and me into mere shadows of our former selves. But what manner of weapon is this? It seems remarkably peculiar, unlike anything I've encountered before. Could these figures be soldiers from the illustrious history of my homeland? Such a formidable army, accompanied by such powerful generals, surely suggests that my homeland should have been a great nation revered by all in history. If these assertions hold any truth, then my homeland has undoubtedly been among the foremost entities in history. Alas, the present state of my homeland lacks the preservation of its past records and civilization. The esteemed Ye Feng previously spoke of several dynasties of my homeland, and perhaps these warriors originate from one of those eras. Based on their displayed prowess, it is highly likely they hail from the Great Tang dynasty. The online community within my homeland is rife with curiosity regarding the identities of these military leaders and soldiers, expressing astonishment while speculating on their origins. Particularly intriguing is the presence of 3 distinct formations, each comprising nearly 10,000 troops, adorned in 3 different types of military attire. This suggests they may be from 3 different dynasties or factions. As for the higher echelons of my homeland, their reactions mirror those of the online community. Shock. Pure and unadulterated shock. Concurrently, officials have been dispatched to conduct a thorough investigation into the identities and histories of these military figures. Ye Feng has previously elucidated the history of my homeland, and this knowledge has been meticulously recorded. Now it shall serve a crucial purpose. In contrast, the response from foreign netizens is one of utter discontent. The majesty of my homeland evokes a sense of frustration among them, a reflexive reaction that has taken root in their minds. They incredulously assert that these cannot possibly be historical figures from my homeland. How could the spirits of legendary warriors appear so formidable? If my assumptions are correct, it must surely be the machinations of those 10 old relics. Indeed, the universally acknowledged history of my homeland spans only a few hundred years. Even if there were any historical truths in the past, they have long been obscured and do not belong to my homeland, which lacks the right to summon such figures. I suspect that the cunning Ye Feng is attempting to exploit this opportunity to fabricate a historical narrative for my homeland, cultivating an illusion of it as a great civilized nation, thereby attempting to escape the reality of its status as a vassal of the HH nation. My homeland's actions are utterly repugnant. They pilfer civilization, plagiarize myths, and now aspire to rewrite history? I, as a citizen of the A3 nation, vehemently oppose this. Are the summoned generals from my homeland truly formidable? Particularly the red-faced warrior on horseback, wielding such a lengthy blade, genuinely believes himself to be impressive? I assure you, even without intervention, the deities of the Cherry Blossom Nation could easily reduce the possessed warriors to mere fragments. My homeland's history boasts numerous great generals, all of whom once conquered my homeland. Those who once compelled my homeland to bow beneath the might of my nation's warriors can surely do so again in their revived forms. Furthermore, my nation's great generals will undoubtedly ensure that my homeland faces utter annihilation. These foreign netizens seem to have conveniently forgotten the prior instances that contradicted their beliefs. Nevertheless, their perspective is somewhat understandable. In their own domain, bolstered by the power of their deities and the enhanced strength of the possessed warriors, they perceive their forces as overwhelmingly sufficient to confront my homeland. If Ye Feng were aware of their unwarranted confidence, he would undoubtedly be the first to step forward and deliver a reprimand. The scene shifts back to the world of the divine chosen in Huaxia. The 10 Yama Kings have ceased their summoning, and outside the Guanghan Palace, a throng of people has gathered. Armed and prepared for battle, they stand resolutely, following their commander. All eyes fixed upon the 10 Yama Kings and Ye Feng. In unison, they proclaim, "We pay our respects to the esteemed immortals." Their voices resonate powerfully, echoing for miles. The newly emerged malevolent spirits at the periphery of Guanghan Palace are so terrified that they immediately turn and flee. This address to the immortals clearly includes Ye Feng, as they have evidently regarded him as one of their esteemed ranks. Chapter 72. The Tiger and Wolf Army. It is entirely understandable to harbor such misconceptions. Although Ye Feng appears to possess meager cultivation, he stands side by side with the 10 Kings of Hell. The crucial point is that the 10 Kings treat him with remarkable friendliness and courtesy, which undoubtedly signifies Ye Feng's extraordinary status. Thus, addressing him as a mortal is not surprising. This time, the 10 Kings, in a show of tacit understanding, refrained from interjecting, allowing Ye Feng the opportunity to deliver his pre-battle address. Ye Feng surveyed the imposing army of lions before him, and without a hint of modesty, he stepped forward, gazing down at the valiant warriors, and proclaimed, "Esteemed heroes, in your former lives, you were the noble sons of our great Huaxia, dedicating your lives to the nation and its people. You unified the realm, expelled the Xiongnu, and displayed unwavering loyalty to your country. These monumental achievements fill me with profound admiration." At this juncture, Ye Feng bowed respectfully to the assembly, his demeanor reflecting utmost reverence. This gesture was one they could honorably accept. The soldiers below, witnessing this, promptly returned the salutation, for in their eyes, Ye Feng was indeed a lofty immortal. Among them, a young leader stepped forward humbly, stating, "Immortal, there is no need for such deference. This is merely our duty." Ye Feng turned his gaze to the youthful commander, who stood proudly before a magnificent steed, his left hand holding a helmet, his black hair billowing in the wind, and his right hand firmly gripping a spear, ever vigilant. Adorning his waist was a jade pendant inscribed with the character Hua. Most notably, he was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding vigor and charisma. Were he born in modern times, he would undoubtedly thrive solely on his looks. Ye Feng nodded appreciatively, offering a courteous explanation. "The reason I intrude upon your noble meditations today is that our Huaxia faces grave tribulations. Enemy nations invade and insult our great land. I implore all of you valiant warriors to march forth in defense of Huaxia, staining the battlefield with the blood of our foes." Upon concluding his words, the assembled multitude erupted in a resounding chorus. "Defend our Huaxia, stain the enemies with blood." Their voices crescendoed with fervor. Ye Feng raised his hand to quiet them, and only then did the crowd settle. He turned once more to Huaxia, respectfully stating, "If General Jinghuan joins this battle, the enemy will surely tremble in fear." Huaxia was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone of Ye Feng's stature would know his name, and the friendliness shown toward him was unexpectedly heartening. This experience was a stark contrast to his first encounter with the King of Hell, when he had just arrived in the underworld and sought the king's favor to avoid reincarnation. He had been left waiting for a considerable time, and had it not been for his remarkable military achievements, he would have been entirely disregarded. In light of this comparison, he felt an immediate sense of gratitude toward Ye Feng, and his respect for him deepened. "You flatter me, immortal. I, Huaxia, shall assuredly take the enemy commander's head as an example." His declaration ignited the morale of the soldiers behind him, who echoed his words in unison. It was only when Huaxia raised his hand to silence them that they gradually quieted down. With Huaxia's resolute words, Ye Feng felt reassured. Ye Feng was acutely aware of Huaxia's formidable prowess. At the tender age of 18, he was appointed as the cavalry commander, leading 800 horsemen deep into the desert, securing victories that overshadowed the entire army and earning the title of Marquis of Champions. By 19, he ascended to the rank of General of the Gallant Cavalry, orchestrating 2 campaigns in the Huaxia region, annihilating and subjugating nearly 100,000 Xiongnu, capturing the sacred golden idol of the Xiongnu, and advancing towards the Qilian Mountains. His subsequent achievements were nothing short of extraordinary. Without historical records, one would find it hard to believe. Here was a youth scarcely in his 20s, instilling terror in the hearts of the Xiongnu. Such feats were indeed miraculous. In stark contrast, Ye Feng in his past life was merely engaged in playing League of Legends in his dormitory, indulging in instant noodles and absent-mindedly picking at his toes. The disparity in their accomplishments and the adversity faced is glaringly evident. Upon receiving a response, Ye Feng's gaze shifted to an elder general positioned in the center. This venerable warrior, with hair as white as frost and a visage etched with the trials of time, displayed no discernible emotion. Even when meeting Ye Feng's gaze, he merely nodded slightly, refraining from further words. Such a figure, if encountered on a bus, would typically prompt most individuals to offer their seat. Yet, his overwhelming aura of dark energy made it challenging to associate him with the historical figure Bai Qi, known for the massacre of 400,000 from Nezha state. Reflecting on Bai Qi's eventual downfall, Ye Feng empathized with his sentiments. Thus, he chose not to elaborate but instead performed a respectful salute toward Bai Qi. Addressing him with deference, Lord Wuan, your efforts in the campaign against the Asin nation are greatly appreciated. To the onlookers, this gesture carried significant weight. A celestial being extending such courtesy to a ghostly cultivator was a rare sight. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet, Bai Qi merely reciprocated the gesture, remaining silent. However, only he was aware of the subtle thawing within his long-guarded heart at that moment. He had fought valiantly for the Qin state, single-handedly diminishing the strength of Zhao, laying the groundwork for the eventual unification of the Qin dynasty. For his numerous military exploits, he had been honored with the title of Lord Wuan, enjoying a comfortable retirement. However, he had not anticipated that his immense achievements would lead to envy from his sovereign, resulting in repeated demotions, culminating in a disgraceful death at Duyu, scorned by many. How could such a proud spirit not harbor resentment? After becoming a ghostly cultivator, he seemed transformed. Since entering the underworld, he had uttered no more than 10 words. Today, he sensed respect and even understanding emanating from Ye Feng. The icy fortress around his heart began to melt. Although no formal military oath was established, he resolved that should Ye Feng issue a command, he would undoubtedly strive with all his might to fulfill it. This was not solely for Ye Feng, but also in defense of the long-cherished land of Huaxia after a millennium. Behind him, the formidable Qin army stood resolute, their gaze resolutely fixed. The final contingent on the right differed from the two preceding armies, for they were accompanied by 3 martial generals, their identities unmistakable: Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, the legendary trio of the Peach Garden Oath. In the world prior to Ye Feng's arrival, the fame of these 3 individuals soared to extraordinary heights. Their presence could be felt across the realms of cinema, television, literature, and gaming. Truly, they were national historical figures of great renown. Ye Feng vividly recalls a particular television drama in which Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei pledged their fraternal bond, with Zhang Fei exclaiming, "Me too." This moment nearly brought Ye Feng to the brink of laughter. Now, to witness Zhang Fei, or Zhang Yida, in person serves as a delightful compensation for Ye Feng's fond memories. Upon closer inspection, he found that this Zhang Fei bore a striking resemblance to the actor Li Jingfei from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This revelation stirred a wave of nostalgia within Ye Feng, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. The spectators exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what antics this celestial being was up to. Chapter 73. The entire army mobilizes. Particularly perplexed was Zhang Fei, who found himself enveloped in confusion. He realized that Ye Feng had only laughed upon noticing him, prompting him to wonder, was he truly that amusing? It seemed implausible. Beside him, Yan Wang of the 10 Halls wore a similarly odd expression. Had it not been for Ye Feng's promise to construct temples for them, they would have rebuked him for laughing in such a solemn moment. Acknowledging his lapse in decorum, Ye Feng hastily cleared his throat and respectfully addressed the assembly. Emperor Zhao Li of Han, Duke Zhuang Miao, and Marquis Huan, I require your assistance in the expedition against the Sakura nation. All efforts will be greatly appreciated. Upon hearing this, the 3 immediately straightened their postures and replied with utmost reverence, "Your Excellency, you are too kind. For the future of our illustrious Huaxia, we shall not hesitate to fulfill our duty." Meanwhile, as Ye Feng delivered his address, the upper echelons of Huaxia were also diligently at work. Drawing upon the historical records previously disclosed by Ye Feng, they meticulously identified the identities and backgrounds of these historical figures. They promptly compiled this information into a post to be disseminated to the populace. Though seemingly brief, the material ignited a fervor among the citizens of Huaxia. These individuals were titans of history, revered ancestors of the Huaxia people, and national heroes who safeguarded the realm of Huaxia. Through Ye Feng and the government, the people of Huaxia were afforded their first formal introduction to these historical giants, deepening their understanding of their identities and legacies. This revelation solidified the conviction among the populace that Huaxia was no mere footnote in history, but rather a grand civilization with millennia of history. The living embodiments of this legacy stood before them, serving as the finest testament to their heritage. Even in the face of dissenting voices claiming fabrication and deceit, the resolve of the Huaxia people remained unshaken. General Huaxia, youthful and handsome, had risen to prominence as a general at such a tender age, valiantly defending the Han dynasty against the Xiongnu, only to meet an untimely demise. Zhang Yida, the charming warrior of Yan, bore an endearing countenance. One could only wonder if his innocence translated into fierceness on the battlefield. To his astonishment, This elderly figure was none other than the infamous Bai Qi, the god of slaughter who had decimated 400,000 soldiers of the Zhao state. The nation of Asan now had reason to weep. Duke Zhuang Miao Guanyu possessed the valor to single-handedly hold back 1,000 foes, yet tragically fell to Sun Quan's blade, leaving his grand ambitions unfulfilled. Emperor Zhao Lai, Lu Xuanda, was revealed to be a martial figure, a revelation that took many by surprise. Questions arose regarding his prowess in comparison to that of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. With the post-revelations, Huaxia's netizens engaged in lively discussions within online forums. However, some envious foreign netizens scoffed disdainfully, attempting to mock and deride the information. Slaughtering 400,000 troops? Is this feeble old man really the so-called god of slaughter, Bai Qi? He seems more like a fool. I wonder where Huaxia's history was borrowed from, pretending to be so legitimate. A general in his early 20s? How absurdly laughable. Does Huaxia lack figures to fabricate? Resorting to conjuring such a character? A mere child, and I could defeat him with one hand tied behind my back. I have devoted a decade to the art of Taekwondo and currently hold a 9th-degree black belt. Those who doubt my prowess are welcome to challenge me. Why do the uniforms and weaponry of these soldiers bear such a striking resemblance to those of our nation? Is it not true that you, the Huaxia, have once again pilfered from our culture? Relying on just a handful of individuals, do you truly believe you can wage war against our nation, the Asan? Such aspirations are nothing but the fantasies of the deluded. My country, the Asan, does not require divine intervention to triumph over you. Meanwhile, the leadership of the Asan and the nation of the stick received intelligence that elicited laughter upon learning of Huaxia's intent to simultaneously assault all three nations. Having previously suffered defeat at the hands of Huaxia, they were acutely aware of their own shortcomings, especially under the auspices of divine support on home soil, which indeed made victory elusive. However, with the roles now reversed and Huaxia's audacious plan to attack three nations at once, they were merely courting disaster. Does Huaxia possess formidable generals? So too does my Asan. Let this be a lesson to Huaxia about the consequences of overreach. Connect me to the Chosen One's realm. We must summon additional generals and spirits for this engagement. Allow our warriors to take the lead without divine assistance and demonstrate what it truly means to be a historical power. Amir stated coldly. His secretary promptly complied with the directive. On the other side, Jin Shengwu, upon receiving the news, wore a similar expression of disbelief. Did Huaxia genuinely think that by appropriating a few historical figures, they had become invincible? A derisive laugh escaped him. Suddenly, an official proposed, General, our nation boasts a rich history of formidable warriors. We should seize this opportunity to employ these generals to defeat Huaxia's champions. Indeed, such a strategy would reaffirm our status as the suzerain state and compel Huaxia, this vassal, to recognize its place. We must ensure that Huaxia understands its position. The status of the suzerain is not to be challenged. Numerous officials agreed in unison. Jin Shengwu expressed his approval of this proposition and signaled to his secretary to notify the chosen players. In the Sakura nation, the High Command, having failed in their campaign against Huaxia, was seeking a way to establish contact with the Dane nation. To survive and avoid the emperor's decree of self-termination, he knew he needed to find a powerful ally. If the Dane nation could be persuaded to form an alliance, the emperor would grant him another chance. He showed little interest in the latest reports from Huaxia, and other officials shared his indifference. They believed that Huaxia could not possibly mount an offensive, as they had allies while Huaxia did not. If Huaxia dared to mobilize its forces, it would only ensnare itself in peril. Thus, they even omitted preparations for summoning spirits to empower their generals. For those filled with hubris, Ye Feng relished the opportunity to humble them. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen, under Ye Feng's command, 3 battalions readied themselves for departure, each heading in a distinct direction. Huaxia led thousands of Han soldiers towards the site of the Stick Nation's merit building. Bai Qi commanded thousands of Qin troops towards the site of the Asan Nation's merit building. Liu Bei, accompanied by his companions, directed thousands of Shu soldiers towards the site of the Sakura Nation's merit building. On the journey, Zhang Ida exhibited far more enthusiasm than his fellow commanders. He rode alongside Guan Chong, laughing heartily. Second brother, let us have a contest to see who can slay the most foes. Before Guan Chong could respond, Lu Xuanda, ahead of them, turned his head and shot Zhang Ida a stern glare. Enough of this nonsense. We must prioritize completing the task assigned by the celestial being. Zhang Ida, sensing Lu Xuanda's authority, promptly nodded in agreement. Yet, once Lu Xuanda had turned away, Zhang Ida exchanged a knowing glance with Guan Chong, who, despite his serious demeanor, silently nodded in acknowledgement. As they observed the departing army, Ephong felt a twinge of concern in his heart. should the deities of the Ascend Kingdom intervene. This battle might very well culminate in defeat, unless. Chapter 74. The assistance of the deities unless the 10 kings of hell are willing to lend their support. Contemplating this, Ye Feng turned to the side, casting a hopeful glance at the 10 kings of hell, and beseeched. I have one more matter that requires the assistance of the esteemed lords. Speak freely, responded King Qin Guang and the others in succession. To assist fully is to deliver the Buddha to the west. Since they had chosen to extend their aid, they would certainly not be stingy. Moreover, Ye Feng was now regarded as a treasure in their eyes, and it was essential to keep him pleased. Seeing the lord's encouraging responses, Ye Feng ceased his hesitance and candidly stated, this forthcoming expedition will undoubtedly be a bloody battle. Should the deities of the enemy nation intervene, our warriors of Huaxia may very well face defeat. What do you propose we do? Ye Feng turned, gesturing towards the distant sky. If the esteemed lords were to establish their presence here and issue a warning to the opposing deities to refrain from intervention, then this battle will be a certain victory for Huaxia. Ye Feng was well aware of the formidable prowess of the 10 kings of hell. With their assistance, the deities of the countries of Ascend and Sakura would surely be deterred. At that point, there would be none to rival the warriors of Huaxia. In simpler terms, it was about the 10 kings of hell exuding an aura of terrifying power, causing the deities of Ascend and Sakura to hesitate and refrain from action. They would then be warned against attacking our Huaxia warriors. Otherwise, we would retaliate against their malevolent spirits. Under such pressure, the opponents would naturally weigh the pros and cons. After all, with the strength of the 10 kings of hell, the enemy would have no means to stop them from annihilating their malevolent spirits. Furthermore, the rules clearly state that deities are not permitted to attack one another. Thus, none would dare to initiate such a confrontation, as no one could guarantee absolute success. Ye Feng's proposal garnered enthusiastic applause from Huaxia's netizens, yet it also stirred some anxiety among them. On one hand, they were uncertain whether the 10 kings of hell could indeed intimidate the deities of Ascend and Sakura. After all, the deities from these 3 nations are fierce characters, and in a direct confrontation, Huaxia might not hold the upper hand. On the other hand, Huaxia's strategy of dividing their forces into 3 paths for the assault undoubtedly heightened the difficulty of the endeavor, in stark contrast to the reactions of Huaxia's netizens. Foreign netizens scoffed at the notion. Could the 10 kings of hell of Huaxia intimidate over 40 deities from 3 nations? Were they still dreaming? Winning against a few minor characters had led them to believe that the deities of Huaxia were invincible. Such delusions were laughable and exhibited an air of arrogance. Even without divine intervention, could their mere warriors compete with those of Ascend? What a farce. Titles such as Your Majesty and Your Excellency sounded impressive, yet in my view, they were merely of mediocre caliber. Huaxia's audacity was not newfound, so there was no need for astonishment, though they had been underestimated previously. This time they would undoubtedly face a backlash from the 3 nations, and I shall document this in the comments. To be fair, the 10 kings of hell were indeed formidable, but were the deities of Ascend and Sakura weaklings? This time, Huaxia was likely to be overwhelmed by the might of these 3 nations. Not merely overwhelmed, but it seemed Huaxia would face annihilation due to their hubris. I shall observe how Huaxia concludes this matter. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Feng and his companions remain oblivious to the mockery from foreign netizens. Should the 10 Yama Kings learn of their underestimation, they would undoubtedly erupt with fury and retaliate fiercely. After all, to attain the status of the 10 Yama Kings is to possess a temperament that is anything but placid. In response to Ye Feng's suggestion, the 10 Yama Kings concurred with the plan for Huaxia's chosen ones. Ye Feng also took the time to elucidate the rules of engagement, emphasizing that they must refrain from attacking the opposing deities. He was keen to avoid any disqualification from the system due to the 10 Yama Kings' transgressions. As the group prepared to embark on their mission of support, King Yinluo suddenly interjected. Only 7 should go. 3 must remain to guard against surprise attacks. This proposal met with no dissent from the other palace masters, as their primary duty was to protect Ye Feng and the constructions of merit. However, deciding who would stay behind proved to be a conundrum, for none wished to be left out. The 10 exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was decided that King Yinluo, King Qin Guang, and King of Reincarnation would remain. Their strength rendered them reliable guardians. With unanimous agreement, the group parted ways. The 7 palace masters stepped forward, promptly vanishing from sight. Ye Feng harbored a desire to accompany them, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing such a battle firsthand, a spectacle he had only ever viewed on television. Yet, as the sole chosen player of Huaxia, his duty was to remain. Any misstep that led to his demise would spell disaster for Huaxia. Such a perilous venture was one he could not undertake. Observing the figures of his companions gradually fading from view, a trace of satisfaction graced Ye Feng's countenance. His proposal to deploy the historical military generals of Huaxia was, in essence, to allow the people to witness the valor of Huaxia's sons, rekindling their lost confidence and dignity. Had he wished, he could have dispatched the likes of He Bai Wuchang, Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and the 10 infernal generals into battle. With their prowess, the nations of Asan and Sakura would stand no chance, for these specters were formidable indeed. Yet, figures such as Huaxia and Bai Qi, although potent as ghostly cultivators, were limited to a select few. Most among them were mere soldiers, their strength significantly inferior to that of the specters. However, when compared to the malevolent spirits, these possessed soldiers would undoubtedly hold the upper hand, for they had cultivated their skills over millennia. How could the empowered malevolent spirits hope to compete? Time rewinds to just before the conflict. 3 teams arrived at the sites of the merit constructions across the nations almost simultaneously. While Sakura Nation remained entirely unprepared, Asan and the Land of the Morning Calm had anticipated the encounter, summoning numerous renowned historical generals, celebrated for their illustrious deeds. The emergence of these generals stirred a nationwide uproar, as they were figures well known even beyond their borders, studied by scholars worldwide. For instance, figures such as Ashoka and Li Sunxin emanate an aura of formidable power that soars towards the heavens. Under their leadership, no one harbors any illusions about the prospects of victory for Huaxia. As the battle looms, the live streams from the realms of the A3 nation and the Korean nation are abuzz with fervent praise. This time, we of the A3 nation have summoned Ashoka, the 3rd sovereign of the Maurya dynasty, revered as the most illustrious monarch and general in our history. He unified vast territories and numerous nations beyond the borders of the A3 nation. With him in the fray, the commanders of Huaxia are destined to meet their demise. Countless in number. Besides Ashoka, our A3 nation boasts Akbar, the 3rd ruler of the Mughal Empire, a paragon of both martial and scholarly prowess. Furthermore, we have hundreds of illustrious generals with remarkable military achievements. With 2 sovereign-level leaders at the helm, it is certain that Huaxia faces an inevitable fate. Chapter 75. Intimidation. Our nation has summoned hundreds of valiant generals, who represent the very pillars of the Goryeo and Joseon dynasties. This time, we are undoubtedly prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the Huaxia. Furthermore, with our national hero, Yi Sun-sin, in our ranks, those buffoonish Huaxia will hardly make a splash. Indeed, Huaxia has merely dispatched a handful of generals, while the majority are but soldier-level apparitions. What is there to fear? They ought to take a lesson from our Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen players, who have refrained from summoning generals. For there exists no necessity for such actions. A nation with a historical record as inconsequential as Huaxia's can easily be vanquished by our Cherry Blossom country. It is true that Huaxia has faced numerous invasions in modern history, yet none compare to the ferocity of our Cherry Blossom Nation, which nearly obliterated Huaxia entirely. After this lengthy 4th round of the Divine Selection game, it is time to conclude with the anticipated demise of Huaxia. Let us all await the outcome. In the live broadcasts from these nations, the comments are overwhelmingly disparaging towards Huaxia. They remain utterly unconcerned, even holding a sense of disdain. In their eyes, the mere dispatch of a single general alongside thousands of soldiers to challenge a mythic superpower is nothing short of fanciful delusion. Returning to the battlefield in the Cherry Blossom Nation's Divine Selection realm, Lu Xuanda and his companions led their soldiers to initiate an assault on the apparitions of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The outer apparitions fought back valiantly, yet without the aid of the undead, they stood no chance against Lu Xuanda and his comrades. They were nearly overwhelmed without the ability to retaliate. This sight incited the wrath of the Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen players. At the behest of the chosen players, a cloaked wizard began to chant incantations, brandishing his staff towards Lu Xuanda and his companions. Suddenly, a sphere of ominous black energy surged forth, crashing towards them. Before Lu Xuanda could respond, the valiant Guan Yu, mounted on his steed, swiftly cleaved the terrifying black energy sphere in two with a single strike. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, particularly the Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen players, whose faces reflected sheer disbelief. Indeed, an apparition possessed by the undead managed to effortlessly sever the magic of their deity. Such power clearly surpassed their expectations. However, they remained undeterred, for they had 12 deities, while their opponents possessed only 3 generals. Could they truly falter in a 4-on-1 scenario? The aforementioned wizard, feeling humiliated by the effortless dismantling of his spell, was momentarily vexed. He raised his staff again, but just as he was about to unleash his magic, An unforeseen event transpired. From the distant heights, a cold snort echoed, audible only to the deities. Instantly, waves of terrifying pressure surged towards the 12 wizards of the Cherry Blossom Nation. In that moment, the 12 wizards staggered back several steps, their expressions hidden beneath their cloaks betraying their distress. This unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise, leaving them bewildered as to what had transpired. One of the chosen players from Sakura Nation inquired with confusion, "O mighty deities, what troubles you?" At that moment, the 12 sorcerers were too engulfed in fear and astonishment to respond. Their strength barely reached the divine level. Whereas the King of Hell and his cohorts had long ascended to godhood, their prowess unfathomable. It is no exaggeration to assert that any one of the 10 kings of Hell could easily overpower all 12 of them. Subsequently, several of the lords conveyed their divine intent of non-participation in the conflict to the 12 sorcerers through a long-distance transmission. This message also extended to the deities of the nations of A3 and the Stick Nation. In that instant, all 41 deities were weighing their options, whether to acquiesce or decline. Should you refuse, feel free to test the waters, the irritable Urban King transmitted once more. Concurrently, the 7 of them emanated an even more formidable aura than before, truly managing to intimidate the 12 sorcerers this time. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. The deities, who were meant to protect them, stood by in silence, indifferent to the slaughter of their ethereal kin. Even the collective pleas of the chosen players fell on deaf ears. Unaware of the subtle machinations of the 10 kings of Hell, the audience in the live stream was left utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why are they not intervening? Indeed, it is strange. I surmise they disdain to intervene. After all, they are divine beings, and it would be rather beneath them to engage mere martial generals. This reasoning seemed plausible, especially considering the martial prowess of A3 and the Stick Nation, which was likely more than sufficient to handle the situation against Huaxia. However, Sakura Nation had not summoned many martial generals, and they were now faced with 3 Huaxia warriors, particularly the fierce red-faced general, who appeared formidable. Would this not place them at a disadvantage? But you misunderstand. Sakura Nation must possess considerable confidence, for they dare to act so boldly. Despite this, many still held a favorable view of their prospects, fueled by a sense of pride, as they did not wish to see Huaxia shine. Seeing the 12 sorcerers neither act nor respond, the chosen players from Sakura Nation became increasingly anxious. Yet, time was of the essence. One of the leading chosen players called out loudly to Guan Yu, "Who approaches? State your name." The inquiry was not born from fear of Guan Yu's strength, but rather a tactic to buy time, as their general, Yen, was currently reaching out to A3 and the Stick Nation seeking assistance. Upon hearing the question, Guan Yu scoffed derisively, "You insignificant child of the East, dare you challenge Huaxia? You overestimate your own worth." With that, Guan Yu charged forward on horseback, severing the heads of several malevolent spirits with a single strike. This spectacle ignited both fury and indignation among the chosen players of Sakura Nation. The remaining few dozen martial generals hastily rallied their forces to engage in battle with Guan Yu and his companions. Meanwhile, the situation for A3 and the Stick Nation mirrored that of Sakura Nation, with the sole distinction being that their martial generals vastly outnumbered those of Sakura Nation. Hundreds of valiant generals and tens of thousands of warriors faced a battle that seemed devoid of suspense. Yet, when confronted by the likes of Bai Qi and Huaxia, they soon realized their grave misjudgment. Huaxia, mounted upon his steed, charged into the ranks of the enemy, encircled by thousands, yet remained utterly unperturbed, a smile gracing his lips. One irate general, unable to contain his disdain, brandished his sword at Huaxia, vociferously declaring, "You think you can laugh? Watch as I cleave you in two." But before he could finish his boast, Huaxia's spear flew forth from his grasp, piercing the general's neck, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air. After dispatching the general, the spear miraculously returned to Huaxia's hand. The surrounding soldiers stood in stunned silence. They had scarcely registered Huaxia's swift action. All they witnessed was the spear soaring forth and then returning, leaving behind a once-renowned general, now silenced. Chapter 76. The live broadcast of carnage on the other side. Bai Qi rode his warhorse as if traversing a desolate land, making 7 incursions and 7 retreats, forcing the warriors of the Ascent Kingdom to flee in disarray. With each sweep of his longsword, he reaped multiple lives of malevolent spirits. Even the soldiers of the Qin army, akin to fierce tigers, ruthlessly seized the lives of their foes. The once great generals familiar to Asan and the Bangzi Kingdom now found themselves severed like watermelons by Bai Qi's blade and pierced through by Huaxia's lance. It was sheer and utter domination. The virtue points of the three nations plummeted rapidly, swiftly dropping out of the top 10 rankings. The audience in the live broadcast room was utterly bewildered. Director, have you mistaken the script? Why are the Eight-Headed Kingdom, Bangzi Kingdom, and the Sakura Kingdom being slaughtered? Goodness, is this for real? Ashoka cannot possibly be bested by an old man. And that fellow named Li, was it? Is being pursued and hacked down by Huaxia? There must be a flaw in my understanding. How can these unknown warriors from Huaxia be so formidable? Even the soldiers are impressively skilled. I once thought Li Shunshun was invincible, but it seems someone surpasses him in valor. Who is this commander? This is utterly absurd. Huaxia is taking on 3 foes and utterly dominating. In stark contrast to the astonishment and bewilderment of international viewers, the Huaxia audience erupted with excitement. They flitted between the live streams of the Eight-Headed Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, brimming with sarcasm and pride. Oh dear, how careless of Huaxia. If he had elevated his spear just a tad higher, he could have pierced Li Shunshun's skull in one thrust. Bai Qi, the esteemed elder, is demonstrating the prowess of Huaxia's sons. Although Uncle Guan Yu blushed slightly, he looked so dashing, especially when dispatching the enemy. Each stroke felled a little Japanese soldier, exuding such extraordinary charisma. Is it that my uncle Zhang Ida can no longer wield his blade? Or is it that the Sakura Kingdom has grown too arrogant? I, Lu Xuanda, merely smile in silence, rhythmically wielding my twin swords, as if to say, let the music play on, let the dance continue. Not only the audience, but also the high-ranking officials of various nations were taken aback by these results. In the Imperial Conference Room, they were astonished to discover that the generals summoned by Ye Feng were so formidable. It seemed their prior concerns had been unfounded. Had they known their strength rivaled that of deities, what was there to fret about? It was indeed Ning Zhangwo's foresight that led them to trust in Ye Feng, and the outcome was now crystal clear. Once this divine selection game concluded, they must consult Ye Feng for further insights. He surely possessed knowledge of many more Huaxia generals, and it was imperative to extract this information. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Kingdom were in a furious uproar. Baka, how could this happen? They furiously cursed. The notion that Huaxia could launch an assault was entirely unexpected, particularly the extraordinary prowess exhibited by their generals, which surpassed all anticipations. Initially, he had intended to seek assistance from his allies, the Eight-Headed and Bangzi kingdoms, for they were all aligned on the same battlefield. Little did he anticipate that both the nation of Eight-Headed and the nation of Bangzi had also been invaded by troops from Huaxia, rendering them utterly incapable of dispatching reinforcements. Zhang Yi was taken aback. It seemed as though there was a concerted effort to eliminate all 3 nations in one fell swoop. While the battle raged on, it infuriated him that the deities of his own country chose to remain passive spectators, nearly causing him to lose consciousness in his frustration. Consequently, he pointed angrily at the chosen player on the other end of the video call and scolded, "What are you waiting for? Urgently summon our deities to engage in battle." The scolded chosen player finally regained his senses and promptly turned to beseech the 12 sorcerers. Within the upper echelons of Eight-Headed, frustration brewed. How could that old man Bai Qi be so formidable? Our King Ashoka is a monarch. How can he possibly be outmatched by a mere subject? Amir seethed at the outcome of the battle. Beside him, his secretary, with a grim countenance, remarked, "General, we should have directly commanded the deities to annihilate them." However, such a course of action would invite public scrutiny. Some officials began to express their dissent, as initially, they had tacitly allowed the martial generals to engage in combat, hoping to showcase their nation's prowess. Suddenly involving the deities would undoubtedly attract criticism. Yet, unbeknownst to them, it was not merely the deities' choice to remain aloof. Rather, the influence of the 10 Yama Kings rendered their deities hesitant to act recklessly. Upon hearing the official's comments, the secretary erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Would you rather be criticized or face national annihilation? The choice is yours." The official found himself momentarily speechless. Amir narrowed his eyes, swiftly making a decision to contact the chosen players and instruct them to summon the deities to intervene and conclude the battle. In the upper ranks of Bangzi, a general exclaimed, "Our martial generals are on the brink of collapse. Those treacherous Huaxia forces have summoned such powerful generals to besiege us. We should have commanded the deities to eliminate them from the outset," echoed the officials, each adding to the chorus of frustration. At that moment, Jin Xingwu wore a stormy expression, his eyes fixed intently on the live broadcast, as he bellowed, "Contact the chosen players and demand that the deities join the fray." As the battle turned increasingly one-sided, all 3 nations issued similar commands almost simultaneously. The chosen players, receiving these orders, dared not delay, as their rankings had plummeted significantly, now hovering outside the top 50. A slight hesitation could lead them to the bottom. However, when the chosen players petitioned their deities to engage in battle, their requests were met with disregard. Only the deity of Sakura Nation spoke, stating, "We cannot intervene, otherwise, Huaxia will not relent." The reactions of the deities from each nation, particularly the words of the Sakura deity, left the audience in the live broadcast utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why do their deities refuse to assist? What does it mean that Huaxia will not relent? Can someone please explain? As the prospect of national destruction loomed, why were they hesitating? It was truly laughable to witness such a scene. Many foreign netizens remain oblivious to the unfolding events, including the citizens of the nations of India and Japan. At this juncture, some viewers who had previously observed the live broadcast from China stepped forward to elucidate. Could it possibly be related to the 10 Kings of Hell in Chinese mythology? It must be so. Just moments ago, I was puzzled, wondering how the 10 Kings of Hell intended to intimidate over 40 deities from India and Japan, only to find myself proven wrong. Initially, I remarked that the 10 Kings would surely not dare to make a sound in their presence. Yet the reality has turned out to be quite the opposite. The reason these individuals are aware of the context is that they had previously listened to the dialogue between Ye Feng and the 10 Kings of Hell during the live stream. With their explanation, the crowd finally grasped the situation. Chapter 77, Dread Alas. I pondered why the samurai of the Sakura Kingdom were annihilated, and their deities remained passive. It turns out they were under the formidable influence of the 10 Yama Kings. I recently observed the Huaxia live stream, where only 3 deities were left, indicating that 7 had been dispatched. 7 deities intimidating over 40 others. How preposterous is that? What? Is this truly the case? Yet, why have I not witnessed the 10 Yama Kings of Huaxia? Moreover, the comments section erupted into a verbal battleground. If this is indeed the situation, then the actions of the Sakura Kingdom and the third country in calling upon their deities for assistance in combat are utterly shameless, are they not? Shameless, you say? Just moments ago, the deities of Huaxia intervened in battle. Why do you not deem them shameless? What are you saying? It was clearly the third country and the Sakura Kingdom, alongside the stick country, who conspired to assault Huaxia in a 3-on-1 scenario. Are you suggesting they are not entitled to defend themselves? Is it now unacceptable for our third country to protect itself? Truly, what a double standard. No wonder the reactions are so fervent. It appears they have stepped on a sore spot. The third country seems to have lost all semblance of dignity. Huaxia managed a 3-on-1 against you, and you still fell short, yet now you wish to summon deities to intervene? How absurd. At that moment, in the chosen world, the 7 Ten Yama Kings, concealed in the heights, suddenly spoke. I reiterate, matters concerning warriors should be left to the warriors themselves. You are free to summon them for battle. However, should any deity dare to meddle in their conflicts, let them try. This proclamation resonated throughout the chosen continent, reaching not only the inhabitants of the chosen world, but also the viewers of the live stream. Such a display of authority and might garnered applause from the Huaxia netizens, filling their hearts with exhilaration. In an instant, the number of followers for the Yama Kings surged. Conversely, the chosen players from the third country and the Sakura Kingdom felt as though they had consumed excrement. They had never experienced such humiliation. How could their own deities be too intimidated to act? Cowardly pretensions. Some defiant players, refusing to accept this fate, called forth numerous deities once more, hoping they would strike at the warriors dispatched by Huaxia. However, as soon as these deities appeared, they were met with stern warnings from the 10 Yama Kings, and under such oppressive pressure, they dared not act. This left the players from the 3 nations seething with frustration, helplessly watching as their warriors were systematically defeated by Huaxia. Faced with this dire outcome, the leadership of the 3 nations felt both anger and helplessness. Time was of the essence, and they could not afford to hesitate. They immediately convened a high-level video conference among the 3 nations. If they could not swiftly devise a countermeasure, the ultimate consequence could very well be national extinction. As the video connection was established, Jin Qingwu from the third country erupted in fury. Who can tell me how these warriors from Huaxia came to be? Does Huaxia not possess only a 300-year history? Zheng Yi, equally incensed, glared at Jin Qingwu and retorted, General Jin Qingwu, did you not claim that Huaxia is a vassal state of the stick country? Why is it that your warriors cannot surpass the might of Huaxia? Jin Qingwu was rendered speechless by the inquiry. In truth, he too was eager to understand this perplexing phenomenon, for history books from his own nation had documented otherwise. Furthermore, this notion is widely acknowledged internationally. Yet, why is it that the historical narratives, warriors, and deities of Huaxia, which his nation lacks, appear to be so much more formidable? Observing Jin Qingwu's silence, Xingya pressed on, suggesting with some trepidation, this time we have been defeated. Perhaps we should seek peace with Huaxia, lest our nation faces annihilation. The prideful Jingye, for once, lowered his head. The rising tide of public sentiment in Sakura country had given rise to numerous dissenting voices against the higher echelons, with many citizens expressing their unwillingness to continue opposing Huaxia. After all, since the inception of the divine selection game, Sakura country had suffered continuous defeats. If this trend were to persist, the entire nation would surely face elimination. Moreover, Jingye had just received a stern command from their emperor to rectify the current situation at any cost, lest he return only to face a harrowing fate. He had a beautiful wife, and he was not inclined to leave her a widow prematurely, were it not for her frequent visits to the emperor's quarters. Pleading on his behalf, he might have already met his end. Contemplating this, Jingye felt an even deeper reluctance to part with his beloved. Upon hearing Jingye's words, Jin Xingwu of the Korean nation exhibited signs of wavering. After all, Korea was but a small nation, and after a few rounds with Huaxia, it had already begun to feel overwhelmed. Even though they would not face the erasure of their people due to the death of divine players at this moment, they could not afford to continue depleting their resources. With only the top 5 securing system rewards, consistently finishing at the bottom bore no significant difference from elimination, save for a brief extension of their existence. Before Jin Xingwu could voice his opinion, Amir interjected vehemently, "Jingye-kun, do you not think it somewhat dishonorable for your Sakura country to act thus?" "General Amir, our actions are born of desperation. You are well aware of the precarious situation facing Sakura country." Jingye replied smoothly, having anticipated Amir's thoughts. "At present, Huaxia is in a position of great strength. We ought to avoid confrontation and adopt a conciliatory policy." Jingye's words only fueled Amir's indignation. "Humph," he scoffed, clearly displeased. "My Asan country is a global powerhouse, boasting the fastest GDP growth in the world, a population that rivals Huaxia, and military strength ranked 3rd globally. We even aspire to join the ranks of the permanent members of the Security Council. In this divine selection game, Asan country possesses unparalleled mythological heritage that even the great Western nations must regard with caution." Naturally, Jingye and Jin Xingwu shared a knowing smile. However, beneath their cordial demeanor lay a profound disdain for Asan country. If Asan country were truly as formidable as they claimed, why then had they consistently been overshadowed by Huaxia? Certainly, these words are not to be spoken lightly, for doing so would undoubtedly offend the nation in question. From the beginning until now, Huaxia has consistently claimed the top position, a clear indication of their desire for singular dominance. Should this continue, other nations will inevitably rally behind them, making it increasingly challenging for us to contend with Huaxia. Moreover, let us not overlook the immense rewards that Huaxia has garnered from the system. If this persists, the chasm between us and Huaxia will only widen. General Amir's words ring true, yet it appears that Huaxia intends to uproot us entirely. We find ourselves willing yet powerless. Jin Xingwu responded with a sense of resignation. The predicament faced by the nation of the Korean Peninsula is scarcely better than that of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Should they falter in this round, the outcome awaiting them will only be annihilation. Chapter 79. The withdrawal of troops from Huaxia. Ning Jiangwo collected his thoughts and stated, "We have just engaged in a video conference with the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Nation." "Oh, what was discussed?" Ye Feng inquired, his surprise evident. The meeting of the leaders of 2 great nations was indeed a significant matter. He could surmise the general topic of their conversation, likely a plea for peace, considering that with a bit more effort, Guan Yu and his comrades could decisively eliminate the Sakura nation's malevolent forces. At that point, the Sakura nation would cease to exist. If not now, when would they negotiate for mercy? Noticing Ye Feng's keen interest, Ning Jiangwo smiled wryly and continued, "We are negotiating peace with both the Sakura nation and the Korean nation, so I need you to facilitate the withdrawal of their troops." "Absolutely." Ye Feng responded with remarkable ease, not pausing to consider the implications. This surprised Ning Jiangwo and the others, who had anticipated a more arduous discussion. After all, the current achievements had been hard-won by Ye Feng himself. Yet, Ye Feng appeared entirely unfazed by the matter. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Feng added, "Are they offering anything in return?" "Huh." Ning Jiangwo paused momentarily, then shook his head and clarified, "No, it was I who proposed the peace talks." "Really?" This revelation caught Ye Feng off guard, and he furrowed his brow. To seek peace without any concessions was perplexing, even for someone as astute as him. Sensing Ye Feng's confusion, Ning Jiangwo proceeded to explain the concept of a shared human destiny. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng quickly grasped the underlying rationale. He was not naive. He understood that Ning Jiangwo's words were meant to placate external observers. The true motive was to ensure the security of Huaxia. The rules of engagement had shifted dramatically. And while Huaxia currently held the upper hand, pushing adversaries into a corner could provoke desperate measures against Huaxia's spectral forces. In such a scenario, Huaxia would be precariously vulnerable. A corner dog is capable of anything. Rather than engage in a futile struggle, it would be wiser to first dismantle their alliances and then methodically defeat them one by one. This was the strategic thinking of Huaxia's leadership. Although Ye Feng felt such measures were unnecessary, he would proceed to ensure their peace of mind. After all, Ning Jiangwo and his colleagues were unaware of the numerous trump cards Ye Feng held. What about the Indian nation? Ye Feng inquired next. Ning Jiangwo shook his head. They have not provided a clear response, but their stance is quite firm. Firm, you say? Ye Feng chuckled, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. He thought to himself, a firm stance, is it? Soon they shall learn that the pot is forged from iron. Let the Sakura nation and the Korean nation withdraw their troops first. As for the Indian nation, you may handle that as you see fit. Understood. With that, Ye Feng concluded the video call. Meanwhile, the audience in Huaxia's live stream erupted in frenzy. What is the script? The Sakura nation and the Korean nation are yielding to Huaxia? Huaxia is magnificent. Ye Feng is extraordinary. The 10 kings of hell are formidable. If they do not surrender soon, our nation will inevitably face annihilation at our hands. It is a pity that our great Huaxia has shown such magnanimity, refraining from claiming any benefits. If it were up to me, I would demand several hundred billion before even considering negotiations. What use is money? It is merely a collection of paper. What we should seek are resources and technological advancements. It seems the esteemed Bai Qi must redouble his efforts, as we are only waiting for the 3 nations to be subdued. Damn, this sight stirs my blood, and I wish to seize a kitchen knife and rush in to lend a hand. Conversely, the sentiments abroad are quite disheartening, particularly among the citizens of the Sakura nation and the Stick nation. At such a critical juncture, Huaxia's decision to withdraw troops is utterly unexpected. It appears that Huaxia is overwhelmed and fears a fierce confrontation with these 3 nations. Although Huaxia possesses advantages, they fail to leverage them effectively, which will inevitably hinder their progress. No way, our great Sakura Empire would never surrender to Huaxia. This is undoubtedly fake news. How could our esteemed Stick nation be defeated by a vassal state like Huaxia? Are our chosen champions mere fools? The victory of Huaxia lacks dignity. Resorting to divine interference in foreign affairs is a disgrace to their triumph. What does it matter if they win in such a manner? Do not underestimate the current disadvantage of the Stick nation. We boast a rich and ancient history with numerous civilizations dating back to the era of ancient seals. For Huaxia to conquer the Stick nation is likely a fantasy. Indeed, our Stick nation shall never be vanquished. The divine stands with us. Long live the Stick nation. Upon receiving news from Ning Jiangwo, Ye Feng, the party involved, remained unperturbed. He stroked his chin and decided to inform King Yanluo and the others first. Upon arriving outside the Guanghan Palace and encountering King Yanluo and King Qin Guang, Ye Feng politely recounted the matter. Of course, he did not relay the message verbatim, but rephrased it while maintaining the essence of the communication. Upon hearing this, the 3 looked at one another. Finally, it was King Qin Guang who spoke first. Are you suggesting that we deal with the Stick nation first while leaving the others untouched? Ye Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, the Stick nation has been taking advantage of their size and forming alliances to bully our Huaxia. If we can subdue the Stick nation, the others will naturally follow suit. This statement was intended to placate foreign viewers in the livestream, not a true reflection of Ye Feng's thoughts. To genuinely earn their submission, it would only be possible at the moment they are sent to the underworld. Very well. We shall proceed as you say. King Qin Guang responded with a nod. Ye Feng essentially took on the role of commander, and King Qin Guang and the others would naturally follow his lead. He then cast a spell to transmit his orders over 1,000 miles, relaying commands to Guan Yu, Huaxia, and others. Upon receiving the orders, the group promptly ceased their actions. Huaxia had lowered his spear at Li Sunchin's neck, but ultimately refrained from striking. All Han troops, retreat. Huaxia shouted, then turned his horse and executed the maneuver seamlessly. The fervent Han army, upon receiving the command, immediately ceased their assault and retreated in an orderly fashion, accompanied by triumphant roars of victory. As for Li Sunchin, he was utterly paralyzed by fear, never having imagined that such a young general as Huaxia could exhibit such ferocity, rendering him completely defenseless. This battle concluded with the loss of 6,000 formidable spirits from the nation of the East, leading to a significant drop in their ranking, relegating them to the very bottom. Had they not previously accumulated a substantial amount of merit points, they might have faced elimination by the system just moments ago. In the divine selection realm of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Guan Yu, Lu Xuanda, and Zhang Yida were fervently engaged in combat. relentlessly pushing back the warriors and spirits of the Cherry Blossom Nation, seemingly on the verge of reaching their chosen players. However, to their dismay, a single command from King Qingguang to retreat shattered their hopes. Chapter 80. The trump card of the third country, the irascible Zhang Ida, in a fit of rage, was cursing and still wished to continue his assault, which frightened the chosen players from the Cherry Blossom Nation into hastily kneeling and pleading for mercy. They claimed to have surrendered to Huaxia, insisting that captives must not be harmed. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Ida ceased his attack. However, before departing, he spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground and uttered a few more curses against the Japanese invaders, leaving with a sense of satisfaction alongside his troops. Subsequently, he eagerly caught up with Guan Yunchang, boasting about the number of Japanese he had slain. When he learned that Guan had claimed even more lives than he, Zhang Ida immediately deflated like a punctured ball. Had it not been for Lu Xuanda's stern glare, he would have turned back to continue his pursuit of the Japanese. The pitiful display of the Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen players quickly spread across the globe via live broadcast. Those who had previously boasted that the Cherry Blossom Nation would never surrender were now likely seeking a crevice to hide in. As for the ranking of the Cherry Blossom Nation, it, like the nation of the Koreans, found itself at the bottom. If they did not swiftly bolster their virtue points, they would ultimately face elimination. The troops that Huaxia withdrew did not retreat, but rather advanced quietly in the same direction. A great battle was imminent. In the chosen world of the third country, it must be said that Bai Qi was the most formidable among the three teams. The long sword in his hand was no longer merely a weapon, but a merciless harbinger of death. Were it not for the third country's profound heritage, they would have long since succumbed. At this moment, the greatest challenge was not faced by their chosen players, but by their deities, the 16 Arhats, and others. What was initially a situation of overwhelming dominance had devolved into a stalemate, preventing them from intervening. Consequently, they endured considerable scorn from the netizens of the third country, who even suggested reducing their stipends and offerings. As the battle raged on, a young chosen player rushed into the Grand Hall's conference room from the north, exclaiming, "General, we can hardly hold the northern front any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more individuals hurried in, each flushed with urgency, reporting, "General, the eastern, southern, and western fronts are all on the verge of collapse. We must devise a strategy." The middle-aged man, addressed as the general, held the rank of a general in the real world, naturally becoming the leader of this group of chosen players. With a grim expression, he commanded, "Find a way to hold the line. They will undoubtedly falter before us while facing 3 nations. As long as we endure, victory shall belong to us. However, stop the nonsense. Use every means possible to hold your ground." The young man wished to say something further, but was met with a tirade from the middle-aged general. Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, refraining from speaking further, and quickly returned to the front lines to command the battle. No sooner had they departed than another individual hurriedly burst in, a young boy responsible for delivering messages to the general, essentially a runner. "What is the panic? It's not as if someone has perished." The general bellowed in anger. The young boy hurriedly bowed in apology, yet still, braving the ire of the middle-aged man, boldly proclaimed, "General, the scouts have detected 2 armies converging towards us from the direction of the Sakura Nation and the Bamboo Nation's merit-building sites." "What?" The middle-aged man was instantly startled, rising from his chair. One Bai Qi was already more than they could handle, and now 2 more armies were approaching? This was utterly untenable. "Damn it, quickly connect me to headquarters." The man's expression had turned grim, his earlier composure vanished. The secretary, not daring to hesitate, promptly established a video link with Amir, a senior official from the Asen Nation. As soon as the video connected, the middle-aged man could not restrain his questioning. "Why are 2 armies gathering towards us? How could you have no intelligence on this?" Amir had been engaged in strategic discussions with his colleagues, and thus had not conveyed the current situation in time. The middle-aged man, named Motor, and Amir were colleagues of similar rank, which accounted for Motor's less than courteous demeanor. Amir, however, bore no anger and patiently explained, "Huaxia has set a trap for us. Now, the Sakura Nation and the Bamboo Nation have opted to withdraw from the alliance, declaring their neutrality. What? Those despicable creatures want Asan to face Huaxia alone." Motor erupted in furious expletives. Indeed, while they had been fighting valiantly, the Sakura and Bamboo Nations had surrendered and even resorted to treachery against their own kind. How could Motor not be enraged? "Humph. We shall settle this score with the Sakura and Bamboo Nations later. The immediate priority is to address the Huaxia armies. Now, tell me how we will handle this." Motor fumed, vexed by bureaucratic, empty rhetoric. "Reveal your trump card." Amir retorted coldly. "The trump card? Are you certain?" Motor had now regained his composure. The so-called trump card was a secret they had kept hidden until now. The reason for not revealing it sooner was to catch the opponent off guard. Moreover, this card could only be used once. Once played, it would be gone. If not now, then when? Amir did not respond to Motor's query, but countered with a question of his own. Fine, I understand. With that, Motor terminated the video call. This trump card was crucial to Amir's refusal to capitulate to Huaxia and the source of Motor's confidence. Motor gazed out at the battlefield, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Go notify the deities, summon the true Ashoka, along with his subordinates. Yes, the secretary promptly bowed and then exited the conference room. After leaving with the command, the secretary hurriedly summoned various deities and chosen players. Although these deities would not participate directly in the battle due to pressure, they could summon generals to join the fray. Thus, upon receiving the task, their chosen players and deities stood ready, preparing for a final, fierce resistance. At this moment, the live stream from a Sand Nation is exceptionally vibrant. Countless foreign netizens have offered a plethora of commentary on the conflict between a Sand Nation and Huaxia. It is truly astonishing that Huaxia emerged victorious once again. It seems utterly ridiculous that three mythic powers would besiege a nation with a fractured civilization, only to be counterattacked. What are they attempting to achieve? Forming such an extensive line, could it be that they are contemplating surrendering to Huaxia? Surely not. The ancient civilization of a Sand Nation, on the verge of capitulating to Huaxia? It makes sense, however, as Huaxia has seemingly abandoned its offensive against Sakura Nation and Bangzi Nation. The other two factions must be nearing a Sand Nation. If they do not surrender now, will they wait until devastation ensues? Yet, their deities are currently performing rituals, seemingly summoning warriors? What? Is a Sand Nation prepared to engage in a bloody battle with Huaxia until the end? Nevertheless, they are already at a disadvantage. How could they possibly prevail? Chapter 81. The true Ashoka. Many netizens express bewilderment at the actions of the Asen Nation. They remain indifferent to external opinions. At this moment, the deities of Asen and their chosen players fervently chant the name Ashoka, their demeanor imbued with reverence and sincerity. As their voices resonate, a multitude of dark rays descends from the heavens, each beam embodying a spirit of the departed. These specters move with astonishing speed, swiftly merging with the fallen spirits, some even lifting the injured ones and soaring towards the direction of the merit building. In the blink of an eye, the spirits, once on the brink of death, are restored by the intervention of these specters. The possessed spirits don new garb, clad in ancient military armor, wielding curved sabers and serrated blades. Cloaked in an aura of darkness, their presence is formidable, rivaling that of Bai Chi's army. These warriors stand in disciplined ranks before the merit building, their numbers soaring into the tens of thousands, nearly encompassing all the remaining spirits of Asan. The sight of this dense army instills a profound sense of oppression. At this juncture, another beam of light cascades from the sky, this time not dark but a blinding golden radiance. Under the brilliance of this gold, all else appears dimmed. Remarkably, this golden light swiftly envelopes the man referred to by netizens as Ashoka. He is lifted by the golden glow and propelled towards the merit building. Moments later, as the golden light gently dissipates, a robust man clad in antiquated attire stands before the assembly. Positioned before the hall, between the army and the chosen players, he surveys the crowd. His every gesture exudes nobility, and with a haughty tone, he inquires, "What summons me to awaken this king?" His voice, though not loud, penetrates the very soul, resonating powerfully. Upon hearing this, all the warriors of Asen kneel on one knee, chanting in unison, "Long live our king." Their voices echo across the continent, reverberating with intensity. The chosen players of Asan, witnessing this spectacle, are instantly filled with exhilaration and prostrate themselves, fervently proclaiming, "Ashoka manifests." Upon seeing this figure, the deities of Asan also bow their heads, adopting a posture of submission. This scene leaves all viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. What is happening? Ashoka? Is Ashoka not the same as the revered Ashoka? Had they not already summoned him once? Why is he being summoned again? Furthermore, why do the deities of Asan bow before him? These are deities after all. I recall that during Ashoka's reign, he fervently promoted Buddhism and was revered as the holy ancestor of Buddhism by later generations. Since the Arhats and the Kinnaras belong to the pantheon of Buddhist deities, their respect for Ashoka is understandable. Yet, this seems to be more than mere reverence. The other spirits are shrouded in darkness, while this new Ashoka radiates golden light, akin to a deity. Clearly, this Ashoka has ascended to divinity, possibly even ranking alongside the Kinnaras. But wait, could it be that the man pursued by Bai Chi, The one they thought to be Ashoka is not the true Ashoka? Is this man the genuine article? It is undoubtedly the case. Otherwise, that radiant aura would not have manifested upon him. Perhaps there exists a profound connection between the two. Damn it, we have been deceived by the nation of India, summoning a false Ashoka to lull us into complacency. It turns out this is indeed the true monarch of the Maurya Empire, Ashoka. I knew it. Ashoka, the sovereign of sovereigns, stands as the most illustrious ruler in the annals of Indian history. In the years following Alexander the Great's expedition, he conquered vast territories of ancient India, thereby establishing the first significant empire in its historical timeline. His accomplishments in administration, military strategy, and jurisprudence are unparalleled. Such an emperor could not possibly have appeared so inept previously. This regal demeanor is the true essence of Ashoka. The emergence of the authentic Ashoka has enabled the previously disadvantaged nation of India to reverse the tide of battle. With a formidable army of thousands of lions and the godlike prowess of Ashoka, even if India wished to concede defeat, it would be an impossibility. Even Bai Qi, stationed outside the sacred constructions of India, sensed an overwhelming aura of crisis. Particularly amidst the crowd, Ashoka instilled in Bai Qi a profound sense of impotence and despair. As a ghostly cultivator, Bai Qi is acutely attuned to the strengths and weaknesses of power. This Ashoka, in terms of strength and other attributes, utterly eclipses his existence. Even if the likes of Huaxia and Zhang Yida were to arrive, the outcome would remain unchanged. After all, they are merely ghostly cultivators. While Ashoka has attained true divinity, the 10 kings of hell, high above in the distant sky, were equally taken aback. The divine rank of Ashoka eludes the understanding of the 10 kings, yet the power he demonstrated instilled within them an illusion of parity. It is crucial to note that the 10 kings have cultivated for countless eons, while Ashoka is merely a monarch who perished millennia ago. If the 10 kings do not intervene, it is evident that China is destined to lose this confrontation. The leadership of China was similarly astonished. They had not anticipated that India would resort to such cunning, concealing their true strength. Ashoka's power appears to rival that of the divine, placing China in a precarious situation. We must devise a strategy. Perhaps we should establish contact with India's leadership and seek a truce? India may not acquiesce, so it would be prudent for Ye Feng to recall the army to the Guanghan Palace for defense. With the 10 kings guarding us, we would have a fighting chance. All that we have painstakingly achieved could be obliterated overnight. The assembly in the imperial conference room was filled with shock and fury, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. Among the summoned warriors, there exists a being of divine caliber. This seemingly constitutes a glitch in the system. After all, the rules dictate that deities cannot participate in battle. However, the summoned specter inhabiting the body of the fierce spirit and wielding divine strength surely cannot be deemed a violation, can it? As long as no divine intervention occurs, Ashoka remains an invincible force. What is the point of this game? Meanwhile, the leaders of Sakura and Korea were left regretting their decisions, each one lamenting their choices deeply. I never anticipated that Amir would be so insidious, concealing such a trump card. Had I known this beforehand, we should have united with the Ashen Nation and persevered resolutely. Now, even if we were to take the initiative against Huaxia, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Ashen Nation to ally with us again. How outrageous it is that the undead possess the strength of deities. The pain felt by Zhanya and Takashi Kaneshiro is palpable, as though they have lost 5 million. Their countenance is shrouded in deep gloom. A prosperous alliance with the Ashen Nation was once within reach, yet we were outmaneuvered by Huaxia. Now, with our shared prosperity lost, if the Ashen Nation were to seek further conflict, the outcome may be even more dire. Chapter 82. Descendants of the Qin? The divinely chosen world of the Ashen Nation. The emergence of Ashoka shattered the deadlock, instantly capturing the attention of the entire world. A being imbued with divine power, a specter, had taken residence within a fierce spirit. Who could possibly rival such an existence? In the Grand Hall, Ashoka gazed imperiously at the chosen players groveling before him and the multitude of imperial troops. At that moment, none dared to meet his gaze, for he was the true sovereign. In the distance, Bai Qi and his companions could only observe from afar, too intimidated to approach even a fraction closer. Following Ashoka's appearance, Bai Qi led the remaining Qin forces from the battlefield, awaiting reinforcements. Though his heart was heavy, he understood that failure to retreat could result in encirclement and certain death. To Ashoka, Bai Qi and his companions were inconsequential. A mere warrior held no significance and thus did not warrant his attention. Turning, he scanned the assembly once more, his gaze ultimately resting upon the deities of the Ashen Nation, including the 16 Arhats and the Naga. Why did these divine beings find themselves present here? His tone remained haughty, as if addressing mere mortals rather than deities. In response, the foremost Naga raised his head respectfully and replied, "We have been summoned to protect the descendants of future generations." Descendants of future generations? Ashoka furrowed his brow, then glanced at the kneeling chosen players and inquired, "What year is it now?" 2,000 years into the future, the Naga answered. 2,000 years hence. He was astonished by the swiftness of time's passage. At this realization, Ashoka couldn't help but chuckle softly, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "Rise, and tell me, what tribulations have your descendants encountered?" Ashoka spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Yet none dared to show any sign of negligence. The figure before them was the great monarch who unified the South Asian subcontinent, whose monumental achievements could elevate him to divine status. It is no exaggeration to assert that Ashoka was the greatest ruler in the annals of Asen history, unrivaled by any other. The reverence of every Asen citizen for him was irreplaceable. Now, faced with the opportunity to behold their sovereign, how could they not show respect? As they rose, tens of thousands of soldiers simultaneously raised their arms and shouted, "Long live the Maurya dynasty! Long live Ashoka!" Witnessing the magnificent spirit of his former subordinates, Ashoka revealed a rare smile. "My empire, my ministers, my people, I, Ashoka, have returned." With these words, Ashoka spread his arms, facing the heavens. The overcast sky, shrouded in gloom, suddenly gave birth to a resplendent rainbow of divine light that cascaded upon Ashoka. The shadow cast upon the ground behind him took the form of a Buddha with hands clasped in prayer. Moreover, a circular halo, typically reserved for the Buddha or Avalokiteshvara, appeared at the back of Ashoka's head. Such a miraculous sight astonished everyone in the live broadcast. Initially, there were some doubts and hesitations among the populace, but now they are utterly convinced. By the heavens, this Ashoka must indeed be a divine being. The radiance of the Buddha shines forth. My goodness, this is truly the manifestation of a great deity. It seems that the Huaxia is about to face significant troubles. Not merely troubles, in my opinion. The higher echelons of Huaxia have likely begun to capitulate to the leaders of the A3 nation. Otherwise, once Ashoka leads his forces into battle, Huaxia is doomed. Yet, that is not necessarily the case. Huaxia still has the 10 Yama Kings, do they not? With their guardianship, Ashoka may not easily prevail. The 10 Yama Kings? They have expressly forbidden their divine beings from participating in the conflict, leaving matters to be handled by their military commanders. If they were to allow divine intervention now, it would undoubtedly undermine Huaxia's credibility. Who would dare to collaborate with them then? There is truth in that statement. However, if Huaxia does not permit divine intervention, what awaits them is annihilation. I suspect they will indeed allow the divine to intervene. It is unnecessary to ponder. Huaxia will surely act in such a manner. What will they not do to survive? Indeed, a nation with merely a few hundred years of history dares to challenge our A3 nation? The viewers in the A3 Nation's live stream have already declared Huaxia's defeat. Indeed, the intimidation Ashoka exudes is comparable to that of a deity. Does Huaxia possess a figure of such greatness? Clearly, it is impossible. Thus, what awaits Huaxia, other than failure and extinction? The scene shifts back to the chosen realm of the A3 nation. Bathed in divine light, Ashoka slowly lowers his arms, and simultaneously, the army ceases their fervent chants. Everyone understands that a monumental battle is on the horizon. The chosen players of the A3 nation are filled with reverence. This sovereign before them is their pride, their faith. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Ashoka turns his gaze to the foremost chosen player, Motor, and inquires, "What are your demands? Speak freely." Motor, taken aback by Ashoka's attention, quickly bows his head and respectfully responds, "Your Majesty, this is the chosen realm, and our A3 nation is currently under siege by the invasion of Huaxia. Facing the calamity of annihilation, I beseech you to lead the ancestors of our A3 nation to battle against Huaxia, to showcase the might of our Peacock dynasty, and the might of our A3 nation." Upon hearing Motor's words, the other chosen players beside him nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with earnest supplication. "Those who dare to oppress my descendants shall be vanquished by me," Ashoka retorted coldly. At his words, Motor and the others were filled with exhilaration. If Ashoka were to lead this campaign, who among Huaxia could stand against him? However, what kind of realm is Huaxia? Ashoka inquired. Observing Ashoka's furrowed brow, which hinted at contemplation, Motor continued, "Huaxia is a great nation located to the east of our A3 nation." A great eastern nation? Is it the continent of Jiuzhou? Ashoka raised an inquisitive brow. Huaxia is the current name of the nation. 2,000 years prior, it was not known by this appellation, hence Ashoka's confusion. Motor evidently recognized this issue as well, but he was uncertain whether Huaxia could be classified as part of the Jiuzhou continent. More importantly, he realized that Ashoka seemed to possess knowledge of the land of Huaxia. The moment this thought was born, he hastily shook his head, forcibly dismissing the illusion of such an absurd notion. Ashoka was a monarch from over 2,000 years ago, a time when Huaxia was still a desolate wilderness. How could it possibly be the 9 provinces of the continent that Ashoka spoke of? It would hardly leave an impression on a regal figure. This is akin to a fierce tiger failing to remember a mere mouse, or a divine dragon overlooking a thorny serpent. With this in mind, Motor felt a sense of relief and then smiled as he explained. The chosen players of Huaxia do refer to their land as the 9 provinces of Huaxia, but it is likely different from the 9 provinces of the continent mentioned by the monarch. Other chosen players could not help but nod slightly in agreement with Motor's words. Huaxia has merely a history of a few hundred years. How could it possibly be connected to the 9 provinces of the continent, as referenced by Ashoka? Chapter 83. The Eternal Emperor of the Ages. The 9 provinces of Huaxia. A flicker of brilliance suddenly illuminated Ashoka's eyes, followed by his thoughtful addition. They must be the descendants of the Qin, I presume? The Qin? Descendants? Motor was baffled, entirely unaware of the individuals Ashoka referred to as the Qin. Nevertheless, in a buoyant mood, the esteemed monarch Ashoka nodded with a smile, patiently elucidating. During my reign, I have heard from traveling merchants of a vast land to the east, known as the 9 provinces. However, this land is not solely occupied by the Qin. Several nations dwell there, though their names escape my memory. The reason the Qin remains etched in my mind is that this nation possesses formidable strength, rivaling my own Maurya dynasty, albeit slightly inferior. After I unified the realm, I embraced Buddhism and renounced violence, thereby halting further conquests of foreign territories. My inability to welcome the musically gifted Qin people into my Maurya dynasty remains my sole lament. Ashoka's musings left Motor and his companions perplexed. The Qin? Music? What is the connection? Yet, in the live stream of Ashoka's realm, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Wait, the Qin? Huaxia? Could it be that there truly existed a nation called Qin in Huaxia's history? This Ashoka was a monarch over 2,000 years ago. His words cannot be false, which indirectly validates that Huaxia's history extends far beyond mere centuries. No wonder Huaxia has been so buoyant lately. It seems there is a rich legacy to uncover. I recall the army summoned by Huaxia, marching forth while chanting something about brave old Qin, united in national peril. Could that Bai Qi be a Qin person? Bai Qi? A Qin person? What nonsense. That old man appears to be a figure appropriated from elsewhere by Huaxia. How could he possibly be the Qin of Ashoka's mention? In addition to the foreign commentators, numerous Huaxia netizens in the live stream were brimming with exhilaration, their skin prickling with excitement. Damn it. I always knew our Huaxia's history spanned far more than a few hundred years. When the esteemed Ye Feng asserted that Huaxia had a history of several thousand years, I initially harbored doubts, but now, I am convinced. Ashoka speaks well, vindicating Huaxia's legacy. We are indeed descendants of the great Qin. Ashoka claims that the great Qin of our history was only slightly weaker than the Maurya dynasty. Thus, our great Qin must also possess considerable strength. After all, the Maurya dynasty was among the preeminent powers over 2 millennia ago. With this in mind, I find Ashoka somewhat endearing. As long as he does not seek to invade Huaxia, I might as well offer him some paper money as tribute. Ashoka's historical renown is widespread. Even as a Huaxia individual, I have heard whispers of his legacy. His appearance now, coupled with the indirect affirmation of Huaxia's history, carries profound significance for a nation long overshadowed by foreign civilizations. Yet, within the live stream of Ashoka's realm, there were those who stood in opposition, intent on ridiculing Huaxia. Come now, what Ashoka refers to as the 9 provinces encompasses several nations in the east. You, the Huaxia, are merely usurpers, believing that the vanished dynasties are linked to your lineage? Indeed, with so many nations in the east, how can you ascertain which one Ashoka referred to? In my opinion, he could very well be speaking of our IVT. It should rightly be my nation, for it is internationally recognized that Huaxia is a vassal state of my country. Thus my nation is undoubtedly the Qin spoken of by Ashoka. Does Huaxia not have any shame, grasping at any good reputation to claim as your own? Truly shameless. Thieving nation. In response to such mockery, Huaxia netizens were equally unyielding in their retorts. The live stream from the Asin country became a cacophony of voices. Meanwhile, upon learning of Ashoka's matters, Ning Zhangwo promptly contacted Ye Feng. After all, such a significant event concerns the safety of all Huaxia and cannot be taken lightly. Coincidentally, Yin Luo Wang and his associates also sensed Ashoka's presence and relayed this information to Ye Feng. Following a video conference, Ye Feng surmised the general situation. Observing Ye Feng's composed demeanor, Ning Jingwo could not help but smile wryly, saying, "Ye Feng, the Asin country has revealed its cards this time." "Yes, I am aware." Noticing Ye Feng's lack of urgency, Zhao Chongren could not refrain from cautioning him. "Ye Feng, you must not let your guard down. You cannot afford to be arrogant or underestimate them." Ashoka, who presided over the Maurya Empire, was the earliest monarch to achieve unification in Asin history. Such a great figure was even granted divinity after his death. The generals you summon are no match for him. If we do not act swiftly, Huaxia will undoubtedly face utter defeat. Zhao Chongren, a distinguished historian, had extensively researched Ashoka, possessing profound insights into his character. Thus, his tone inevitably grew more intense as he discussed the matter. Ning Jingwo remained silent, and the expressions of others in the conference room turned grave. Before Ye Feng could respond, Qin Guangwang interjected. "Indeed, the energy released by Ashoka just now is nearly equal to our own. Although Guan Yu and the others are formidable warriors, facing an emperor like Ashoka poses significant challenges. Unless we, the Ten Yama Kings, join forces and set aside our dignity to contend with him." Yin Luo Wang echoed this sentiment. Seeing the powerful Ten Yama Kings express such concerns, Ning Jingwo and the others' faces grew even more somber. Simultaneously, the audience in the Huaxia livestream was filled with immense apprehension. "Damn it, I never expected the Asin country to possess such a trump card. They intend to drive Huaxia to its demise. Nevertheless, we still have the Ten Yama Kings. With their presence, Ashoka cannot possibly breach our defenses. No, the Ten Yama Kings have just declared their stance. The divine beings will no longer intervene in the struggles between spirits and generals. If they act, it will be a disgrace. What does disgrace matter when faced with the crisis of national annihilation? That being said, we, the people of Huaxia, must not descend into the depths of shamelessness akin to that of Sakura country and the nation of Asan, unless a miracle were to occur. But is that truly possible? Nearly everyone believes that Huaxia cannot prevail against Asan, and no one has faith that Ye Feng can conjure another miracle. Or shall we submit to Asan and seek peace?" proposed a scholar. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng, the very subject of discussion, was both infuriated and amused. Seek peace? Submit? They should be the ones to come to us. Witnessing Ye Feng's stubbornness, Zhao Chongren and the others were equally exasperated. Only Ning Jingwo's expression was different, his eyes glinting with a flicker of hope. "Ye Feng, do share with us your strategy." Ye Feng scoffed. "Do we, the illustrious Huaxia, truly lack a timeless emperor?" Chapter 84. Does China deserve to have an eternal emperor? Upon the utterance of this statement, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Yin Luo Wang and Qin Guangwang exchanged glances, fully aware of whom Ye Feng referred to as the eternal emperor. If it were indeed him, then the esteemed monarch Ashoka would pale in comparison. After all, the chasm between the two is vast, representing entirely different realms of existence. Yet, within the eyes of the three Yama Kings, there lingered a hint of concern, their expressions betraying an indescribable complexity. Meanwhile, the individuals connected via video link, including Ning Jingwo, were struck with the utmost astonishment. Particularly affected was historian Zhao Chongren, whose breath quickened as his gaze towards Ye Feng grew increasingly eager. Ning Jingwo and the other officials mirrored this sentiment. Ye Feng had brought forth numerous miracles. If he claimed the existence of such an eternal emperor, then it was undoubtedly a reality, perhaps even rivaling Ashoka in stature. The live chat exploded with fervent discussions. An eternal emperor? Could it be that China, too, possesses a figure akin to Ashoka? Ye Feng is indeed a treasure of our nation, possessing an unparalleled breadth of knowledge. To be regarded as an eternal emperor signifies an extraordinary status and contribution. Even Ashoka of the Indian subcontinent cannot be deemed a true eternal emperor. Is there truly such an emperor in our illustrious history? If Ye Feng asserts it, then it must be so. Doubt not. For following Ye Feng is the way to enlightenment. Earlier, Ashoka mentioned that we have a Qin state, which bears resemblance to Ye Feng's previous references to the Qin dynasty. Could this eternal emperor be linked to Qin? The chat teemed with discussions regarding the eternal emperor, with the majority of citizens choosing to place their trust in Ye Feng. The reason is simple. He has consistently delivered wonders from the very beginning. Perhaps this time shall be no different. Trust in Ye Feng, and leave the rest to miracles. However, a segment of the live chat was far less amicable. What? An eternal emperor? China? How can you even utter such words? Truly, one must be shameless to such an extent. Even figures of legend and divinity have been appropriated, Yet you dare claim to possess an eternal emperor? How utterly brazen. I suggest you learn from us. They mocked. Could it be that China considers a chieftain of a mere village, commanding thousands, to be an eternal emperor? But then again, for a nation without history, there are no limits to fabrication and appropriation. An eternal emperor? How many can be recognized as such across Blue Star? Emperor Constantine of the Roman Empire unified Rome and enacted the Justinian Code, securing his place among the greatest emperors in Western history. Ashoka, the third ruler of the Maurya dynasty, expanded territories and unified the Indian subcontinent, promoting Buddhism and contributing significantly during his reign. Alexander the Great, a preeminent military strategist and statesman of ancient history, stands as the foremost commander in Western annals. In the pursuit of unifying Shilla and conquering the kingdom of Jinta, he fervently advocated interethnic marriages and championed the principle of equality among nations, heralding the era of Shilla civilization. Notable figures such as Peter the Great of the Warring States and King Arthur of the Baby Kingdom also emerge in this narrative. Only emperors and monarchs of such caliber are worthy of being deemed eternal sovereigns. Yet, with mere centuries of history, the Huaxia region has contributed little to the broader world. How can they audaciously claim to possess an eternal emperor? It is indeed laughable. Does Huaxia truly deserve an eternal emperor? Such audacity is astonishing. The remarks from foreign friends appear far from amicable. Apart from the citizens of Huaxia, scarcely anyone believes in their claim to an eternal emperor. However, this is of little consequence. Returning to the divine realm of Huaxia, before the palace of Guanghan, Ye Feng, upon noticing the peculiar expressions of King Yanluo and King Qin Guang, could not restrain his curiosity. What troubles you? On the other end of the video, Ning Zhangwo and his companions wisely refrained from interjecting, yet their concern was palpable. King Qin Guang turned to Ye Feng, expressing his resignation. With the three of us, we could indeed summon a certain emperor. His presence would alleviate many issues. However, his soldiers number in the thousands, and we may not be able to muster a significant force. Indeed, even if we joined forces tenfold, we cannot guarantee the summoning of an entire army. King Yanluo added, reinforcing their predicament, yet simultaneously validating the possibility of Huaxia possessing an eternal emperor. Deities such as the Ten Yama Kings have no reason to conspire with Ye Feng in deception. This revelation ignited excitement within Huaxia, particularly for Zhao Chongren. Previously, after learning of Huaxia's extensive 5,000-year history from Ye Feng, he became deeply intrigued by the emperors and historical figures mentioned. Crucially, if he wished to substantiate these historical claims, he required persuasive evidence. Should they successfully summon the Eternal Emperor, it would not only resolve Huaxia's immediate crisis, but also provide an opportunity to proclaim Huaxia's true history to the world. At that point, who would dare to assert that Huaxia boasts merely several centuries of history? In response, Ye Feng pondered thoughtfully, let us first summon the other palace masters, and also recall Bai Qi and Guan Yu to prevent any surprise attacks. The paramount objective now is to summon Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng. If successful, the so-called Ashoka would pose no threat. In truth, beyond the selection of Qin Shi Huang, Ye Feng had numerous candidates in mind, such as Tang Taizong Li Shimin, Han Wudi Lu Che, Genghis Khan of the Mongol Empire, Song Taizu Zhao Kuangyin, and Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. Even the Kangxi Emperor Aizen Zhoro Xuanya could rival this Ashoka. After all, the sheer magnitude of Huaxia, with its vast territory and abundant populace, makes the emergence of powerful nations and great emperors almost inevitable. Furthermore, Ye Feng's choice of Qin Shi Huang serves a significant purpose, to awaken the national confidence among his people. To achieve this goal, Ye Feng has exerted considerable effort. Qin Shi Huang is revered as a timeless sovereign, not solely for unifying the six kingdoms and being the first to bear the title of emperor, but also for his myriad accomplishments and monumental achievements. For instance, he standardized cart tracks, unified written language, established uniformity in conduct, delineated territorial boundaries, standardized measurements, and instituted a common currency. It was he who laid the foundation for the grand unification of the Chinese realm, a standard upon which subsequent emperors would base their reigns. This also represents the very core of the cohesion within Chinese civilization. However, the present-day landscape of China has experienced a rupture in its cultural continuity, significantly diminishing this sense of unity. Thus, should there be a need for invocation, it is undoubtedly Qin Shi Huang who stands as the paramount choice. Shortly thereafter, the 7 palace lords and 3 armies, upon receiving the news, hastened back. Upon learning that Ye Feng intended to summon that illustrious emperor, the 7 lords found themselves momentarily stunned in unison. Chapter 85. The Train of Destiny, particularly the King of Reincarnation. He inquired of Ye Feng with a tone of confirmation, Young man, are you certain you have made up your mind? Even with our 10 combined efforts, we may not be able to summon a multitude of troops. Moreover, the forces on Ashoka's side continue to swell. He hastily added, however, we shall endeavor to bring forth that emperor with utmost certainty. Ye Feng noted a subtle detail. The 10 kings of Hell displayed profound respect when discussing Qin Shi Huang, devoid of any divine arrogance. Upon reflection, this was understandable. The great achievements and merits of Qin Shi Huang were undeniably exceptional, even posthumously, and the incense offerings he received likely surpassed those of the 10 kings of Hell. It was conceivable that Qin Shi Huang's divine status might even eclipse that of the 10 kings. With this thought, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile. No worries. We shall do our best. Seeing his assurance, the 10 kings of Hell refrained from further comments. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the assembly, the 10 kings of Hell united their strengths to commence the ritual. An overwhelming energy, dark as night, surged violently around them. Influenced by this aura, the surrounding malevolent spirits became frenzied and tumultuous. The endeavor of the 10 kings was evidently far more arduous than before. Their faces contorted, as their spiritual energy was relentlessly siphoned by the swirling Sanskrit vortex above. Upon closer inspection, their complexions appeared somewhat pallid. This revelation left Ye Feng astounded. Merely summoning Qin Shi Huang and a fraction of his Qin army proved to be such a formidable task for the 10 kings. One could only imagine the grandeur of the legions commanded by this timeless emperor. The summoning persisted, and as the intensity of the incantation deepened, the surrounding transformations grew increasingly pronounced. The Sanskrit vortex expanded, its immense pull drawing the malevolent spirits near the Guanghan Palace into its embrace. These once violent spirits ceased their struggles, gazing upward at the vortex, seemingly awaiting the arrival of something monumental. Even Bai Qi and Huaxia were drawn toward it, their bodies moving uncontrollably in that direction. In the sky, amidst the howling winds, one could discern the distant sounds of galloping hooves and neighing steeds. In a trance, Ye Feng found himself immersed in a sea of blood and battle, with thousands of troops rushing past, the distant war drums echoing, and the clang of steel resonating nearby. The air was tinged with a faint scent of blood. It felt as though the visions before him were not mere illusions, but rather a vivid reality unfolding. Even with his powers far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, Ye Feng experienced an overwhelming sense of abandonment and helplessness within this hallucination. What he witnessed remained invisible to outsiders and viewers of the live broadcast. Yet, they were still captivated by the scene before them. Although unseen, the sounds of clashing arms and the beating of drums resonated genuinely in their ears. The previously mocking foreign friends were now taken aback. It was their first encounter with such an exaggerated summoning of warriors and emperors, rivaling even the summoning of deities. As the incantation concluded, the Sanskrit whirlpool in the sky unleashed a torrent of dark, spectral entities, their speed astonishing as they swiftly possessed the malevolent spirits below. The possessed fiends writhed violently, clutching their heads and collapsing in anguished cries. The ethereal figures of these evil spirits transformed rapidly, soon morphing into a cadre of adult soldiers adorned in the distinctive armor of the Qin army, wielding an array of weaponry including spears, bows, and long swords. Additionally, cavalry mounted on steeds and chariots driven by the Qin forces appeared, dispelling the previous chaos of malevolent spirits. Before them stood an impeccably organized and formidable army, their formation rivaling that of the ceremonial troops of later Chinese dynasties. They faced Ye Feng, leading one to believe that these Qin soldiers were poised to assault the palace of Guanghan. Yet, as Ye Feng gazed upon them, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him. Even though the Qin forces remained stationary, silent, and did not utter a word, as the King of Hell had remarked, their numbers were not vast. Ye Feng estimated them to be around 10,000, a stark contrast to the nearly 60,000 troops under Ashoka's command, a difference of sixfold. Nonetheless, Ye Feng remained resolute. With the presence of Qin Shi Huang commanding the troops, he felt undaunted, whether the odds were 1 to 6 or even 1 to 100. After all, Yingzheng possessed formidable advantages. In the distance, Bai Qi and his companions were taken aback upon witnessing these Qin soldiers. The reason was simple. These newly manifested troops were exponentially superior to the Qin forces led by Bai Qi himself, or even those commanded by Huaxia and Lu Xuanda of the Shu army. Particularly, Bai Qi was perplexed by the stark contrast among the Qin legions, pondering why they differed so greatly despite sharing the same origin. At the same time, he was deeply curious about the leader of these future Qin soldiers. Historically, Bai Qi and Yingzheng had no intersection. Bai Qi had passed long before Yingzheng's emergence. Hence, Bai Qi remained unaware of Yingzheng's identity. Yet this did not diminish his curiosity, even causing his hands to tremble with excitement. After all, it was a peculiar fate to encounter a familiar figure after millennia. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments flooded in. Goodness, the dark energy within these troops is incredibly potent. It has completely overshadowed the previous army. Look closely. These forces bear a resemblance to those commanded by Bai Qi. Could they also be Qin soldiers? Despite all being Qin troops, how can there be such a disparity? Qin army, Qin dynasty, Qin state. Indeed, we are the Qin mentioned by Ashoka. Yet, we remain uncertain as to whether our Qin army or Ashoka's is more formidable. Curse it. Ashoka has over 60,000 troops, and combined with our 3 armies, we barely reach 60,000, with 50,000 of those clearly weaker. What is there to fear? With the great Ye Feng here, how could we possibly falter? Mama asks why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Because I await the emergence of the timeless emperor. The Qin army has nearly made its appearance, yet the elusive figure of Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng remains absent, provoking a wave of mockery from international netizens. Where is the eternal emperor of Huaxia? Have they come to the realization that he may not exist at all? Be content, for you have summoned an army of 10,000. What need is there for an eternal emperor? Such a presence is not something any ordinary nation possesses. Moreover, one must acknowledge the formidable strength of these troops. They are comparable to the army of Ashoka, albeit a 6-to-1 ratio. Even with an eternal emperor, it would be exceedingly challenging to turn the tide, wouldn't it? Alas, I had harbored hopes of witnessing a true eternal emperor, only to find myself waiting in this live stream for an eternity. Perhaps I would have been better off watching the Grand Emperor in the realm of the A3 nation. Chapter 86. The emergence of the ancestral dragon. These individuals would not miss any opportunity to deride and humiliate the splendor of Huaxia, even if the rationale seemed tenuous. In the divine realm of Huaxia, Ephong was more anxious than anyone else, glancing around but failing to catch sight of Qin Shi Huang. This sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Could it be that the summoning had failed? With this thought, Ephong turned to gaze at the 10 kings of hell. Like Ephong, the 10 kings were equally perplexed. They had evidently succeeded, yet the presence of Yingzheng remained elusive. As the crowd was enveloped in bewilderment, the darkened sky gradually illuminated with piercing rays of golden light. The warmth of the light enveloped those below, even tempering the previously frigid air. Look, the Eternal Emperor is about to make his appearance. The barrage of comments in the live stream alerted the audience. In that moment, everyone held their breath, fearful of missing a moment of the unfolding spectacle. Before the Hall of Eternal Cold, Ephong raised his right hand to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. He longed to discern what transpired in the heavens, yet the brilliance rendered it nearly impossible to open his eyes. After managing to block the glaring light, he could barely make out the scene. This struggle was shared by Bai Qi and Huaxia, while only the viewers in the live stream and the 10 kings of hell remained unaffected. Beneath the celestial expanse and upon the earthly realm, 9 magnificent 5-clawed golden dragons soared into view, gliding through the skies and weaving among the clouds. Wherever they passed, dark clouds dissipated, and the very colors of heaven and earth transformed. At first glance, it appeared as if the evening glow and blazing sun coexisted. The resounding roars of dragons echoed ceaselessly. This spectacle left all in awe, including the audience in the live stream. 9 golden divine dragons. Is this for real? These golden dragons must span hundreds of miles. And there are 9 of them. Could it be that the eternal emperor of Huaxia is actually 9 individuals? Ye Feng, you are remarkable. Huaxia is formidable. Who could this be? The 9 dragons soar, the visage of the human emperor. Why is there no record of him in the annals of Huaxia's history? Our Huaxia, much like a slumbering dragon, shall eventually take to the skies. The eternal emperor has emerged. Huaxia shall undoubtedly stand atop the world. Though Qin Shi Huang had yet to manifest in full, the mere hint of his presence already exhilarated the people of Huaxia. Even foreign netizens were rendered speechless in astonishment. The 9 golden dragons did not immediately appear before the Hall of Eternal Cold, but instead roamed freely in the sky, while other chosen players from the Divine Selection continent simultaneously bore witness to the might of the ancestral dragon. Their faces paled, many assuming it was a new boss challenge. Even the Indian Emperor Ashoka, upon sensing the ancestral dragon, felt his countenance darken instantly. The power of the ancestral dragon could be felt from afar. How could the king of the Qin possess such divine authority, especially with the 5-clawed golden dragon of the true heir? Ashoka found himself bewildered. During his reign, he had never heard of such a magnificent ruler from the eastern Qin. Despite some trepidation, Ashoka ultimately remained a sovereign ruler. Possessing divine strength, he was not overtly astonished. In a true confrontation, the balance of power was uncertain. Ashoka had his own confidence and prowess. The extraordinary phenomena occurring in the land of Huaxia genuinely astonished many. Particularly, the constantly vacillating nations of Sakura and the Korean peninsula, upon witnessing the might of the ancestral dragon, were relieved to have chosen neutrality. Clearly, the manifestations from Huaxia exceeded their expectations, rivaling even those of the Indian subcontinent. 9 magnificent 5-clawed golden dragons soared across the divine selection continent before returning. Ultimately, the golden light coalesced and descended slowly towards the palace of eternal radiance. Countless spectators flocked to the Huaxia live stream, eager to catch a glimpse of the ancestral dragon's grandeur. Below, Ye Feng was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng, had transformed into 9 majestic 5-clawed golden dragons, a clear indication of his ascension to divinity. As for his strength, Ye Feng speculated it was undoubtedly beyond that of the 10 Yama Kings, for he noticed an unusual glint of apprehension in the eyes of the Yama Kings as they regarded Yingzheng alongside their reverence. As Qin Shi Huang descended, he did not land before the palace of eternal radiance, but rather behind an army of 10,000 Qin soldiers. The entire legion turned in unison, their gazes filled with adoration for their emperor. They remained silent. Before the eternal emperor Qin Shi Huang, silence was the most fundamental form of respect. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng, appeared to be in his early 30s, a stark contrast to the age at which he had passed. Furthermore, his visage was strikingly handsome, with long hair tied at the back and a dragon crown adorning his head, exuding an inexplicable aura of somberness. He wore his favored black dragon robe, intricately embroidered with 9 5-clawed golden dragons. At his waist hung a black patterned long sword, his personal blade, the Tai sword, with the ability to vanquish demons above and thieves below, if one disregarded his status. Yingzheng's appearance would undeniably rank among the most handsome in the contemporary world, an archetype of classical beauty. This was a significant divergence from the historically ambivalent reputation of Yingzheng. The sole similarity lay in the imperial presence he radiated, a sovereign majesty that was only formidable, never feeble. Even standing still, he commanded an aura that dissuaded prolonged gazes. Bai Qi, Huaxia, and others in the vicinity were equally awestruck by the arrival of Yingzheng. They had encountered numerous emperors in their lifetimes, yet none possessed the unique charisma that Yingzheng exuded. Bai Qi was particularly exhilarated, though he knew not who Yingzheng was. The imperial air surrounding him was sufficient to affirm that during Yingzheng's era, the Qin state realized its century-old aspiration, unification. As a vassal, how could Bai Qi not be thrilled? Who calls upon me? Yingzheng's voice resonated like a thunderclap, stirring the hearts of all. In that vast territory, none dared to answer. At this moment, Ye Feng was beyond exhilaration, lost for words. He had even forgotten the tasks of the 4th round of the divine selection game. Now, with Yingzheng speaking, as the sole divine selection player from Huaxia, Ye Feng could only steel himself and respectfully respond. Future generations, Ye Feng, humbly welcome the ancestral dragon. After speaking, Ye Feng stepped forward a few paces and respectfully performed a gesture of homage towards the distant figure of Yingzheng. The ancestor dragon is Yingzheng, and Yingzheng is the ancestor dragon. Although Yingzheng was summoned by Ye Feng, the anxiety he felt in his heart while facing him was even more intense than when confronting Sun Wukong and the others. Who is the ancestor dragon? He is the brilliant gem of Chinese civilization, and his achievements are worthy of being remembered by future generations for eternity. Although in Ye Feng's world, many historical records criticize Yingzheng as a tyrant who burned books and buried scholars, Ye Feng understands that the true Yingzheng is far from the portrayal in these records. Without a wise ruler, how could he have unified the 6 states? Even the so-called book burning and burying of scholars have been exaggerated and misrepresented by later generations. Regardless, as a descendant of China, Ye Feng finds it entirely appropriate to pay this respect. Chapter 87. Who says there are no garments? We share the same robe, with Ye Feng taking the lead. The others followed suit, bowing to Yingzheng, rendering the appropriate homage between sovereign and subjects. This included renowned figures such as Bai Qi, Huaxia, and Guan Yu, who served different lords yet recognized Yingzheng's divine stature, thus were entirely justified in bestowing this honor. Even the 10 kings of hell acknowledged him, albeit with a mere nod, which among such great beings constituted a considerable mark of respect. Yingzheng turned his gaze, his piercing eyes locking onto Ye Feng before glancing at the Guanghan Palace and the 10 kings. His expression bore little sentiment, appearing rather indifferent. Do you recognize me? Yingzheng inquired, his tone softened compared to before. As Ye Feng referred to himself as a descendant of the future, it implied a certain connection. prompting a gentler demeanor from the emperor. Ye Feng, not daring to hesitate, promptly replied with utmost reverence. You are the one and only eternal emperor of the Huaxia. Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng. You vanquished the 6 states, achieving grand unification, standardizing carts, scripts, conduct, territories, measurements, and constructing the Great Wall to fend off foreign invasions. You even refused to have the living accompany you in death, opting instead to create the Terracotta Army to guard the fortunes of the 9 provinces alongside your former generals. Your contributions have established the East as a great nation centered around the Huaxia people and rooted in Huaxia culture. You have forged a truly united state for the people of Huaxia in the Orient. Your presence here today is the utmost glory for the 9 provinces. Ye Feng merely enumerated a portion of Ingzheng's monumental achievements, and while the emperor offered little immediate reaction, the onlookers could scarcely contain their astonishment. Bai Qi, Huaxia, and Liu Bei were wide-eyed, their faces a tapestry of shock. Huaxia and Liu Bei, being figures of a later era, were well acquainted with the historical Ingzheng. To witness the great emperor who once unified the realm firsthand was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Though Bai Qi had not met Ingzheng, the revelation of his leading Qin to fulfill the long-cherished dream of unification stirred an indescribable excitement within him. This monumental feat was the culmination of countless years and generations of the Qin people's aspirations. While he had not witnessed the moment of unification, hearing and seeing this emperor before him rendered him utterly content. This sentiment was peculiar, yet resonated deeply within the hearts of all Qin subjects. In unison, the entire Qin army raised their arms, declaring with fervor, "Mighty old Qin, together we face the nation's trials. Mighty old Qin, restore our rivers and mountains. Blood shall not run dry, nor shall we cease fighting." In the west, the great Qin rises like the sun, a century of national grievances and unhealed tumult. Amidst the chaos of the world, how can there be peace? Qin possesses valiant warriors. Who dares to contend? Who says there are no garments? We share the same robe. The king raises his arms, sharpening our halberds. Let us share the same enmity. Who says there are no garments? We share the same blessings. The king raises his arms, honing our spears. Let us work together. Who says there are no garments? We share the same attire. The king raises his arms, fortifying our armaments. Let us march together. The songs and verses of the Qin people resonate across the continent, even reaching the distant ears of Ashoka, who finds himself touched by their melodies. Ashoka squints slightly, a subtle change flickering across his countenance. Meanwhile, the Huaxia livestream room has descended into chaos. What the hell? He has transformed into the dragon avatar of Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng, the eternal emperor of Huaxia. This is simply magnificent. The unification of standards and culture is essential for consolidating a unified nation. Who would have imagined that over 2,000 years ago, Ingzheng possessed such avant-garde thoughts, such monumental achievements? Qin Shi Huang undoubtedly deserves the title of Huaxia's eternal emperor. It is astonishing to realize that our Huaxia truly has an eternal emperor. He is Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng, the son of heaven. The 9-clawed golden dragon appears exponentially more formidable than the previous white dragon. With such divine attributes, who could possibly stand in opposition? Should anyone dare to claim that Huaxia lacks an eternal emperor or civilization, I shall be the first to contest that assertion. The Great Wall, the Terracotta Army. These must be the remnants of our lost history. Alas, as descendants, we are unable to witness the grandeur of our forebears. Ye Feng, the great leader, is forever our inspiration. You may not believe in the 7 wolves at my father's waist, but you can always place your faith in the great leader Ye Feng. Moreover, the high-ranking officials of various nations are equally astounded. In the conference room of the imperial capital, upon learning of the deeds of Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng and acknowledging him as Huaxia's eternal emperor, Ning Zhangwo and Zhao Chongren were overwhelmed with excitement, their skin tingling with goosebumps, and many found their eyes misty. At last, we can demonstrate to the world the history and civilization of Huaxia. We are not merely a nation with a few hundred years of history. We once basked in glory and achievement. Let us record all of this, inscribing it into the annals of our historical textbooks, so that our children may understand the brilliance of Huaxia's past. Indeed, we must let the world know that we are not merely rising. We are experiencing a renaissance. Orders shall be issued nationwide to seek the remnants of the Great Wall and the Terracotta Army. In the land of cherry blossoms, the high-ranking officials are gripped by conflicting emotions. Seiji, their leader, tightly clenches his hands, torn between a desire for Huaxia to summon its eternal emperor to engage in a mutually destructive conflict with the country of Asan, and a wish to avert such a fate. For a Huaxia reborn is no longer the nation they once bullied, but rather one that would rise upon the corpses of the land of cherry blossoms, emerging as the true victor. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Seiji realizes that Huaxia is growing increasingly distant from them. As a leader with exceptional foresight, Seiji has already anticipated this outcome. Yet, who could have foreseen the forthcoming changes in Huaxia? Upon this realization, a wicked smile unfurls upon Seiji's lips. The high-ranking officials of the land of the morning calm seethe with anger. How could Huaxia, our vassal, possibly possess an eternal emperor and a rich history? Jin Xingwu erupts in furious exclamations. The rise of Huaxia is more unbearable to him than death itself. As the international community recognizes Huaxia as a vassal of the Korean nation, the continuous miracles wrought by Huaxia serve as a slap in the face to the latter. We must keep a close watch on Huaxia. At the slightest opportunity, we must ensure they never rise again, declared Takashi Kaneshiro with fervor. The other officials nodded in agreement, signifying their understanding. Although they maintained a position of neutrality, in their eyes, Huaxia remained the foremost adversary, a consensus that had firmly taken root. Within the upper echelons of the nation of Asan, despite having effectively deployed their trump card by summoning the legendary Ashoka, Emir still remained vigilant regarding Huaxia's movements. Observing that Huaxia had successfully called forth an emperor of unparalleled greatness, the psychological pressure on Emir and his compatriots inevitably intensified. Fortunately, the prowess exhibited by Ashoka thus far did not seem inferior to that of Huaxia, providing them with a semblance of confidence. Chapter 88. The Wrath of the Son of Heaven in the Realm of the Chosen of Huaxia. During this period, Ye Feng summoned the 10 kings of hell to carry him towards Yingzheng. On one hand, the distance between them made communication inconvenient. On the other hand, it was to pay respects to Yingzheng, as a junior should adhere to the appropriate etiquette. The 10 kings of hell acted swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared 10 meters before Yingzheng. This was Ye Feng's first close observation of Yingzheng, who stood at an impressive height of 7 feet. With bright eyes and brows resembling swords, his skin exceptionally fair. He bore little resemblance to the earthly emperor who unified the 6 realms. Rather, he seemed like a celestial being, a disciple of the immortal sect. This was a considerable deviation from Ye Feng's preconceived notions of Yingzheng. Could this transformation be a result of attaining divinity? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yingzheng's aura was markedly distinct from that of other monarchs. He possessed not only the majesty of an emperor, but also the ethereal grace of a divine being. This sensation was beyond words to articulate. Although Ye Feng had never directly encountered other emperors, he felt a clear distinction. Noticing Ye Feng's keen awareness, Yingzheng's curious gaze lingered on him. "And who might you be?" Yingzheng inquired, his tone remaining gentle. Ye Feng bowed respectfully once more and replied, "I am a descendant of Huaxia from 2,000 years hence." "Oh." Yingzheng expressed mild surprise, glancing around before asking, "Is this the Jiuzhou continent of 2,000 years later?" Ye Feng maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "To be precise, this is the continent of the Chosen from 2,000 years hence." The Chosen continent? Yingzheng's brow furrowed slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Ye Feng nodded and patiently explained the nature of the Chosen game. Upon learning about the competition for national fortune and the Chosen game, Yingzheng quickly grasped the concept and ceased further inquiries on the matter. This caught Ye Feng off guard, for the abilities of the Chosen game transcended common understanding, and even mythology could not adequately depict its essence. He had not anticipated such significant changes in Jiuzhou 2 millennia later. At this point, Yingzheng could not help but sigh. The cycles of the world and the myriad facets of life. Since becoming divine, he had devoted himself to profound cultivation, remaining largely oblivious to the affairs of the mortal realm. As an emperor, he had always prioritized the welfare of his people. Learning of the suffering endured by the descendants of Jiuzhou 2 millennia later stirred his compassion. "I am very curious to know, how do future generations perceive me?" Yingzheng asked, his resolute gaze fixed on Ye Feng. Ye Feng paused for a few seconds before responding slowly. "The descendants have forgotten, along with the illustrious history of Huaxia spanning thousands of years." "Why is this so?" Yingzheng's brow furrowed deeper. His displeasure did not stem from being forgotten, but rather from the belief that the people of Jiuzhou should remember their history. Ye Feng let out a helpless sigh, lamenting the severe historical discontinuity that had emerged in the land of Huaxia. The existing history they possessed spanned only a few hundred years. Could it truly be so? Although Yingzheng found this utterly perplexing, he refrained from probing further and did not inquire how Ye Feng retained such historical knowledge. Every individual harbors their own secrets, a truth that Yingzheng, as both a deity and an emperor, understood well. Their conversation unequivocally affirmed that Huaxia's history extended far beyond what was currently acknowledged. It was a civilization with a magnificent legacy spanning 5 millennia. At this moment, the people of Huaxia were filled with exhilaration, with some so moved that tears streamed down their faces. Goodness, watching a live broadcast had brought me to tears. Had I known, I would have stocked up on tissues. Alas, it turns out that Huaxia truly possesses a history of thousands of years. It seems Ye Feng was not speaking in jest. It is a profound sorrow that such history and civilization have vanished. As descendants of Huaxia, this pain is deeply felt. With Ye Feng by our side, I firmly believe that one day we shall restore the glory of our ancestors and elevate Huaxia civilization to new heights. We are indeed fortunate to have Ye Feng among us. No words can express my gratitude. Ye Feng, you are eternal. Overcome with emotion, I nearly forgot that the divine selection game has yet to conclude. In the realm of Huaxia's divine selection, sensing that the moment was ripe, Ye Feng pressed on, speaking in a gentle tone. Due to the discontinuity in civilization and history across the 9 provinces, they mock us, claiming Huaxia lacks civilization, history, and great monarchs. Presently, the 9 provinces are facing unprecedented tribulations. The western nation of Asan has summoned the ruler of the Peacock dynasty, Ashoka, intending to lead an army against our 9 provinces, to obliterate our foundations and slaughter our people. They disdain us as savages while simultaneously coveting our territory and vulnerable innocents. As he spoke, Ye Feng's emotions surged, and he added fervently, had it not been for the appearance of the first emperor, Ashoka might have already invaded. At that point, Huaxia would have become a land of others, and the world would no longer know the descendants of Yan and Huang. Ye Feng's heartfelt declarations evoked profound sorrow in those who listened, igniting a fiery wrath within their hearts. The 10 Yama Kings behind him exchanged peculiar glances, pondering the cunning nature of this young man, who could so adeptly switch his discourse to suit his audience. It seemed a shame he did not pursue a career in storytelling. The viewers in the live broadcast found themselves amused by Ye Feng's demeanor and tone. While much of what he said was grounded in truth, the nation of Asan dared only to bully Huaxia within the confines of the divine selection game. In reality, Huaxia possessed the overwhelming capability to dominate Asan. The war between Huaxia and Asan had nearly led to the latter's annihilation. Huaxia had transformed a defensive counterattack into a complete rout. Thus, in the divine selection game, Asan relied on their mythological heritage to target Huaxia. Humph. Zheng let out a cold snort, his sword-like brows instinctively knitting together. As a proud descendant of the Yan and Huang, a true son of the 9 provinces, how could I, in this era, be so oppressed by foreign lands? Do they truly believe that the 9 provinces are devoid of capable individuals? With a sweeping gesture, Zheng's hand sent his sleeve billowing, causing the heavens to rumble and flash with lightning. This spectacle inevitably reminded Ye Feng of a phrase from his childhood literature. The wrath of the Son of Heaven brings forth 100,000 corpses and rivers of blood. Although this classical text carries a pejorative connotation, it undeniably conveys that when an emperor is enraged, it leads to a deluge of blood and a landscape strewn with the fallen. Moreover, the current Son of Heaven, Zheng, is no mere mortal. Though angered, he is ultimately not an ordinary man, and moments later, he regained his composure. Zheng raised an eyebrow. Ashoka. I have indeed heard of this figure in my lifetime. Chapter 89. Is the Qin Empire inferior to the Maurya dynasty? Zheng had heard of Ashoka, which came as no surprise to Ye Feng. This is because the Qin Empire and the Maurya dynasty coexisted in the same era, one in the east and the other in the west. The formidable Himalayan range separated these 2 powerful empires, preventing any encounters between them. Although both were regarded as the most formidable rulers of their time, Ashoka was a full 32 years senior to Zheng, yet the younger Zheng achieved accomplishments far greater than those of Ashoka. Thus, it was inevitable that Zheng held Ashoka in contempt. Moreover, Ashoka was known to be a man of ambition, now seeking to invade Huaxia, which only deepened Zheng's disdain for him. Ye Feng remained silent, listening intently as Zheng continued. After I unified the 6 states, I learned of a powerful empire to the west of the Qin Empire, the Maurya dynasty. However, by that time, Ashoka had already passed, and the Maurya dynasty had long since declined from its former glory. Had it not been for the vast distance and the deliberations of my ministers, I could have easily compelled the foreign states to submit to Qin. Otherwise, I would have long since changed their state name. This was the truth. Yet the foreign viewers in the live stream held a different opinion. It was hardly surprising, as these individuals had never witnessed the might of the Qin army, which, without exaggeration, could be considered the most formidable in history. This was not solely due to the fierce customs of the Qin soldiers, but more importantly, the renowned legalist philosophy that governed the state. Law governs the nation, strictness governs the military. Under such conditions, the strongest army in Huaxia gradually emerged. Of course, this conclusion was not entirely definitive, as the Han army was also historically powerful. However, if one were to contest for the title of the strongest, Ye Feng would unhesitatingly choose the Qin army. He was well aware of this, fostering a sense of reverence. Yet, how could foreign friends possibly grasp these nuances? Consequently, the comments in the Huaxia livestream became particularly lively. What is this? They wish to send troops to invade the Moria dynasty? Surely the eternal emperor of Huaxia must be intoxicated. It's laughable. The Moria dynasty was undeniably a powerful nation in history. Although Emperor Qin Shi Huang of Huaxia was formidable, the notion of attacking the Moria dynasty is indeed a fanciful dream. Who can't boast? With the meager forces you are currently summoning, it would be challenging to even prevail against the nation of A-San. How dare you speak of altering their state name? What a joke. Our A-San nation, the Moria dynasty, is the strongest in the world, and you audaciously utter such words demanding our submission? Allow me to enlighten you on the strength of the Moria dynasty. The Moria dynasty unified the Indian subcontinent, effectively controlling an area of approximately 500,000 square kilometers, with a population around 75 million at that time. In terms of armaments, the Moria dynasty was renowned for its production of Ujjain steel, from which incredibly sharp sabers were crafted, capable of piercing even leather armor. Furthermore, the Moria Empire is characterized by its sweltering, rain-soaked climate and vast agricultural lands, ensuring an abundance of sustenance. In addition, the Moria Empire boasts an impressive cavalry of 300,000, an infantry of 600,000, and 9,000 war elephants. In terms of military prowess, culture, and national strength, the Moria Empire stands as a paragon of excellence. Such an imperial dynasty is indeed invincible. How could your civilization shamelessly propose to abandon the campaign against it? To suggest that the Moria Empire should submit to Qin? Dream on in your fanciful illusions. The barrage of comments in the Huaxia livestream is filled with rebuttals and vitriol. In the past, the people of Huaxia might have endured such provocations, but now, with Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng emerging, Huaxia has affirmed that its history extends far beyond mere centuries. Under these circumstances, how could the people of Huaxia feign ignorance? Instantly, Huaxia netizens and keyboard warriors launched a well-organized counterattack in the comments. If you wish to laugh, retreat to your own belly and laugh there until you've had your fill before emerging. If the Moria Empire is indeed so formidable, then why does it possess a history of merely over 100 years? Moreover, it was usurped by one of its own ministers. Even if 2 millennia ago you could not alter the name of your Moria Empire, can Huaxia not claim the name of your nation in 62 years? It's laughable. Have you forgotten that your nation regained its sovereignty through hunger strikes? The territory of your nation resembles a beauty ravaged by foreign invaders throughout history, leading it to change its name repeatedly and establish a caste system. Ultimately, some disordered individuals claimed descent from the so-called higher castes, and on this repeatedly ravaged land, they founded your nation. Enough, enough. The citizens of your nation are on the verge of tears. The counterattacks from Huaxia netizens and keyboard warriors caught the citizens of your nation off guard. Many were so incensed they spat blood. Yet, all of this seemed unrelated to Ye Feng and his companions. In the realm of Huaxia's chosen, after recounting this tale, Yingzheng expressed his willingness to assist Ye Feng in the noble endeavor of waging war against your nation, safeguarding Huaxia's 9 provinces one final time. This kindness will be eternally remembered by future generations. As time pressed on, Ye Feng refrained from further delays, choosing instead to accompany Yingzheng in the expedition against your nation. Although the number of troops deployed this time was modest, they were all elite forces. Even if one were reluctant to admit it, the citizens of your nation were nonetheless filled with trepidation. With a leap, Yingzheng transformed into a golden dragon, soaring alone towards the direction of your nation. The Qin army followed swiftly on horseback, racing to catch up. Bai Qi and Huaxia, having recovered from their astonishment, hastened to follow as well. Although they understood that Yingzheng required no assistance, they were unwilling to miss the confrontation between the 2 great emperors. For such spectacles are priceless. The 10 kings of hell, as before, dispatched 7 to oversee the battle from the skies, observing from a distance. In truth, given Yingzheng's divine might, there was no need for concern regarding ambushes from the opposing deities. It is no exaggeration to assert that even when combined, the deities of the opposing side may not stand a chance against Yingzheng. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, the chosen player, harbors a desire to spectate the impending clash but ultimately opts to remain at the Guanhan Palace. As the battle approaches, The attention of the entire world is captivated by the confrontation between the A3 nation and Huaxia. Indeed, online platforms have even initiated betting on which of these two nations will emerge victorious, with Huaxia's odds surprisingly higher than those of the A3 nation. Clearly, foreign observers harbor skepticism regarding Huaxia's prospects of triumphing in this conflict. Before long, Yingzheng arrives at the battlefield, transforming into his human form and standing alone before the vast army, situated over 1,000 meters from the sacred edifice of the A3 nation. With Yingzheng commanding the troops, he undoubtedly becomes the enduring heartbeat of the collective spirit. Although the battle has yet to commence, they already find themselves in an invincible position. Huaxia's proactive challenge has left the chosen players of the A3 nation both astonished and apprehensive. Chapter 90. Dare to engage in battle. The recent display of the golden dragons might instill the sense of caution within Ashoka. Simultaneously, it incited a fearful low growl from the warhorses and war elephants of the army. Had it not been for the soldiers forcibly restraining them, these beasts would have fled in terror. Yingzheng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting upon Ashoka. Although they had never met, Yingzheng recognized Ashoka instantly. The reason was simple. The regal makeup adorning Ashoka and the imperial aura he exuded were unmistakable identifiers. From the moment Yingzheng made his entrance, Ashoka's eyes remained fixated on him. Yingzheng emanated a formidable pressure, momentarily perplexing Ashoka. At this juncture, the chosen player Motor hastily approached Ashoka, whispering beside him, "Your Majesty." This young man in the black robe is the ancient emperor of Huaxia, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. Motor had maintained contact with the outside world. Thus he was aware of Yingzheng's arrival from early on. Frankly, he had never anticipated that Huaxia would produce an emperor of such historical significance, nor that he would display such formidable power. This revelation rendered Motor, who had initially brimmed with confidence, considerably more anxious. A clash between two emperors would inevitably result in either death or injury. As for who would meet such a fate, Motor could not be entirely certain. Therefore, exercising caution was prudent. Upon hearing Motor's words, Ashoka's expression shifted once more. Although he was unfamiliar with Yingzheng as a ruler, Ashoka understood the weight carried by the title Shi Huang. Even he did not dare to claim such a title for himself. Furthermore, the divine stature Yingzheng exhibited clearly surpassed his own, indicating that his strength was significantly inferior to that of Yingzheng. For the first time, the fearless Ashoka displayed a hint of trepidation. The young chosen player beside him, however, remained oblivious to Ashoka's unease. Instead, he echoed Motor's sentiments with derision, saying, "Isn't Huaxia merely a few centuries old? Where could they possibly find an ancient emperor? To my mind, it's nothing but a facade, lacking any true significance." The youth, in his ignorance of the recent events that transpired before the Guanghan Palace, would soon regret his words. Before Motor could chastise the young man, it was Ashoka, typically reserved, who interjected first. With a furrowed brow, he reprimanded, "Such impudence is unacceptable." Though the young man had dismissed Yingzheng, he held Ashoka in great reverence. Now confronted with Ashoka's rebuke, he immediately straightened, refraining from further reckless speech. Seizing the opportunity, Ashoka began to elucidate the history of the 9 provinces. This man is the Qin individual I previously mentioned, and he is indeed the monarch of the Qin state. Though I have never laid eyes upon him and know little of his deeds, I can assert with certainty that he has fulfilled the great aspiration of the Qin people for centuries, the unification of the 9 provinces. This monumental achievement is one that even I would find daunting. To be recognized as the ancient emperor of Huaxia's 9 provinces, he undoubtedly possesses the merit to bear such a title. When Yingzheng unified the 6 states, Ashoka had already passed away. His certainty stemmed, on one hand, from the imperial aura surrounding Yingzheng, which was magnitudes greater than his own. Moreover, he had just learned from Modi that Yingzheng was none other than Qin Shi Huang, the very title signifying the first emperor. To bear such a destiny, one must possess virtues that surpass the 3 sovereigns and accomplishments that overshadow the 5 emperors. Otherwise, Yingzheng would not be worthy of such a fate. Thus, there was no doubt that the young man clad in black before him had indeed unified the lands of the 9 provinces. Ashoka was not entirely aware of the number of nations within these provinces, but he knew of several powerful states, such as Zhao and Qin. Achieving the unification of the 9 provinces was no trivial feat. What appeared to be a simple statement from Ashoka sent ripples throughout the world, astonishing everyone. While such words might have been met with skepticism had they come from Yingzheng himself, their utterance by the adversarial Ashoka rendered their authenticity indisputable. The barrage of comments in the live stream from the 3 nations erupted at that moment. Could it be true that everything previously stated by Huaxia was accurate? This was utterly outrageous. Was Ashoka mistaken? How could Huaxia possibly possess such a history and such figures? Just moments ago, I had gone to the Huaxia live stream to hurl insults, and now our own people are slapping us in the face. With Ashoka affirming this, it seems Huaxia is far more than we had perceived. We must not underestimate them. Huaxia is rising, and we must unite, lest we be eliminated ourselves. Our Ashoka holds great respect for the strong, and it is evident that Yingzheng is qualified to contend with us. The audacity of Huaxia's Yingzheng to challenge us single-handedly is indeed overstepping. We ought to show him a lesson. Is this real? I've even mortgaged my house. Ashoka, you must hold your ground. Various comments flooded the screen, with the most exhilarated being those from Huaxia. Ashoka's proclamation was tantamount to an indirect acknowledgement of Huaxia's civilization and history to the world. Thus, Huaxia's history was no longer confined to the Qin dynasty of centuries past, but could be traced back over 2 millennia to the Qin dynasty. On Blue Star, there are but a handful of nations with such a lengthy history. Finally, Huaxia could stand proudly upon this land, proclaiming to its people that we possess countless glorious histories and civilizations, albeit having lost sight of them. In an instant, Ye Feng's image in the hearts of the Huaxia people was magnified infinitely. The number of women wishing to bear Ye Feng's children grew ever larger. Alas, Ye Feng himself remained oblivious, forever unaware of how proactive women could be. Meanwhile, Bai Qi, Huaxia, and their formidable army of 10,000 had also arrived within the borders of the three nations, right behind Yingzheng. The reason Yingzheng had refrained from making a declaration earlier was precisely that he had been awaiting their arrival. When all had gathered, it became propitious to engage in serious matters. Yingzheng stepped forward, surveying the multitude with an air of superiority, his voice resonating like thunder as he proclaimed, "You foreign factions, dare you infringe upon my 9 provinces? Now, do you have the audacity to face me in battle?" His voice reverberated across the entire chosen continent, instilling fear in the nearby malevolent spirits, causing even the steeds and war elephants of the Asin kingdom to kneel in submission, bowing their heads. Such a reaction was elicited by Yingzheng's invocation of a soul-constraining incantation within his voice. This potent spell served to intimidate and instill dread in lesser spectral entities and wandering souls. It was also a preliminary demonstration of Yingzheng's prowess, as he issued a challenge to Ashoka. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of soldiers behind Yingzheng were invigorated, as if they had been infused with a surge of energy, brimming with restless enthusiasm. This fervor, of course, was unrelated to the soul-constraining spell, but rather a testament to their morale. A single surge of energy often wanes when not sustained. Chapter 91. The might of the human emperor faced with the overwhelming might of the Qin. King Ashoka took a deep breath. He was a wise monarch, fully aware that despite his larger army, the likelihood of defeating his adversary was slim. This was not a matter of self-doubt. As a divine being, he recognized the vast chasm between himself and Yingzheng. In stark contrast, the chosen players from the Ashoka kingdom appeared exuberant, dismissing the Qin soldiers as mere jesters. They believed that challenging them would only lead to their own demise. Their inexplicable confidence in King Ashoka of the Maurya dynasty suggested that as long as he was present, nothing could go awry. This confidence was also tied to Ashoka's calm demeanor. After a brief silence, Ashoka stepped forward and, before the gathered crowd, respectfully clasped his hands toward Yingzheng, proclaiming, "It is better to resolve enmity than to escalate it. I do not wish to be an enemy of the first emperor." This declaration astonished everyone present, particularly the chosen players from the Ashoka kingdom, who were baffled by Ashoka's apparent submission to Yingzheng, especially given their numerical superiority. The livestream chat erupted with various reactions. Some astute viewers quickly began to discern the underlying implications. Could it be that Ashoka feared Yingzheng? Such a notion seemed absurd. Damn it, I've wagered a considerable sum on Ashoka's victory. If this battle does not take place, my money will be lost, urged one commentator. Come on, Ashoka. Defeat Yingzheng. Defeat the Huaxia. Others speculated that Ashoka's reluctance to engage in battle stemmed from his later embrace of Buddhism. A kind-hearted ruler like him might naturally prefer peace over conflict. In my view, Ashoka was wary of Yingzheng, who possessed the formidable ability to transform into 9 five-clawed golden dragons, a power that Ashoka could not help but respect. In the world of the Ashoka kingdom, Ashoka's desire to avoid war was unexpected to Huaxia and his allies. However, Yingzheng remained unmoved. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "Those who are not of my kind harbor different intentions. Should you dare to covet my 9 provinces, prepare to face your annihilation." With that, Yingzheng pointed his right hand, and a beam of golden light shot forth, swiftly heading toward Ashoka. The speed was so rapid that none could react in time. And by the moment they did, Ashoka had already been pushed back several steps by the golden light. In an instant, thunder roared, and the army of Huaxia erupted with excitement. The warhorses neighed, and the clash of weapons echoed. Typically, battles commence with challenges between generals, and Ing Jing's recent actions mirrored this tradition, successfully repelling the opposing king. Though no substantial harm was inflicted, the morale of his troops surged, giving them the upper hand psychologically. "Kill them," Ing Jing commanded, igniting fervent shouts from his soldiers. The once underappreciated Qin army displayed an unprecedented fighting spirit at that moment. The dark energy emanating from the warriors coalesced in the sky, forming a colossal lion. The black lion roared fiercely at the enemy forces, causing their warhorses and war elephants to retreat in fear. The once invincible peacock army, renowned for its prowess, was now caught in a moment of trepidation, retreating rather than courageously resisting. Had it not been for Ashoka's thunderous roar, their morale would have undoubtedly crumbled. With peace negotiations off the table, the only recourse was battle. Ashoka, a formidable emperor who had traversed the battlefields, felt no fear, even in the face of Ing Jing's might. He boldly commanded his warriors to charge forth. The stage was set for a grand conflict. Soldiers of the Peacock dynasty, wielding curved sabers, surged toward the Qin army, forming dozens of assault squads, each comprising hundreds of men, launching attacks from various directions. The key was to disrupt the Qin formation, which would simplify the ensuing combat. Both Ing Jing and Ashoka chose to remain in their respective camps, refraining from joining the fray, each awaiting the other to make the first move. For the one who struck first would likely face defeat. Faced with an encirclement of nearly 10,000 troops, the front line of 1,000 Qin soldiers instinctively began to form their defenses. In perfect synchrony, they swiftly arranged their formation before the first wave of enemies could reach them. The formation was the Qi Min Bagua array. Although their numbers were limited, the arrangement they created was still deadly effective, as the Qin army excelled in archery. 5,000 warriors divided into 100 squads surrounded the likes of Bai Qi and Huaxia, forming a cylindrical shape. The remaining 5,000 warriors readied their longbows, unleashing a relentless barrage of dark arrows into the sky. The rain of arrows fell thickly, and before Ashoka's charging squads could close in, they were mercilessly pierced through their necks, dissipating into smoke. Nonetheless, a portion of the charging warriors managed to reach the Qin forces. Yet, the first line of Qin troops was far from helpless. They struck with their blades, offering no opportunity for prolonged combat, swiftly bringing their foes to the ground. "Kill!" they shouted in unison, each swing of their swords resulting in the demise of an enemy. The onlookers were baffled as to why the mighty Peacock army appeared so vulnerable against the Qin forces. However, a closer examination revealed a fierce determination and unwavering resolve in the eyes of the Qin soldiers. They emanated a unique aura, reminiscent of the powerful presence exuded by Ing Jing himself. The 7 lords observing from above soon discerned the underlying truth. To their astonishment, they recognized this as the imperial human heaven's might, the Qi of the 9 continents. The urban king exclaimed in surprise, while the other lords nodded in agreement, their expressions rife with astonishment. Though they held divine status, the notion of the human emperor was a distant dream for them. In essence, the human emperor embodies the might of heaven and earth, a title reserved for the most esteemed sovereigns of humanity, forged through trials and tribulations, alongside the natural order of the universe. Despite their acceptance of countless lost souls, this was their first encounter with the aura of a human emperor. With such momentum, the soldiers under their command experienced a remarkable surge in strength. Although they could not claim invincibility in battle, this intangible force nonetheless bestowed an aura of fortune upon the army. It was unexpected that after Ing Jing unified the 9 provinces, this led to the emergence of the mandate of the human emperor, which enjoyed the blessings of heaven and earth. King of Chujiang spoke with envy. Beside him, the king of Mount Tai, shrouded in dark mist, sighed. It is a pity that Ing Jing met an early demise. Otherwise, relying solely on this imperial aura, not only would he have unified the 9 provinces, but even the surrounding barbarian tribes would have willingly submitted at his feet. Speaking of the imperial aura, I have heard that it once manifested in the likes of Yao, Shun, and the 5 emperors. The Song emperor nodded in agreement. Precisely for this reason, the foundation of the 9 provinces and the spirit of Huaxia were established. Chapter 92. I shall lead the charge. The decline of the Huaxia 9 provinces may well be intertwined with these events. Who can say? Since you and I ascended to divinity, we have scarcely departed from the netherworld, and the affairs of the mortal realm have slipped from our concern. Such a significant upheaval has occurred, yet we find ourselves at a loss to discern its origins. At this juncture, the seven lords exchanged glances before simultaneously directing their attention to the peculiar figure performing strange exercises before the Guanhan Palace. Perhaps he could be the fulcrum of this upheaval, or conceivably, the last glimmer of hope for the Huaxia 9 provinces. One can only hope. As deities, they are acutely aware of the terrors inherent in the divine selection game, for even they find its very essence inscrutable. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they have been summoned to this place by the machinations of the divine selection game. Even the formidable Erlang Shin and Sun Wukong have not escaped this fate, underscoring the game's preeminence overall. The battle rages on in the realm of the Asin nation. No one anticipated the overwhelming strength of Huaxia's Qin army, which was astonishingly formidable, 10,000 against 10,000, and yet they fell without even grazing the enemy, a most humiliating defeat. Ashoka's forces, largely composed of infantry, excelled in close combat, while Yingzheng's Qin army was particularly adept at ranged warfare, affording them a significant advantage in this small-scale conflict. It was precisely due to their smaller numbers that they could withstand the risk of encirclement. The initial clash concluded with a devastating defeat for the Asin nation, causing the livestream chat to erupt in frenzy. Is it true? The mighty Peacock Dynasty's army is being bested by Huaxia's Qin forces? This is utterly absurd. Asan, how could you be so woeful? I wagered so much on you, and this is the outcome? What a disgrace. Pathetic Asan, is this all you can muster? I expected far more from a civilization that boasts of its ancient roots. Yet, it pales in comparison to Huaxia, whose history spans over 2 millennia. What nonsense. Asan is nothing but trash, and with the Cherry Blossom Country and the Stick Nation blowing their own horns, only to be schooled by Huaxia in a 3-on-1 scenario. While initially drawn to the Asan livestream for entertainment, viewers found themselves embroiled in a barrage of insults, igniting the ire of those from the Cherry Blossom Country and the Stick Nation. How dare you equate our Cherry Blossom Country and Stick Nation? Your accusations are utterly distasteful. We, the Stick Nation, hold ourselves in higher regard than your Cherry Blossom Country, with a history stretching back over 10,000 years, far beyond what you invaders could ever claim. The chat devolved into a fierce exchange of vitriol, while the divine selection world braced itself for a second wave of warfare. The first wave's crushing defeat awakened Ashoka to the looming threat. After all, he had once been a formidable warlord. A single setback would not suffice to compel him to surrender. Moreover, in the past, he had been invincible in battle, a conqueror unmatched. As a sovereign, he would not permit himself to fail, nor would he allow his authority to be challenged. All of you advance. Ashoka bellowed, and then he leapt into the air, soaring high above the ground. The surrounding army of the dynasty had swelled to 80,000, and without a shred of doubt, they charged towards Huaxia upon receiving Ashoka's command. Clearly, Huaxia was at a disadvantage against the forces of Asan, which were further bolstered by the continuous resurrection of the undead. This implied that the army of Asan would perpetually replenish its ranks, while Huaxia, led by Yingzheng with merely 10,000 Qin soldiers, bolstered only by Bai Qi and Huaxia, could barely muster a few tens of thousands. Should neither sovereign intervene, no one would dare to predict a victory for Huaxia. The external confidence in Huaxia stemmed solely from the formidable prowess exhibited by Yingzheng. 9 golden dragons with 5 claws, a presence that was not easily vanquished. As Ashoka ascended to the heavens, evading the gaze of the crowd, he coldly declared, "Emperor Yingzheng, come forth to battle." His voice resounded across the continent. Yingzheng gazed upward, a chill smile gracing his lips. The reason for Ashoka's audacity was clear. He sought to divert Yingzheng's attention, allowing the forces of the Peacock dynasty to triumph over Huaxia. Should the army emerge victorious, even if Ashoka were to falter against Yingzheng, he could at least save face. However, should both fail, the disgrace would be monumental. As a ruler, Ashoka certainly wished to avoid such a scenario, thus resorting to this underhanded tactic. Before Yingzheng could respond, the viewers of the live broadcast were already in a frenzy. How shameless of Ashoka, they exclaimed, to issue a challenge at this moment and ascend to battle in the sky. It is evident he wishes for his army to defeat Huaxia. Yingzheng could not acquiesce. If he were to abandon his troops, defeat was inevitable. With double the numbers and a continuous supply of reinforcements, it would be a miracle for the Qin army to prevail. He absolutely could not go. Ashoka was clearly goading him. Once Yingzheng departed, the morale of the Qin soldiers would plummet, leading to an insurmountable disadvantage. Yingzheng was clearly a man of integrity, and I surmise there is a 90% chance he would comply. Curse it, I just placed my bet on Yingzheng winning. If Ashoka tricks him, my wager would be lost. In the live chat, not only were Huaxia netizens expressing their concerns, but also many foreign viewers. Of course, Their worries were not for the safety of Huaxia or Yingzhong, but rather whether Yingzhong could secure victory. Yingzhang's commanding presence convinced many foreign viewers that he was indeed the likely victor. Thus, the tide of betting swiftly shifted in his favor. The odds for Yingzhong continued to plummet, eventually reaching levels that seemed almost deceptive. For instance, a wager of 1 million would yield a mere 1,100,000 if Yingzhong triumphed, while a loss would mean the complete forfeiture of the initial stake. Even so, there are still those who cannot be dissuaded from purchasing victory for Yingzhong. Do you truly believe they would wish for his defeat? The scene shifts back to the divine realm of the A3 nation. Upon receiving the challenge from Ashoka, Yingzhong did not hesitate for a moment. He transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the golden radiance flashed, and Yingzhong vanished from sight. Though he departed, the Qin army did not succumb to despair. Rather, they grew increasingly resolute. They fought valiantly alongside the forces of the Peacock dynasty, embodying the spirit of war gods, fearless and undaunted. Bai Qi, Huaxia, and Guanyu, instead of remaining mere spectators, rallied their troops and led the charge against an enemy force twice their own number. Chapter 93. The true power of Ashoka. Due to the overwhelming numbers of the enemy and their relentless assault, the archers of the Qin army could not maximize their effectiveness. In an effort to create favorable conditions for their archers, the formidable generals Bai Qi, Huaxia, Guanyu, and two others positioned themselves head-on against the enemy forces. The battlefield was thrown into utter chaos as warriors clashed, soldiers engaged in fierce combat, and the din of conflict filled the air. Among the ranks of Ashoka's fierce generals stood 10 formidable figures, their physiques significantly more imposing than the average man, wielding weapons of pure bludgeoning power. In stark contrast, Bai Qi and his companions were armed primarily with sharp blades. In terms of weaponry, they were already at a disadvantage, compounded by the fact that the enemy outnumbered them. To the untrained eye, this appeared to be a nearly insurmountable situation. Yet, though the enemy was formidable, the warriors of Huaxia were anything but ordinary. The legendary slayer Bai Qi of the Qin kingdom, amidst overwhelming odds, had once decimated over 300,000 foes. The illustrious General Huaxia, during the Battle of the Northern Desolation, had annihilated more than 70,000 Xiongnu, pursuing them relentlessly to the peaks of the Longju Mountain and the Guyan Mountain, offering sacrifices to heaven and earth before returning by the Han Sea. Lu Xuanda, Zhang Yida, and Guan Yunchang were equally remarkable figures. In the tumultuous era at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, they carved out a domain for themselves against all odds, sharing the realm with Cao Cao and Sun Quan. Their monumental achievements, even when considered individually, were beyond the capacity of their adversaries to rival. Despite the daunting numerical disadvantage, Bai Qi and his companions remained undeterred, growing ever more valiant in their onslaught. Conversely, the enemy generals appeared overwhelmed and burdened by the weight of the battle. Among them, only Huaxia exhibited unparalleled ferocity. He charged alone into the throng of enemy soldiers, and wherever his lance struck, an enemy would surely fall. His armor became drenched in crimson, a testament to his relentless assault. Time and again, enemy commanders attempted to bring him down, yet Huaxia thwarted their efforts with unwavering resolve. He moved like a whirlwind, penetrating deep into enemy lines, creating chaos. Remarkably, the enemy had no means to counter his relentless onslaught. Following this battle, international observers who once held skepticism towards Huaxia found themselves rendered speechless in astonishment. The live broadcast was filled only with the jubilant cheers of the Huaxia people. The so-called civilized ancient nation of the Asin kingdom was revealed to be so ineffectual. Huaxia, still youthful, inspired thoughts of challenge. Had I been in his position, I would have boldly stepped forth to duel Ashoka. This Huaxia, so dashing even in the act of killing, has captivated my admiration. For clarification, I am male. The Qin army fought with precision and order, while Huaxia and his cohorts exhibited unmatched courage. Together, their synergy produced a miraculous effect, leaving the Asin kingdom seemingly doomed. One could only wonder what expression Ashoka would wear upon discovering his grand army vanquished by our Huaxia forces. As the two armies clashed, it was a sight to behold, with warriors wielding blades against one another. Each struck a blow, each thrust a spear, seemingly impervious to pain. Furthermore, the war elephants of the Asin kingdom failed to make their mark on the battlefield, as Huaxia skillfully targeted the smaller elephants, rendering them ineffective. The 10,000 Qin soldiers stationed at their post were not idle. They incessantly loosed arrows from their high bows to impede the reinforcements of the Peacock dynasty. Any enemy troops daring to approach the battlefield found themselves nearly certain to meet an untimely end, struck down by a well-aimed arrow. What was ostensibly a siege by the A3 nation had, in truth, devolved into a massacre orchestrated by the Chinese forces. With the addition of the Han and Shu armies, the might of the Qin soldiers was significantly bolstered, enabling them to dominate the battlefield despite facing double the number of foes. High above, the two emperors were also far from idle. Astute viewers had long since adjusted their perspectives to capture the most thrilling moments of the live broadcast. As Zheng soared into the sky, he swiftly discerned the concealed figure of Ashoka amidst the clouds. Without hesitation, he sped towards him, casting a spell even before he drew near, unleashing a grappling technique aimed at Ashoka. This seemingly simple maneuver was deceptively potent. Unless Ashoka's cultivation surpassed Zheng's, escape would be virtually impossible. A palpable sense of crisis enveloped Ashoka, yet just as he was about to be ensnared, he vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage that caused Zheng to grasp at thin air. While Ashoka remained unscathed, the densely packed clouds surrounding him suffered the consequences. The golden energy unleashed by Zheng's failed strike erupted, tearing apart the clouds and creating a void that revealed the gloomy sky above. Before Zheng could formulate a response to his missed attack, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger approaching from behind. At their level of cultivation, they were attuned to the premonition of peril, akin to the observation haki in One Piece. Their heightened senses allowed them to detect the presence and emotional fluctuations of nearby beings, enabling them to anticipate and evade threats. However, there was no time for Zheng to evade. The threat was already upon him. Clearly, it was an opponent employing rapid movement techniques, rendering such swiftness impossible to counter. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng swiftly performed a hand seal, invoking a protective spell upon his chest. Instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped him. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a fierce blue energy fist struck him squarely in the back. The tremendous force sent Zheng hurtling away, leaving him in a state of disarray. This spectacle left some viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. What? Ashoka is this formidable? Why didn't I realize it earlier? This is disastrous. China has encountered a formidable adversary, they exclaimed. It's only natural. The A3 nation is one of the ancient civilizations, and their legendary emperor cannot possibly be compared to a mere imitation from China. One commenter scoffed. How can you dismiss the 9 five-clawed golden dragons conjured by Zheng as mere decoration? And did you not notice? Zheng has yet to unleash his full power. Look, Ashoka has vanished again. Prompted by the barrage of comments, the audience hastily adjusted their screens, eager to catch a glimpse of Ashoka's elusive form. At this moment, Ashoka inexplicably reappeared behind Zheng, and with a swift motion, delivered another punch aimed at him. Ashoka's fist shimmered with a radiant blue light, gracefully dancing with each strike, resembling a pair of azure gloves. Seemingly ordinary, yet capable of unleashing a formidable and terrifying energy. Boom! Zheng was once again propelled into the air, this time soaring even higher. Ashoka clearly intended to seize this opportunity to claim his life. His figure vanished once more, but as he flickered into the distant heights, he was taken aback to seeing Zheng approaching him with a cold, mocking smile. This scene startled Ashoka, leaving him bewildered as to why Zheng appeared so unfazed. Chapter 94. Overwhelming power. Gazing at the unscathed Zheng before him, Ashoka found himself engulfed in a wave of self-doubt. Just moments ago, he had struck Zheng with 2 powerful punches, each one depleting a significant portion of his energy. It is no exaggeration to assert that even the mightiest of arhats or deities would not escape unscathed from such blows. Even if they survived, they would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Ashoka had always held a strong confidence in his abilities. When he unleashed his power, it was sure to astound. Yet now, he had failed to even graze Zheng's skin. It was inconceivable. He must have employed some form of illusion to deceive me. Shaking his head, Ashoka attempted to regain his composure. With a firm grip, he launched another unyielding strike with his azure iron fist. However, this time, Zheng effortlessly caught his fist in his hand, dissipating the energy contained within. Ashoka could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The time that elapsed from when he first laid eyes on Zheng to the moment he struck could scarcely be measured in anything other than milliseconds. He had not anticipated that Zheng could defend himself even in such a passive state, effortlessly neutralizing the force of his attack. Such prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. Realizing this, Ashoka dared not remain in close quarters with Zheng any longer. He attempted to withdraw his fist, ready to employ his teleportation ability once more. Yet, to his dismay, he found that no matter how hard he strained, He could not extricate his fist from Ing Zheng's grasp. It felt as though Ing Zheng's delicate fingers were welded to his own, rendering him immobile and utterly powerless. In that moment, panic set in, the last flicker of his fighting spirit extinguished. If his opponent could so easily subdue him, leaving him unable to move, it was irrefutable that he was no match for him. Consider, for instance, a grown man grasping a child's wrist. Could the child ever reclaim their hand? Such a scenario could only arise from an overwhelming disparity in strength. Ing Zheng was that adult, effortlessly dominating Ashoka. This realization shattered Ashoka's hopes of triumphing over Ing Zheng. Having cultivated his powers with great difficulty, Ashoka was unwilling to engage in a futile struggle against Ing Zheng, nor did he wish to perish in this place. Thus, he wisely chose to cease his resistance. Once Ing Zheng had steadied himself, the two stood facing each other, Ashoka's right hand firmly held in Ing Zheng's grip. Ashoka offered no resistance, and Ing Zheng made no further moves. In that moment, their hand-holding resembled that of long-lost friends reuniting, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Yet, their gazes were far from amicable, particularly Ashoka, who, despite relinquishing his struggle, bore an expression rife with resentment, as if to accuse Ing Zheng of betrayal. Ing Zheng, on the other hand, remained cold and indifferent, revealing little emotion upon his countenance. The live chat room erupted in chaos. What? Is that it? What on earth? Wasn't he Ashoka just formidable? How did he falter when Ing Zheng seized his fist? I knew it. Ing Zheng has been hiding his true strength, though I never anticipated it was to this extent. This ISNTA battle, it's a complete annihilation. Ing Zheng is incredible. An obscure emperor unexpectedly subdued the legendary ruler of the Asen nation. Shall we continue? Ing Zheng remarked coolly. He had no intent to kill, for had he wished it, Ashoka would not be standing, but rather kneeling. In the past, Ing Zheng would have thoroughly comprehended his adversary. However, since his cultivation, the bloodlust within him had considerably waned. With the objective of aiding Huaxia in repelling Ashoka achieved, the necessity to slay him had diminished. After all, reaching their level of cultivation was no trivial feat upon realizing that Ing Zheng intended to spare him. Ashoka was momentarily taken aback. He quickly shook his head, anxiety evident in his voice. I have lost. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng released his grip. He had merely granted Ashoka a single chance. Should he fail to cherish it, Ing Zheng would not hesitate to strike him down. The decision of life or death rested entirely within Ing Zheng's thoughts, contingent upon Ashoka's attitude. Very well, return with your subordinates. Ing Zheng spoke softly. Ashoka's emotions were tumultuous, a mixture of relief at his continued existence and bitterness at his defeat. Without further contemplation, he took 2 steps back, bowing respectfully to Ing Zheng. Such a gesture was well-deserved. Subsequently, Ashoka gestured with his hand, and in an instant, he transformed into a point of light, vanishing from sight along with the multitude of the Peacock Dynasty's army. The battlefield, previously engulfed in chaos, fell silent at the sight of the retreating enemy. And Huaxia and his comrades did not pursue them. However, the sudden turn of events left the chosen players of the Asen nation in disarray. No, how could they all vanish? Where's Ashoka? Motor exclaimed, panic-stricken, questioning the deity of the monks. The other chosen players were equally distressed, with a few timid souls so frightened that they lost control. Without Ashoka, they would undoubtedly meet their demise at the hands of Huaxia. The images of the recent battle still lingered vividly in their minds. Ashoka has retreated with his army, the monk deity remarked, shaking his head. What? Ashoka has retreated with his army? Motor stood in shock. The other chosen players were equally stunned, as were the viewers in the live stream. Some viewers who had not witnessed the battle between Ing Zheng and Ashoka were utterly baffled. What just happened? How did he lose so abruptly? Although the Asen army was pursued, surrender was not an option. This Ashoka is remarkably cowardly, fleeing in the midst of battle. While I do not comprehend the entirety of the situation, it is evident that the Asen nation must be furious. If I were in their shoes, I too would be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. If Ashoka had stood his ground, even if he could not win, he could have endured until the conclusion of the chosen game. Now, they are likely to be at the mercy of Huaxia. Damn it, had I known, I would have rather spent this money on feeding dogs. Did we miss some thrilling plot? Is there anyone who can elucidate what transpired? In the live broadcast, some viewers inquired through the chat, while those who had witnessed the clash between Ing Zheng and Ashoka eagerly stepped forward to elucidate. Initially, you were captivated merely by the handsome figure of Huaxia, unaware of the confrontation between Ing Zheng and Ashoka. In truth, there was little of note to behold. I had anticipated an epic battle lasting 300 rounds, yet Ashoka was swiftly subdued by Ing Zheng after just a few exchanges, rendering it rather dull. Allow me to clarify. Ashoka and Ingzheng engaged in several skirmishes, after which Ashoka, unable to prevail, was apprehended by Ingzheng. Ultimately, Ingzheng chose not to impose any hardship upon him, instead releasing him, allowing Ashoka to depart with the remnants of his army. Upon hearing the explanation, the audience exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 95. The Withdrawal of Troops. Goodness, it appears that the nation of A3 is in dire straits this time. Such a nation, one that preys on the weak while cowering before the strong, deserves to be eliminated. It would spare us from their incessant mischief. But hold on, if A3 is ousted, how shall I enjoy the performances of their clowns in the future? Indeed, our own country is not lacking in deities and is not intimidated by A3's threats. I still hope that Huaxia can show leniency towards A3, similar to how they treated Sakura Nation and Goryeo. After all, A3 possesses remarkable comedic talents. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of A3 are utterly terrified. They never anticipated that their trump cards could be so effortlessly countered by Huaxia. At present, the fate of their nation rests entirely in the hands of Huaxia, and they could very well face annihilation at any moment. Quick, establish a line to Huaxia, and inform Modi and the others to prepare for the summoning of Brahma and Shiva at a moment's notice. Amir was the first to regain his composure. He realized he must adopt a dual approach, seeking peace with Huaxia while simultaneously preparing for a desperate showdown. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach Huaxia, his secretary's face turned pale with worry. General, no one from Huaxia is answering. What are you standing there for? Hurry and notify Modi. Amir shouted in frustration. In the upper echelons of Sakura Nation, Ken Watanabe's expression mirrored Amir's distress. He never expected Huaxia to be this formidable, nor did he foresee A3's incompetence. With Huaxia now unparalleled, any hopes of claiming a share from them seemed nearly impossible, unless those other nations join forces. As such thoughts crossed his mind, a sinister smirk crept across Ken's face. Surely, Yoshinoya must be even more anxious than I am. In the upper ranks of Sakura Nation, Yoshinoya exclaimed, "How can Ingzheng be this powerful? Who can explain this to me?" Infuriated and trembling, he had observed the entire battle unfold. To sum it up in one word, strong. But what does Huaxia's strength have to do with Sakura Nation? They would prefer Huaxia to be weak, as it would allow them to extract benefits. After this battle, without a doubt, Huaxia's standing among other nations will ascend several notches. At that juncture, who would dare to ally with them against Huaxia? The more Yoshinoya pondered, the angrier he became. He had never been this furious even when his wife was unfaithful. A3 is truly pathetic, always posturing before us, humph. After unleashing a tirade of curses, Yoshinoya darkly sent a congratulatory message to Huaxia. In the conference room of the imperial capital, the ease with which the battle concluded greatly surprised Ning Jiangwo and the others. They had not expected our ancient emperor, Qin Shi Huang, to be so powerful. It seems our wager has paid off. Ye Feng is indeed a prodigy. In such a crisis, had it not been for him, we might have faced defeat multiple times. Truly, we old-timers should exercise more patience with him in the future. Scholars and experts conversed joyfully about Ye Feng. At this moment, no one dared to question this young man any longer. Those older than him even regarded Ye Feng as their own child, or rather, someone more precious than their own offspring. Just then, Secretary Ning Jiangwo hurriedly approached. General Ning, there is a video call from the Asin Nation. Shall we accept it? Now they are anxious, Ning Jiangwo scoffed. He was neither a sentimental fool nor a soft-hearted individual. His earlier suggestion for peace negotiations was merely a strategy to stabilize the situation. The Huaxia needed to develop steadily and could not afford to create too many enemies. On one hand, it was to prevent the adversary from acting out of desperation. On the other, it was to signal to other nations that Huaxia does not bully others, but will not allow itself to be bullied either. However, Ning Jiangwo was acutely aware that both the Asin Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation would forever harbor ambitions against Huaxia. The notion of peace and submission was merely a tactical pause. As soon as a weakness was detected, they would undoubtedly pounce mercilessly. Yet, Ning Jiangwo had no alternative. For Huaxia needed to seek a path forward through stable development. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Do not accept the call, nor provide any response." After issuing these orders, he connected once more with Ye Feng, with the intention of withdrawing troops and ceasing the assault on the Asin Nation. The Asin Nation was rife with deities. Should they resort to desperate measures, summoning their most powerful gods in a final stand, it would be exceedingly detrimental for Huaxia. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had already learned from the King of Hell about their victory in battle. In truth, he harbored no significant worries, with Ingzheng present. This conflict was merely a formality. It was essential to bolster national confidence and warn foreign powers against transgressions. Upon receiving the video call, Ye Feng accepted it without hesitation. Ye Feng, please bring Qin Shi Huang and the others back, Ning Jiangua spoke gently, his gaze fixed on the young man on the screen, growing increasingly fond of him. Ning Jiangua had already resolved that if Ye Feng returned alive, he would go to great lengths to make him his son-in-law. Ye Feng merely nodded and smiled in response. He had anticipated this outcome and did not inquire further. It was as if the two had reached an unspoken understanding, requiring little dialogue. A mere glance or smile sufficed to convey their sentiments. Very well, I shall take care of it, Ye Feng replied before they ended the call. After completing these tasks, Ning Jiangua let out a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, the secretary's voice echoed once more. General Ning, the Cherry Blossom Nation's Zheng Yi has sent a congratulatory message. Zheng Yi? A congratulatory message? Ha! This old fox certainly knows how to bide his time. Ning Jiangua couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Meanwhile, in the Asin Nation's divine realm, Minotaur had received directives from Emir, should Huaxia continue its onslaught. They were to summon powerful deities to resist at any cost. Even if Emir and his companions remained silent, Modi would have acted accordingly. The Xia army was poised for action not far away, and Ing Zheng had returned to the ground well in advance. However, just as Modi was preparing to summon Shiva and Brahma, the Xia forces unexpectedly retreated en masse. This left Modi utterly perplexed. Had they truly departed? Or was it a cunning ploy? The motivations behind the Xia's actions eluded Modi and his allies. It was only after the Xia army had completely vanished from sight that their anxious hearts could finally find solace. It appears the Xia must be aware of our plans, prompting their order to withdraw. Modi sneered. Although they had faced defeat in battle, as long as he could summon Shiva and Brahma, Ing Zheng and his cohorts were destined for a grave without a burial. Modi harbored this conviction and confidence. For in their eyes, deities such as Shiva and Brahma were invincible forces. Chapter 96. The conclusion of the fourth round of the Divine Selection game unbeknownst to Modi and his companions. Ye Feng and his allies were acutely aware of their subtle machinations. In truth, had it not been for the desire to spare Ning Jiangwo and the others from undue concern, Ye Feng would have already laid waste to the merit structures of the Asin Kingdom. As for the invocation of deities such as Shiva and Brahma by the Asin Kingdom, Ye Feng felt no trepidation whatsoever. Could they possibly compete with the vast accumulation of civilization that China has amassed over 5 millennia? Preposterous. When the ancient deities of the primordial era emerge, who could stand against them? Ye Feng had never entertained the thought of summoning primordial beings like Pangu. Such a strategy was his trump card. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was not yet the appropriate time to summon them. For one must always reserve their strongest moves for the finale. The sudden withdrawal of Chinese forces sparked a flurry of speculation among the viewers in the live broadcast. Many questioned whether China was intimidated by the Asin Kingdom, fearing an irreparable fallout. Others suggested that China, in its benevolence, chose not to stoop to the level of the Asin Kingdom. The comments section erupted with heated debate. Really? Just as we are on the brink of breaching the Asin stronghold, they retreat? What do you mean, attack? Do you think the deities of the Asin Kingdom are mere decorations? China's retreat is undoubtedly a sign of their apprehension towards the Asin deities. Indeed, the rules of the game impose no restrictions on divine summoning. If China dares to press forward, the Asin Kingdom will surely retaliate without mercy. At that point, it will be China that finds itself in a precarious position. Not necessarily, some countered, since China was able to summon the formidable Qin Shi Huang. Surely they possess other powerful deities in reserve. In my opinion, China is simply cowardly, and to an extreme degree. Were I in their position, I would fight tooth and nail for a fair exchange. Regardless, these individuals were oblivious to the true motivations behind China's withdrawal. Even the citizens of both the Asin Kingdom and China shared this ignorance. Most Asin individuals firmly believed that China harbored a fear of their deities, a sentiment that permeated their society with an almost intoxicating confidence. Conversely, the people of China viewed their nation as compassionate, unwilling to allow the extinction of a populace exceeding 1 billion souls. As fellow inhabitants of Blue Star, the Chinese understood the profound implications of a shared human destiny. Upon returning to the Palace of Eternal Cold with his army, Qin Shi Huang was greeted with the utmost respect by Ye Feng, the sole divine player. He welcomed not only Qin Shi Huang, but also Bai Qi, Huaxia, and tens of thousands of valiant soldiers. Your Majesty has toiled greatly. And the same goes for all soldiers, Ye Feng declared, his expression radiant with pride as he bowed deeply to the assembly. This gesture was not mere formality. It was a heartfelt expression of gratitude. For they were not the deities of China, but rather the heroic figures who had long since departed from its history. Had it not been for this summoning, the world might have forgotten their existence entirely. Ye Feng had once heard a profound saying, when you pass from this world, if no one remembers you, your soul shall vanish from existence. Although this principle may not apply to the myths of the Huaxia, the sentiment Ye Feng wishes to convey remains unchanged. It is essential for the people of Huaxia to remember them eternally. Yingzheng waved his hand, dismissing all the soldiers except for himself. This included the likes of Bai Qi, Huaxia, and Guanyu. Before the vast Guanhan Palace, apart from Ye Feng, Yingzheng, and the 10 Kings of Hell, only the wandering malevolent spirits remained. Ye Feng exhibited little reaction, yet the 10 Kings of Hell widened their eyes in astonishment. Despite the remaining soldiers numbering in the tens of thousands, even the 10 kings themselves would have to return them in batches. However, Yingzheng effortlessly sent them away, doing so without even seeking consent. This truly astonished the 10. In that moment, their gazes towards Yingzheng transformed significantly. Since Yingzheng's triumph over Ashoka, the 10 Kings of Hell had elevated their perception of him considerably. They were acutely aware that even in a one-on-one confrontation, they would never be a match for Yingzheng. Yet, how long had Yingzheng been cultivating? A mere 2,000 years, at most. In contrast, each of the 10 kings was an ancient being. This comparison clearly indicated that Yingzheng's innate talent surpassed theirs, and it was quite likely that before long, he would ascend to an even higher divine status, utterly overshadowing them. Contemplating this, the expressions of the 10 Kings of Hell shifted to one of ingratiation, and they eagerly clasped their hands in respect towards Yingzheng. To the onlookers, it did not appear forced. Yingzheng remained composed, offering no formal return of the gesture, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Nevertheless, the 10 Kings of Hell did not take offense. Rather, they felt a sense of joy. To be acquainted with such a remarkably gifted individual as Yingzheng might present future opportunities. Naturally, they were elated. Your Majesty, we are grateful for your efforts this time. Ye Feng expressed his gratitude once more, which caught Yingzheng's attention. Yingzheng scrutinized Ye Feng, his gaze filled with admiration, among countless descendants. Only this young man remembered him. This was a testament to Ye Feng's exceptional nature. I too must take my leave. From now on, the 9 provinces shall be entrusted to you, Yingzheng stated, his voice carrying a tinge of melancholy. The younger generation shall not fail in their mission and will always remember their original intentions. Ye Feng replied with another respectful gesture. Yingzheng nodded, very well, until we meet again. With that, he did not bid farewell to the 10 Kings of Hell, transforming instead into a beam of golden light that soared into the heavens. Subsequently, he morphed into 9 5-clawed golden dragons, ascending gracefully and vanishing from sight, along with the blinding radiance. As Yingzheng departed, the malevolent spirits, initially paralyzed by the dazzling light, slowly rose from the ground. In that case, we should also take our leave, King Qingguang remarked with a smile. The other palace lords nodded in agreement. With the crisis averted, their continued presence here served little purpose. As for the matter of guiding the wandering spirits, it would be left to the likes of He Bai Wuchang and the Oxhead and Horseface. Esteemed lords, I shall forever cherish this profound kindness. With a sudden smile, Ye Feng added, as for the matter of the temple, I believe it shall soon be established. The Wheel of Reincarnation King laughed and interjected, indeed, however, what truly matters is not the temple itself, but rather the peace within the realms of Huaxia. The king of Mount Tai then pointed towards King Qingguang and others, stating, let my temple be erected grander than theirs. You old rascal, how fanciful your thoughts, came the retort. Let us not dwell on him. We shall take our leave. With that, the 10 Kings of Hell invoked their magic and vanished into the earth, one by one. In the end, only King Yama remained, who nodded and smiled at Ye Feng, a silent farewell, before he too departed. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the system resonated in the minds of people across the globe. The 4th round of the Divine Selection game has concluded. Rewards and penalties are being finalized. Please hold on. Chapter 97. Additional rewards. The results of the 4th round of the Divine Selection game have been successfully concluded. First place, the Kingdom of Dying, receives the following rewards. Turbocharging Technology Blueprint, an increase in average lifespan and physical constitution, and a notable enhancement in the cultivation talents of the local mythological civilization system. Second place, Huaxia, receives the following rewards. An increase in average physical constitution and lifespan, as well as a nationwide boost in resource production. Third place, the Kingdom of Shila receives the following rewards. An increase in average lifespan and a reduction in national pollution levels. Fourth place, the Kingdom of Beilu receives the following rewards. An increase in average physical constitution and a decrease in nationwide pollution. Fifth place, the Kingdom of Jinta receives the following rewards: an increase in average physical constitution. Failure penalty: erasure of the 5 nations ranked last. Other ranked nations will face neither penalties nor rewards. The outcome of the game evokes a sense of reflection. In prior rankings, the Kingdom of Dying struggled to secure a position within the top 10. Yet this time it emerged victorious. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the greatest dark horse. Huaxia has consistently occupied the first or second position, thus cannot be deemed a dark horse. While one feels a sense of wonder, there is also a tinge of regret. Had it not been for the provocations by the Kingdom of Asan, they might have claimed the top spot. After all, the deities of Asan excel in the exorcism of wandering spirits. More importantly, their pantheon is vast, even if they could not achieve first place. Securing second would have been a certainty. Unfortunately, they have drawn the ire of Huaxia, and following the demise of countless spirits, their ranking has fallen to a mid-tier level. This mid-tier standing is only preserved due to Huaxia's mercy. Otherwise, they would have been the ones eliminated. At present, only the top 5 nations receive rewards, rendering the distinction between mid-tier and lower-tier irrelevant. Huaxia's second-place finish is attributable to the tireless efforts of the Yama Kings and their diligent exorcism. The battles consumed considerable time, compounded by many spirits being commandeered by the undead, making the achievement of second place truly commendable. Due to the early withdrawal of Sakura and Bangzi nations, they managed to secure positions within the top 20. This infuriated the people of Asan, who vehemently condemned them online for their perceived betrayal of camaraderie. The audacity of Sakura and Bangzi nations to be scorned without consequence is remarkable. They retaliated by accusing Asan of incompetence and frivolity, claiming that they too were ensnared in the predicament. Just as many believed that the rewards and penalties had concluded, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations to Huaxia. Having triumphed over the 3 great civilizations in both challenges, the system shall bestow an additional reward. The rewards are as follows. Within Huaxia, 11 random forbidden zones will emerge, where one may discover remarkable treasures or artifacts of historical significance. Once the system concluded its announcement, it vanished entirely. Every individual on Blue Star heard this proclamation. Were it not for the relentless passage of time, few would believe the words just uttered by the system. Additional rewards for Huaxia, 11 forbidden zones, remarkable treasures. The chronicles of historical civilizations serve as a testament to their legacy. The accumulation of these accolades surpasses the total rewards of the top 5 contenders, inciting envy among many. In an instant, emotions fluctuated wildly. Some were moved to tears while others seethed with indignation. The global public forum erupted with a myriad of opinions. Why does the second-ranked Huaxia receive additional rewards, including 11 forbidden lands? This is unjust. The system exhibits blatant favoritism. Where is the promised fairness and transparency? Clearly we, the great infant nation, should rightfully hold the top position. If there are extra rewards to be distributed, they ought to be ours. Huaxia merely triumphed over 3 insignificant opponents. What merit do they possess to warrant such substantial rewards? Such incompetence. Our esteemed nation, the first mythological power of Blue Star, could never be outmatched by Huaxia. It was merely a concession on our part. If you doubt this, let your great infant nation test the waters. We, the celestial divine nation, maintain a silent demeanor. For despite Huaxia's claims of a 2,000-year history, our own legacy spans over 10 millennia, rendering them our vassal. Although we suffered defeat at their hands, Huaxia remains our subordinate. Observing our juniors surpass us in capability, we take solace rather than offense. After all, Huaxia is formidable. Even our great cherry blossom empire cannot contend with them, let alone your great infant nation. If you contest this, feel free to challenge them. In our class, Huaxia stands apart. Participate in the 5th round of the Divine Selection game, and you shall learn humility. Huaxia can take on 3 opponents simultaneously. If you doubt this, why not give it a try? And you, nations of Cherry Blossom and Celestial Divine, could you refrain from speaking in such condescending tones? I nearly lost my dinner listening to you. Our great infant nation was once the empire on which the sun never set. In terms of relations, you must address us as father. What is this? Now that you've gained independence, you think you've grown wings? It's laughable that a nation that stumbled into first place dares to mock Huaxia, a nation that has claimed 3 consecutive victories. Who grants you such audacity? Your caregivers? Enough of this. Huaxia is indeed impressive. Go ahead and challenge them to defeat nations across the globe, if you dare. You're merely bullying the meek. Are you permitted to allow dogs to bite, while I cannot kick the dog? Would you stand idly by if your wife were being bullied, merely muttering enough? Though the live stream has ended, it does not hinder the keyboard warriors of Huaxia from expressing themselves and promoting their cultural heritage. The online discourse continues unabated, filled with mutual invectives. This has become their sole outlet for emotional release. In the past, Huaxia was often the target of scorn. After all, during those times, Huaxia had yet to emerge from the shadows, and the weight of cultural and mythological inferiority rendered them less assertive in such discussions. However, this time is different. The presence of Yingzheng has irrevocably validated that Huaxia's history extends far beyond 2 millennia, a revelation of profound significance for Huaxia. An hour after the conclusion of the competition, in the capital city, General Ning's office, engrossed in the approval of documents, Ning Zhangwo was roused by a knock at the door. Given the extraordinary circumstances, the visitor must be bearing significant news. Without hesitation, he uttered a prompt invitation to enter. The door swung open to reveal his secretary, visibly agitated, who hastily closed the door behind him and approached Ning Zhangwo with palpable excitement. "General Ning," he exclaimed, "our people have observed anomalies in 11 distinct locations across the country. These 11 sites correspond precisely to the rewards previously outlined by the system." In an instant, the typically impassive Ning Zhangwo displayed a flicker of enthusiasm and inquired, "What kind of anomalies?" Chapter 98. The Forbidden Land of Fortune. Mount Buzhou, the secretary, organized his thoughts before speaking. These 11 forbidden areas are situated in desolate locations, predominantly amidst perilous mountains and flowing waters. Due to their status as forbidden lands, these originally extraordinary places have become even more peculiar. Areas once devoid of mist now suddenly harbor an unyielding white fog. Regions characterized by relentless heat are now blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Places with scant vegetation are enveloped by towering trees reaching heights of over 100 meters. Beyond these geographical and meteorological anomalies, there is also a stark contrast in species. The initial part is quite comprehensible, yet the latter statement left the well-informed Ning Zhangwo in a state of perplexity. A contrast in species? Observing Ning Zhangwo's furrowed brow, the secretary continued without further delay. "Our cultivators have discovered some mutated species within these realms. No, to be precise, they should be referred to as evolved species." "Oh," Ning Zhangwo exclaimed, taken aback. Mutation often connotes something adverse, while evolution signifies the contrary. These species must have undergone transformations due to the influence of the Forbidden Lands, becoming more sentient and aesthetically distinct. For instance, there are white foxes adorned with 3 fluffy tails and birds with resplendent plumage. Our cultivators have sensed formidable spiritual energy emanating from them. However, for detailed results, we must await the biochemical department's report. If that is indeed the case, there must be immense opportunities hidden within, Ning Zhangwo remarked with a smile. Yet, a hint of concern crept into his thoughts. Would these biological changes pose a threat to humanity? He certainly did not wish to emerge from such an expedition transformed into an abominable being, isolated from reproduction. The secretary, aware of Ning Zhangwo's apprehensions, chuckled and shook his head. So far, no adverse effects have been observed, and it seems there should be no issues. Moreover, individuals who have ventured into the periphery of these forbidden lands have even experienced enhancements in their cultivation. Indeed, Ning Zhangwo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, the secretary affirmed. Ha! Ning Zhangwo laughed heartily, feeling both elated and at ease. With this additional boon alongside the previous forbidden lands of fortune, there are nearly 15 such auspicious locations within the territory of China. This undoubtedly represents a tremendous advantage for cultivators in China. How could a general like Ning Zhangwo not feel overjoyed? Amidst his excitement, Ning Zhangwo could not help but reflect. The fortune and blessings that China enjoys are largely attributed to Ye Feng. It is truly remarkable how one individual can uplift an entire nation, surpassing even the likes of India, Japan, and South Korea. Such capabilities and achievements are hard to fathom coming from someone so young, barely in their 20s. Regaining his composure, Ning Zhangwo stowed away his smile and, with a serious demeanor, issued a command. Deploy personnel to safeguard these forbidden lands of fortune. Utilize our infrastructure capabilities to construct formidable defenses, preventing any malefactors from causing disruption. Simultaneously, instruct the team from the Immortal Seeking Bureau to organize a contingent to explore the area. We must strive to acquire 1 or 2 relics of historical civilization. Although the history of Huaxia has been confirmed to span over 2 millennia, it still falls significantly short of the 5,000 years asserted by Ye Feng. Should we truly uncover remnants of historical civilization from this, it would hold profound significance for Huaxia. The news of the emergence of new forbidden lands swiftly spread throughout the country and subsequently the world. Such revelations are impossible to conceal, and thus no effort was made to obscure them. In no time, netizens across the internet were filled with exuberance, almost bursting with excitement. Various forums exploded with fervent discussions. My goodness, 11 forbidden lands. How many treasures will be unearthed this time? Drooling emoji. That depends on one's capabilities. I have heard of a sect in Huainan named Kaoshan Sect, whose disciple Meng Hao acquired a spiritual sword in the previous Fuyuan forbidden land, inciting envy among many. Dog emoji. Meng Hao? I know that fellow, as I too hail from Huainan. It seems his strength is nearing foundational establishment, and even those from the Immortal Seeking Office are devising ways to recruit him. Envious emoji. I have also heard that a new sect has emerged in the south, seemingly called the Tianjin sect. Of course, that is not the focal point. The crux is that the sect leader's granddaughter turns 18 this year. She is astonishingly beautiful, incomparable to any television star. I have made up my mind. I shall join this Tianjin sect and sacrifice my own happiness to become their esteemed son-in-law. Oh, I forgot to mention, I am 25 years old, handsome, wealthy, standing at 186 centimeters tall, weighing 158 kilograms, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Phone number, 15659. Goodness, why does it feel like the person above is boasting about seeking a spouse? Brothers, bombard his phone. What does he want with beauties? Isn't joining the Immortal Seeking Office far more enticing? Dog emoji. It's as if he believes he could actually join. This is 1,000 times more challenging than passing a civil service exam. The difficulty here refers to innate talent. After all, without high talent, one is essentially fated to be distanced from the Immortal Seeking Office. After the news regarding the Forbidden Lands broke, a covert surge of activity ensued, with many opportunistic individuals beginning to set their sights on these forbidden realms. In Huaxia, numerous sects wield considerable influence, often remaining hidden from public view, making them difficult to detect on the surface. Yet behind the scenes, they operate their own businesses. Some sects possess wealth that could rival that of great enterprises. As previously mentioned regarding the Tianjin sect, although their disciples seldom venture out, the collective wealth of their sect could compel even someone like Little Ma to address them as Big Brother. This is no exaggeration, of course. This wealth is attributed to the sect as a whole, including the familial powers behind it, while Little Ma is merely an individual. If averaged out, Little Ma still reigns supreme. These sects are dispersed across various regions of Huaxia, with such influences present in nearly every provincial city. Following Ye Feng's procurement of cultivation benefits for Huaxia, these sects gradually began to emerge from the shadows. Previously, they were unable to cultivate and could only focus on self-cultivation. However, now one can not only cultivate, but also contend for resources and opportunities. Shouldn't one exert every effort in this pursuit? The recent forbidden area has prompted numerous sects and factions to dispatch their members in hopes of fortune. Within the realm of Huaxia, they dare not act recklessly or assert their strength, for the current Su Xian division stands as the preeminent organization for cultivation, unmatched by any other. In the southwestern region of Huaxia lies Mount Buzhou. This majestic range is crowned by the towering peak of Mount Buzhou itself. It is said that this mountain has birthed deities, and some adventurers have even claimed to witness divine radiance illuminating the area, heralding the descent of celestial beings. Conversely, there are those who regard Mount Buzhou as an ominous locale. It is rumored that all who enter ultimately meet their demise. Indeed, myriad tales abound regarding Mount Buzhou, encompassing both the auspicious and the malevolent. Moreover, within 100 miles of Mount Buzhou, one is scarcely likely to encounter any traces of humanity. Chapter 99. That man at the summit of the mountains opposite Mount Buzhou, there stood two peculiar figures. The elder, aged and venerable, donned a light-colored tang suit, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of celestial grace. Beside him stood a young maiden, her skin fair and her beauty captivating. Her bright, clear eyes possessed a unique enchantment that deterred any prolonged gaze. Clad in simple casual attire, she wore a cap under which cascaded a thick mane of lustrous black hair, creating a rather pronounced bulge at the back of her head. Grandfather, is the Fuyuan forbidden land we are visiting this time enjoyable? The maiden broke the tranquility, tilting her head playfully as she looked at the elder. He chuckled softly, a twinkle of indulgence in his eyes as he regarded her. The forbidden land is, of course, fraught with danger. Among the newly emerged 11 forbidden lands, the Buzhou forbidden land is arguably one of the most perilous. However, with peril comes greater opportunity, the elder explained. Upon hearing the word danger, the maiden's interest was piqued. As long as it's not like last time, otherwise it would be utterly lackluster, she remarked, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. You little rascal, the elder said, playfully tapping her on the head, shaking his head with a wry smile. Despite knowing the inherent dangers of the forbidden land, he still chose to bring her along, largely due to her impressive capabilities, more accurately, her remarkable talent. With her gifts, gaining entry into the elite class of the Seekers of Immortality would be a mere formality. The Fuyuan Forbidden Land places great emphasis on the talent of its cultivators. The stronger the talent, the greater the opportunities for fortune. The elder had gone to great lengths for his granddaughter, personally overseeing every aspect of their venture. Grandfather, should I join the Seekers of Immortality? The maiden suddenly posed an off-topic question. At her words, the elder's smile faded, and his expression grew serious as he fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Joining the Seekers of Immortality means access to superior resources, broader horizons, and formidable networks. Backed by the state, the Seekers possess unparalleled resources and connections, even benefiting the Tianjian sect. No sect dares to challenge the Seekers, lest they wish to court disaster. The advantages are numerous, but my focus lies solely on resources and connections, so I shall refrain from enumerating the rest. But I will miss you, grandfather, and my parents, and Ahu, and the Tianjian sect, the maiden lamented, her tone tinged with sorrow. The elder lightly tapped her head once more. It wasn't painful, but she rubbed her head in a mock pout, gazing at him with feigned indignation. Grandfather, why did you hit me? I haven't deceived you. Our little one has grown up. She now dares to lie before her grandfather. I haven't. The maiden's voice faltered, her conviction wavering as she spoke. The elder, unperturbed, expressed his sentiments. You are the most gifted individual of our Tianjian sect. Although I, your grandfather, wish for you to remain within our ranks, I understand that you have grown, and it is time for you to venture forth on your own. Whether you choose to join the Xuanxian division is entirely your decision. I shall neither compel nor pressure you. You may rest assured that, regardless of your choice, our Tianjian sect shall remain unaffected. The young girl grasped the elder's hand with reverence and declared, in truth, I care little for that. My desire is merely to learn more about that man through the government. After a brief pause, she shifted the conversation and posed another inquiry. Grandfather, what kind of person do you believe he is? Clearly, the elder was aware of the man the girl referred to. His previously relaxed demeanor instantly sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, he responded with respect. He is an extraordinary individual who, through his own strength, has altered the landscape of our Huaxia. Every citizen of Huaxia can cultivate, can possess confidence, and can stand tall before the world, declaring, we are Huaxia people, and we too have a history that is both profound and ancient. Yet, he is so young, the girl mused. He seems to be merely a few years my senior. How is it that he possesses such knowledge of our unknown history and mythology? The elder shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was not merely he who was aware of these matters. Even if one scoured all of Huaxia, they would find no second person with such knowledge. In truth, he had been equally curious at the outset. Amidst a population of 14 billion, only Ye Feng had this insight. Such records could not have emerged from thin air. The only plausible explanation is that they were passed down through generations, akin to the relationship between a master and his student. However, if a renowned master produced an exceptional disciple, why had no one heard of this master before? Fortunately, someone possessed this knowledge. Otherwise, Huaxia might have ceased to exist. The elder had long since come to terms with this conundrum. It was of little importance how Ye Feng acquired this knowledge. What mattered was that he was striving for them, for Huaxia. With this realization, other matters faded into insignificance. Noticing the girl's continued gaze upon him, the elder sighed with a wry smile. You will likely have to wait until you can inquire of him directly. Disappointment washed over the young girl, not due to the elder's response, but rather because of her own limited understanding of Ye Feng. Just then, a multitude of flying swords zipped across the distant sky, with faint silhouettes discernible upon them. Excitedly, the girl pointed toward the horizon and exclaimed, Grandfather, who are those people? The elder's expression stiffened, surprise flickering across his face as he replied, those should be individuals from the Xuanxian division. I never anticipated that, within such a short span of time, there would already be someone who has reached the foundation establishment stage. Such talent may even surpass yours. Even the well-versed elder felt an inexplicable pressure at that moment. His ability to recognize these individuals as members of the Xuanxian division stemmed from a simple reason. Firstly, the attire of these individuals is highly distinctive, as the Xuanxian division enforces a uniform dress code, with variations only appearing among different roles. Secondly, the ability to soar through the skies on a sword requires one to reach the foundational stage of cultivation. The rapid attainment of this stage, particularly by multiple individuals, is quite remarkable. Aside from the Xuanxian division, it is difficult for the elder to conceive of another sect capable of such a feat. Thirdly, The existence of flying swords is currently exclusive to the governmental authorities of Huaxia, and in such considerable quantities. Any one of these three reasons suffices to elucidate the identity of the Xuanxian division, let alone the combination of all three. We must hasten our journey, for the personnel of the Xuanxian division have already arrived, and it is likely that members of other sects are not far behind. The elder spoke with a grave tone. After a moment's reflection, perhaps still feeling uneasy, he added a cautionary note. Stay close to me. Do not act independently. The Fuyuan forbidden zone of Mount Buzhou is sure to be perilous, and a moment's carelessness could result in dire consequences. Chapter 100. Convergence. The young girl nodded gravely. Despite her exceptional talent, she did not harbor any pride. In fact, she was far more cautious than the average person when faced with danger. This was precisely why the elder had the audacity to venture forth with her alone. Although the Unzao mountain appeared to be nearby, it was, in truth, separated by several formidable peaks. The mountains rose and fell, presenting a treacherous journey. Had it not been for their considerable prowess, survival to this point would have been uncertain. After all, there were no clear paths before them, and the occasional roar of wild beasts echoed from the surrounding wilderness. Half an hour later, they successfully arrived at the foot of Unzao Mountain. Gazing up at the majestic peak, the girl's excitement was palpable, and her curiosity intensified. Against the backdrop of the surrounding mountains, Unzao Mountain loomed magnificently. However, the most striking feature was the jagged fissure that traversed its center, extending down into an unfathomable abyss. The presence of this crack rendered Unzao Mountain akin to a cracked porcelain artifact, imbued with an aura of mystery and the passage of time. Furthermore, miraculously, a spring flowed from the summit of the fissure. The fracture seemingly severed the watercourse, which cascaded down the crevice, forming a waterfall. From a distance, it resembled the severed lifeblood of Unzao Mountain, the rushing water embodying its very essence. At the base of the waterfall, it converged into a river, winding like a serpentine creature into the far horizon. Not far from the waterfall, a throng of people had already gathered. These individuals, clad in various attires and representing disparate factions, shared a common objective. This area was a forbidden ground within Unzao Mountain. The girl pointed towards the distant crowd, curiosity evident in her voice. Grandfather, who are those people? The elder patiently elucidated. Do you see the group of robust men to the left? Each one stands tall and vigorous. They are disciples of the Tiger sect, known for their ultimate technique, tiger descending the mountain, which is said to possess the power to fell even a tiger. Remarkably, this is achieved without the benefit of prior cultivation. Is that truly so? The girl gasped, her astonishment evident. The probability of a grown man defeating a tiger does not exceed 0.1, and even that meager chance hinges on the tiger being overly satiated. In simpler terms, it is nearly impossible for an adult to triumph over a full-grown tiger. Yet, these Tiger sect disciples could vanquish tigers with mere mortal strength, a feat indeed worthy of admiration. But grandfather, how do our Heavenly Sword sect and the Tiger sect compare in prowess? The girl inquired eagerly. Our Heavenly Sword sect specializes in swordsmanship. Should we be armed? Even 3 or 4 members of the Tiger sect would stand no chance against us. However, if we were to confront them unarmed, I dare say even 5 of us would struggle to match their strength. The elder replied candidly, shedding light on their relative standings. Having said this, the elder turned to the girl, his expression warm as he emphasized, thus, it is imperative that you not only hone your swordsmanship, but also cultivate your physical strength. This way, you may traverse further and not find yourself diminished in power should you be left without a weapon. Upon hearing this, the girl nodded thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. Apart from the formidable Tiger sect, there are also the Mountain sect and the Changshan Pavilion, but these are not the focal points. The crux lies in the Xuanxian division. Does it not? The young lady, possessing remarkable intelligence, swiftly connected the dots regarding the elder's insinuation. The elder smiled and nodded, advising her to remain astute and observant. As they approached, a representative from the Xuanxian division stepped forward to greet them. The newcomer was a young man, approximately 27 years of age, adorned in the distinctive garb of the Xuanxian division, reminiscent of a futuristic warrior, seamlessly merging advanced technology with the fantastical elements of cultivation. As he scrutinized the elder and the young lady, he simultaneously glanced at the display on his left wrist. You are the sect master Li Xiaoyao of the Tianjian sect and your disciple Li Waner, he remarked in a rather indifferent tone, showing neither deference to the elder's status nor any inclination to show tenderness towards the young lady's beauty. Li Xiaoyao, the elder, promptly clasped his hands in greeting, responding with a smile. Indeed, I am Li Xiaoyao. He then gestured towards the young lady beside him. This is my granddaughter, Li Waner. Li Xiaoyao adopted a humble demeanor, almost placing himself on par with the young man. Li Waner, standing beside him, felt a twinge of discontent, not due to the young man's lack of cordiality, but because her grandfather, Li Xiaoyao, appeared overly submissive. In her eyes, her grandfather was omnipotent, unmatched by anyone in the world, not even by her own father. The only individual she considered comparable was Ye Feng. "Ah, you are also among the invited guests this time. Please proceed to wait over there," the young man instructed, pointing towards a vacant area. "Thank you," Li Xiaoyao replied gratefully, leading Li Waner away. As the sect master, it was only natural that others would approach him before they had even reached their destination. "Sect master, what brings you here personally? Where is that rascal Li Hanjia?" inquired a middle-aged man, around 50, dressed in a suit that seemed more suited for matchmaking than treasure hunting. Li Hanjia, as it happened, was Li Waner's father and Li Xiaoyao's son. Li Xiaoyao halted, turning to the middle-aged man with a smile. "Hanjia recently went abroad to attend to some matters. It may be a while before he returns. It has been quite some time since I last saw your father. How has he been?" "My father is well and often reminisces about you, Sect Master Li," the middle-aged man replied. "Once this business concludes, I shall personally pay a visit to that old fellow." Throughout the conversation, a warm smile adorned Li Xiaoyao's face, particularly when speaking of the middle-aged man's father, his joy becoming increasingly genuine. "Oh, by the way," Li Xiaoyao exclaimed, tapping his forehead, then gently patted Li Waner on the back with a kind expression. "Dear, this is your Uncle Lin, who has known your father Hanjia since childhood." "Hello, Uncle Lin," Li Waner greeted him with warmth and courtesy. Good. Ha ha ha," Lin Han responded enthusiastically, his gaze towards Li Waner growing more appreciative. This admiration stemmed not only from her sweet appearance, but also from her exceptional talent. As a close friend of Li Hanjia, Lin Han was naturally aware of Li Waner and possessed a fair amount of understanding about her. However, over the years, he had not found the time to become acquainted with this younger generation. "The young lady should be 18 this year, right? She is just 2 years younger than my nephew, Meng Hao. I must arrange an introduction between these two young individuals. Perhaps they could forge a friendship akin to that of Hanjia and me." "Is that Meng Hao from the Kaoshan sect?" Li Waner inquired, her large, sparkling eyes blinking curiously. "Ha ha ha, indeed. You see, I, Uncle Lin, am an elder of the Kaoshan sect," Lin Han replied with a smile. Chapter 101. Divine Beast. Speaking of Meng Hao, I have heard that he recently acquired a spiritual sword in the northern forbidden land of Fuyuan, relying solely on his own strength. "Achieving such a feat at a young age is truly remarkable," remarked Li Xiaoyao with genuine admiration. "Haha, that kid Meng Hao is indeed formidable, yet when it comes to innate talent, he cannot compare to Xiao and I," Lin Han interjected with a chuckle. Xiao and I refers to Li Waner, a prodigy whose brilliance shines wherever she goes, becoming the subject of admiration among many. However, this young girl remains somewhat unfocused, leaving her still at a considerable distance from Meng Hao. Li Xiaoyao's words were not mere flattery, but a reflection of reality, a sentiment even Li Waner herself did not contest. Young people, after all, are prone to distraction. "Just the other day, I had to reprimand that boy Meng Hao," Lin Han added with a smile, though his expression revealed a deep fondness for his nephew. Curious, Li Xiaoyao surveyed the surroundings and asked, "So, is that little fellow not here today?" "Haha, he has ventured to another Fuyuan forbidden land," Lin Han replied, shaking his head slightly. "Such a pity." "What a pity, Uncle Lin?" Li Waner inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Looking at the enchanting Li Waner, Lin Han responded amiably. "It is a pity that he has missed the opportunity to make your acquaintance. Had I known you would be here, I would have brought him along." Lin Han's teasing caused a faint blush to rise on Li Waner's cheeks. "Haha, enough of that. You, as the elder, should not tease her any further. Let us discuss the matter at hand," Li Xiaoyao interrupted Lin Han. Nodding in agreement and suppressing his smile, Lin Han took the opportunity to explain patiently. "Many individuals have come seeking treasures, as you well know. Such a splendid opportunity is not to be overlooked by those wolves of the wild. In addition to these local sects, there are also individuals from the Celestial Seeking Bureau. You must have noticed the situation in the vicinity, correct?" Lin Han inquired. Li Xiaoyao nodded in silence, fully aware of whom Lin Han was referring to. Even before arriving at Mount Buzhou, he had keenly sensed the presence of numerous armed forces lurking nearby. Having weathered many storms, Li Xiaoyao surmised the purpose of these armed groups. They were undoubtedly there to prevent foreign entities from causing disruption. After all, China finds itself at a critical juncture, and Mount Buzhou, located in the southwest, is not too distant from the nation of A. A major power can easily orchestrate covert operations. Moreover, this is a nation with deep-seated animosities. Beyond that, these forces aim to extract certain benefits from China's Fuyuan forbidden lands. Thus, The presence of armed forces is indispensable, and it is quite possible that this infrastructure-loving nation may even construct defensive fortifications deep within the mountains and forests. Actually, not only is this place heavily guarded, but other Fuyuan forbidden lands are similarly secure, Lin Han added. Such swift action? Li Xiaoyao expressed his surprise. In the realm of Huaxia, there are no less than 15 forbidden places of fortune, most of which are nestled deep within secluded mountains and forests. Even if one were to locate these sacred sites, it would require considerable time and effort. Moreover, the deployment of armed forces to guard these areas rigorously adds to the challenge. Sighing in resignation, Lin Han acknowledged the predicament. Recent turmoil from foreign powers has escalated, and were it not for the government's continuous suppression, Huaxia would likely be engulfed in chaos by now. Following the emergence of the Chosen Game, numerous countries have commenced border lockdowns, prohibiting foreign individuals from entering and domestic citizens from departing. However, as a significant nation, Huaxia cannot afford to seal its borders like smaller countries. Doing so would precipitate an economic crisis even before the world could collapse due to the Chosen Game. With borders remaining open, it is inevitable that foreign forces will engage in covert machinations. Li Xiaoyao nodded gravely in agreement. During their conversation, more individuals arrived, most of whom were familiar faces. Upon spotting Li Xiaoyao and Lin Han, they approached with warmth and enthusiasm. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, nearly 100 people had gathered, not including the armed forces discreetly stationed nearby. "Everyone, please gather around," called out a disciple from the Seeking Immortals division, clapping his hands to draw the crowd's attention. In response, the assembly shifted towards him. The disciple, a young man in his 30s, stood tall and exuded an air of decisiveness, suggesting a military background prior to joining the Seeking Immortals division. "I am Lin Hao, the leader of the 6th group of the Seeking Immortals division, and I will also be heading this operation." As he introduced himself, Lin Hao's gaze swept over the crowd, pausing momentarily when it fell upon Li Wanner, a stunning young woman among the few females present. "This expedition to Mount Buzhou is fraught with peril. I advise everyone to reconsider your participation before we embark." As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple from the back couldn't help but interject. "Brother, we've traveled a great distance. Of course, we've already made our decision. Besides, where there is no danger, there can be no opportunity, right? Indeed, before our cultivation, we were already masters of the martial arts. Now, with our enhanced abilities, what is a mere forbidden place to us?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, but Li Wanner, standing at the rear, wore a contemplative expression, her eyes shimmering with a faint, mystical light, as if formulating a strategy. "Very well. I shall now elucidate the circumstances surrounding Mount Buzhou." As members of the Seeking Immortals division, they had previously conducted thorough investigations of the forbidden areas within Mount Buzhou. Thus, prior to their entry, they would brief everyone on what to expect inside. This is to mitigate unnecessary losses. After all, these individuals are the elite cultivators of Huaxia, and the absence of even one constitutes a significant detriment. Simultaneously, Mount Buzhou is currently open to the public, yet it is exclusively accessible to nationals. All incoming and outgoing personnel undergo thorough verification. Foreign individuals are ineligible for entry. Hence, Li Xiaoyao and Li Wanner were just recently identified. Lin Hao continued. "Do you see that narrow crevice behind us? That is the entrance to the forbidden ground. Deep within this entrance, we have discovered 2 yellow divine beasts guarding the stone gate. Beyond the stone gate lies the concealed Fuyuan forbidden area." "Yellow divine beasts? What manner of creatures are they?" someone could not help but inquire. However, Lin Hao shook his head. "We are also uncertain. They possess a pair of antlers akin to a deer, yet they are not deer. Their eyes resemble those of a lion. Their backs are like those of a tiger. Their robust waists resemble a bear's. Their hooves are reminiscent of a horse's, and they even have scales like a serpent." Chapter 102. Qilin, what is this chaotic amalgamation? How peculiar. Could it possibly be a divine beast from our Huaxia mythology? Even so, we cannot ascertain this unless we can find Ye Feng. Upon hearing Ye Feng's name, Li Wanner, positioned at the back, immediately perked up, lightly rising on her toes to listen attentively. "What nonsense. Ye Feng is cultivating in the Palace of the Moon, and we have no means to contact him. Regardless, we shall soon discover the truth upon entering. Perhaps the Hongming Bahuang contains records of divine beasts." Indeed. And with so many of us, how could we possibly fear 2 divine beasts? Let us not utter such words. If we cannot defeat them, it would be quite embarrassing. The divine beasts of the real world differ significantly from those in the chosen realm, with their powers vastly disparate. This is why they dared to boast so boldly. As the murmurs gradually subsided, Lin Hao continued. "Through our observations, we have found that at noon, precisely around 12 o'clock, when the sun is at its zenith, the powers of the two guarding divine beasts are diminished. Thus, our primary objective upon entering is to collectively overcome these two beasts and subsequently discover the means to access the forbidden area. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao hastily added, "However, there is no need for excessive concern. We have engaged in battle with those divine beasts numerous times and have found that they seemingly do not wish to harm us. The reason for this is still unknown to us. Therefore, our goal is to repel the divine beasts rather than slay them. This is something for everyone to keep in mind." In truth, even without Lin Hao's admonition, it mattered little. Given their strength, they could not possibly kill a divine beast. It would be akin to a 3-year-old child declaring to an adult, "I will defeat you." Does that not sound rather absurd? Lin Hao glanced at his wristwatch. All that needed to be said has been said. It is now precisely 12 o'clock. Prepare to set off. With that, the group cautiously entered the crevice of Mount Buzhou. Outside, many from the Immortal-Seeking Division remained to prevent anyone from intruding into the forbidden area. As the group approached, the scenery of Mount Buzhou unveiled itself before them. The crevice, hidden behind a waterfall, could be accessed from both sides, allowing them to avoid wetting their garments. From a distance, it appeared less imposing, but as they drew near, they realized that the waterfall was even grander than anticipated. The waterfall spanned over 50 meters in width, with the river it fed into measuring more than 60 meters wide, a proper river indeed. However, as they progressed further, the river narrowed, eventually stabilizing at around 30 meters, yet still substantial. But that was not the main point. The most astonishing aspect was that the fissure behind the waterfall was over 100 meters wide. The cracks on either side were already overgrown with lush greenery, fervently seizing the faint rays of light from above. This rendered the illumination below rather dim, yet they could still discern the path ahead. The water was icy and biting, and the chill from the crevice was palpable. The path ahead was rugged and uneven, rising and falling unpredictably, leading to an unknown destination. It is difficult for many to fathom that such a peculiar place still exists on the vast expanse of the Huaxia land. In no time, they found themselves engaged in lively chatter and gossip. My goodness, is this place not extraordinarily unique? Is it not more enchanting than the monkeys atop certain mountains? Given the chill in the air, it is no wonder that those two mythical beasts are weakened at noon. They must be seizing the opportunity to take a nap. Oh, you are truly a genius for making such a connection. It is a pity that we cannot tame these two divine beasts. Otherwise, riding them out would be exceedingly impressive. Dreaming of riding divine beasts? I fear you might inadvertently become their next meal instead. Nonsense. With my cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refining, how could I possibly be devoured by a divine beast? Enough, enough. You have yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, and you are no better than a mere draft horse. As the crowd ambled along, Li Wanner, walking beside Li Xiaoyao, curiously surveyed the environment through the crevices. Although she often accompanied Li Xiaoyao on his adventures, she had never before witnessed such a magnificent rift in the mountain. This fissure nearly traversed the entirety of Mount Buzhou, resembling a cake sliced with a knife. Yet, remarkably, the mountain stood undaunted, uncollapsed. Even if Li Wanner strained her imagination, she could not comprehend the cause of this phenomenon. A natural wonder? Could it be? After approximately half an hour of trekking, the group finally caught sight of the yellow divine beasts that Lin Hao had mentioned. They were colossal, larger than African buffaloes, and at that moment, they rested under the faint rays of sunlight. The group cautiously concealed themselves on either side of the crevice, observing the two divine beasts from a distance. As they had previously stated, these creatures appeared to be an eclectic mix. They resembled a blend of cattle, deer, and even tigers, defying perfect description. Yet, astonishingly, these composite features harmonized beautifully. Intriguingly, they possessed an air of coolness. Were Ye Feng present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "Is this not the legendary Qilin?" The Qilin, a mythical auspicious beast from ancient Chinese mythology, is said to have been formed from the dispersal of the planet Venus, and it is revered alongside the dragon, phoenix, tortoise, and Pai Xiao as one of the 5 great auspicious creatures. The appearance of such a being signifies a portent of good fortune. However, the two Qilin-like beasts before them were enveloped in yellow stone, essentially animated statues. As for the material of the stone, it was difficult to identify at that moment. "Grandfather, have you ever encountered such divine beasts?" Li Wanner inquired, poking Li Xiaoyao's arm with curiosity. Upon hearing her, Li Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze from the Qilin, his expression grave as he shook his head. "I have neither seen nor heard of such a creature before." After saying this, Li Xiaoyao even posed a question back to Li Wanner. "Did you not play Homeng Bahuang? Are there no such divine beasts within it?" "I cannot be certain," Li Wanner replied with a helpless shrug. Simultaneously, she lamented how wonderful it would be to know Ye Feng. Amidst their conversation, a battle had quietly commenced. It was Lin Hao who first organized the group to launch an attack, and upon witnessing this, the others swiftly joined the fray. Now, if we do not unite our efforts, none shall be able to venture into the forbidden realm in search of treasure. Having journeyed from afar, they certainly do not wish to return empty-handed. Each deity is showcasing their extraordinary abilities, employing every conceivable technique. The fierce tiger descends the mountain. The monkey plucks peaches. The divine beings gather grapes. The old man pushes his cart. The 18 styles of the imperial maiden. Meanwhile, at the rear, Li Waner, having just drawn her sleeve sword, blushes and scolds. Humph, nothing but vulgar techniques. Beside her, Li Xiaoyao has already unleashed his sleeve sword and charged forward. This sleeve sword, crafted specifically for disciples by the Heavenly Sword sect, can be concealed within the sleeve when not in use and can be folded for convenience. When the need arises, a simple twist of the wrist and a flick will cause the sleeve sword to extend autonomously, transforming into a formidable weapon over a meter in length. Chapter 103. Narrow victory. Everyone, be cautious. Although the divine beasts tend to avoid direct conflict with us, their strikes are indiscriminate. A moment's carelessness could result in severe injury. It is imperative that we cooperate with one another to prevent harm. Simultaneously, we must act swiftly, for the time during which the divine beasts are weakened lasts no more than an hour. In the distance, Lin Hao, engaged in battle with the Qilin, reminded everyone to stay alert. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, he stood among the strongest of their group. Yet, even he dared not withstand the Qilin's onslaught head-on. The Qilin's attack methods were straightforward. It could charge with its horns, kick with its hooves, or lash out with its tail. Do not underestimate such physical assaults. Moments ago, Lin Hao evaded a tail strike from the Qilin, but the rocky terrain was not as fortunate and suffered a substantial crater several meters wide from the seemingly innocuous tail. Debris erupted, scattering in all directions. Some disciples of nearby sects were knocked off their feet by the flying rubble, illustrating the sheer might of the Qilin. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were commendable, sparing them from immediate death, though they lay incapacitated on the ground, groaning and moaning in pain. Everyone, stay vigilant. Do not let the divine beasts injure you. Lin Hao called out again. In truth, even without his urging, the others were already on high alert. The residual force from a mere strike was formidable. If one of them were to be hit directly, the consequences would be dire. What in the world are these creatures? How can they be so powerful? If only I had brought my blue glowing Gatling gun. Otherwise, I would surely have vanquished it by now. If it is this strong while weakened, how much more formidable would it be at full strength? As the crowd vented their frustrations, a disciple from the fierce tiger sect, Demonyo, wore a countenance of despair. Alas, my fist seems somewhat inadequate against it. No sooner had he spoken than a young maiden, as graceful as a flying swallow, leapt into action, lightly stepping upon Demonyo's shoulder before soaring toward the fray with the Qilin. Miraculously, she landed deftly behind the Qilin, seizing one of its horns with one hand while brandishing a sleeve sword with the other, aiming for the creature's spine. This young maiden was none other than Li Waner. She had discerned that the divine beasts attacked much like animals, which inspired her to recall the Western bullfighting festivals. In such contests, participants must ride the bull until it is utterly exhausted, and they cannot fall off during the struggle. This, she realized, was the only way to conquer the wild beast. Thus, after summoning considerable courage, she executed her daring maneuver. Her audacity astonished everyone present. While the onlookers marveled at the young maiden's remarkable agility and bravery, Li Xiaoyao, amidst the chaos, felt his heart race with trepidation. If he could not contend with this divine beast, how could his granddaughter, in her chi refinement stage, possibly hope to challenge it? Yet, with the situation having unfolded as it did, he could do nothing but provide cover for Li Waner, ensuring her safety amidst the tumult. Those who share the same sentiments include Lin Han and Lin Hao. Lin Han regards Li Waner as a niece-in-law, and, considering his long-standing friendship with her father, feels a profound obligation to protect her at all costs. As for Lin Hao, his interest does not lie in Li Waner herself, but rather in his role as the team leader. He is determined to ensure the safety of the few girls in their group. Moreover, as members of the Seeking Immortals division, their mission is to save the dying and aid the weak. The three foundational-level experts joined forces to repel the Qilin and rescue Li Waner. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a resounding clang, Li Waner's sleeve sword pierced the Qilin's dorsal spine, penetrating approximately 1 centimeter. This revelation was undoubtedly exhilarating news for the onlookers, as it confirmed that they could indeed strike at the Qilin's back. Yet, before Li Waner could revel in her success, the the Qilin went into a frenzy, leaping wildly in an effort to dislodge her. Another Qilin, perceiving its companion's distress, abruptly changed direction and charged toward Li Wanner. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the crowd held their breath. If Li Wanner were to be struck by the Qilin's horns, her demise would be inevitable. As they watched the beautiful young woman on the verge of peril, the spectators instinctively turned away, unable to bear the sight. Li Xiaoyao, Lin Han, and the others summoned their strength, launching a simultaneous counterattack against the oncoming Qilin. The three foundational-level masters unleashed an astounding force that successfully thwarted the Qilin's assault. Meanwhile, Li Wanner, still perched on the back of the other Qilin, dared not linger any longer. With a swift motion of her right hand, she withdrew her sleeved sword, and with a powerful kick, she leaped off the Qilin. Li Xiaoyao retracted his weapon and hastily caught his granddaughter. With the support of Li Xiaoyao withdrawn, Lin Han and Lin Hao prudently decided to retreat. Without obstruction, the Qilin gathered momentum once more and charged forward. In an ironic twist of fate, it collided headlong with its wounded companion, the very Qilin that Li Wanner had just injured. The impact was colossal. The injured Qilin was propelled against the rocky wall with tremendous force. In an instant, the ground trembled, and debris cascaded from both sides, with some stones weighing dozens of tons. It was evident that this force surpassed that of the previous encounter by several magnitudes. "Get out of the way," Lin Hao shouted at the top of his lungs. Without needing further encouragement, the crowd had already fled, eager to avoid Demise before even catching a glimpse of the treasure. Lin Hao and Lin Han hurriedly dodged to evade being crushed by the falling stones. Though they had attained foundational levels, they understood that being struck by such boulders would likely spell their end. As the dust settled, the path ahead lay in ruins. Fortunately, no one had been struck by the debris, but the two Qilins did not share such good fortune. The Qilin that had been wounded by Li Wanner lay beneath the rubble, its body buried beneath a pile of stones. The central Qilin fared no better. It was encumbered by even larger fragments, resembling small carts, rendering the term debris insufficient. Both Qilins were entombed beneath a mountain of stones, with only their heads protruding from the heap. Even so, the two stone Qilins still clung to life, struggling amidst the rubble in an earnest attempt to rise. The disciples from various sects approached cautiously, many expressing their awe and admiration for these magnificent creatures. How astonishing that they survived such a tremendous impact. Truly remarkable. Fortunately, these mythical beasts seemed to lack keen eyesight, otherwise, we could have faced dire consequences. It is rather unfortunate for these divine beings, as their paths diverge from ours, rendering collaboration impossible. The force of the falling stones must have been akin to that of a missile. After speaking, one could not help but glance upward towards the mountain's summit. There, on either side of the high stone wall, lay a substantial crevice, its coloration differing from the surrounding rock, likely due to the instability of the geological layers, which caused the debris to plummet upon impact. Chapter 104. The spy fortune truly favors me, ha ha ha. The disciple of the tiger sect, Demise, let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, before turning to Li Wanner with a smug expression, exclaiming, "My dear beauty, our collaboration was quite splendid, wasn't it?" Li Wanner. The crowd. Even the other disciples of the tiger sect could not bear to witness this spectacle. They averted their gazes in embarrassment, deliberately distancing themselves from Demise, thinking to themselves, "I do not know this fool." However, Demise remained blissfully unaware, his goofy smile fixed on Li Wanner. In his mind, he mused, "Goodness, this girl is so youthful. How does she maintain such flawless skin? She keeps casting glances at me. Could it be that she harbors feelings for me? What should we name our future children? That guy must be a bit off. Keep your distance, lest he bully you," Li Xiaoyao whispered while supporting Li Wanner. This elicited a wry smile from Li Wanner. In terms of strength, she was no less formidable than Demise. If there were to be any bullying, it would be her bullying him. Yet, despite her thoughts, she refrained from voicing them. "All right, I will remember that," she replied. Li Xiaoyao chose not to elaborate further, instead meticulously examining Li Wanner. Once he confirmed that his granddaughter was unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. He then donned a serious expression and imparted a lesson to Li Wanner. Naturally, she nodded sincerely, promising not to act recklessly again. Li Xiaoyao wasn't genuinely reprimanding her, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her along. His concern stemmed primarily from his profound worry for her safety. Meanwhile, Lin Han, who was clearing the battlefield, pointed to the two Qilin on the ground and inquired, "What shall we do with these two divine beasts?" Although Lin Hao had previously addressed this matter, it was prudent to seek clarification once more. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively turned their gaze towards Lin Hao, as he was the captain of this operation. Before entering the forbidden area, all decisions rested upon him. Under the intense scrutiny of numerous eyes, Lin Hao remained undaunted. With a serious demeanor, he murmured, "Though these two divine beasts are gravely injured, they are still divine creatures and should not perish. Since we have already restricted their mobility, let us refrain from inflicting further harm upon them. After all, they are the guardians of the forbidden area. Killing them would not bode well for it." The others nodded in agreement, as they were there for wealth, not for bloodshed, especially not that of their own guardian beasts. "Let us proceed. The forbidden area lies ahead. We must be swift in our return," Lin Hao declared, leading the way as he skillfully navigated around the rubble. The entrance to the forbidden area was not far from where the Qilin were located. Regardless of whether the group approached from the front or the rear, they could not evade these two beasts. Thus, it was far more convenient to enter through the main entrance. Having walked a short distance, Lin Hao noticed that the disciples of the sect had just gathered behind him. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A group of agile men split into two teams, suddenly charging towards the Qilin buried beneath debris. Wielding titanium alloy blades crafted from special materials, razor-sharp and formidable. Before the astonished onlookers, they aimed directly for the back of the Qilin's head. If even Li Wanner's sleeve sword could harm the Qilin's spine, how could these titanium knives fail to sever its head? The men, with menacing expressions, seemed intent on slaying the divine beast, startling everyone around. Thoughts raced through the crowd. Just moments ago, they had urged against further harm to the sacred creature. Yet these individuals appeared resolute in their intent to kill it. What vendetta drove them? Gasps of alarm erupted as the bystanders attempted to intervene. But the assailants disregarded their pleas, as if prepared for this very confrontation. Sensing an unusual disturbance behind him, Lin Hao, at the forefront, abruptly turned. Witnessing the attempt on the divine beast's life, his eyes widened in fury, yet the distance was too great for him to intervene in time. Helpless, he could only watch in despair as the sacred creature faced its demise. With a clang, the titanium blade met the Qilin's neck but lodged itself a fifth of the way in, unable to penetrate further no matter the force applied. The attackers paused, bewildered. Wasn't this blade capable of cleaving through steel? How could it falter against a mere statue? However, in the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from the Qilin, blinding to behold. Accompanied by a ferocious roar, an overwhelming surge of energy burst forth from its being. The debris enveloping the Qilin disintegrated into dust, swept away by the gale of power. The assailants were caught off guard, hurled backward by the force, with some, due to their lesser cultivation and collision with the stone walls, meeting immediate demise. Only 3 men of slightly higher prowess managed to survive, albeit with blood trickling from their lips. The residual might of the Qilin rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes, compelling them to channel their inner energy for protection. As the energy dissipated, they beheld a breathtaking sight. No longer was there a mere statue before them. Instead, the living Qilin stood majestic and resplendent. Its once petrified form had reverted to its original splendor, glossy fur, graceful stature, intricate details beyond description. The crowd had never witnessed such a being and were oblivious to its name or the legends that surrounded it. Yet, they intuitively understood that these divine creatures were far from ordinary, even in comparison to the dragons of the chosen world. The Qilin possessed an undeniable grandeur that affirmed its extraordinary identity. Now, it radiated an aura akin to a celestial being, evoking a sense of reverence. Strangely, Lin Hao and his compatriots, hailing from the land of Huaxia, felt an inexplicable kinship with the Qilin. It was akin to encountering a fellow countryman in a foreign land, stirring a sense of excitement within them. Though they could not fathom the reason behind their emotions, they were not naive, recalling prior events. They could surmise that these two divine beasts were intricately linked to the myths of their homeland. In the distance, Lin Hao was filled with exuberance. News of the divine beast held significance far surpassing that of treasure. With Ye Feng present, there was no doubt he would unveil the true nature of the divine creature, earning the admiration of the world. However, before he could revel in his joy, the 3 survivors, who had just managed to cling to life, launched another assault on the Qilin. Cursing fiercely, they uttered a resounding baka, and astonishingly, unleashed a rather peculiar skill. It was deemed strange because, upon its execution, a thick cloud of dark energy emerged. Any discerning observer could immediately tell it was no benevolent force. This revelation caused the surrounding practitioners to pale in shock, their expressions shifting drastically. Enraged, they realized with indignation. These despicable individuals hailed from the land of cherry blossoms. No wonder they had previously appeared so furtive. They were indeed the wretched invaders. Chapter 105. The Wrath of the Qilin. As the crowd seethed with indignation, The three marauders had already cast their spells and charged towards the two Qilins, closing the distance to less than 10 meters. Although the Qilins had recently regained their true forms and exhibited formidable strength, there lingered an aura of instability about them. It seemed they had only just transformed, their cultivation not yet fully restored. Thus, the marauders sought to seize this opportunity, aiming to swiftly eliminate the divine beasts of China. Their intent was to deliver a crushing blow to the advancement of China's cultivation practices. While the game of divine selection may have appeared to be a life-and-death struggle, the reality they faced was far more brutal. No nation would relish the thought of its cultivators being surpassed by those of another. In the past, supremacy was achieved through technology. However, the tides had shifted. Now, it hinged upon cultivation. For in the future, the unknown loomed ominously. As the marauders continued their assault on the divine beasts, the personnel from the Celestial Seeking Division, observing from afar, were incensed. Without hesitation, they began to chant incantations and cast their spells, rushing forward to thwart the marauders. The three surviving marauders were indeed formidable, comparable to the foundational stage cultivators of China. From the moment of their initial ambush, which had sent them flying, to their organized second attack, it had transpired in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, the Celestial Seeking Division had no opportunity to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as the divine beasts were struck by dark energy. Yes, they have fallen victim to the black magic of our cherry blossom nation. Their demise is assured. Ha! One marauder cackled with a sinister grin, perceiving the divine beasts of China as no different from dead dogs. Yet, the two Qilins, struck by the dark magic, merely recoiled slightly and then there was silence. This outcome left the crowd, especially the three marauders, utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. Baka, how is this possible? The black magic passed down from ancient times in our cherry blossom nation has vanquished even the top-ranking Kukai in the night parade of 100 demons. Why does it have no effect on the divine beasts of China? The marauders were taken aback, their preparations for death rendered futile. How could they possibly swallow this bitter pill? In their moment of shock, Lin Hao and his comrades from the Celestial Seeking Division had already launched their counterattack. Their hands enveloped in radiant white light, they became extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through boulders with ease. Sensing a chill, the three marauders swiftly reacted, casting defensive spells. The clash of the Cherry Blossom Nation's sorcery with the Taoist techniques of China erupted in a powerful wave of energy, sending several individuals staggering back several meters. Huh, is this the great Zen Heart Sutra of your China? It is hardly impressive, sneered the marauder, followed by an obscene gesture directed at Lin Hao, clearly dismissing the personnel of the Celestial Seeking Division. From a distance, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Han, among others, were seething with rage. How could they tolerate such insolence from these marauders who dared to defile their land? Damn it, let me, Demaniu, confront this little devil. The fierce bull of the tiger sect charged forward, eager to subdue the intruding foes before him. Damn it, do not compete with me. I am determined to tear his tendons apart. Several others followed closely behind. In an instant, three foes were beset upon by the group. The once arrogant adversaries now turned to flee, rushing towards the exit. Damn it, do not let him escape. The bull shouted angrily, joining the throng in pursuit. Meanwhile, from behind, the revived Qilin seethed with fury, its pale yellow energy surging skyward. It let out a roar, a sound reminiscent of both lion and tiger, yet more akin to a bear. The sound resonated throughout the gorge, momentarily startling all present, many turning to gaze in its direction. A formidable storm of pale yellow energy coalesced, sweeping towards the crowd. By heavens! The first few to witness the tempest cursed loudly, hastily casting spells in defense. The storm advanced with incredible speed, creating considerable turbulence. Fragments from the stone walls cascaded down, threatening to bury them at any moment. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Hao and the others quickly turned around. Those closest to the storm were instantly pierced, blood visibly spraying from their bodies. The Qilin, which had previously refrained from harming the people of Huaxia, had now crossed that line, clearly enraged. The situation was spiraling out of control. Quick, enclose the formation, Lin Hao shouted, nearly losing his voice. The others nearby immediately responded. They ceased their flight, rapidly forming hand seals and chanting incantations. The enclosure formation was one of the few spells from the first volume of the Great Freedom Heart Sutra, and its complexity was low enough for those at the 5th level of Qi refinement to master. Most present were capable of performing it. The enclosure formation uses one's own cultivation as an anchor point to seal a designated area. Within this area, living beings cannot escape, and any damage sustained is mitigated. unless their cultivation level far exceeds that of the enchanters or the damage exceeds a significant threshold. Following Lin Hao's guidance, the others began to cast the formation as well. Streams of white energy coalesced high above, forming a bubble that enveloped them all. As more individuals joined in, the bubble's confinement expanded, ultimately ensnaring the fleeing foes. Caught off guard, the three intruders collided heavily with the white formation, one of them breaking his nose in the process, blood pouring forth, causing him to grimace in pain. What the hell is this? The foe cursed angrily. With the Qilin in a rage and dozens of pursuers behind them, they realized that if they did not escape quickly, their demise was inevitable. Acknowledging the gravity of their predicament, they ceased their deliberations and hastily unleashed spells to break the formation. However, after exhausting their efforts for quite some time, they found it utterly futile. Once the formation is set, all methods become futile. How could the invaders from the land of cherry blossoms ever witness such divine powers? The formation coalesces, and the tempest arrives in perfect synchrony. Boom. As anticipated, the storm strikes the formation with tremendous force, generating colossal shockwaves that sweep through the surroundings. In an instant, the earth trembles, and rocks cascade down. Fortunately, it concludes swiftly. Those ensnared within the confines of the formation simultaneously endure immense backlash, violently expelling a significant amount of vital blood. The three invaders at the rear of the formation are no exception. Initially, they were collaborating to unleash dark magic, attempting to shatter the formation and escape. Caught off guard, they are suddenly forced to expel a copious amount of vital blood, leaving them bewildered. Their spellcasting is interrupted, and they are once again subjected to the backlash of their own magic, resulting in another violent expulsion of vital blood. Chapter 106. The blockade formation. 2 large mouthfuls of essence blood were expelled, leaving the 3 pirates pale and weak before they succumbed to unconsciousness. The wrath of the Qilin was borne stoically by the onlookers, yet those outside the formation, the initial victims of the tempestuous attack, were far less fortunate. Their bodies grotesquely contorted, blood oozing from every orifice, they were irretrievably lost to death. Mere moments ago, they had been brimming with vigor, but in the blink of an eye, they were separated from the realm of the living. Among the surviving brethren within the formation, a pall of despair hung heavy. This grim reality underscored their awareness that the Forbidden Zone harbored not only sources of fortune, but also harbingers of demise. Take this opportunity before the divine beast arrives. Contact the higher-ups, and don't forget about the esteemed Ye Feng. Dama Nyo shouted towards Lin Hao, who stood at a distance. Anxiety clawed at him, tears nearly spilling from his eyes as he witnessed his comrades perish before him. The anguish was more unbearable than death itself. The only glimmer of hope for survival lay in Ye Feng, even if separated by an unknown expanse. In truth, even if Dama Nyo remained silent, Lin Hao and the others from the Immortal Seeking Bureau would have acted similarly. They could do little but persist in their efforts to maintain the formation and resist. Thoughts of retreat were utterly futile. On one hand, the distance was insurmountable, leaving them no time to escape. On the other, forming the array was no simple endeavor. If the formation were to break, it would be exceedingly difficult to re-establish it. Thus, they had no choice but to endure, clinging to the fragile hope that the Chinese government and Ye Feng might come to their aid. The situation was swiftly reported to Ning Zhengguo. Given the urgency, he and his colleagues hastily convened a meeting without even partaking in their meals. Upon hearing the secretary's account, the council members first expressed astonishment, followed by excitement, and ultimately a grim countenance. Their astonishment stemmed from the appearance of the divine beast. They had long been aware of the stone statue of the divine beast on Mount Buzhou, yet it had previously held little significance. Now, however, the statue had regained its true form and exhibited the majesty befitting a divine beast. Their excitement was also intertwined with the divine beast's emergence. Other nations boasted totems and various divine beasts to safeguard their fortunes, while China possessed nothing of the sort. Should they establish a connection between the divine beast and China, and manage to tame it, the implications would be monumental for the nation, heralding yet another significant discovery on the horizon. The anger within the assembly was palpable, naturally linked to the incursion of the pirates. Whenever China faced a moment of triumph, these opportunistic vermin would inevitably swoop in uninvited. Some hot-headed council members, not one to mince words, unleashed a torrent of invective. These foreign scoundrels truly are a persistent plague. Had we known about the 4th round of the divine selection game, we should have dealt with them more decisively. We refrained from settling scores with them, and yet they dare to provoke us? Do they truly believe China is a soft target? They seize our treasures and slay our deities. Their audacity knows no bounds. China has finally birthed a divine beast to safeguard our nation, and we must not allow those wretches to succeed. Even Ning Jiangwo, a person known for his composure, has been driven to fury this time. Witnessing the crowd engage in a cacophony of accusations, his secretary delivered a startling revelation. The foreign forces causing turmoil in our homeland predominantly hail from the neighboring nations of India, Japan, and South Korea. Prior to this, we had established contact with their high-ranking officials. Contacted them? What did they say? Someone inquired. The secretary, with a wry smile, replied. They claim these individuals are radical elements within our country, beyond their control. Their infiltration into our land is solely the result of these individuals' own actions, not representative of their official stance. They profess to address this phenomenon and strive for peaceful and stable relations with us. Utter nonsense, exclaimed a middle-aged man in military attire, his face turning an ashen hue as he slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. They alter their appearances through disguise and employ hackers to breach our identity databases. Is this something mere radicals can accomplish? Just reaching the foundational level of cultivation raises suspicions, and now they dare to act without accountability? This military man, a general not far beneath Ning Jiangwo in rank, spoke with considerable authority. Strangely, despite their usual decorum, they could not restrain their ire when discussing matters concerning Japan, India, and South Korea. It felt as essential as kneading paper when relieving oneself or opening one's mouth during a meal, inescapable. In light of his tirade, many began to advocate for a more aggressive stance. Who can argue otherwise? Since they show no benevolence, let them bear the consequences of our wrath. I propose we issue orders for the personnel of the Immortal Seeking Bureau to engage with their nations in a spirit of harmony. That would be too lenient. I say we should deploy a few hydrogen bombs to silence them. Of course, much of this was said in anger. Should such actions be taken, a third world war would undoubtedly ensue. With humanity's current arsenal, a fourth world war might degenerate to primitive means of stones and sticks. Oh, and one more thing. The secretary interjected suddenly. It is not only the Wuxia region that has been infiltrated. 13 out of the 15 restricted areas of Fuyuan have also reported incidents of intrusion. Fortunately, the personnel of the Immortal Seeking Bureau responded swiftly, so the losses were minimal. The infiltration of the Fuyuan restricted areas is significant. Yet thanks to the prompt actions of the Immortal Seeking Bureau, it did not escalate to a higher alarm. The uproar this time primarily stems from the discovery of the Qilan divine beast in Wuxia. These individuals truly fear no repercussions. One legislator scoffed. The matter regarding the divine beast is of great import. We have dispatched additional teams from the Immortal Seeking Bureau to support efforts in Wuxia. However, we must not underestimate the wrath of the divine beast, as it could spell disaster for our personnel. Another legislator offered a measured analysis. Shall we consult Ye Feng? The secretary suggested. This was the only course of action he could conceive, a habit cultivated over many years. It seems that no challenge before Ye Feng poses any significant difficulty. He resolves them with remarkable ease. Others echo this sentiment, expressing that connecting with Ye Feng is indeed preferable. The collective mood shifts from anger to anticipation, eagerly awaiting Ye Feng to work his wonders once more. Ning Jiangwo nods slowly, acknowledging, connecting with Ye Feng is viable, yet we must not place all our hopes solely upon him. We too must devise our own strategies to cope. Despite his words, Ning Jiangwo's thoughts linger on the truth. At this moment, I have no other recourse. Whether I can successfully subdue these two divine beasts rests upon you. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Chosen of Huaxia, following the conclusion of the 4th round of the divine selection game, the system grants everyone a brief respite. As for Ye Feng, he enjoys several days of well-deserved comfort. Chapter 107. The Waters of Seasons. If one were to set aside the notion of death, engaging in games within the realm of the Chosen is infinitely more rewarding than a conventional job. While others toil from 9 to 5 with weekends off, Ye Feng enjoys a perpetual holiday, with the only requirement being to play games from time to time. Is this not a delightful existence? In the past, his humble abode offered little amusement, yet now, with the advent of the Guanghan Palace, the opportunities for enjoyment have multiplied significantly. There exist various classical rooms of distinct styles, along with a music room, a study, and an art studio, each serving to cultivate one's spirit in an unparalleled manner. When Ye Feng tires of the Guanghan Palace, he can connect via video to learn about happenings in the real world or to catch up on intriguing news. Should he find even this tedious, he has the option to venture beyond the confines of the Guanghan Palace to discover the state of the newly merged Chosen Continent. Upon his exploration, he was astounded, almost as if he had stumbled upon a new world. since the merging of the chosen realms from various nations into a singular chosen continent. The spiritual energy of this land has flourished. This, however, is not the crux of the matter, rather. It is the transformation of the world itself that has accompanied this abundance of spiritual energy. Once barren plains have now sprouted spiritual grasses, and in certain areas, pools have formed, giving rise to diverse life forms and fish. Ye Feng, possessing remarkable craftsmanship, fashioned a fishing rod and found solace fishing by the poolside, reveling in the tranquility it offered. This has significantly enriched his experiences within the chosen continent. Nonetheless, he has yet to encounter any other chosen players or observe any structures of merit. It seems they are separated by vast distances, and given their current levels of cultivation, traversing such distances remains a formidable challenge. Moreover, the chosen continent mirrors the cycle of day and night as in the real world, with nights adorned by a breathtaking canopy of stars. Apart from these diversions, Ye Feng dedicates most of his time to cultivation, for with the rich spiritual energy of the chosen continent, neglecting it would be a lamentable waste of resources. On this particular day, as he sat by the pool fishing, he noticed several small fish swimming in a wooden bucket beside him. These fish, nourished by spiritual energy, were quite appealing in appearance and offered substantial benefits to one's cultivation. Just as he was engrossed in fishing, a video call from the real world unexpectedly connected. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Ye Feng did not react with surprise. Instead, he cheerfully inquired if Ning Jiangwo and the others would like some fish. This was, of course, a futile question, as individuals from the two realms cannot exchange items. Observing Ye Feng's carefree demeanor, Ning Jiangwo could not help but chuckle, though inwardly, he yearned for the life Ye Feng currently enjoyed, excluding the trials of the chosen game. As for the other officials, they greeted him with newfound warmth, for they dared not offend Ye Feng in any way. Not only is his remarkable contribution beyond dispute, but the sheer number of his followers could easily overwhelm them with mere words. The experiences of these fans are equally peculiar, with many transitioning from disdain to admiration, only to reverse their stance yet again, and ultimately return to being supporters. After several back-and-forth exchanges, a firm bond of loyalty was established. Moments later, Ning Jiangwo reined in his smile and, with a grave tone, inquired, "Ye Feng, are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Mount Buzhou?" His hesitation to directly broach the subject of the divine beast stemmed from a concern that Ye Feng might be equally in the dark. Setting aside the divine beasts, he chose to question Mount Buzhou for two significant reasons. Firstly, the appearance of the divine beasts in this specific location suggests a connection to Mount Buzhou, as they had not manifested elsewhere. If the enigma of Mount Buzhou could be unraveled, it might indirectly lead to a resolution regarding the divine beasts. Secondly, if Ye Feng professed ignorance about Mount Buzhou, it would likely indicate his lack of knowledge concerning the divine beasts as well. In such a case, Ning Jiangwo would carefully deliberate whether to pursue inquiries about the divine beasts with Ye Feng. This approach was not taken lightly. Ning Jiangwo was acutely aware that Ye Feng was perceived as invincible, akin to a boxer who had never tasted defeat. Should he ever falter, his credibility and authority would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. External forces might exploit such a defeat, igniting public discourse and controversy. The divine beasts of Mount Buzhou could very well symbolize this potential downfall. Thus, Ning Jiangwo proceeded with utmost caution. Mount Buzhou? Ye Feng, appearing contemplative, nodded in acknowledgement. I have not ventured to Mount Buzhou within the borders of Huaxia, yet I am somewhat familiar with its representation in Chinese mythology. Oh, pray tell, Ning Jiangwo responded, instantly alert upon realizing Ye Feng's knowledge. Setting aside his fishing rod, Ye Feng spoke earnestly. Beyond the northwestern sea, at the edge of the vast wilderness, lies a mountain that defies conformity, known as Buzhou. Two beasts guard it, and there exists a water called the cold and hot water. To the west of the water stands the wet mountain, while to the east lies the Mu Mountain. Though this classical Chinese text was somewhat obscure, the assembled individuals, all distinguished graduates from top-tier universities, grasped its meaning after a single hearing. Moreover, the two beasts corresponded precisely with the divine beasts discovered at Mount Buzhou. This revelation elicited excitement among the group, amplifying their admiration for Ye Feng. Simultaneously, there lingered a tinge of embarrassment. Collectively, the 10 or so individuals present, with ages totaling 6 or 7 centuries, found themselves outdone in knowledge by a mere youth in his 20s. Additionally, there were several distinct keywords within the classical text that remained elusive to them, such as cold and hot water, wet mountain, and Mu Mountain. Despite their curiosity, they refrained from interrupting Ye Feng and continued to listen intently. Ye Feng, not one to withhold information, seamlessly transitioned to the next segment. Within the mountain, there exists a tomb gate. If you wish to open this gate, you must endeavor to locate the cold and hot water. The tomb gate? Could it be the one protected by the divine beasts? Ning Zhangwo pondered deeply, reflecting on Ye Feng's words. He understood that Ye Feng was never one to speak frivolously. If the mythological narrative he recounted could be intertwined with the reality of Mount Buzhou, then the immediate task at hand would be to seek out this enigmatic cold and hot water. However, despite this understanding, they remained utterly oblivious to what the cold and hot water entailed or where to find it. At last, the secretary could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Where shall we seek this cold and hot water?" Ye Feng turned to her with a smile and replied, "It is said that to the west of the cold and hot water lies a wet mountain, while to the east stands a mysterious mountain. Nestled between these two peaks is the location of the cold and hot water." Though his words seemed to convey mere hearsay, they subtly revealed a deeper meaning. Indeed, the wet mountain and the mysterious mountain were the keys to unlocking the tomb and accessing the treasures hidden within the forbidden land of fortune. The essence of the cold and hot water was also embedded in its very name. Cold signifies chill, while hot denotes warmth. Thus, the cold and hot water refers to the springs where cold and hot waters emerge alternately. Chapter 108. Rescue after terminating the video call. Ning Zhangwo promptly instructed his secretary to relay this news to Lin Hao and his companions. Time was of the essence at that moment. Lin Hao and his group were still locked in a stalemate with the divine beast, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. Thus, they needed to act swiftly. As for the matter regarding the divine beast, Ning Zhangwo had yet to inquire with Ye Feng. This was not the world of the chosen, and Ye Feng was too far away. Moreover, the multitude of forces involved made it prudent to handle the situation discreetly. Besides, Ye Feng had subtly hinted at a method. Obtaining the cold and hot waters was essential to gain entry into the tomb gate, which was the Fuyuan forbidden ground. If that were the case, these waters might indeed hold the key to subduing the divine beast. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Ning Zhangwo decided to allow Lin Hao and his team to experiment with it first. If it failed, he would have no choice but to be forthright with Ye Feng. In the valley nestled within the fissures of the Unzao mountain in Huaxia, the outcome unfolded as Lin Hao had anticipated. The divine beast, the Qilin, showed no signs of relenting. Continuing to unleash its tempestuous power, energy coalesced into razor-like winds, launching indiscriminate assaults. The members within the white array exerted themselves to the utmost to defend against the beast's onslaught. The immense consumption of spiritual power rendered their faces ashen, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Lin Hao, the leader of the sixth group of the Seekers of Immortality, had attained the second level of the Foundation establishment stage. Prior to this, he had served as a soldier in Huaxia's special forces for a decade, holding the rank of officer. Once cultivation became accessible to all, he distinguished himself with unparalleled talent, rising to the position of group leader within the Seekers of Immortality. One should not underestimate this leadership role. Its status and authority far surpassed that of his previous military appointment. It is no exaggeration to say that this role was akin to that of a commanding officer in various regions. Lin Hao's future was indeed boundless. However, he never anticipated that his inaugural expedition into the Fuyuan forbidden ground would confront him with such calamity. In the face of crisis, they were utterly powerless, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. This realization filled the proud Lin Hao with despair, and as his spiritual energy waned, he began to contemplate leaving a farewell to his family. He was not alone in such thoughts. Among the 60 individuals present, none were exempt from this grim sentiment. Confronted with the unfathomable might of the Qilin, they truly grasped the essence of despair. I can barely hold on. Is there anyone who can rescue us? I am still young, about to establish my foundation. I do not wish to perish here. Father, mother, I have failed you, unable to provide for you in your old age. Forgive me, my wife. After my demise, please find someone else to marry. Damn it. It's all that wretched bunch of Japanese brats' fault. Were it not for them, we would not be reduced to this state. Death may be preferable. At least I would be free from repaying my debts. I hope Xiaoma does not hold it against me. I do not wish to die. I have yet to marry, and I am still a virgin. Faced with the specter of death, the group was gripped by fear and trepidation. Simultaneously, they harbored profound resentment at the thought of dying so pointlessly. Yet, at this juncture, what recourse did they have? As Li Wanner gazed upon the despondent crowd, an inexplicable sense of desolation and heaviness enveloped her heart. If he were here, he would undoubtedly possess a means to navigate through this crisis and lead them to safety. Alas, he was not present. Contemplating this, Li Wanner resignedly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Although the divine beast, Qilin, refrained from swiftly annihilating them, The energy it exuded was sufficient to extinguish their lives. In their current state, escape was utterly impossible. Moreover, their spiritual energy was nearly depleted once it vanished. The end would be nigh for them all, and that end was imminent. Just as the crowd was on the verge of succumbing, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind them. The sound was subtle, nearly imperceptible amidst the cacophony of wind blades. Yet it caught the attention of a few keen-eared cultivators, including Lin Hao, Li Xiaoyao, and Lin Han. One individual took the lead, prompting the others to turn and follow suit, glancing back. This fleeting glance brought tears of joy to the eyes of everyone present. Were they to be saved? Had heaven heard their prayers? Some dared not believe that this was reality. Behind them, a group of over 20 individuals charged forward, clad in uniforms strikingly similar to Lin Hao's. Unlike Lin Hao, they were members of a special unit from the Xuanxin division, composed of cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. This team was shrouded in mystery. Even Lin Hao had never heard of them. Yet, such details were inconsequential. What mattered was that salvation was within reach. With the addition of over 20 Foundation establishment practitioners, the sealing formation could endure for a considerable time longer. As soon as they received word from above, they would have a chance to escape alive. Soon, the 20-plus individuals cast their spells, integrating into the sealing formation. The power of Foundation establishment cultivators far surpassed that of Qi refinement practitioners, making their combined strength equivalent to that of hundreds of Qi refinement cultivators. The dense spiritual energy surged into the sealing formation, causing the faintly glowing white array to illuminate several times brighter in an instant. I am Lin Hao, leader of the 6th team of the Xuanxin division. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my colleagues for your assistance. Lin Hao expressed his appreciation as he stepped forward. The others reciprocated with faint smiles of gratitude. The enigmatic team leader, Yang Kuei, nodded but refrained from further discourse. Noting the lack of intent for conversation, Lin Hao wisely retreated to his previous position. The crowd placed their right hands in front of their chests, fingers forming intricate seals as white spiritual energy gradually ascended into the air, sustaining the operation of the sealing formation. The wind blade attacks persisted, seemingly tireless. They were uncertain when the divine beast would cease its onslaught. Perhaps it would continue until their demise, or maybe it would relent in a short while. Before long, Lin Hao's phone rang unexpectedly, the sound piercing through the tension like a silver needle, jolting every individual present. Their eyes turned expectantly towards Lin Hao, hoping for news from the authorities, yearning for a message that could save their lives. Without hesitation, Lin Hao formed a hand seal with one hand while answering the call with the other. The caller was none other than the secretary of Ning Zhangguo. Upon receiving Ye Feng's reminder, he promptly contacted Lin Hao. Has the rescue team arrived? The secretary inquired. The fact that the other party was able to answer the call indicated that they were not in immediate danger. Yes, they have arrived. What should we do next? Lin Hao asked urgently. Dismantle the array. You and the others should leave first, allowing the rescue team to hold the front line. Once you have retreated to a safe zone, only then should they withdraw. What? Dismantle the array? Are you certain? Lin Hao was taken aback. Without dismantling the array, they would be unable to escape. The first step to fleeing necessitated its dissolution. However, once the array was dismantled, they would be vulnerable without its protection, and more critically, they were uncertain whether the divine beast would pursue them. Although the likelihood of it following them was slim, they could not gamble on that possibility. Chapter 109. The method to enter the forbidden land of Fuyuan. The method was proposed by Ye Feng, who stated that the purpose of the divine beast was to guard the tomb entrance rather than to kill. If they could swiftly retreat beyond the safety line, the divine beast would cease its attacks. The secretary patiently explained. Upon hearing the name Ye Feng, Lin Hao felt a wave of relief wash over his anxiety. All right, I understand, he replied. Moreover, there is one more thing, the secretary whispered. Half a minute later, Lin Hao ended the call. Noticing the eager gazes of the others, Lin Hao succinctly recounted his recent conversation, omitting the final piece of information. The revelation that the strategy originated from the esteemed Ye Feng filled the group with exhilaration. Particularly, Li Wanner's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushing. Surely, the divine had heard my prayers, perhaps. Ye Feng is my divine savior. Li Xiaoyao remained oblivious to his granddaughter's infatuation, as his focus was entirely on Lin Hao and the others. Though this method was imparted to us by Ye Feng, I cannot guarantee its absolute efficacy. Whether to proceed or remain is a decision for everyone to make, Lin Hao clarified. He certainly trusted Ye Feng and intended to follow through. Yet the stakes involved lives, especially with so many at risk, so he felt it necessary to consider everyone's opinions. What is there to deliberate? I trust Ye Feng is right. After all, I wouldn't doubt my own son's lineage. Ye Feng is a hero of our nation, We should unquestionably place our faith in him. Remaining here guarantees death. It would be better to take a chance. Even if the information is flawed, at least we would have made an effort. Indeed, your choices do not concern me. I am resolutely leaving. The group expressed their sentiments, nearly all opting for Ye Feng's proposed method. Seeing this, Lin Hao nodded with a smile. In that case, let us commence. With a consensus reached, Lin Hao, as the team leader, swiftly issued commands. Everyone, first retreat to the edge of the formation. Once the formation is dispelled, those in the Qi refining stage will proceed first, while those in the foundation establishment stage will remain behind to cover their retreat. We shall endure for 30 seconds and then make a full escape. Understood. The previously listless group, now invigorated by excitement, appeared animated, as though they had been revitalized. Soon, everyone had retreated to the formation's perimeter. The white barrier created by the formation extended over 100 meters, while the wind blade's attack range stretched at least 500 meters. This meant they needed to run at least 400 meters to attain safety. Though 400 meters seemed a short distance, under the indiscriminate assault of the wind blades, they could easily meet a grim fate due to distraction. However, they had no alternative but to take the plunge. Aside from the 20 or so members of the rescue team, Lin Hao, Li Xiaoyao, Lin Han, and 4 others remained to depart together with them. As the group readied themselves, Lin Hao issued a command, retracting his directive. The barrier of the formation vanished instantaneously, and a fierce wind rushed towards them, accompanied by the razor-sharp wind blades. Run! A sudden shout pierced the air, prompting a swift retreat from the crowd. The foremost 20 or so practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage quickly unleashed their spells to deflect the onslaught of wind blades. Alas, one unfortunate soul was instantly decapitated by the relentless gust, blood splattering in a gruesome display. Although the fallen was one of Lin Hao's companions, he was nonetheless a Foundation establishment cultivator. Clearly, the group had underestimated the formidable power of the wind blades. Yet, rather than instilling fear, the sight of blood ignited a frenzy among the survivors. In that moment, every individual summoned their utmost strength, driven by a singular desire to escape with their lives. As anticipated, when the group retreated to a critical distance of 500 meters, the wind blades abruptly ceased their assault. Though the divine beast was enraged, it seemed to harbor no substantial intent to slay them. Otherwise, none would have emerged alive to recount the tale. Despite their survival, 7 individuals perished during the chaotic flight, 2 at the Foundation establishment stage and 5 at the Qi refinement stage. Coincidentally, both Foundation establishment practitioners hailed from rival sections. Furthermore, the 3 unconscious invaders met a grim fate, their bodies torn apart by the wind blades, departing this world without suffering. Standing beyond the safety line, the survivors gazed at the desolation ahead, their hearts heavy with complexity. Although they had succeeded in fleeing, a lingering sense of resentment towards the Fuyuan forbidden land gnawed at their souls. Let us depart from this place. Lin Hao's commanding voice pulled them back to reality. Soon, the group emerged from the canyon, returning to their original position by the waterfall. The sun hung in the sky, glaring as if the preceding events had never transpired. Lin Hao resumed his position from earlier, clapping his hands to gather attention. Everyone, come closer. I have something of great importance to share. Driven by curiosity yet tinged with trepidation, the crowd complied and gathered around. We have discovered the method to enter the Fuyuan forbidden land. The Suxian division will continue onward. Those who wish to stay or depart must make their decisions promptly. At these words, an uproar erupted among the various sections. Is it true? Have we truly found a way into the Fuyuan forbidden land? If so, did it not signify an opportunity to seize the treasures of the Unzao Mountain forbidden land? The challenges posed by this forbidden realm were evidently greater than those of others, suggesting that its treasures would be unparalleled. I, Zhang Taijin, shall claim this Unzao Mountain's treasures. Damn it, having faced death once, what harm could another encounter bring? Perhaps not. I shall return once I have truly become a man. My parents are aging. I shall refrain from further involvement. Ultimately, after much deliberation, over 60 individuals chose to forge ahead, including a rescue team of 20. This meant that more than 20 individuals opted to withdraw, primarily those of lesser cultivation and youth. Those who remained were predominantly of higher cultivation, such as the duo of Li Xiaoyao and his grandfather, Lin Han, among others. Having organized their ranks, the group set forth on their journey. The final words spoken by the secretary to Lin Hao pertained to the relationship between the cold and warmth of the waters. The initial task at hand was to locate Wet Mountain and Mu Mountain. Fortunately, the personnel from the Immortal Seeking Bureau were equipped with electronic devices, including navigation tools that were standard gear. Moreover, these were military-grade navigational instruments. exhibiting an astonishing degree of precision. After a thorough search, they indeed discovered Wet Mountain and Mu Mountain. However, they found not two, but rather a dozen or so mountains bearing the same name. This revelation took Lin Hao and his companions by surprise, as it was impractical to search each one individually, which would not only squander time, but also expend their energy. If it is related to Mount Buzhou, perhaps Wet Mountain and Mu Mountain are situated near it? Li Wanner suddenly suggested. Chapter 110. The Enigmatic Spring indeed. How could I have overlooked this? Lin Hao exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and promptly followed Li Wanner's suggestion to search for the two prominent mountains near Buzhou Mountain. Shortly thereafter, Lin Hao excitedly declared, I have found them. They lie to the west, 60 kilometers away. Buzhou Mountain is enveloped by a range of peaks, rendering any path almost non-existent. Fortunately, Lin Hao and his companions could soar through the skies on their swords or use spiritual artifacts for brief flights. Those unable to fly were left behind to safeguard the waterfall alongside the external personnel. 20 minutes later, a group of 40 arrived at the high altitudes designated by the navigation system, hovering above the Wet Mountain and Mu Mountain. From their aerial vantage, two distinctive mountains indeed came into view. Though they stood independently, they were closely intertwined. In the lush gap between them, vegetation flourished remarkably, and towering trees soared over 100 meters high. Clearly, the spiritual energy in this locale was incredibly dense. Otherwise, such a verdant forest would be inconceivable. After all, in nearby areas, the tallest trees barely reached 10 meters. This must be the place. Lin Hao pointed towards the towering trees below. Even without his words, the others had already surmised as much. The group maneuvered their spiritual swords or magical artifacts and swiftly descended. Even before entering the forest, they were enveloped by an overwhelming density of spiritual energy, surpassing that of Buzhou Mountain. This revelation stirred a wave of exhilaration among them, igniting their spirits to the fullest. As they were still uncertain about potential dangers, caution was paramount. Upon reaching the ground, they noted that the soil was unexpectedly firm, so much so that one might believe it to be stone. Such resilient earth had fostered such lush greenery? It was simply astonishing. With such concentrated spiritual energy, even a simple act could yield roots and sprouts. What is so unusual about plants thriving here? Someone marveled. Why was this extraordinary place never discovered before? Or perhaps, it is only since the advent of the divine selection game that such wonders have begun to reveal themselves to the world? If that is indeed the case, what might this place have been like before? Nevertheless, it was best to focus on locating the cold and hot spring water. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in their minds, now was not the time for contemplation. After a thorough search, they soon found the cold and hot spring water. This so-called spring water resided within an elliptical spring, measuring over 5 to 6 meters in diameter. Continuously, scalding hot water bubbled forth from the center, yet miraculously cooled to a bone-chilling temperature by the time it reached the periphery, only to sink back down and repeat the cycle. Is this truly the cold and hot spring water? Half hot, half cold. How remarkable. One mused. Do you think soaking in it would extend our lifespans? Are we certain this water is what we need to unlock the forbidden area? I can't shake the feeling that this is a bit dubious. By the way, does anyone have a water bottle? Surely, we can't just carry it with our hands. Looks like no one brought a bottle. This is quite the predicament, someone lamented. Amidst their discussions, Li Wanner once again seized upon the crux of the matter. What do you think is the depth of this spring? What depth? Are you truly considering bathing in it? Shall we proceed together? The sturdy Dama Nyo first expressed confusion, then curiosity, and ultimately excitement. Li Wanner, with her enchanting beauty and splendid figure, long legs and a slender waist, was a sight to behold, captivating anyone who laid eyes upon her. Not so. Li Wanner shot a fierce glare at Dama Nyo. Oh, very well, he replied, shaking his head in disappointment, though the others remained silent. Li Wanner sensed a flicker of disappointment in their gazes. Are you suggesting there is something beneath? Lin Hao interjected. Indeed, this spring is remarkably peculiar, and from above, one cannot discern its depth. It is likely that many secrets lie below. Moreover, the phrases cold and hot water merely serve as keywords to unlock the forbidden area. They do not necessarily imply that these waters must be utilized to do so. If we do not uncover any clues down there, we can devise a plan to bring some of the cold and hot water back later. As Li Wanner articulated her thoughts, the group gradually recognized the underlying issues. They marveled at the young Li Wanner, who possessed such a meticulous and astute mind. Lin Hanjia certainly raised a remarkable daughter, Lin Han remarked enviously. This statement elicited hearty laughter from Li Xiaoyao, causing a blush to bloom on Li Wanner's cheeks. Then who shall descend to seek the clues? Someone inquired. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, hesitating to respond. Although the spring appeared innocuous, the potential dangers lurking beneath were uncertain. If there were indeed threats, the situation could become dire. It is well known that one's mobility underwater is significantly hampered. A person can exert only a fraction of their strength. Should one encounter a formidable adversary, it could spell disaster. However, lingering in indecision was not a viable option. Someone must step forward. Under normal circumstances, if one possessed abundant spiritual energy, Lin Hao would not hesitate to volunteer. Yet, in his current weakened state, he barely retained a fraction of his former strength. Venturing forth now would be exceedingly perilous. I will go. Li Wanner slowly raised her hand. However, before she could fully lift it, Li Xiaoyao yanked it down, scolding her sternly. What do you think you're doing? Don't you know your own capabilities? Li Xiaoyao was perplexed. His granddaughter, typically so composed, was taking reckless risks today, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Were it not for the familiar aura emanating from her, he might have doubted she was indeed his granddaughter. Master Li is correct. As a young woman, your cultivation has not yet reached the foundational stage, and you have just expended considerable energy. It is only fitting that it be us older gentlemen who undertake this task, Dama Nyo asserted manfully, thumping his chest. Upon witnessing Dama Nyo's resolute expression, Li Wanner offered an encouraging glance, nodding in support. Yes, I have faith in you. Aren't you going to try to persuade me otherwise? Dama Nyo asked awkwardly. Li Wanner shook her head. In ancient times, heroes shed blood with valor. Today, gallant individuals bravely face perilous paths. Such noble deeds cannot be hindered by a mere maiden. The weather is quite pleasant today. Do you think it might rain later? Dama Nyo mused, glancing around. His actions instantly amused many. Even the usually stoic rescue team could not suppress their laughter. Dama Nyo, do not sidestep the question. The lovely lady is inquiring whether you will attend. Indeed, a man of honor must not speak lightly of his commitments. The fair maiden awaits your response. Perhaps with this leap, you might win her heart. It appears he is merely timid, his prowess overshadowed by that of the enchanting lady, yet he dares to boast. Some close acquaintances began to embellish the situation, attempting to provoke Dama Nyo's ire. To their surprise, he seemed to disregard their taunts, continuing to speak of trivial matters. This left everyone astounded. No one anticipated that the towering Dama Nyo possessed such formidable mental fortitude. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Chapter 111. The Mysterious Key. Earlier, you expended considerable spiritual energy. This time, allow us to take charge. The leader of the rescue team spoke, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards him. They had all been waiting for this enigmatic leader to step forward. The mission of the rescue team was not merely to rescue them, but also to assist when necessary. The ultimate goal was to penetrate the forbidden area of Fuyuan in Mount Buzhou to uncover its secrets. Thus, they had no choice but to explore the spring. In light of this, I am truly grateful, Lin Hao expressed with a respectful bow, his sincerity evident. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Han nodded slightly, acknowledging their respect. The leader of the rescue team was a young man in his 30s, tall and imposing, with an austere visage that matched his name, Lung Feng. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need for concern. For safety's sake, it was essential that someone accompany him into the spring. This way, should danger arise, they could support one another. The individual accompanying him was also a member of the rescue team, a youthful figure whose cultivation was comparable to Lin Hao's. It was crucial to manage their descent and, upon encountering peril, to retreat without hesitation. Securing their lives took precedence over uncovering clues. Lin Hao, with a serious expression, reminded them of their shared bond as comrades and soldiers, fostering mutual respect. Rest assured, I shall be prudent, Lung Feng replied with a nod, his expression softening slightly. Exercise utmost caution. Take care. Return swiftly. We await your triumphant return. The group waved their farewells, their hearts entwined with a shared tension. To minimize resistance in the water, Lung Feng and his companion shed their clothing, donning only tight-fitting shorts. Their robust, well-defined musculature sculpted the contours of the human form exquisitely. Even seasoned fitness enthusiasts would be compelled to admire their physique. As they descended, the water was frigid, piercingly cold, as if meticulously preserved in a freezer for hours. Initially, the chill did not register while they merely dipped their hands in, but plunging into the spring revealed its true bite. Lung Feng regretted not having brought diving gear. Foundation-level practitioners could hold their breath for 5 minutes. However, the extreme cold drastically reduced that time. Thus, they had to be swift in their journey. For life-threatening danger loomed at every moment. Curiously, as they descended further, the water temperature gradually warmed, ultimately invigorating them and enhancing their cultivation. This revelation left Lung Feng astounded. heightening his curiosity about what lay beneath the spring. By this point, they had descended over 20 meters, yet the bottom remained elusive. The water seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, obscuring their vision beyond 3 to 4 meters. Thus far, they had encountered no signs of life. Approximately a minute had elapsed. Given their current state, to ensure a safe return, they could only remain for another 2 minutes before they must ascend. Although the warming water alleviated some discomfort, the deeper they ventured, the greater the toll on their stamina. With their foundational cultivation, descending 100 meters elsewhere would pose no challenge. However, this spring is extraordinarily peculiar. The depth of descent here seems to multiply tenfold. Lung Feng grasped the arm of his companion, signaling him with a gesture to stay put and await his return while he ventured deeper alone. This precaution allowed for a potential retreat, should anything amiss occur. His companion could assist him back to the surface. Once their roles were delineated, Lung Feng wasted no time, channeling his spiritual energy to continue his descent. The deeper he went, the more arduous the journey became, accompanied by an escalating temperature. Eventually, he could feel an intense heat akin to being scorched by flames. This is untenable. The heat is excessive. I must turn back, or else. Just as the thought of retreat crossed his mind, he suddenly caught sight of a faint yellow glow approximately 10 meters ahead. Due to the limited visibility, the glow was not immediately discernible. Could it be the key to opening the tomb's gate? Regardless, he resolved to investigate, intending to withdraw if it proved otherwise. With this determination, Lung Feng accelerated his descent. The proximity to the light intensified its brilliance, and, inevitably, the temperature surged as well. His skin reddened almost entirely. Had he not maintained his spiritual energy, he might have been scorched. Just a bit more, I can endure. Lung Feng gritted his teeth. As he approached a distance of 3 meters, he finally discerned the source of the yellow light, a substantial key, over 20 centimeters long, its contours suggesting it might be a mechanism. It lay quietly at the bottom, surrounded by bubbling heat, presumably emanating from it. Lung Feng could not ascertain the origin of the initial coldness. Could this truly be the key to unlock the tomb? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He dismissed further contemplation and, employing his spiritual protection, picked up the yellow key. The first sensation upon grasping it was one of considerable weight, but to his astonishment, he felt no heat emanating from it. In fact, the water temperature around him began to plummet. What is happening? Lung Feng wondered, perplexed. No matter, he decided to ascend. He executed a decisive movement, propelling himself upward with urgency. During his ascent, the water temperature surprisingly dropped to around 10 degrees and continued to decrease. His companion, waiting above, pulled him swiftly to the surface upon his return. Once they emerged safely onto land, the entire spring had seemingly frozen solid. Are you all right? Lin Hao inquired anxiously. Others gathered around, drawn by curiosity about the spring's transformation and concern for Lung Feng's safety. Most importantly, they were eager to ascertain whether Lung Feng had found anything of value during his plunge. If not, the prospect of diving into the frozen spring again would be utterly impossible. I'm fine. I have indeed found the key to the forbidden area, Lung Feng announced, extending the yellow mechanical key toward Lin Hao. The crowd gazed in wonder at the key held by Lin Hao, marveling at its significance. Could this miraculous spring be connected to the key? Its craftsmanship was indeed remarkable, suggesting it might be an antique. It is astonishing to discover such marvels within our homeland. This journey to Mount Buzhou has truly broadened our horizons. Comrade Lin, we should return before the sun sets, someone suggested. Though we possess the key to the forbidden territory, how shall we deal with those 2 divine beasts? Suddenly, Li Wanner spoke up, her words casting a shadow over the previously joyous crowd. Indeed, how should the divine beasts be addressed? If they continue to attack us and prevent our entry, then acquiring this key would be futile. Would it mean we must utterly vanquish the divine beasts to access the forbidden grounds of Mount Buzhou? Chapter 112. The divine statues of all heavens. Just as everyone found themselves at a loss, the fully dressed and red and cold phoenix suddenly spoke. Since Ye Feng claims this is the key to entering Mount Buzhou, it is likely that the divine beast will no longer attack us. In truth, even Ye Feng himself had not anticipated that such a key lay beneath the waters of the cold and warm currents. Its utility could only be ascertained once the group attempted to use it. Regardless, we must return and give it a try. Lin Hao resolved firmly. Without lingering, the group swiftly organized themselves and made their way back. Upon returning to the waterfall at Mount Buzhou, they reunited with those who had stayed behind. Upon learning that the group had obtained the key to unlock the forbidden area, excitement surged among the crowd. They had traveled a great distance, faced life and death, and now had the chance to enter the forbidden grounds. How could they not be thrilled? What are we waiting for? Let us hurry, someone urged. Indeed, the treasures of Mount Buzhou must far surpass those of any other forbidden realm. This discovery will astonish the world. Perhaps we might even uncover some extraordinary treasures within. While treasures were enticing, the possibility of discovering the myths and history of our great China held even greater significance for the present era. Everyone present was filled with curiosity and anticipation for what lay within the forbidden grounds of Mount Buzhou. After a brief rest, the group regained much of their spiritual energy. This second expedition into the forbidden area of Mount Buzhou was imperative. A party of over 60 individuals cautiously ventured once more into the fissured canyon. As the thick smoke dissipated, the scene of devastation within the canyon unfolded before them. Massive fallen rocks, countless fissures carved into the stone walls by wind blades, and numerous destroyed plants were scattered throughout. The previously shadowed canyon, due to the earlier crisis, now revealed a clearer view, bathed in light. One couldn't help but smile ruefully at the mixed blessings of the situation. The path had become quite arduous, causing the group to spend considerable time before reaching the entrance of the tomb guarded by the divine beast, a mere 300 meters away. The Chilan beast, resting upon the ground, sensed the approach of intruders and erupted in furious roars. A tempest arose, and the wind blades swiftly converged, posing imminent danger to the group. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Quickly reveal the key. If it doesn't work, we must flee at once. Otherwise, we shall all meet our end." Without needing to be told, Lin Hao raised the yellow key high, presenting it to the Chilan beast. Astonishingly, the enraged beast quieted upon seeing the key in Lin Hao's hand. The two Chilan quietly returned to their positions beside the tomb entrance, and the raging winds faded into silence. Incredible! It truly worked. Ye Feng is indeed a remarkable person, possessing such profound knowledge. It seems our journey was not in vain. Once we enter the forbidden area, we must seek out a few treasures to ease our astonishment. I must say, the tranquility of these two divine beasts is rather impressive, but their ferocity in battle is even more astonishing. Lin Hao paid no heed to the incessant chatter of the crowd. Surrounded by the group led by Long Feng, they arrived at the entrance of the tomb. This so-called tomb gate was, astonishingly, a colossal arched stone door, standing 10 meters tall. The mythical beasts flanking it appeared minuscule in comparison. Lin Hao leaped gracefully, inserting the yellow key into the lock of the door. Before he could turn the key, it was inexplicably drawn into the stone door. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone present utterly astonished. Lin Hao's expression tightened as he soared back to the ground. Fortunately, the door responded after absorbing the key. The earth beneath them vibrated subtly, and with a resounding crash, the stone door began to creak open. Everyone anticipated a cavernous darkness within, but to their astonishment, they were met with a brilliant radiance. What lay before them was not a mere cave, but rather a wondrous little world. "Come, let us venture inside." Many, caught up in excitement, disregarded the potential dangers ahead and rushed through the stone gateway. As they stepped inside, their vision expanded exponentially. Within this forbidden realm, they beheld mountains and rivers. The sun shone brightly, yet there was no scorching heat, and the ground, devoid of any supports, remained as steadfast as a mountain. Floating high above, it resembled an ethereal island. Such a violation of physical principles left the crowd in sheer astonishment. More importantly, the spiritual energy here was extraordinarily dense, surpassing that of the Unzu mountain by more than tenfold. Not far off, on numerous floating islands, they spotted enigmatic, colossal statues. The identities of the figures depicted in the statues remained a mystery, yet they were exquisitely crafted, displaying remarkable detail and clarity. Among them was a stunning woman, her beauty unparalleled and rare in the world, yet she possessed a serpent's tail, an extraordinary sight. There was also a man with a human face and a serpent's body, adorned with fins akin to those of fish, an utterly bizarre spectacle. Additionally, the floating islands were adorned with statues of celestial beings, each more awe-inspiring than the last. Among these divine statues stood a robust man, half-clad, with a magnificent mane of hair and beard, towering over the others. One could not help but wonder about his identity, as he appeared to reign supreme among the deities. Had the material of the statues not betrayed their nature, one might have believed they were actual celestial beings guarding this place. What, indeed, did these statues represent? Could they be the deities of our Chinese heritage? The serpent-tailed woman bore a striking resemblance to Nuwa from Hongming Bahuang, someone remarked. Hongming Bahuang? Goodness! Could it be that Master Ye Feng was aware of the celestial statues here all along? If not for witnessing these divine figures firsthand, it would have been nearly impossible to fathom their existence as reality. How did Ye Feng come to possess such knowledge? truly remarkable. Among those present, many had played Hongming Bahuang, and without this divine selection game, these extraordinary individuals might never have experienced it. However, after Ye Feng's successful rise to prominence, Hongming Bahuang had become a must-play game for both the general populace and practitioners alike. After a collective reflection, many discovered that numerous statues of celestial beings were indeed related to the deities in Hongming Bahuang. The more they learned, the greater their admiration for Ye Feng grew. It was difficult for them to fathom that someone younger than themselves possessed such extensive knowledge of these enigmatic tales. However, with countless floating islands in the sky and an abundance of celestial statues, many figures remained unrecognizable, such as the colossal male statue positioned at the center. As the duration of their observation lengthened, the onlookers began to gaze at the statue in a trance, seemingly enveloped in a moment of profound realization. Among the crowd, Li Wanner suddenly felt a peculiar dizziness in her mind for reasons unknown. This sensation intensified the longer she beheld the statue. Soon, Li Wanner found it nearly impossible to maintain her balance. Recognizing the source of her discomfort, she quickly averted her gaze and promptly settled down to meditate. Chapter 113. The Blessed Land. Not only Li Wanner, but others also began to exhibit the same symptoms, gradually sitting cross-legged with expressions of grave concentration, their eyes firmly closed. This included personnel from the Xuanxian office, such as Lin Hao. The sight left the still-conscious Lung Feng profoundly astonished. His pupils contracted as he quivered, murmuring, "Is this enlightenment?" Just moments prior, while fixated on the divine statue, he felt an inexplicable stir deep within, as if the cultivation he had struggled to advance for so long was finally beginning to loosen. However, he maintained his composure, refraining from hastily solidifying his cultivation or breaking through his bottleneck. The reason was simple. He was still uncertain of the potential dangers in this place. If everyone fell into a state of enlightenment, what would happen if an enemy were to attack? It would spell disaster for them all. More importantly, the wonders and grandeur surrounding him evoked a sense of insignificance even within this foundational stage of cultivation, akin to an ant wandering into a pride of lions. I must report this immediately. With this thought, Lung Feng hurriedly retrieved his phone and dialed the high-ranking officials of Huaxia. The call was answered by Secretary Ning Zhengwo, one of the administrators of the Xuanxian office. "What is it? Were you unable to subdue the divine beast?" The secretary inquired first. The group had previously reported their acquisition of the yellow key from the cold and hot waters, so the sudden call left the secretary feeling somewhat anxious. "No. Upon seeing our key, the divine beast voluntarily stepped aside, and we successfully opened the forbidden area and entered," Lung Feng explained calmly. Upon hearing this, the secretary could not help but feel a surge of excitement and continued to ask, "What have you discovered inside?" Lung Feng looked up again at the colossal divine statue on the distant solitary island, pausing for a moment before responding. "It is quite peculiar here. It should be within the mountain, yet the forbidden area reveals a wondrous realm, as if it exists in its own dimension. A dimension of its own." The secretary was momentarily taken aback, his entire being trembling with excitement. Furthermore, there are numerous floating islands within, each adorned with gigantic divine statues. While gazing at these statues, we even experienced a state of enlightenment. Floating islands? Divine statues? The secretary was now utterly astonished, rendered speechless. "Oh, and among these divine statues, some are characters from Hongming Bahuang," Lung Feng suddenly added. "Hongming Bahuang?" Upon hearing this, the secretary finally grasped the implications of Lung Feng's words. Given that the miraculous phenomena within the forbidden area were linked to Hongming Bahuang, it was certain that Ye Feng would also understand the origins of these wonders. "All right. You all remain on standby for now. I will contact General Ning and discuss further," the secretary concluded before hanging up the phone. Without delay, he hurried to report this matter to Ning Zhengwo and others. Upon learning of the miraculous phenomena within the forbidden area of Buzhou Mountain, the well-versed Ning Zhengwo and his associates were indeed taken aback. They had not anticipated that the forbidden area of Buzhou Mountain would harbor such extraordinary wonders. It seemed that a monumental discovery awaited them. Ning Zhengwo laughed heartily, a sound of exhilaration that resonated with the joy of an event that had eluded him for many days. The shadows cast by the invasion of the Sakura Nation's warriors into the sacred grounds of Huaxia had long dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Each individual present felt a surge of excitement and inspiration at this revelation. A sacred domain, adorned with divine statues, floating islands, and potent spiritual energy, held a value comparable to a victory in a divine selection game. On occasion, even the rewards from the game paled in comparison to this hallowed ground. "Quickly, contact Ye Feng and seek his insights," Ning Jiangwo urged his secretary with urgency. With the sacred domain now open and its connection to Hongming Bahuang established, Ning Jiangwo felt assured in consulting Ye Feng. At that moment, Ye Feng had just finished packing his fishing gear and was preparing to return home when he unexpectedly received a video call from the authorities. Observing the excitement etched on Ning Jiangwo and the others' faces, Ye Feng couldn't help but speculate. A smile crept across his face as he inquired, "General Ning, has the sacred domain been unlocked?" Ning Jiangwo nodded, his demeanor warm and congenial. "Just as you anticipated, we discovered the key in the cold and hot springs, successfully unlocking the sacred domain of Buzhou Mountain." The key? Ye Feng furrowed his brow slightly, though he refrained from probing further. "Within the sacred domain, we found it to be a realm unto itself, filled with numerous floating islands and colossal divine statues." A realm unto itself. Floating islands. Divine statues. Ye Feng was taken aback once more. Although he had not witnessed the wonders of the sacred domain with his own eyes, he understood that such a self-contained realm was not commonplace. Sacred domains existed on a spectrum, ranging from perilous sites filled with danger and opportunity to the fabled paradises, known as Dantian Fudi, which could create their own laws. If he was not mistaken, Buzhou Mountain was, without a doubt, a Dantian Fudi. This concept was one Ye Feng had only encountered in the realms of cultivation literature, where formidable beings would forge their own worlds. Noticing Ye Feng deep in thought, Ning Jiangwo's excitement was tinged with anxiety. He quickly added, "Among the divine statues, some represent characters from Hongming Bahuang, such as Fuxi and Yua." Ning Jiangwo's words interrupted Ye Feng's contemplation. Ye Feng nodded with a smile, responding, "If I am not mistaken, this sacred domain should indeed be the legendary Dantian Fudi." Dantian Fudi? Is that a type of sacred domain? Zhao Chongren interjected, unable to resist the urge to ask. Ye Feng turned to him, patiently elucidating, "Yes, it represents the highest echelon among sacred domains, and based on your descriptions, this Dantian Fudi is likely of considerable rank, possibly a place once inhabited by deities." The moment these words left his lips, astonishment rippled through the assembly. No, it was more than mere astonishment. It was sheer shock. Their hearts brimmed with indescribable excitement. After enduring the emotional roller coaster of the divine selection game 4 times, they had thought themselves immune to any excessive reactions. Yet now, it seemed they were still Na'vi, a sacred domain once inhabited by deities. What an extraordinary existence. With this, the practitioners of Huaxia shall ascend to unparalleled heights, unmatched by any other. Thus far, no nation in the world has discovered a paradise of caves and blessed lands. Only Huaxia holds such a distinction. This further accentuates the prominence and strength of Huaxia's mythology. "Edit this matter into news and disseminate it with utmost speed," commanded Ning Jiangwo in an unequivocal tone. The officials in charge, not daring to hesitate, promptly mobilized their teams to work overtime. Merely half an hour later, a news report titled "Discovery of Divine Ruins in Buzhou Mountain" was broadcasted in rotation across major television stations and media outlets. It swiftly spread throughout Huaxia, and similar reports began to emerge from abroad as well. Chapter 114, The Awakening Path, The Halls of the Gods. Upon learning about the discovery of a paradise within the forbidden grounds of Mount Buzhou, the entire online community in China erupted in excitement. The nature of this paradise is beyond their comprehension, but the detailed information disseminated by the government has clarified its significance. Were it not for the official endorsement, the people of China would have found it impossible to believe the veracity of such claims. Floating islands? Colossal deities? And a tenfold increase in spiritual power? Each assertion more incredulous than the last, with the first defying Newtonian principles. Yet, the assurance from the Chinese government left no room for doubt among the populace. It was clear to anyone with a modicum of sense that this paradise held immense importance for cultivators. Consequently, fervent discussions erupted online among netizens. This paradise, if I am not mistaken, it must be regarded as the most formidable forbidden ground globally, if not the most formidable. This forbidden ground was once inhabited by deities. Which nation in the world can claim such a heritage? The esteemed Ye Feng, a true legend, never anticipated that his character from the game Hongming Bahuang would manifest in this paradise. "You can always trust me," Ye Feng, with a humorous expression. Hasn't the nation of Asan always prided itself on being a bastion of global mythology? Yet, they have only uncovered a few forbidden grounds within their borders, which pale in comparison to our China. How can they dare to call themselves a mythological powerhouse? The Xuanxin Bureau, without a doubt, represents the pinnacle of our cultivation forces, effortlessly neutralizing spies from rival nations and taming divine beasts to successfully open this paradise. A boon for China. I have already joined the waiting list. It is said that cultivators nationwide are clamoring to enter the paradise of Mount Buzhou for training. The queue has swelled to over 10 million names. I envy those disciples of the Xuanxin Bureau who need not wait. Discussions among netizens remain fervently focused, all celebrating the news of this paradise with joy and excitement. Across the nation of China, there is a collective exuberance in response to this development. Part of the celebration is rooted in delight, while another part seeks to deflate the arrogance of foreign detractors. Simultaneously, within the high-level conference room of the nation of Asan, Amir remains in a state of discontent. Reeling from the failure of the fourth round of the Divine Selection Games, he is perpetually gloomy, as if burdened by a great weight. He must navigate the pressure from above while soothing the sentiments of the domestic populace to prevent the rise of reactionary forces. This period has been nothing short of torturous for him. Now, he is confronted with news that ignites his fury: the discovery of divine relics by China, the paradise. To be candid, when Amir first heard this news, he nearly lost his composure. Why is it that China continues to seize such fortuitous opportunities? The previous rewards were already a stretch, but now they have unearthed a paradise from among numerous forbidden grounds. This is akin to unearthing an extraordinary prize from a blind box. It fills him with envy, jealousy, and resentment in equal measure. Moreover, since the failure of the Deadpool's assassination of the divine beast in the land of cherry blossoms, China has imposed strict lockdowns on 15 forbidden zones. Until the identity of outsiders is thoroughly verified, entry into these forbidden areas is utterly prohibited, let alone any attempts to cause disruption or profit from them. Particularly in the mystical realm of Mount Buzhou, the level of strictness has reached an unprecedented peak in the annals of China's history. It is enveloped in layers upon layers of security, leaving one to believe that a covert nuclear test is underway. Not even national treasures receive such treatment. Furthermore, China has initiated counter-invasion operations against foreign incursions, codenamed Hunt. A multitude of cultivators has surged into India, the land of cherry blossoms, and the country of the Korean stick, disrupting their schemes against China and buying time for its development. The audacious China, if allowed to continue its ascent, would soon dominate the globe. Amir gritted his teeth in fury, expressing his thoughts with clenched jaws. Previously, India's economy relied on China, but now they are determined not to remain subservient to it. Should that day ever arrive, it would be a disgrace for the entirety of India, especially considering their incessant proclamations of being an ancient civilization. I will never allow such a day to come, Amir solemnly emphasized to himself, his fists creaking from the pressure of his grip. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. The fifth divine selection game, the Path of Awakening, Hall of the Gods, is about to commence. All national divine players prepare yourselves. The fifth divine selection game? Amir pondered momentarily, noting that compared to before, the timing of this selection game seemed increasingly erratic, varying in duration. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, and his tense expression relaxed, accompanied by a chilling smirk. It appeared he was concocting an insidious plot. The system's voice echoed in the ears of everyone on Blue Star. After finally returning to a semblance of normalcy for a few days, the looming threat of the divine selection game once again tightened their previously relaxed nerves. Ye Feng, meditating in the Moon Palace, promptly opened his eyes and made his way outside. His countenance remained composed, devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. However, the divine players from other nations grew increasingly anxious, especially those from lesser-ranked countries. Judging by the names provided by the system, the fifth divine selection game was undoubtedly no trivial affair. The system then presented a reminder of the rules. Rule content: divine players from each nation may summon only one deity, and once summoned, the choice cannot be altered. Furthermore, flight and magical means of bypassing obstacles are prohibited. To enhance the game's intrigue, formidable challenges will be randomly generated along the path of awakening. Important reminder: if the deities of each nation successfully navigate the path of awakening, their respective divine civilizations may enter the Hall of the Gods in the form of sculptures, with only the first 20 slots available. Deities that successfully enter the hall will gain divine power enhancement. In an instant, shock reverberated throughout the world. The foremost 20 deities who gain entry into the sacred Hall of Gods will be bestowed with divine power. This divine power equates to their cultivation, implying that the mightiest deities shall become even more formidable. As for the extent of their strength, they remain uncertain. However, one thing is abundantly clear: it is imperative to secure a position within this elite 20. Even the smaller nations are resolute in their determination to roll up their sleeves and strive for success. Given the numerous restrictions imposed by the rules of the game, This iteration of the divine selection will not solely assess the strength of the deities, but will also evaluate their other capabilities, such as endurance and the reverence they command. Concurrently, an urgent online meeting has been convened in the office of the Secretary General of the Western Alliance, gathering the heads of the divine selection from various nations to discuss the upcoming 5th divine selection and the implications for Huaxia. Chapter 115. The Western Alliance. Due to the vast distances involved and the urgency of the situation, several nations could only convene via video conference to discuss their next strategic steps. Among these nations were the great powers steeped in Western mythology and civilization. For instance, the nation of Daning, which triumphed in the 4th Divine Selection Games, the ancient civilization of Shilla, and the foremost realm of Nordic mythology, Belu. These countries, led by Daning, coalesced into a formidable force rivaling that of Huaxia. This time, we must seize the first position. We cannot allow our slots to be granted to Huaxia or other nations any longer. Indeed, this divine summoning offers but a singular opportunity, and we in Shilla have already determined whom we shall summon. We are poised to take the initiative and secure our place in the halls of the gods. With 20 slots available, if we join forces, we shall undoubtedly claim them all. As for the remaining nations that may fail to secure a position, rest assured, with our presence, your ranking shall not plummet to the 5th from the bottom. You can confidently avoid the fate of elimination. In their discourse, these individuals seem to have already allocated the rankings within the halls of the gods, excluding the flourishing Huaxia from their considerations. In their eyes, although Huaxia is powerful, it could never rival the combined might of the allied nations, as they did not consider themselves to be as inconsequential as the nation of Asan. Nevertheless, one could not help but inquire, what shall we do about Huaxia? Given the temperament of their chosen players, they are unlikely to acquiesce quietly. The question was posed by a smaller nation within the alliance. Upon hearing this, the 20-some member nations fell into silence, only to break it with a series of scornful chuckles. Daning was the first to respond. "Ah, you are merely intimidated by the long-standing influence of Huaxia." "Isn't that so?" pressed the smaller nation. With a dismissive laugh, Daning retorted, "A mere Huaxia cannot amount to anything significant. A monkey remains a monkey, unable to ascend to prominence." Following this, several other nations joined in mocking laughter. "In my view, we should indeed teach Huaxia a lesson, otherwise, they will never comprehend our might." Absolutely, every nation in our alliance is steeped in the grandeur of mythology and historical civilization. Huaxia may contend with Asan, but it cannot withstand the combined forces of the 27 nations in our alliance. It is my belief that Huaxia would not dare to act against us. In terms of mythological heritage, we are no less than Asan, and the strength of more than a dozen nations uniting is not something a single nation can compare with. I believe it would be wise to exercise caution. Both Asan and Sakura have met their demise due to hubris. We must not follow in their footsteps. The smaller nation earnestly advised. "Fear not." The leader of Shilla reassured with a smile. "Our nation boasts Ares, the god of war, one of the 12 Olympians, and the son of Zeus, the king of gods, and Hera, the queen of heaven. With his involvement, Huaxia shall find no one to stand against us." The rules of the divine selection game have undergone a transformation, significantly curtailing the various abilities of the deities. Consequently, these Western powers harbor little optimism for the solitary struggle of the Huaxia civilization. Indeed, the prospect of 27 deities pitted against a single one leaves little room for doubt. Moreover, as all participants face limitations, no one holds a substantial advantage over the others. Nevertheless, Huaxia has consistently defied expectations, continually crafting miracles. One cannot dismiss the possibility that this trend may persist. Before the representative of a smaller nation could complete his statement, he was met with vehement denunciation from another diminutive country known as the Bowl Country. "Enough of your incessant prattling. Are you attempting to bolster others while diminishing our own stature? If you are so concerned, feel free to withdraw from the alliance and pledge your allegiance to Huaxia." The Bowl Country, despite its modest territory and limited economic clout, exhibited an audacious spirit, displaying a blatant disregard for the formidable Huaxia. Unbeknownst to them, they embodied the very essence of a nation that could be easily abandoned. The leader of the small country, aware of his precarious position, fell silent, refraining from further comment. Within the alliance, his kind wielded scant influence, with power predominantly resting in the hands of the Great Britain, the Wool Country, and the Gallic Rooster Country. In terms of economics, technology, and this mythical conflict, these smaller nations were destined to remain subservient, always at risk of being forsaken. "Oh, you need not worry excessively about the rise of Huaxia," spoke the previously reticent Wool Country, gradually engaging in the discourse. His words immediately captivated the attention of the assembly. "Oh, what leads you to this assertion?" inquired Great Britain, intrigued. "While the Will country may lack the mythical heritage of the Sira nation and the Northern Land, it is, after all, one of the 5 permanent members, rendering its leadership position nearly unassailable. It is our esteemed ally, the Eight-Headed country, that harbors the greatest desire to see Huaxia falter." His statement jolted the assembly into awareness. Nations that had recently squabbled over the issue collectively exhaled in relief. Should the alliance aim to target Huaxia, the Eight-Headed country would undoubtedly be the first to capitalize on the situation. Given this, why not incorporate them into our plans? This would undoubtedly enhance our chances of success. However, the Eight-Headed country is not oblivious. If included, they would certainly vie for a seat among the pantheon of gods. A rational nation promptly raised the query. "Let them have one," interjected Great Britain. "Our objective remains to suppress Huaxia, ideally erasing it from the global stage. The loss of a seat in the pantheon is a small price to pay for such a significant gain. It goes without saying that this coveted seat would inevitably be wrested from the grasp of these smaller nations. Yet, they could only seethe in silence. The majority of nations readily endorsed the proposal from the Will country. Sharing a common trait, their own capabilities would ensure that they could not infringe upon the seats of the more powerful. Consequently, the alliance swiftly initiated contact with the Eight-Headed country, simultaneously reaching out to the Cherry Blossom country and the Stick country. Although these two nations previously claimed to maintain neutrality, they are seasoned players and are not naive. They fully comprehend that such statements are mere platitudes. Regardless, the involvement of these nations has become inconsequential to the situation at hand. Should they choose to join, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Simultaneously, 3 countries received invitations from the alliance, and without a moment's hesitation, they opted for a virtual conference. This group included both the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the morning calm, who showed not a hint of reluctance. After all, the rise of Huaxia is a source of trepidation. They are acutely aware that if Huaxia continues on this trajectory, their own positions will be jeopardized in the future. They harbor no belief in the concept of a shared human destiny. Their sole focus lies on immediate gains. Chapter 116. Conspiracy in the Shadows. General John, what is your intention? As the video connection was established, the high-ranking official from Sakura Nation, Seiya, was the first to inquire with a smile. Seiya was not foolish. Upon seeing the representatives from various nations, he quickly grasped the purpose of this meeting. With Seiya initiating the inquiry, Jin Xingwu from the Korean nation and Amir from the Indian nation chose to remain silent and listen attentively. Haha, General Seiya, the reason for summoning you, General Jin Xingwu. And General Amir here is to discuss a significant matter, John replied with a smile, though internally he harbored disdain for Seiya. Since you chose to connect, let us be straightforward. Your pretense of ignorance is merely a ploy for some advantage. I assentee it? Oh, what is this significant matter? Seiya feigned surprise and asked. John retorted, what else could be considered significant besides the united front against Huaxia? Against Huaxia? But Jin Xingwu and I have just pledged neutrality to Huaxia. Seiya replied, clearly troubled. Indeed, while we too wish to avenge ourselves on Huaxia, we have already declared our neutrality. If we unilaterally breach this agreement, I fear we may face retribution from Huaxia, Jin Xingwu hastily added. Before John could respond, Amir from the Indian nation derisively interjected, Humph, you fickle fence-sitters. You deserve this predicament. Had you cooperated fully with us during the 4th round of the divine selection game, Huaxia would have been vanquished by now. What authority do you possess at this moment? Amir's words left Jin Xingwu visibly embarrassed, yet Seiya remained unfazed and courteously approached Amir, saying, General Amir, let us not be hasty. There will always be time to deal with Huaxia. Had we chosen to fight to the bitter end then, it would have been Sakura Nation and the Korean nation that perished first. Exactly. If we are to speak of who loathes Huaxia most, the Korean nation undoubtedly takes the lead. Why would we willingly submit to them? Jin Xingwu nodded repeatedly in agreement. Enough. It is your reluctance to reveal your trump cards that has led us here. All right, everyone, I did not invite you for a quarrel. And discussing this now serves no purpose, John interjected, assuming the role of mediator to halt the debate among the 3. General John, representing the British nation, held a prestigious position globally, especially among those nations once colonized by them. Naturally, when this elder brother spoke, the others were inclined to show him respect. Here's the plan. There are a total of 20 slots available in the Hall of Gods. I will personally allocate 2 slots, hence, among your 3 nations. Whoever contributes the most will secure one of these slots. This declaration not only astonished Seiya and the others, but also left representatives from several Western Alliance nations equally astounded. These 20 slots were already insufficient for their 27 nations, and granting one to the Indian nation was already a considerable concession. Now, to allocate another slot to them meant that one nation within the alliance would remain without a slot. Numerous representatives instinctively cast their gazes towards the bull-hungry nation, whose representative felt a mixture of indignation and helplessness. What is the meaning of this? I have bled and toiled for the alliance, yet you have callously cast me aside? Furthermore, John S.'s decision to relinquish 2 slots was partly motivated by a desire to win over the nations of the Cherry Blossom and the Korean Peninsula. If only one slot were available, the Cherry Blossom and Korean nations would undoubtedly refuse, as the Indian nation would undoubtedly secure that position. Now, with an additional slot for contention, the rivalry between the Cherry Blossom and Korean nations will ensue, each unwilling to yield to the other. Although Jingye and Jin Chengwu silently berated John for his shamelessness, there was little they could do. The Western Alliance is formidable. Even merely being granted a small favor is commendable. Moreover, suppressing Huaxia to create breathing space for their own nations is hardly a poor strategy, is it? Ha. Even if they do not secure a position, rest assured, the Western Alliance shall protect you. You need not fear the threat posed by Huaxia, nor worry about being relegated to the bottom ranks. John hastily added. To them, this final remark seemed utterly superfluous. Given the mythical prowess of the Cherry Blossom and Korean nations, even reaching the bottom would be a challenge, barring intentional targeting. Thus, it is better to comply respectfully. Jingye responded with a smile. At that moment, the 27 nations of the Western Alliance, along with the Indian, Cherry Blossom, and Korean nations, totaled 30 nations. The collaboration of 30 nations in a concerted effort against Huaxia is a rarity, even in times of war. The divine selection game had yet to commence. Yet Huaxia had already become the target of foreign assaults. Their focus on Huaxia is not without reason. On one hand, Huaxia stands at an unprecedented height, towering over all nations, and those prideful nations are unwilling to accept this. On the other hand, allowing Huaxia to develop unchecked would be catastrophic for them. Lastly, and most crucially, Huaxia possesses only one chosen player, making it much easier to strike at them. A defeat for Huaxia would yield significant benefits for them. The world is bustling, all for profit. This principle is well understood. As the system's voice faded, the live streams of various nations were promptly activated, presenting a familiar Azure screen before everyone. At this moment, global netizens experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions. They reminisced about the thrill of disparaging other nations in the live streams, yet they also feared the punishments that a game failure might entail. The World Channel, with the option for bullet comments, allowing entry into any nation's live stream, revealed that the rules for this 5th divine selection game seemed remarkably different. It appeared reminiscent of a marathon. However, deities cannot fly or utilize divine powers to traverse the awakening path, which should prove to be quite challenging. I suspect that along the awakening path, fierce battles will undoubtedly unfold, and one wonders which nations may suffer losses. This time, the rewards seem to have expanded to 20 positions, and entry into the pantheon of deities will grant them divine power augmentation. In my view, this divine selection game will be even more intense than its predecessors. Who would disagree? In the past, it was a direct contest between nations, but now, with divine powers at play, the deities themselves will eagerly vie for a place in the pantheon. Our Sakura nation still has numerous great gods yet to be summoned. Although we can only call forth one this time, we are determined that our nation will certainly secure a place among the 20 coveted slots. Don't boast. Have you forgotten how your Sakura nation was utterly defeated by Huaxia? I dare say, Huaxia will likely remain at the forefront this time. Without the ability to traverse the path of awakening with divine powers, what can even the mightiest deities of Huaxia achieve? Can they truly confront them all? Chapter 117. The truth lies within the range of cannons indeed, if the nation of A and its allies unite against Huaxia. It is highly probable that Huaxia may suffer significant losses this time. Although Huaxia is powerful, one must not forget that numerous nations possess mythological legacies that rival that of Huaxia. Furthermore, I have heard that Western countries are planning substantial maneuvers, which may very well be directed at Huaxia. It appears that the time has come for a change in the hierarchy of power. A nation that has experienced a historical rupture, relying solely on patching up its past to ignite national fervor, is indeed pitiable. Even if Huaxia emerges victorious in every battle, there remain many who cast doubt upon its future. While some may hope for your downfall, there will invariably be others who wish for your success. In response to the malicious mockery from the world stage, Huaxia's netizens have shed their feelings of inferiority. After all, since the inception of the divine selection game, Huaxia has known no defeat. The expectations of the Huaxia populace for Ye Feng continue to swell uncontrollably. Were it not for Ye Feng's presence in the divine selection world, enthusiastic admirers would undoubtedly have besieged his doorstep. At the same time, within the Huaxia divine selection realm, in the palace of Guanghan, upon learning the rules of the divine selection game, Ephong began to contemplate the matter of summoning deities. To be candid, Huaxia is home to countless deities, many of whom are formidable. At that moment, Ephong found himself at a loss as to whom he should summon. The inability to fly or utilize divine powers to traverse the path of awakening suggested that this path must indeed be fraught with peril. Just as Ephong was deep in thought, a video call from the authorities unexpectedly came through. Without hesitation, he decisively connected the call. On the other side of the video was the familiar conference room of the imperial capital, though this time it was populated by some individuals whom Ye Feng had not previously encountered. General Ning, it has been a while, Ye Feng greeted with a cheerful smile. Observing Ye Feng's innocent and joyful demeanor, Ning Zhangwo felt a deep admiration. He respected Ye Feng's demeanor, which remained calm, unhurried, and devoid of pressure, no matter the circumstances. Of course, had Ning Zhangwo been privy to Ye Feng's internal worldview of the Huaxia mythos, he would undoubtedly have felt even more composed than Ye Feng himself. Ye Feng, you must be aware of the game rules by now, correct? Yes, I have just been informed. It seems that recently, a number of foreign nationals have been frequently entering our borders, evidently with intentions directed at Huaxia. Moreover, we have inadvertently discovered that the nations of the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Korean nation are maintaining secret communications with Western countries. Curiously, this coincides with the timing of the 5th divine selection game. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution and maintain a low profile. Securing a ranking is of secondary importance, Ning Zhangwo earnestly advised. Feeling a sense of indignation towards the dishonorable actions of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Korean nation, he was well aware of their true nature. Yet he had not anticipated their eagerness to breach agreements so swiftly. It seemed they believed they had Huaxia firmly in their grasp. Otherwise, given the strengths of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Korean nation, they would never dare to openly challenge Huaxia. Initially, the ever-smiling Ye Feng's expression darkened considerably upon hearing this news. It was no wonder he had noticed some unfamiliar faces. There was indeed more to the situation than met the eye. Contemplating this, Ye Feng couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle, his gaze briefly flickering with coldness as he spoke slowly. It seems they truly are unrelenting. Very well, I understand. I shall act according to the circumstances. You need not worry. Although Ye Feng's agreement seemed resolute, the undertone of anger was unmistakable to Ning Zhangwo. Having known Ye Feng for so long, Ning Zhangwo was well aware that he would not simply comply without question. However, Ning Zhangwo felt powerless, for he could not dictate Ye Feng's thoughts. Moreover, Ye Feng was indeed reliable in his actions. All necessary reminders had been given, and the rest was up to Ye Feng himself. Ah, one more thing, Ning Zhangwo nodded, adopting a serious tone. You have contributed so much to Huaxia. In the future, should you encounter difficulties, do not burden yourself unnecessarily. Safety must always come first. Nothing is more vital than your life. If anyone dares to overstep their bounds, there is no need for excessive concern, for behind you stands the entirety of Huaxia. Ning Zhangwo's words were directed not only at Ye Feng, but also at those predatory souls eyeing Huaxia. In fair competition, no one could contest the outcome based solely on strength. Yet, should they resort to underhanded tactics against Ye Feng, they would be sorely mistaken. Never doubt Huaxia's stockpile of nuclear warheads. Annihilating the entire world poses no challenge whatsoever. The dialogue between Ye Feng and the high-ranking officials of Huaxia was broadcasted live to the world through the divine selection game. In the office of General Masanori in Sakura country, he reclined in his chair, eyes closed in repose, while his female secretary provided him with special services, simultaneously reporting on the situation. General Masanori, it seems Huaxia is aware of our dealings with the Western Alliance, and they have issued threats against us. The secretary's voice was somewhat muffled, punctuated by occasional affirmations. Humph, what does it matter if Huaxia knows? In any case, Huaxia is doomed this time. I shall relish the moment when we see who truly threatens whom. Masanori scoffed. You are indeed wise, General. The secretary exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration, yet glistening with tears. Do not stop, continue. Other nations dismissed Huaxia's threats entirely, sharing sentiments akin to Masanori's. Even in fair competition, they reminded themselves that 30 countries had united. How could they fear merely one Huaxia? Some unsuspecting Huaxia netizens, upon learning of the renewed targeting from foreign nations, were infuriated, venting their frustrations vocally. The live chat was inundated with messages. Damn it, why are these people so relentless? From the very beginning, they have targeted Huaxia. Do they truly believe we are without defenders? Need it even be said? They simply cannot bear to see Huaxia thrive. The previous troubles at the Fuyuan Forbidden Land were a testament to that, with numerous foreign practitioners causing chaos. Ultimately, they were all subdued by the agents of the Immortal Seeking Division. With the esteemed Ye Feng present, we are assured that we can certainly triumph over the other nations. Although I recognize Ye Feng's formidable prowess, can we genuinely secure victory this time? In this vast open world, it is not merely the Sakura Nation and the 3As that we contend with. Could it be that 7 or 8 nations will unite against us? The Great Huaxia? Surely, it cannot be that many. Aside from the Sakura Nation, the 3As, and the Korean Nation, perhaps a few Western countries might join, totaling around 5. After all, we have not fostered enmity with other nations. 5 is still a considerable number, yet with Ye Feng in our ranks, I believe we shall prevail. The men of Huaxia are anything but cowardly. Once I join the Immortal Seeking Division, I shall be the first to volunteer for infiltration into foreign lands, gathering intelligence for our great nation. If you possess courage, count me in. Chapter 118. The human Emperor Fuxi in the ethereal expanse of the Guanghan Palace, Ye Feng, after severing the video connection, surveyed the desolate surroundings. Though the palace boasted grand furnishings, it remained eerily vacant, an embodiment of solitude. The final words of Ning Jiangwo echoed in his mind. Behind you stands the entirety of Huaxia. While not immediately necessary, the thought brought a profound warmth to his heart. Perhaps this was the essence of being cherished. Like in his previous life, Ye Feng remained an orphan in this one. Thus, he treasured the rare gift of rebirth and the nation that bestowed life upon him. As these thoughts coursed through him, a glint of cold resolve flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. The nations of Asan, Sakura, and the Korean Peninsula, along with their Western counterparts, seemed to warrant a lesson. In tactical terms, one may underestimate the enemy, yet strategically, they must be revered. Ye Feng was acutely aware of the formidable mythological heritage possessed by these nations, particularly the Western ones, such as Shila and Bilu, whose mythos rivaled that of Asan, if not surpassing it in certain aspects. The path of awakening. Suddenly, Ye Feng contemplated which deity to summon. With a smile gracing his lips, he stood before the entrance of Guanghan Palace, arms raised high. Arise, human Emperor Fuxi. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blinding beam of golden light descended from the heavens. Accustomed to such phenomena, Ye Feng closed his eyes and, once the radiance dissipated, slowly opened them. Contrary to his expectations, a strikingly handsome young man appeared before him, whose features surpassed even those of the previously summoned Erling Shun. Yang Jian. As one of the 3 sovereigns and an ancestor of Huaxia, Fuxi was not like other deities or emperors. He exuded an aura of refined elegance, radiating warmth and gentleness. Before Ye Feng could express his thoughts, the viewers in the live stream were already ablaze with excitement. Who is this? Not only does he look stunning, but his presence is entirely different, eclipsing that of Erling Shun. Though combat had yet to commence, it was evident that Fuxi was an extraordinary entity. Look closely. In every gesture, he embodies the principles of the Tao. Did you not hear what Ye Feng just proclaimed? This handsome figure is Fuxi. He is a character from Hongming 8 Desolations. Furthermore, not long ago, a statue of Fuxi was discovered in the celestial paradise of Buzhou Mountain. The grace and demeanor bear striking resemblance to the statue, so it must be him. However, the statue depicted a being with a human head and a serpent's body. Why does he appear as an ordinary human? Is that even a question? Those with immense powers possess the ability to transform their forms. Since Fuxi can manifest in the celestial paradise of Buzhou Mountain, he is undoubtedly not an ordinary being and must possess some mastery of transformation. Indeed, given that he was summoned by the esteemed Ye Feng, one can be assured of his formidable prowess. I had not anticipated that the deities of our Huaxia would possess such strikingly handsome features, exuding a blend of both strength and gentleness characteristic of our Huaxia men, along with the regal aura befitting emperors. I must apologize, Brother Yang Jian. This evening, I shall not return home, but will remain at Brother Fuxi's residence. The narrative in Hongming Bahuang does not elaborate much on Fuxi's lineage, which explains the audience's comments in the livestream. Had they known that the Emperor of Humanity, Fuxi, is one of our Huaxia ancestors and among the 3 sovereigns, they would surely not dare to be so disrespectful. Our Huaxia deities differ markedly from those of other nations. Take the deities of the A3 nation, for instance. Most of theirs are born from the fabrications of an idyllic existence. Some deities even exist to oppress the common people throughout A3's history, perpetuating notions of reincarnation that suggest one must accept a lowly status in this life to hope for a higher caste in the next. Conversely, Our Huaxia deities are nearly all adaptations of real historical figures. A quintessential example is the monk Xuanzang from the Tang dynasty, who is the basis for the Tang Song in the Journey to the West. In today's mythos, though Fuxi is depicted as a serpent-headed man, in reality, he was, like the people of Huaxia, human. Fuxi lived during the late Paleolithic era and is regarded as the cultural progenitor of the Huaxia people in ancient legends. He is also recorded as the earliest ruler in Huaxia's ancient texts and stands as one of the forefathers of Huaxia medicine, having made numerous significant contributions. Such an existence is not to be taken lightly. Returning to the scene before the Guanghan Palace, Ye Feng remained silent, while Fuxi himself initiated conversation. After so many years, what has become of the descendants? As the cultural progenitor of the Huaxia nation, Fuxi immediately recognized Ye Feng as a descendant of Yin and Huang, prompting his inquiry. Upon hearing this, even the well-informed Ye Feng was taken aback. It was, after all, the first instance of a deity directly asking about the future. Even the likes of Erlang Xinyang Jian, upon emerging, would first inquire about the current state of affairs. Though both questions are inquiries, they differ fundamentally. One seeks to understand why one has been summoned, while the other asks about the present condition of Huaxia. Can you sense the distinction? Yet, what astonished Ye Feng the most was that he had not expected Fuxi to grasp the laws of this place so subtly. Otherwise, Fuxi would not have inquired about the descendants first, but would have, like Yang Jian, asked about the current situation. Ye Feng was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the laws in the chosen world. Observing Ye Feng's prolonged silence, Fuxi seemed to discern his expression and then smiled, saying, "There is no need for astonishment. As one of the three sovereigns, I naturally comprehend the past and present and can interpret the principles of heaven." Fuxi's words jolted Ye Feng from his stupor. He dared not remain dazed any longer and hurriedly clasped his hands in respect, exclaiming, "I am Ye Feng, a descendant of the future, and I pay my respects to the Emperor of humanity." Fuxi waved his hand, signaling Ye Feng to refrain from excessive formalities. He then began to survey the Guanghan Palace and the chosen world beneath his feet. Beside him, Ye Feng stood quietly in the background, not intruding. Once again, Ye Feng's reaction astonished the viewers in the live stream. Can you believe it? The esteemed Ye Feng has become so well-behaved this time. Could it be that this Fuxi is truly remarkable? Did you not hear the great Ye Feng calling Fuxi the Emperor of humanity? How could a being referred to as the Emperor of humanity possibly be weak? I must admit, this is the first time I have witnessed this side of Ye Feng, and it is rather endearing. Previously, both Sun Wukong and Yang Jian were already formidable. Yet Ye Feng did not exhibit such demeanor. It seems this game is secure. Indeed, you can always place your trust in Ye Feng. Though I have expressed this many times, I must reiterate, Ye Feng is eternal. Chapter 119. The Wrath of the Emperor of Humanity. The laws governing this realm are indeed peculiar, though it exists as a separate entity. It remains inextricably linked to the human world. In a mere moment, Fuxi discerned the unique attributes of the chosen world. Beside him, Ye Feng patiently elucidated while simultaneously seeking guidance. "Your Majesty," he began, "this is the chosen world, which mysteriously manifested 2 months prior, forcibly entwining national fortunes to complete game tasks. Failure results in national obliteration, while victory secures prosperity. We are now amidst the 5th chosen game. The divine beings summoned in the previous 4 iterations failed to grasp the rules of this game, yet you are the first to do so." With a gentle shake of his head, Fuxi chuckled softly. "Though I have uncovered its laws, I cannot penetrate its Tao rhythm." Tao rhythm? Ye Feng paused, slightly taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered such a term. Previously, neither Yang Jian nor Sun Wukong had mentioned it. Expecting Fuxi to elaborate, he was instead met with a subtle shake of the head and a benevolent smile from Fuxi. "This matter is of little consequence. Do enlighten me about the game rules," Fuxi suggested warmly. Given this invitation, Ye Feng felt it inappropriate to press further. He proceeded to explain, "Your Majesty, the rules of this 5th chosen game are quite straightforward. The deities from various nations must traverse the path of awakening on foot, which is fraught with perils. Moreover, they are prohibited from flying or employing divine powers to navigate this path. Prohibited from flying or using divine powers. How intriguing," Fuxi mused, nodding with a smile. Ye Feng, standing beside him, felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of reassurance from Fuxi's demeanor, akin to a child nestled against a father or citizens supported by their soldiers. It was as if his presence rendered all challenges surmountable. Although Ye Feng recognized Fuxi's formidable strength, this sensation stemmed not merely from knowledge, but from the unique aura that Fuxi exuded. This aura bore a resemblance to that of the previous Emperor Qin, a thought that lingered in Ye Feng's mind. By the way, Fushi turned to the humble young man beside him. What news do you bring from the present world? Captivated by Fushi's every expression, Ye Feng found himself momentarily entranced. To be candid, were it not for Fushi's overwhelming presence, he might have doubted whether this charming and gentle young man was indeed the historical Fushi. The disparity was striking. Ye Feng nodded respectfully. You must be aware that in Huaxia, we are experiencing a rupture in civilization, leading to a loss of culture and history, as well as a decline in national confidence. As Ye Feng had anticipated, Fushi maintained an expression of calm understanding. Huaxia had lost the civilization that rightfully belonged to it, while lesser nations sought to exploit its vulnerabilities, aiming to bring Huaxia to ruin. To the east, the diminutive nation of Sakura claimed the essence of Tang dynasty civilization as its own, harboring ambitions of swallowing the entirety of Huaxia. To the north, the Korean peninsula, under the protection of our great Ming dynasty, audaciously claimed that the magnificent Huaxia was their vassal, accusing us of cultural theft. In the west, there exists a nation that conspires with others, repeatedly attempting to obliterate our illustrious Huaxia. Ye Feng spoke with fervor, his countenance reddening with passion. Had Huaxia not suffered a rupture in its civilization, these foreign entities would hardly dare to bully us. Despite the victories Huaxia has achieved under Ye Feng's leadership, it is crucial to remember that he is the sole chosen player, thus possessing but a singular opportunity for failure. It was only after Ning Jiangwo solemnly elucidated this matter to him that he grasped its gravity. He may lead Huaxia to triumph, yet he cannot alter the fact that it is besieged from all sides. This, of course, occurs even amidst Huaxia's continuous victories. Should misfortune befall, the consequences would be dire. After all, Ye Feng understands that even with numerous and formidable deities, the rules of the chosen game are not immutable. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Humph! Fushi snorted, revealing an imposing aura that drastically transformed his demeanor. From a gentle presence, he became a figure of inherent authority, his surroundings suffused with volatile golden energy. Our vast and majestic Jiuzhou, protected by heaven and earth, nourished by all living beings, now finds itself subjected to the insolence of petty scoundrels who dare to bully the descendants of Yin and Huang. Today, I shall ensure that these individuals comprehend that Huaxia's Jiuzhou is not to be trifled with. The offspring of Yin and Huang are not to be humiliated. At this moment, Fushi emanated an overwhelming presence, a unique aura that embodied the might of the Emperor of Humanity, far surpassing that of the initial Qin Shi Huang. Beside him, Ye Feng found even the act of breathing a luxury under such a formidable imperial force. Had Fushi not subsequently tempered his intensity, Ye Feng might have been rendered breathless. Is this the might of the Emperor of Humanity? Ye Feng marveled, having previously learned of Qin Shi Huang's imperial aura from Yin Luo Wang. Initially, Fushi's energy was restrained, causing Ye Feng to remain unaware of its full magnitude. Now, with Fushi's fury unleashed, he distinctly sensed the power emanating from him. As for the notion that Fushi's imperial might far exceeded that of Qin Shi Huang, Ye Feng was not surprised. Though Qin Shi Huang is revered as an unparalleled emperor, Fushi is recognized as one of the earliest sovereigns of Huaxia, a deity responsible for bestowing blessings upon the nation. His status is undoubtedly superior to that of Qin Shi Huang. Naturally, the two belong to different dynasties, rendering direct comparison moot. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed once more. The path of awakening has been generated. Deities from all nations, please prepare to embark. No sooner had the words been spoken than the previously clear skies darkened ominously. In the heart of the divine chosen continent, a shadowy beam of light descended upon the earth. This light was peculiar, seemingly enveloped by a unique law, rendering it impervious to divine perception. Is this the path of awakening? Ye Feng furrowed his brow, having anticipated a road but instead encountered a luminous column reminiscent of the earlier celestial ladder. Fushi too was drawn to the beam, though his expression remained largely unchanged, suggesting he did not regard it with particular concern. Suddenly, with a grand gesture, a multitude of soldiers materialized before the palace of eternal cold. Unlike the armies of Qin Shi Huang, these summoned by Fushi were heavenly warriors, their power surpassing that of the former. Radiant auras danced around them, their armor gleamed with brilliance, and they wielded long spears with unwavering grip, exuding an aura of invincibility. The vast expanse of land was densely populated with them. Even from a considerable distance, Ye Feng could distinctly perceive this overwhelming presence. The barrage of comments in the Huaxia livestream erupted in astonishment. What on earth? So many soldiers? and their strength is several times that of Qin Shi Huang's army. My goodness, I'm completely stunned. These beings are likely not mere soldiers. Just look at their formidable aura and the white waves of spiritual energy surrounding them. They could very well be the heavenly warriors from the homing 8 desolations. Chapter 120. The Divine Clash, Celestial Soldiers? Really? Is this true? These armies are not mere phantoms possessed by the undead, if I am not mistaken. They are akin to deities themselves, albeit their powers and divine essence correspond to soldiers commanded by emperors. Hence it is quite fitting to refer to them as celestial soldiers. I just approximated the numbers, and there are at least 100,000 of them. Nonsense, I clearly counted 15,000. Are your calculations taught by physical education teachers? I employed the Pythagorean theorem and determined that there are precisely 134,215 individuals. The focus of the online community in Huaxia is perpetually peculiar. The high-ranking officials of Huaxia shared the same astonishment. In the conference room of the imperial capital of Huaxia, they were taken aback by the formidable strength of Fuxi. Although the game has yet to commence, I sense that Huaxia has already secured victory. Not merely a victory. With over 100,000 celestial soldiers and the powerful Fuxi suppressing them, even if the nation of A3 were to ally with several other nations, they could never hope to rival Fuxi. Ha ha ha. It appears that this Ye Feng continues to surprise us. General Ning, what troubles you? A secretary whispered beside him. Unlike the other officials who were brimming with excitement, Ning Zhangwo wore a more apprehensive expression. He shook his head slightly. I cannot shake the feeling that this game will not be so straightforward. The path of awakening has but a single route. If the nation of A3 and its allies conspire to ambush Huaxia, then... He trailed off mid-sentence. His concerns stemmed from the intelligence reports received from spies embedded within the kingdom of Daying. What he had conveyed to Ye Feng was not entirely detailed. In truth, the threat against Huaxia extends far beyond just those nations. The exact number remains unclear to Ning Zhangwo, but he is certain that once one nation takes the lead, others will undoubtedly follow suit. In the office of the chief officer of A3, the commotion from Huaxia was considerable, with talk of the emperor and celestial soldiers. Even the ancient civilization of A3 felt an unprecedented pressure. They did not anticipate that Huaxia had concealed such a powerful hand, summoning such formidable deities and amassing so many celestial soldiers. It seems that Fuxi is indeed Huaxia's trump card. Despite the immense pressure, Amir remained unfazed, his countenance even appearing rather grim. General, our war god Indra is en route to the path of awakening. However, there is one concern that troubles me. Is the Western Alliance reliable? Will they betray us at a critical moment? The secretary inquired, his expression fraught with worry. Being the secretary to a chief commander like Amir, he was a person of exceptional standing and capability, possessing the right to advise and make decisions. Fear not. They are even more eager to eliminate Huaxia, the thorn in their side. Amir scoffed. Once Huaxia is dealt with, the true chaos will commence. Chaos. The secretary was perplexed. Do you understand why the majority of nations are currently targeting Huaxia? Amir countered. Because Huaxia is in the spotlight, the secretary replied without hesitation. Not entirely. Amir elucidated. The dark horse of Huaxia is exceedingly formidable, nearly monopolizing the rewards designated for other nations. Indeed, the disparity between the first and second place rewards is monumental. The secretary nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the most daunting aspect of Huaxia is that we remain oblivious to its limits. Without knowledge of its boundaries, it becomes exceedingly challenging to confront it individually. Hence, a collective effort is the most prudent approach. The people of Huaxia must have realized this. Otherwise, they would not have revealed their trump card. However, one must ponder, can Huaxia truly withstand the onslaught of 30 nations? In this light, is it not destined for annihilation? The secretary inquired with palpable excitement. Should Huaxia survive, our peace will be profoundly disturbed. Upon uttering this, Amir let out an eerie, hearty laugh. Across the world, nations have summoned their respective deities. Particularly among the great powers, the summoned entities exude an overwhelming presence, leaving observers in awe of their might. Consequently, fervent discussions erupted in the comments section. I just witnessed Huaxia summon a great deity, who also conjured a multitude of celestial soldiers. Celestial soldiers are nothing. Our Indra from the Asvamedha country is the god of storms, the king of deities, and our martial divinity. With a mere wave of his hand, he can summon countless celestial beings to serve him. Let us hope we do not encounter Huaxia, or they shall find themselves in dire straits. This time, our cherry blossom nation summoned Izanami, also known as Izanami no Mikoto, the mother goddess of our mythology and the goddess of the polluted underworld. The deities of the cherry blossom nation are her offspring with her brother Izanagi. Such an entity would surely compel Huaxia to retreat. Moreover, our Koryo nation boasts the sun god, Jinshalu Wang, who is the embodiment of divine power and subsequently established the Gaia kingdom, becoming a legendary emperor. What you speak of pales in comparison to the might of the 12 principal gods of Norse mythology. Our northern land has merely remained silent thus far. Our western Lyra nation simply smiles without comment. As nations' netizens boast about their divine beings, the Huaxia netizens remain silent, their focus entirely on Fuxi. There is no denying Fuxi's striking appearance and formidable strength, especially after summoning thousands of celestial soldiers, his imperial aura becoming increasingly pronounced. On the continent of the Chosen. At the center, after the dark columns of light descended from the heavens dissipated, a colossal and mysterious archway emerged on the ground. Towering 10,000 feet high and 1,000 feet wide, its vastness is astonishing. The entrance of the archway is cloaked in a shroud of black light, concealing its contents, and none dare to be the first to venture inside. It is as if it leads to the end of death, a place from which one may never return. Outside the enigmatic archway, deities from various nations, along with their summoned armies, have gathered. The rules of the fifth game stipulate that only one deity may be summoned, making the summoning of armies the most advantageous strategy. Indeed, not everyone possesses the ability to summon. A deity capable of invoking an army must embody imperial might, such as having been an emperor in life or ascending to godhood as one. The illustrious Huangdi Fuxi of Huaxia needs no further introduction. Indra, known as the king of gods in the lands of the Asan, also referred to as Chakra, certainly commands the power to summon legions. In the land of cherry blossoms, the primordial goddess Izanami, being the mother of all deities, naturally wields the authority to rally her divine offspring into battle. Although King Jin Shulu of the land of the Bangzi may not possess the prowess of those aforementioned, he remains a sovereign and thus retains the capability to summon forces. Furthermore, there is Poseidon from the ancient realm of Shila, the god of the sea, who also ranks among the 12 Olympian deities. However, the armies he calls forth are rather unique, reminiscent of the aquatic minions found in the tales of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 121. Isolated and helpless. Moreover, there is Fry from the northern lands, the god of abundance, one of the 12 principal deities in Norse mythology. He embodies prosperity, love, and peace and reigns as the king of the beautiful elven realm of Alfheim. Alongside Balder, he is revered as a deity of light, often referred to as the sun god. The diminutive sprites under his command spread benevolence across the globe. Fry frequently rides a wild boar adorned with a golden mane on his excursions. All enjoy the peace and happiness bestowed by his grace. He possesses a radiant sword that can cleave the clouds, as well as a miniature magical ship capable of transporting all gods and their armaments when necessary. As a king, he can indeed summon formidable armies. Most nations seem to have reached a consensus, calling upon deities endowed with imperial might. However, not every country is blessed with such divine entities. This is, after all, contingent upon the nation's heritage, and those capable of summoning such deities are exceedingly rare, albeit they account for nearly half of the total. Deities with armies shine resplendently, while those without seem rather meager. These gods and their forces gathered peacefully outside the archway entrance. The archway has entrances on both sides, allowing for the ample crowd to avoid congestion. Fuxi stood at the very center of the archway, accompanied by Ye Feng. It was imperative. Leaving Ye Feng alone in the Guanghan Palace posed the risk of a surprise attack. Should Ye Feng perish, it would spell doom for Huaxia as well. Thus, Ye Feng took the perilous step of entering the path of awakening alongside Fuxi. Numerous chosen players also followed their respective deities and their armies. There were many chosen players, so their numbers were not overwhelming. This precaution was likely to prevent ambushes. After all, the death of chosen players would not affect the population of the real world. Coincidentally, the armies flanking Ye Feng were familiar faces. To his left stood the forces of the Asan Nation, Sakura Nation, and the Nation of the Stick, their chosen players glaring menacingly in Ye Feng's direction. To his right were the armies of the Sira Nation, Northern Lands, and the Nation of the Infant, who similarly cast glances toward Ye Feng. It was not that Ye Feng purposefully occupied this position. Rather, he arrived early and hence secured the most advantageous spot. Subsequently, the Asan Nation and the Nation of the Infant arrived in succession, encircling Ye Feng and his companions. To be candid, though Ye Feng was bold and astute, this time he felt somewhat daunted. Once they entered the path of awakening, a chaotic melee was undoubtedly unavoidable. Nonetheless, despite his concerns, Ye Feng felt reassured with Fuxi by his side. This was precisely why he had summoned such a formidable deity so early on. In the livestream chat, The comments erupted in fervent debate. Damn it, these wretched beings truly intend to cast Huaxia into oblivion. Ye Feng should have some contingency plan, and with Fushi's immense strength, there remains a glimmer of hope. I pondered why the esteemed Ye Feng would align himself with the deity Fushi, only to discover that this time, the nations of the Asan and the Western Alliance have come prepared. Our cultivation has already reached the foundational stage, yet alas, we find ourselves unable to enter the divine selection game. Were it otherwise, with the multitude of cultivators from Huaxia at our side, we would undoubtedly crush the ashes of these insignificant adversaries. The online community in Huaxia is aflame with righteous indignation, yet concurrently, they harbor deep concerns for Ye Feng's safety. Ye Feng is inextricably linked to the fate of Huaxia. Should he perish, so too would Huaxia's demise follow, especially considering the debts of gratitude he owes them. Both emotionally and rationally, they fervently hope for Ye Feng's safety in these tumultuous times. However, with so many nations fixating their attention on Ye Feng, they are acutely aware that this will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Observing Huaxia's current plight, many nations revel in their misfortune. Ha ha ha. Although Huaxia's defeat seems inevitable this time, one must acknowledge the formidable strength of their deities. Their mere presence surpasses that of many others. Yet, what is strength worth? With the combined forces of the Asan nation and the Western Alliance converging upon Huaxia, can they truly hope for a turnaround? To ensure their demise, one must first drive them to desperation. The reactions from Huaxia indicate that their doom is inevitable. The Sakura Empire, having suffered under Huaxia's oppression, is determined to avenge past humiliations and ensure Huaxia never rises again. Huaxia? Merely a buffoon, destined to become a footnote in history with the Western Alliance choosing to collaborate with the Asan nation against them. Huaxia, your mercy has been your downfall. Had you seized the opportunity to eradicate the Sakura and Asan nations decisively, perhaps the current situation would not have arisen. International netizens on the World Channel mock and revel in their downfall. Previously cowed by Huaxia's dominance, they dared not voice their opinions. Now, with the game approaching and Huaxia's annihilation seemingly assured, they shed their pretenses, revealing their true, contemptible natures. In the conference room of the imperial capital, Ning Zhengwo and his colleagues, who had once been buoyed by Fushi's might, now face grim visages upon witnessing the Western Alliance and the Asan nations brazenly targeting Huaxia as their prey. General Ning, while they have yet to enter the path of awakening, should we not seek out a few allies? Inquired a secretary anxiously. Indeed, regardless of Fushi's strength, it cannot surpass that of so many nations. The battle nation is friendly towards us. If we initiate an alliance, they would surely agree. And what of the Golden Tower nation? They are one of the ancient civilizations and a powerful mythological nation. Their assistance would grant us a fighting chance. Numerous officials clamored to voice their opinions. At such a critical juncture, silence would be folly. Ning Zhengwo's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated such a multitude of nations targeting Huaxia, especially the formidable nations of Shila and Beilu, along with their allies. Clearly, other nations in the Western Alliance are also involved. Thus, Huaxia faces an unprecedented crisis. A moment's carelessness could lead to the complete annihilation of Huaxia. Reach out to all potential allied nations, leaving no opportunity unexplored. When the time is right, consider acquiescing to certain conditions proposed by them. In the face of a looming crisis in Huaxia, Ning Zhengwo's actions can be deemed a desperate, yet necessary measure. If we can forge beneficial ties with some allies, it may grant Ye Feng, the chosen one in the divine game, a modicum of respite. Indeed, the officials responded in unison, for they must race against time, allowing no room for error. Yet, in the span of merely half a minute, the countenances of all present grew increasingly grim. They reached out to over a dozen nations, yet not a single one offered assistance to Huaxia. They even proposed generous terms, yet still failed to persuade their counterparts. The rationale for their rejection was quite straightforward. They feared incurring the wrath of the Western Alliance and the nation of Asan. Chapter 122. The eerie path of awakening. This outcome left the higher-ups of Huaxia despondent. They had initially believed that certain nations, like the Battle Nation, would agree to form an alliance. However, reality delivered a stark blow to their expectations. General Ning, the path of awakening is about to commence. What should we do now? The officials were in a state of panic. Ning Zhengwo, feeling equally helpless, had exhausted all avenues of assistance and all those he could implore. Huaxia was now left with no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Perhaps we should seek the aid of the baby nation? Someone tentatively suggested. As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes turned towards him in disbelief. Seek the baby nation? To seek assistance from those who wish to harm you? Are you out of your mind, Oldly? An official inquired, incredulously. The others shared similar expressions. Appealing to one's enemies seemed utterly absurd. Embarrassed, Oldly scratched his head, fell silent, and refrained from further comment. Observing Ye Feng in the live stream, Ning Zhangwo felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps it was time to place their faith in him. Ning Zhangwo silently prayed. Not just him, but every individual in Huaxia was praying, hoping that Ye Feng would once again perform a miracle. The path of awakening has successfully opened. The system's voice resonated, and the massive archway before them shimmered with potent waves of spiritual energy. Hey, you are Ye Feng, right? A voice suddenly inquired from the left. Ye Feng turned to see a chosen player from the A3 nation, perched atop the colossal white elephant of Indra, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. What do you want, old man? Ye Feng retorted, his tone less than courteous. Humph, you have quite the tongue. Once we enter the path of awakening, I will ensure you have ample opportunity to speak. The chosen player from A3 nation threatened menacingly. Is that all you've got? Ye Feng scoffed, pointing disdainfully at the Indra seated on the elephant's back. Impudent. How dare you show such disrespect to our deity? The chosen player erupted in fury. The other chosen players beside him were equally incensed. While Indra's standing in A3 nation was not as high as that of Shiva or Brahma, it still commanded significant respect. In fact, in certain regions, Indra's followers outnumbered those of Shiva. Many of the chosen players accompanying him were devout worshippers of Indra, and they could not swallow the humiliation their faith had just endured. Yet, Ye Feng was undeterred. He was determined to unleash his frustrations by verbally assaulting his adversaries first. What of it if I show disrespect? Are you really going to take issue with me? Ye Feng challenged, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing for a fight, leaving everyone astonished. Are you mad? You dare utter such words? They have hundreds on their side. The chosen player, infuriated by Ye Feng's provocation, gritted his teeth. Ignoring the attempts of his companions to restrain him, he leapt down from the elephant. The chosen players had long transcended their mortal origins. Their weakest among them had reached the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement. Those like Ye Feng, with exceptional talent, were on the verge of achieving the golden core stage. The chosen player who leaped from the white elephant possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of foundation establishment, rendering him far from weak. As the man descended, he swaggered toward them, pointing at Ye Feng, shouting, "You, come here. Watch as I lay you to waste." Unexpectedly, Ye Feng not only refrained from approaching, but also gestured to the celestial soldier behind him to eliminate the man. Without hesitation, the celestial soldier fired a shot, and a terrifying surge of spiritual energy instantly pierced through the man's body. In the blink of an eye, a living being simply vanished, as if he had never existed. "Moer!" cried his companions atop the white elephant in horror. Witnessing the death of their comrade right before their eyes ignited a furious rage within them, compelling them to leap down and confront Ye Feng without delay. Even the audience in the live broadcast was taken aback by Ye Feng's decisive slaughter. Good heavens! Does this chosen player from Huaxia not know how to write the word death? How dare he brazenly murder outside the awakening path? It seemed he was intent on hastening his demise. Provoking the enemy like this could lead to unimaginable consequences. While I harbor a disdain for Huaxia, I must admit that Ye Feng's display is impressive, delivering a severe lesson to the arrogant individuals from Asin Nation. It appears we are in for quite a spectacle. Perhaps they won't even need to enter the awakening path to ensure Huaxia's utter annihilation. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged, as their former trepidation transformed into exhilaration. In the land of chosen ones, Ye Feng, standing at the forefront, raised his hands in resignation, declaring, "You all witnessed it. He willingly entered my territory, so his demise is well-deserved." Nonsense. You deliberately lured him down. The chosen player from Asin Nation seethed with indignation. Ye Feng was poised to retort further when he was interrupted by Fushi's wave. Enough of this dispute with these foreigners. Let us proceed to the awakening path. With that, Fushi waved his hand once more, and over 10 celestial soldiers roared in unison, their formidable presence resonating throughout the vicinity. The closest adversaries from Asin Nation and Shilan Nation were thrust back several meters, their formation thrown into disarray in that moment. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. They were aware of the might of the celestial soldiers and Fushi, but they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. If their mere presence was this formidable, how much stronger must their true capabilities be? No one could say. Indra, who had remained silent until now, furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at Fushi, who was the first to approach the archway. With so many deities collaborating, could they not subdue you? Contemplating this, Indra chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. Fushi's demonstration had instilled considerable confidence in the viewers from Huaxia. However, upon observing the Western Alliance and Asin Nation, that confidence began to wane. Fuxi, accompanied by Ye Feng and the celestial soldiers, was the first to step into the archway's black luminescence, the entrance to the awakening path. As Ye Feng felt the world spin around him and darkness envelop him, he almost succumbed to dizziness. Fortunately, Fuxi beside him waved his hand, releasing a warm current that surged into Ye Feng's body. Instantly, the sensation of vertigo dissipated. Before him, the surroundings transformed into an entirely different realm, shrouded in an oppressive darkness that exuded an eerie ambience, rendering everything invisible and indistinct. Suddenly, from the depths of this gloom, a mournful howl pierced the silence. The source of the sound remained a mystery, an unknown creature emitting such a peculiar cry. Ye Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, not out of fear of death, but rather due to the unsettling atmosphere that overwhelmed him, a modern individual grappling with the uncanny. How could this be more terrifying than the exorcism of wandering spirits? Ye Feng couldn't help but utter a sarcastic remark. Where were the others? He turned to look, yet found no sign of the people from other nations. Chapter 123. The Divided Path of Awakening. It is rather peculiar that, despite Ye Feng and his companions being the first to enter the Path of Awakening, others should undoubtedly follow suit shortly after their arrival. After all, the nations of Eisin and Daying are intent on thwarting Huaxia. It is illogical for them to linger outside for so long. Could it be that the Path of Awakening does not operate in synchronization? Ye Feng pondered this, yet remained at a loss for answers. However, he chose to dismiss the concern, finding solace in the unexpected turn of events that allowed him to evade potential troubles. As for Fuxi, he hardly regarded the situation with any seriousness. If others refrained from causing disturbances, it would be well, but should they dare to confront him? Fuxi would not let them off so easily. At that moment, the Huaxia livestream chat overflowed with excitement and astonishment. The nations of Eisin and Daying must be seething with rage. They intended to ambush Huaxia, only to discover that the Path of Awakening is indeed separated. This group of fools failed to account for the rules of the divine selection game. Yet, if the Path of Awakening is fundamentally the same, why the division? The atmosphere of the path is ominously thick with malevolence, filled with the wails of spirits. It is bound to be perilous. And one can only speculate what dangers await us. That recent howl nearly terrified me. It sounded like a ghostly lament. What on earth could that creature be? While their apprehension of an ambush had dissipated, the Huaxia netizens began to fret over the dangers that the Path of Awakening might hold. Fortunately, Fuxi, Ye Feng, and the over 100,000 celestial warriors are no trifles. This venture into the Path of Awakening should yield more blessings than misfortunes. Simultaneously, upon entering the Path of Awakening, the deities and chosen players of other nations were nearly driven to fury. The chat was rife with scathing remarks. Damn it, how can the Path of Awakening be divided? Is it possible that Huaxia has once again evaded calamity? This infuriates me to the point of frustration. When will we rid ourselves of Huaxia? It is truly nauseating to behold. This divine selection game is utterly absurd. It is nothing short of an affront. Turn it off. I can hardly bear to watch. If the netizens were at a loss for words, the high-ranking officials of these nations were in a state of furious upheaval. In the Eisin National Meeting Room, the atmosphere crackled with indignation. How can this be? Damn it! How could this happen? Once again, Huaxia has come out on top. Amir seethed with rage, scattering the documents across the table. The officials seated below shared in his discontent. Previously, the system had allowed them time for internal conflict, yet now, when a clear opportunity presented itself, they find themselves divided. How could they not be infuriated? General, with the Path of Awakening now beyond our reach to eliminate Huaxia, do you think they will settle scores in the future? One official inquired. Indeed, Huaxia is currently the world's second-largest economy. If they impose economic sanctions upon us, it would be a devastating blow to Eisin. This is not the main issue. Should Huaxia, in the subsequent games, resolutely choose to engage in a destructive confrontation with our nation, it is highly likely that we, as a nation, may. Some officials could not help but express their concerns. It is evident that they are quite apprehensive about the strength that Huaxia has displayed. Amir scoffed disdainfully and admonished. What is there to fear? We have aligned ourselves with the Western Alliance. If we are to perish, we shall do so together. Moreover, do you truly believe that Huaxia would dare to challenge both us and the entire Western Alliance single-handedly? Although Amir harbored some apprehension towards Huaxia, he also possessed his own confidence. He surmised that Huaxia would not dare to engage in a desperate struggle, especially since the recent conflict had not escalated to the point of mutual destruction. Furthermore, the deities of his own nation, Shiva and Brahma, had yet to be summoned. With these cards still in play, Huaxia would need to consider whether they possessed the requisite strength. Indeed, after Amir's remarks, The expressions of the gathered officials softened considerably. "General, what shall we do next?" One official inquired. "We need not worry about Indra's strength. Let him swiftly complete the awakening path and strive to be the first to enter the Hall of Gods, to claim the title of the foremost." Amir replied with a cold smile. The officials exchanged glances, contemplating the notion of securing the top position. To be honest, they had never entertained the idea that their nation could achieve first place. It was rather embarrassing for an ancient civilization to harbor such ambitions. All of this was due to Huaxia and their chosen player, Ye Feng. Despite being a seed candidate, their nation had been consistently overshadowed by Huaxia, repeatedly finding itself belittled and relegated to the bottom ranks. How could the ancient civilization of our nation endure such humiliation? Connect with them via video. I will speak with them personally, Amir commanded. The secretary did not hesitate and promptly established a video connection with the chosen player from our nation who had just entered the awakening path. Having recently embarked on this journey and still acclimatizing to the surroundings, the chosen player received a notification for a video call from the higher-ups. Since the team leader had perished, leadership had passed to another male member. It was rather vexing. Having finally attained the position of captain, he had lost it due to Ye Feng's inciting words, resulting in a disastrous fate. Nonetheless, this misfortune had inadvertently elevated the former vice-captain to the role of captain. These chosen players, through their contributions in the chosen game, would ensure that their families in the real world receive generous benefits from the state. Nearly every nation had established such conditions. After all, they bled and toiled for their countries in the chosen game. How could their families be treated poorly? Would that not lead to internal strife? The sole exception was Ye Feng, for he was alone, being an orphan without a spouse. And there was no way to extend preferential treatment to him. The middle-aged man, who had ascended from vice-captain to captain, was quite pleased to connect to the video call. Upon seeing the higher-ups of our nation, who wore expressions of cold mockery, he felt somewhat perplexed, wondering why these officials appeared so sinister. General Amir cleared his throat twice to capture the attention of the chosen players, then proceeded to say, "You need not wait any longer. The deities of each nation have been allocated to different paths of awakening. Your current task is to ensure that Indra secures first place. Indeed, I pledge to fulfill the mission entrusted to us by our leader." The middle-aged man comically bowed to Amir. "Very well, as long as you achieve first place this time. All your families will be rewarded with 10 million rupees. Amir proposed a generous offer. 10 million rupees, however, amounted to merely over 800,000 yuan, a paltry sum. After all, these individuals had risked their lives for the nation, yet their reward was but a meager amount. Nonetheless, the chosen players from the nation, including the middle-aged man, were elated, brimming with enthusiasm. Perhaps for them, this sum felt as if it were a fortune, something they could never hope to earn in their lifetime. Chapter 124. The Emperor's Accountability. The middle-aged man conveyed Amir's thoughts to Indra, who was mounted upon a magnificent white elephant. Indra nodded slightly, refraining from further comment as he led his troops into the foreboding and shadowy path of Tianqing. With an army exceeding 100,000, they brimmed with confidence for this initial endeavor. Meanwhile, within the high-level conference room of Sakura Nation, a heated exchange unfolded. "Damn it, we risked incurring the wrath of Huaxia by tearing up the agreement, and what do we receive in return? A fragmented approach." Jingya's face flushed with indignation. Unlike the nation of A3, Sakura Nation and H country had declared their neutrality during the fourth divine selection game, a stance that had facilitated Huaxia's withdrawal, sparing them from obliteration. Their gamble to ally with A3 and the infant nation was predicated on the assumption that Huaxia would falter against the coalition forces. Yet, in all their calculations, they failed to foresee the implications of Tianqing Road. It left them utterly desolate. "Jingya, should we not proactively apologize to Huaxia? If we have yet to engage in battle, surely Huaxia might grant us clemency. Indeed, the current Huaxia is a far cry from what it once was. You have all witnessed the formidable strength of their deity, Fuxi. With our present capabilities, we may no longer stand as their equal. If Huaxia is resolute in dismantling our sacred edifices, we find ourselves utterly powerless. I support a plea for mercy, even if merely for appearances." The officials exchanged words, ultimately converging on the conclusion that an apology to Huaxia was necessary. In their worldview, matters that could be resolved through an apology were trivial. Do not question it. It is merely the spirit of craftsmanship. Jingya, however, wore a grim expression, hesitating to make a decision. "Jingya, time is of the essence. Should Huaxia secure the top position once more, our future in Sakura Nation will be grim. Even the Emperor may cast blame upon us, and we might find ourselves compelled to commit harakiri." The officials could no longer restrain their urgency. Suddenly, a phone rang. "It is the Emperor." A secretary exclaimed in surprise. The countenance of everyone present shifted subtly. The emperor is an exalted figure in Sakura Nation. What are you waiting for? Hurry and answer. Jinja barked. Yes. The female secretary promptly pressed the answer button. The emperor's aged voice resonated slowly within the conference room. Kozer, what is the meaning of this? Kozer was Jinya's full name. A title that could only be uttered by a select few in all of Sakura Nation, one being the emperor, another the prime minister, and the last being his alluring wife. As for Jinya's parents, they had long since departed. My apologies, Your Majesty. This is our oversight. We did not anticipate that Tianqing Road would lead to such fragmentation. Jinya hastily offered a respectful explanation. Humph. The emperor's fury was palpable. An oversight? You have acted unilaterally, and now you have conjured such a grave dilemma. How do you propose I punish you? Emperor, I. Jinya's countenance changed drastically, and he hastily implored, I still have a way. I beseech the emperor for another opportunity. A way? What kind of way? The kingdom of H is in as precarious a situation as we are. They, too, are close to Huaxia and have similarly torn up agreements. We could incite them to continue their aggression towards Huaxia, then turn around to seek peace with Huaxia, discreetly informing them of H's intentions against them. Do you truly believe H would be foolish enough to trust you? The emperor remained skeptical of Jinya's assertions. They certainly would. That self-important Jin Shengwu will undoubtedly act upon my instigation. The emperor pondered for a moment, finally nodding in agreement, saying slowly, very well. I shall grant you one more chance. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Jinya exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. The emperor was notorious for his bloodlust, often ordering officials to commit seppuku. The previous holders of Jinya's position had all met their demise through this gruesome act, which had nearly become a tradition. What had seemed a simple conversation had brought him perilously close to death on several occasions. Do not thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to your fortunate wife. Were it not for her intercession, I would have long since commanded your execution for your audacity. The emperor's aged voice echoed. Yet to Jinya, it sounded chillingly ominous. Goodness, so this old man had intended my demise all along. Fortuitously, my wife is indeed a blessing, Jinya thought. While outwardly he continued to express his gratitude, I shall certainly convey my heartfelt thanks to my wife upon returning home. Now, hasten to complete your task. Failure will still result in your death. Yes, I shall remember. As the call ended, Jinya, now in a high position, heaved a long sigh of relief. Though his back was already slick with cold sweat, the other officials present dared not speak, but their gazes towards Jinya had taken on a peculiar intensity. Your wife pleaded with the emperor? How did she do so? Did she beg on her knees? They hesitated to delve further into the matter, fearing they might inadvertently burst into laughter. If Jinya, already irate, were to overhear, it would surely spell trouble for them. Contact Jin Qingwu of the Kingdom of H. Jinya commanded, gesturing to his secretary, then massaging his aching temples. The emperor had presented him with an enormous dilemma, and he had little confidence in his ability to persuade Jin Qingwu. All he could do was try. If that failed, he would have to rely on the divine intervention of Izanami. Should Izanami secure a place in the top 5, perhaps the emperor would, in consideration of the rewards, show leniency towards Jinya. At that moment, Jin Qingwu bore a troubled expression as well. His predicament was hardly better than Jinya's. Although the Kingdom of H was not ruled by warlords, such events would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences from the domestic tycoons. Despite his esteemed position as a general, he was nothing in the eyes of these magnates. After all, even the presidency in their nation was a perilous occupation. The sudden ringing of the telephone restored a semblance of rationality to Takashi Kaneshiro. Upon realizing it was Masanori from the land of cherry blossoms, he regained his former spirited demeanor. After all, one must not lose face before an old rival. As soon as the call connected, Takashi greeted with a smile, Masanori-kun. What brings you to seek me out unexpectedly? Is there something on your mind? It seems General Kaneshiro is in fine spirits. Indeed. I do have something to discuss with you, and it is of considerable significance. Masanori replied courteously. Oh, what matter could be so important? Takashi inquired with a hint of curiosity. At this juncture, even the most naive could surmise it pertained to the divine selection game. However, he chose not to reveal his awareness, feigning ignorance instead. Both men were seasoned tacticians, and Masanori was certainly aware of Takashi's unspoken thoughts. Chapter 125. The deceived Jin Qingwu. Jinya chuckled softly, murmuring, this plan has failed. It is to be expected that Huaxia will not let it rest. Jin Qingwu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, Huaxia poses a significant challenge. Should they seek retribution, the consequences for us could be dire. After a moment, Jin Qingwu inquired, General Jinya, since you pose this question, What insights do you possess? Insights may be too grand a term, yet I have devised a strategy, Jingye replied with a smile. Oh, now you have piqued my interest, Jin Qingwu pressed further. What do you propose? Have we not formed an alliance with Asan and the Western Coalition? Jingye stated. And so? Jin Qingwu questioned skeptically. Do you truly believe they will safeguard us? Is it not possible? Jingye chuckled, a hint of challenge in his tone. Surely, General Jingye. You are not attempting to ensnare me? Jin Qingwu retorted coldly, clearly unconvinced. Jingye sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. In truth, the ones who should be wary of Huaxia's vengeance are not us, but Asan. Asan, with their vast resources, numerous deities, and even greater population, would they fear Huaxia's retribution? Jin Qingwu countered. What does their abundance signify? Does Huaxia not possess its own strength? Jingye asserted earnestly. Let us not forget, since the inception of the chosen game, Huaxia has not lost a single match. Did they not secure the first place? Even their second place last time was achieved only because they single-handedly constrained our three nations alliance. Remarkably, they still managed to rank second, merely a fraction behind the leading nation. Upon hearing Jingye's analysis, Jin Qingwu found it reasonable. Yet, he soon felt a sense of unease and queried. Nevertheless, Huaxia would not likely trouble Asan, would they? Given that we have unilaterally abrogated the treaty, Huaxia's ire should be directed toward us. Who would have thought you possessed some wit? Jingye thought to himself with a smirk, yet replied, incorrect. We no longer pose a threat to Huaxia. Furthermore, we share numerous economic ties with them. Should Huaxia seek to eliminate us, it would also adversely affect their own economy. Moreover, Asan has long harbored dreams of dominance in Asia. Even if Huaxia does not actively pursue them, Asan will likely provoke Huaxia on their own accord. Huaxia, being so astute, would surely comprehend this. If I were among Huaxia's leadership, my primary target would be Asan, with us as a secondary consideration. Thus, are we not compelled to choose sides? Jin Qingwu ventured tentatively. Noticing Jin Qingwu inching closer to his desired conclusion, Jingye felt a surge of excitement. Suppressing his internal exhilaration, Jingye continued, precisely. Should we align with Huaxia, we must brace ourselves for pressure from Asan and the Western Coalition. Conversely, if we side with Asan and the Western Coalition, we shall face Huaxia's wrath. So, General Jingye, how do you intend to choose? Had it not been for the decision to confront Huaxia, I would undoubtedly have chosen Huaxia as my ally. However, we have already torn up the neutrality agreement, and it is only natural that Huaxia would not look favorably upon us. Even if we were to plead for mercy, they would no longer regard us as allies, but rather as opportunists. Yet, if we were to ally with the A3 nation, would we not become the first casualties, given our proximity to Huaxia? Jin Qingwu expressed his concerns. Still, as I mentioned earlier, Huaxia would not strike against us unless absolutely necessary. Jingye continued to persuade him. Moreover, do not forget that Huaxia has but one chance to fail, while the A3 nation and the Western Alliance possess countless opportunities. This assertion finally swayed Jin Qingwu. Indeed, Huaxia has but a single opportunity for failure. No matter how formidable they may be, it matters not. Should they falter even once, all their prior efforts would dissolve into mere illusions. In contrast, the A3 nation and the Western Alliance are not only robust in strength, but vastly outnumber Huaxia in terms of resources. More importantly, they have innumerable chances to fail. As long as Huaxia cannot completely eradicate them, it remains uncertain who will ultimately prevail. Upon reflecting on this, Jin Qingwu could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. General Jingye is indeed a sage of the Sakura nation, having swiftly devised a strategy in such a short span of time. Jin Qingwu felt a genuine admiration. I am no sage, merely one who contemplates more than others, Jingye humbly replied. Well then, I shall contact the A3 nation and the Western Alliance to reinforce our alliances. Shall we reconvene when time permits? Certainly. Now that everyone has entered the path of awakening, the game has commenced. Let us act swiftly. Jingye responded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Immediately afterward, Jin Qingwu reached out to the A3 nation and the Western Alliance. Although they were puzzled as to why Jin Qingwu of H country suddenly expressed loyalty, they were more than willing to accept, given that he represented an Asian nation, and one so close to Huaxia. They joyfully affirmed that H country would forever remain their ally, and should Huaxia conspire to bully H country, they would certainly not stand idly by. This outcome mirrored Jingye's words, allowing Jin Qingwu's anxious heart to finally relax. With the Western Alliance and A3 nation as his backing, he was no longer concerned about potential retaliation from Huaxia. Moreover, Jingye had just indicated that the A3 nation would be the first target of Huaxia's wrath. Hence, Jin Qingwu felt reassured. Despite the strained relations between H country and the Sakura nation, Jin Xingwu harbored no doubts about Jingye's assertions. On one hand, he had contemplated the feasibility of Jingye's statements, while on the other, he sensed that the Sakura nation shared the same interests as himself. In honor, we share glory. In loss, we share ruin. After hanging up, Jingye exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. An official beside him could not help but chuckle derisively. Who would have thought that this Jin Xingwu could be so gullible, believing several statements so easily? It is not merely Jingye's eloquence that has swayed him. Had it been someone else, I doubt they would have succeeded. Regardless of the circumstances, it appears that this H nation is destined for downfall. With their support, our Cherry Blossom nation is unlikely to encounter significant issues in the short term. However, one point intrigues me. How could Takashi Kaneshiro, a general of his country, so readily place his trust in us? Might there be some deception at play? While mocking the H nation, certain officials have also expressed skepticism. Is it not straightforward? It is simply due to his foolishness. As for any deception, I believe you are being overly cautious, retorted another official disdainfully. In truth, the rationale is indeed quite simple. Suddenly interjected Masayoshi. Chapter 126. China declines the call. Zhang Ye's words momentarily stunned the assembly, prompting everyone to instinctively turn their gaze toward him, awaiting an explanation. He lifted a teacup from the conference table, savored a sip, and then spoke slowly. I previously stated that this Jin Xingwu is exceedingly arrogant. The H nation has consistently regarded China as a vassal state, repeatedly asserting that we have stolen their deities and history. Is this not the case? This is internationally acknowledged. An official questioned. Fool. Zhang Yi retorted sharply. China has repeatedly claimed the top position, yet how many times has H nation even made it into the top 10? A collective gasp echoed around the room as Zhang Ye's reminder sank in. Indeed, if China were merely a vassal of H nation, how could this so-called vassal be more powerful than its suzerain? There was even the incident of summoning the deities, which was utterly disgraceful. Do you truly believe the emperor punished me for taking matters into my own hands? Zhang Yi scoffed at the assembly. They exchanged glances, their thoughts drifting to the true reason. Was it not because your wife climbed into the emperor's bed? Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. Even 1,000-fold courage would not compel them to voice it. The emperor, being well informed, must surely be aware of some secrets regarding China. What you perceive of China is certainly not as simplistic as it appears. The former Qin Emperor Ing Zhong, recognized as one of China's timeless sovereigns, serves as a clear example. Understanding dawned upon the assembly, their expressions revealing comprehension. Yet, internally, they grumbled about the reliability of international recognition. Having been told that China possessed only a few hundred years of history, they were too close to China to do anything but temporarily extend goodwill. Furthermore, with H nation acting as a shield for them, if China were to retaliate, it would undoubtedly target H nation first. What about the Western Alliance and the ASEAN nation? An official queried anxiously, the same individual who had spoken earlier. He was relatively young, in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, and exuded an air of decorum. Who told you we intend to betray? Zhang Yi replied with grave seriousness. The young man faltered, as did the others present. We are merely expressing our stance to China. As for the ASEAN nation and the Western Alliance, there is no need to concern ourselves with them for now. Zhang Yi chuckled. Does this mean we can effectively appease both sides? The officials finally grasped the implication. After all, China wouldn't approach the ASEAN nation or the Western Alliance. If neither side spoke up, no one would discern their true allegiance. Truly, Zhang Yi-kun, your astuteness is remarkable. The officials hastened to flatter him. The time has come. Let us contact China, Zhang Yi urged his secretary, disregarding the flattery. The female secretary nodded and subsequently dialed the phone number of the senior officials in Huaxia. To everyone's astonishment, Huaxia outright rejected the call. The secretary's expression froze in disbelief. Continue dialing. Zhang Ye's countenance darkened ominously. After laboring tirelessly, they could not afford to falter at this final step. However, when the secretary attempted to connect once more, she discovered she had been blocked. She then changed her ID and even deliberately altered her region, yet the outcome remained unchanged. No response, blocked again. The expressions of Zhang Yi and his associates fell in despair, their faces souring with frustration. Despite all their meticulous calculations, they had not anticipated being rebuffed at this crucial juncture. Zhang Yi, what should we do next? The secretary inquired anxiously, her gaze cast downwards. Unable to meet Zhang Ye's darkened visage. Damn it! Bang! Zhang Yi slammed his fist on the conference table, angrily sweeping the teacup off the surface. Crack! The teacup shattered into fragments. Startled, everyone hastily lowered their heads, fearful of inciting Zheng Ye's wrath. That damned Huaxia. Are they intent on driving me to my demise? Zheng Ye seethed, his muscles quivering with rage. At just over 40, he had a beloved wife, immense power, and boundless wealth. He was unwilling to succumb to despair. Yet, if Huaxia refused to take his call, he could not salvage the situation for Sakura country. Unless Izanami could secure a place in the top 5. With this thought, Zheng Ye reined in his fury and gestured for the secretary to continue dialing until the call was successfully connected. Thereafter, he concentrated all his attention on the live broadcast. In the Sakura country live broadcast room, they found themselves transported to a dark and eerie place, where the sounds of ghostly wails echoed around them. What shall we do next? A young man asked the middle-aged leader of their group. The middle-aged man pointed towards the depths of the path of awakening, a seemingly endless abyss, and slowly replied, "The only course of action now is to navigate this path of awakening. With a stroke of luck, we may yet secure a spot in the top 5. Really? The young man felt a surge of hope. Although they could not thwart Huaxia, achieving a top 5 ranking would still be commendable. After all participants in the top 20 would receive rewards, with the top 5 reaping even greater benefits. Then let us set forth, declared Izanami, standing at the forefront. Her voice was melodious, carrying an air of regality. As the mother goddess of Sakura country, her prowess was unquestionable, and her beauty was unmatched. Were it not for the reverence of her formidable abilities, the chosen players of Sakura country might have been tempted to propose a photo shoot with her. Naturally, there were no objections to Izanami's command. She was their leader, and her word was final. Upon receiving the order, the tens of thousands of nearby soldiers immediately organized their ranks, converging towards the center. The formidable presence of the military instilled a renewed sense of confidence in the chosen players of Sakura country. The previous fears and apprehensions were swiftly dispelled, leaving only the anticipation of triumph. Forward, we, the nation of cherry blossoms, shall undoubtedly redeem our past disgrace and seize first place. A voice rang out, igniting a fervor among the remaining chosen players, who joined in a frenzied chorus of cheers. Some fearless chosen ones, brimming with excitement, charged to the forefront, eager to showcase their prowess before the goddess Izanami. Their cultivation levels hovered around the foundational stage, and with armies flanking them on either side, they felt no trepidation regarding potential dangers ahead. Even if peril lurked, they were bolstered by the presence of the divine Izanami behind them. What is there to fear? Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, enveloping the group in an icy grip. The frontmost individuals, caught off guard, sneezed and wiped their noses, grumbling. Why has the wind picked up now? Chapter 127. The zombie. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the air, accompanied by a shadowy figure. Be cautious, Izanami warned loudly. The group momentarily faltered, preparing to retreat, but it was too late. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, reaching the group almost instantaneously. In quick succession, another shadow flitted by, and the 5 individuals at the front clutched their throats, retreating desperately, only to collapse heavily to the ground moments later. Their throats erupted like hot springs, spewing forth scalding blood. A girl in the back screamed in terror, sending the scene into a frenzy of panic. How audacious! You vile creature! Dare to harm others in my presence! Izanami bellowed fiercely. The earlier shadow had been too swift, and with the chosen players obstructing her view, Izanami had failed to discern the nature of the shadow or the method of its attack. In the wake of this sudden chaos, the surrounding troops swiftly encircled the remaining chosen players to shield them. A chilling, piercing laugh echoed in the ears of the crowd, sending shivers down their spines. This sound seemed to resonate right beside them, profoundly unsettling. Viewers in the live stream were equally frightened, flooding the comments with frantic messages. What on earth was that? Did anyone see it clearly? It was pitch black. How could anyone see? I was focused on Izanami, and didn't notice what happened. Why did those people suddenly drop dead? Goodness, I just saw a shadow flash by, and then the 5 in front were gone. If I'm not mistaken, this must be some kind of specter. A specter? That's plausible, given how terrifying its laughter is. It certainly isn't human. Damn, I can't bear to watch. Though they had not experienced it firsthand, the netizens from Sakura country were evidently shaken, as this was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. With a swift motion, the shadow vanished. You refuse to show yourself? Very well, do not blame me for being merciless, Izanami declared, her voice laced with fury. She then leapt into the darkened sky, her right foot striking the air. With rapid gestures, she chanted incantations, culminating in the word explode. As the final syllable left her lips, she conjured a white spiral sphere in her right hand. The blinding white light did not illuminate the surroundings as one might expect. The dark sky seemed to possess a peculiar power that devoured the radiance. However, It was a significant improvement over the previous oppressive darkness. For this was the divine spiral crafted by Izanami. Utilizing the dim glow of the spiral, the onlookers finally noticed the 5 individuals on the ground, their faces alarmingly pale, as if cloaked in a layer of white, downy substance. What has happened to them? Those closest to the bodies exclaimed in horror, pointing at the deceased. This exclamation captured Izanami's attention, and she lowered her gaze towards the direction of the corpses. It mattered not whether one chose to look or not, for upon gazing, Izanami was instantly startled. She swiftly conjured another Rasengan and exclaimed with authority, "Make way. They are about to undergo a transformation." Although the others were oblivious to the meaning of transformation, it was evident to them that it was something ominous. In an instant, they abandoned their stupor, retreating in a frenzy to save themselves. Yet, before they could distance themselves significantly, the 5 corpses on the ground began to stir once more. The deceased had returned to life, their fingers stiffly curled, and then they leapt upright. Without hesitation, Izanami declared grimly, disregarding all else, and hurled the 2 Rasengans with great force. The spiraling orbs raced towards the resurrected corpses, resulting in a violent explosion that illuminated the surroundings. The immense force sent many flying, including formidable soldiers. Those closest to the epicenter of the blast, along with the 5 corpses, disintegrated into mere wisps of smoke, irrevocably dead. Due to the chaos of frantic escape, the onlookers had not witnessed the corpses rising. However, the viewers in the Sakura Nation's livestream were keenly aware of the spectacle. What in the world? Did I just imagine that? Those 5 corpses actually sprang back to life? I can affirm, you did not hallucinate. Those 5 corpses indeed leapt from the ground. Could the dead truly be resurrected? Or had they transformed into zombies? Zombies? What are those? Could someone elucidate? Izanami had just mentioned a transformation, and with the dead rising, it seemed to align with the ghostly tales of the Chinese folklore concerning zombies. Good heavens! It is indeed true. I just checked online. Zombies trace their origins to the Qing dynasty of China, a creature from ancient folklore. Similar foreign entities include vampires and the undead. In the West, zombies are often humorously referred to as jumping vampires. One commenter added, in Chinese folklore, zombies specifically refer to those who, due to an excess of yin energy post-mortem, become malevolent beings. They are devoid of humanity, stripped of reason, with arms extended and legs continuously leaping, thus becoming the walking dead. Aside from their heads and limbs, their other body parts are nearly immobile. They transmit a corpse toxin through bites, and if a victim is not treated before the transformation, they will inevitably become a zombie, irreversibly. Zombies often possess supernatural abilities, such as immense strength, imperviousness to blades, and resistance to decay. The sudden emergence of white fur upon their bodies post-mortem was indicative of the transformation, prompting Izanami to disregard the safety of others and eliminate them instantaneously. Otherwise, if the zombie contagion spread, it would spell doom for all. Thanks to the enlightening commentary from netizens, the audience in the Sakura Nation finally grasped the horror of zombies. In contrast to others, who saw fewer foes as an advantage, they were left pondering whether an increase in numbers was a boon or a bane. After Izanami obliterated 5 corpses transformed into zombies, she once again conjured 2 spiral spheres. Although she harbored no fear of the zombies lurking in the shadows, it did not imply that others shared her indifference. Moreover, the zombies possessed the ability to transmit their deadly infection, leaving the possibility of her being the last one standing. This notion arose from the recent incident when the zombies wreaked havoc, and neither side of the army intervened to halt their rampage. This stark reality underscored the formidable strength of the hidden zombies. Furthermore, this was merely the inception of the path of awakening. If the beginning proved so arduous, what would the future hold? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream reverberated from behind the crowd. The fleeing individuals were once more gripped by terror, prompting them to retreat in a frantic rush. Chapter 128. The Zombie King and the chosen players of Sakura Country were frightened to tears at this moment. The chosen players from Sakura Country were overwhelmed with regret, lamenting why they were the ones selected to accompany the mission, to guard against ambushes. Sakura Country had dispatched over 100 chosen players. Although their strength was commendable, most being at the foundation establishment stage, they could not forget that Izanami was a deity of immense power, ranking among the top deities in Sakura Country. The formidable presence of such a being rendered them incapable of identifying or vanquishing the enemy, a testament to the adversary's might. In stark contrast, the chosen players felt their abilities paled in comparison. Currently, their only recourse was to flee and weep, utterly clueless about the identity of their assailants. While countless comrades had already perished, they had never felt so helpless. Fortunately, the anguished cries emanated not from the chosen players, but from the soldiers. These soldiers were not mere foot soldiers, but rather named entities, minor deities who followed Izanami. Despite being lesser deities, their prowess was formidable, far surpassing that of the chosen players. Yet, even such beings found themselves no match for the shadowy foe. Despair enveloped them, and their hopes rested solely on the divine Izanami. They fervently prayed that she would refrain from carelessly unleashing her spiraling attacks, lest they meet their untimely demise. Barely 2 seconds had passed since the first anguished scream when a second, more harrowing cry pierced the air. This was swiftly followed by a third, fourth, and fifth scream. Izanami, soaring in the sky, was consumed by fury. She had not anticipated that the enemy would dare to unleash such carnage beneath her very gaze. This was a blatant provocation. Everyone assemble, Izanami commanded with authority. The bewildered soldiers, suddenly emboldened, swiftly formed ranks. Armed with their katana, they pressed closely together to thwart individual attacks. The cries of agony ceased abruptly, and the soldiers quickly gathered, encircling the chosen players, who gradually regained their composure. Even when clustered together, the group of 50 to 60,000 was a formidable sight, comparable in size to a football field from above. Izanami, vigilant in the skies, meticulously scanned her surroundings, leaving no movement unnoticed. She held a spiraling attack in her hand, poised for battle at any moment. However, the shadowy adversary did not reappear. Instead, the soldiers who had fallen lay still on the ground, only to sprout white hair and leap back to life. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, astonished that they had returned from death. The chosen players were gripped by terror. Lacking access to the internet, they were unable to seek information. While Izanami was aware of the phenomenon, she had no inclination to explain to the crowd. The number of reanimated corpses was substantial, totaling approximately 30. This time, Izanami chose to disregard her surroundings, instead fixating her attention on the vanishing shadow. Her reluctance to pursue into the darkness was not born of fear, but rather a concern that, upon her departure, the entity might launch a surprise attack. Should that occur, it would spell doom for the individuals present. As for the reanimated corpses, they could be easily handled by the military. After all, these soldiers were of a caliber akin to minor deities, and their numbers were substantial. A mere spit from each could drown these zombies. The reanimated corpses stood motionless, their joints creaking ominously with each subtle movement, evoking an impression akin to a bizarre exercise routine. This unsettling display left the onlookers in a state of trepidation, unsure of the unfolding scenario. Upon completing their final movements, the zombies collectively stiffened, extending their arms straight ahead. With the aid of Izanami's spiraling orb, the assembled crowd glimpsed the true visage of the zombies: gaunt faces, sunken eyes, and elongated, razor-sharp fangs, their nails grotesquely long and pointed, inciting a wave of dread among the witnesses. A chilling howl erupted from the zombies as they surged towards the onlookers, leaping several meters in a frenzied assault. The soldiers at the forefront exhibited no fear, simultaneously brandishing their swords and delivering heavy strikes against the approaching undead. The sharp blades met the corpses with a resonant clang, akin to striking steel. The celestial players behind them gasped in astonishment, exclaiming disbelief that the zombies remained unvanquished. Countless swords pressed against the bodies of the zombies, rendering them immobile, resulting in a tense standoff. Use blood, Izanami called from above, a reminder echoing through the air. Just as she spoke, a sinister laughter reverberated once more. Found you, Izanami sneered, abandoning caution as she propelled herself towards the source of the sound, spiraling orb in hand. As she delved into the darkness, the sole source of illumination vanished, plunging the surroundings back into the preceding gloom. Visibility reduced to a mere 2 meters, and even that was obscured. Beyond that threshold lay an impenetrable void. Yet, Izanami's speed rivaled that of the shadow, and in mere moments, she caught up. To her surprise, the figure did not flee but remained stationary, awaiting her approach. To guard against deception, Izanami paused 10 meters away. With the light from her spiraling orb, she discerned the shadow's form. Long hair of black and white haphazardly cascading down its back, a visage adorned with greenish folds, eyes of a dark crimson hue, and fangs that almost surpassed the length of its nose. Its upper body was bare, skin exhibiting a bluish-brown hue, and its emaciated frame resembled one that had endured decades of addiction. The fingers were grotesquely elongated, twice the length of an adult's, with black nails so sharp they gleamed. A faint trickle of red liquid could be seen, slowly dripping onto the ground. I, the divine, do not slay those without names. Reveal your identities. Izanami crushed the spiral sphere in her grasp and summoned forth a 3-meter-long sword of light. Its brilliance surpassed that of the spiral sphere by 100-fold. Cackles echoed ominously. The adversary emitted a strange, chilling laughter once more. It was then that Izanami discerned the source of such a horrifying sound. The figure's visage twisted grotesquely as it bared its jagged teeth in a sinister grin. Initially, Izanami presumed that such a monstrous being would remain mute. Yet after its eerie laughter, it menacingly articulated, "I shall drain your blood." With that proclamation, the being slowly raised its right hand to its mouth, licking the bloodstains from its tongue. Chapter 129. The total annihilation of the army. Do you wish for my blood? Huh. I fear you lack the capability. Izanami scoffed. Jiang Chun wasted no time, retreating into the shadows, vanishing from Izanami's sight. She intended to pursue him, only to find that he had completely eluded her gaze. How could this be? Izanami was taken aback. Suddenly, distant screams pierced the air. Sensing impending doom, Izanami dared not linger, unleashing her full power as she swiftly flew towards her team. Before she could approach, a potent scent of blood assailed her senses. It was over. Without hesitation, she accelerated forward. Upon nearing, she discovered that her entire team lay dead. Save for herself, none had survived. Every one of them had their throats slit, blood pooling on the ground, creating a crimson lake. Infuriated, Izanami hurled spiraling orbs, determined to obliterate Jiang Chun, hidden in the darkness. Even with indiscriminate attacks, she could not discern his whereabouts. Just as Izanami let her guard down, a shadow swiftly approached. In a flash, a blade glinted, and Izanami's head was severed, tumbling onto the grass. In mere moments, the deity of Sakura Nation and the chosen players perished instantaneously. Viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded, questioning their own perceptions. How could Izanami, a formidable deity, succumb so swiftly? Moreover, her entire army was extinguished without the slightest chance of retaliation. Yet, this was not an isolated incident for Sakura Nation. Other countries faced the same grim fate. Without exception, they were all met with the formidable zombie king, Jiang Chun. Over 180 nations, at the initial phase of the 5th round of the selection game, faced total annihilation. The only nation to survive was China. This outcome shocked the entire world, including the higher echelons of China. The global channels erupted into chaos. What on earth was happening? Why was this game so extraordinarily challenging? Our northern land nation summoned Poseidon. How could we not defeat even a mere zombie? Impossible. Even if our deity were weak, they could not all be so feeble. And why did China emerge unscathed? Surely, they must have cheated again, as they are known to do, likely utilizing the game BGU. Indeed, zombies from the era of the Qing dynasty in China being employed as monsters was inherently peculiar. China must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, they shall not escape unscathed. The online community was in uproar, with all blame directed towards China. They asserted that if China failed to offer a reasonable account, they would be subjected to a crusade. This sentiment was not limited to netizens. High-ranking officials from various nations shared the same perspective. They had long harbored grievances against China, and with such a significant upheaval occurring, all nations were prepared for war against China. The upper echelons of Huaxia were initially pleased that the nation was at peace. However, upon receiving intelligence from spies, their anger surged uncontrollably. Those despicable traitors! How dare they blame us for the shortcomings of their own country's deities? They even had the audacity to threaten war? War? Huh. Do they truly believe our Dongfeng Express is merely for show? In my view, we should make an example of a few of those who are blind to the situation. The officials in the conference room expressed their opinions freely, yet their purpose and stance were nearly unanimous. If war was what they sought, then let it be so. Any attempt at negotiation was out of the question. As Ning Zhangwo observed the furious expressions of those around him, he felt a profound inner conflict. Currently, Ye Feng was navigating the divine selection realm, and any disturbances in the real world were unacceptable. Yet, to persist in yielding would only embolden these aggressors. Amidst his turmoil, Ning Zhangwo received a critical directive from higher authorities. He retrieved his phone, and the message read, "At all costs, safeguard our national borders." Instantly invigorated by the message, Ning Zhangwo's demeanor shifted. His expression hardened, and he declared in a commanding voice, "Effective immediately, the nation is to be placed on high alert. Everyone return to your posts. Deploy armed forces to the defense borders and guard our gates. Nuclear weapons are to be placed in a state of readiness. Should we detect a nuclear strike from any enemy nation, retaliate immediately without seeking further approval." Without hesitation, he issued the orders, igniting a fervor among the assembly. After saluting Ning Zhangwo, they promptly exited the conference room. The enemy acted swiftly, a substantial contingent of armed forces advancing toward the Huaxia border. Yet, Huaxia's response was even swifter. All branches of the military, army, navy, air force, mobilized to the borders. On the western front, tens of thousands of armed troops breached the defenses, surging into Huaxia territory. Those citizens unable to escape were mercilessly gunned down. They trampled upon Huaxia's soil, committing acts of arson, murder, and unspeakable atrocities. The Huaxia military, alerted by the commotion, felt a surge of righteous indignation upon witnessing the devastation. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched a counterattack. Although the invaders were also military personnel, their combat capabilities paled in comparison to those of Huaxia's soldiers. Within moments of engagement, they were routed, fleeing in disarray. The Huaxia forces pursued them for several miles beyond the borders before returning. In the South China Sea, countless warships crossed maritime boundaries: nuclear submarines, cruisers, battleships, frigates, landing ships, and more, advancing toward Huaxia. The skies were filled with armed helicopters providing escort. In the distance, scores of aircraft carriers were steadily approaching. A monumental clash was on the verge of erupting. This invasion of Huaxia had been devoid of any negotiations. The higher-ups in Huaxia had received no warnings of impending conflict. This indicated that the aggressors had fully prepared to obliterate Huaxia. In an instant, Huaxia had become the world's pariah. The enemies aboard their vessels were actively intercepting Huaxia's ships. If it were a small vessel, one would simply open fire. If it were a large ship, one would seize personnel and cargo, ultimately setting the vessel ablaze. Observing the multitude of vessels consumed by flames, the adversaries audaciously sang their celebratory ballads, oblivious to the fact that a stealthy anti-detection nuclear submarine lay submerged, poised for a nuclear strike. In the absence of a mutually assured destruction scenario, no nation dares to employ nuclear weapons. Should such an act occur, the continuation of this conflict would be rendered unnecessary. The land of Huaxia has not yet been cornered into a dead end, which deters them from initiating nuclear engagement. Currently, they are left with no choice but to engage in self-defense through military means. The citizens of Huaxia do not live in constant fear. Rather, a multitude of young individuals eagerly enlist, and countless retired veterans rejoin the ranks. Remarkably, in a mere hour, Huaxia has mobilized an armed force of 300 million. Although a significant portion comprises youth lacking military experience, after a brief period of training, they are entirely capable of undertaking simpler tasks. Chapter 130. The final victor. The world of Blue Star has descended into chaos, while Ye Feng in the realm of the Chosen remains blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside. At this moment, he continues to advance with Fushi. Upon entering the path of awakening, they encountered the zombie king, Jiangchun. As soon as Jiangchun appeared, he swiftly dispatched numerous celestial soldiers. Initially intending to defeat him one by one, Fushi unexpectedly executed a capturing technique, transforming into a golden dragon and instantaneously subduing Jiangchun. The zombie king was vanquished in mere moments. Although Ye Feng was aware of Fushi's formidable strength, he was still taken aback. Without further ado, Fushi crushed Jiangchun before continuing onward. Along their journey, they faced numerous adversaries, each more formidable than the last, culminating in encounters with some malevolent deities from Chinese history, such as Xingtian and Baixia. After a fierce battle, they ultimately succumbed, falling at Fushi's hands. Ye Feng observed silently throughout the ordeal, with even the celestial soldiers summoned by Fushi remaining largely inactive. After an hour of arduous travel, the group finally reached the end of the path of awakening. Before them was no longer a dim expanse, but a brilliant sight. A magnificent temple emerged into view. The plaque of the temple bore the inscription, Hall of the Gods, each character radiating supreme divine power, evoking a sense of elation and aspiration within. Your Majesty, this must be the Hall of the Gods. Entering it signifies our victory, Ye Feng remarked softly to Fushi as he stepped forward. Despite having overcome numerous trials, Ye Feng felt as if he had merely taken a leisurely ride. Now at the culmination of their journey, he experienced little emotional upheaval. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Fuxi nodded slowly, waving his hand to dismiss over 100,000 celestial soldiers. These soldiers had been summoned for Ye Feng's protection, and now that the danger had passed, they were no longer needed. Let us proceed together to the Hall of the Gods, Fushi said with a smile. Ye Feng did not decline, having come this far. It would be a shame not to explore. Moreover, with Fushi by his side, he felt no apprehension regarding potential dangers. Thus, the two ascended the myriad steps leading toward the celestial temple. The temple exuded an overwhelming pressure. Fushi, with his immense divine essence, felt no strain. However, Ye Feng, lacking divine essence, soon found himself exhausted, struggling even to lift his legs. Ultimately, Fuxi channeled a portion of his divine power into Ye Feng, alleviating the oppressive force. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the temple. The door, massive like a mountain, made Ye Feng and Fuxi appear as insignificant as mayflies standing before it. The door was composed of an unusual material, and Ye Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain how to open it. After straining to push against it for some time without success, Fuxi stepped forward, placing his hand gently upon the door. With a light push, the entrance to the temple opened effortlessly. Ye Feng stood in a daze, filled with profound admiration for the Emperor Fuxi. Indeed, nothing could seem to challenge the sovereign Fuxi. Ye Feng sighed. As the entrance to the temple swung open, his gaze was immediately drawn to 20 grand thrones, intricately carved in black, arranged sequentially within the sacred hall. Upon the door's opening, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from the thrones, directed towards Fuxi and Ye Feng. Fuxi emitted a cold snort, causing the 20 auras to dissipate instantaneously. Ye Feng, accustomed to such displays, felt a surge of excitement within. Could this be a reward from the system? If I were to take a seat upon the throne, might I also receive the divine power bestowed by the system? The more he pondered, the more he believed in the possibility. Fuxi, seemingly indifferent to the thrones, scrutinized the temple's architecture. The vast temple, aside from the 20 thrones, revealed nothing else. Initially, Ye Feng had anticipated uncovering some unique clues upon entering the Hall of the Gods, but it appeared he had overestimated the situation. Consequently, Fuxi lost his interest as well. Your Majesty, will you not sit upon the throne and receive the divine power granted by the system? Ye Feng cautiously inquired. As if perceiving Ye Feng's underlying thoughts, Fuxi smiled gently. My cultivation has transcended the ordinary. The divine power is of little consequence to me. However, if you wish, you may take a seat and see for yourself. Is it truly permitted? Ye Feng asked eagerly. Fuxi nodded affirmatively. Of course. With this confirmation, Ye Feng swiftly dashed towards the throne. With a portion of Fuxi's divine power coursing through him, he harbored no fears about any treachery associated with the throne. The throne was immense. Rather than sitting, it felt as though an ant had alighted upon a chair. The moment Ye Feng made contact with the throne, a surge of formidable divine energy flooded into his body. An excruciating pain ensued, as if every muscle were being torn asunder and every bone crushed. Had it not been for Fuxi's divine power shielding him, Ye Feng would have perished in an instant. This agony persisted for several minutes before it finally subsided. Subsequently, the once resplendent throne lost its luster and became riddled with countless fissures. At that moment, the voice of the system reverberated throughout the world. Congratulations. Huaxia has triumphed in the 5th divine selection game. Rewards will be calculated shortly. The system's proclamation echoed globally. Meanwhile, under relentless assault from the Global Alliance, the Huaxia army faced relentless setbacks, losing substantial territory. Half of their homeland was relinquished, retaining only the most vital regions. To this day, nuclear weapons had yet to be deployed. Countless enemies reveled in the defeat of Huaxia, scarcely concerned with the nation's victory in the game. Yet in the next moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Victory rewards. The citizens of Huaxia are granted an additional century of lifespan, a tenfold increase in domestic spiritual energy, 100 new sanctuaries of fortune, and treasures will spontaneously materialize within the nation. These rewards sent the world into a frenzy, having seized half of Huaxia's territory. They believed these rewards would soon fall into their grasp. However, what ensued left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The decree of failure punishment echoed ominously. All vanquished nations were to be eradicated. As the voice of the system faded away, the adversaries who had just celebrated their triumph over Huaxia vanished into thin air. Along with them, their nations and all traces of their existence were obliterated. In this moment, the entirety of Blue Star was left with but a single nation, Huaxia. The declaration of the divine selection game concluded, urging those who remained to tread carefully. Following the cessation of the voice, Ye Feng was instantaneously transported back to the room where his journey had commenced. The people of Huaxia stood frozen, unable to fathom the veracity of these events. They awaited the outcome, for should Ye Feng have failed, Huaxia would have unleashed its nuclear arsenal without hesitation. This was a stringent order issued by Ning Zhangwo, which had compelled them to endure until this point. Yet, they had not anticipated Ye Feng's rapid ascent to victory, nor the abrupt termination of the divine selection game. In that fleeting moment, the tumult of exhilaration and fervor transformed into tears that gently cascaded down their cheeks.